I mean, what's two suns? I mean,
So electricity
so
with the
two suns.
lightning.
Where I mean, has she seen this demonstrated though anywhere where you got two suns or
hmm
like?
hmm Well, I mean, the planet that they were on, I guess, had two suns.
Planet that who's on?
In
The
the
TV.
TV, the series Lost in Space.
Oh, son of a bitch! You're talking about a movie show?
Yeah.
Oh
Sorry,
fuck!
dude.
I thought you were talking. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like a book. I'm sorry that like some
Well,
author
they
wrote.
were mentioning something allegedly on the Earth in Venezuela. I guess they have
In
lightning
the
a lot.
movie Lost in Space.
hmm
Hang on, what's
Okay.
happening with Lost in Space? What are you talking about?
Okay, so in the movie Lost in Space, they reference Venezuela having two suns. Now, what are you
No,
curious
no, no,
about
no, 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 no.
Venezuela?
Wait. Back up. Hold on. I'm sorry. So the planet that they're on has two suns. They were observing lightning, and she said that can only happen with two suns. And then she made an off the cuff kind of comment that on Earth, specifically in Venezuela, more even specifically, she said the Pekin of Maracajavo, where there
That's
was
where
always
lightning happens like
lightning.
that.
There was always lightning, and sailors used it for centuries to navigate. So she didn't say Earth had two suns, but she kind of indicated it quite strongly, and I find that interesting.
Have you looked up any of the Kajabi stuff? Like, is there anything on it?
No, but it's on my to-do list. It's written down, so no, I have not. There's not enough hours in the day. I just find it interesting that they put little things in there. I mean, are they distractions? Okay, sure, maybe. Or are they obvious points and it would be like, whoa, who knows? I don't know.
I mean, surely there's got to be someone else in the world. I mean, somewhere that's like, you know what I mean, mentioned two suns or something to do with the
Well,
Kajabi.
I've seen videos, what look like amateur video of two sons. YouTube. I'm not
Oh
saying
yeah,
that's
in
proof.
cold areas.
I'm not saying that's proof, but like,
Right, right. Yeah, I think a lot of that's camera optics.
uh, mm,
I noticed that in movies, there's all these spectacular planets and there's these wonderful colors and all kinds of
hmm
awesome things to explore, and they kind of make it look like they're trying to make you want to leave Earth and go to these wonderful planets with all these cool stuff. Have you
that
noticed
makes
that?
sense. That makes sense, dude.
And then I turn the channel and it's like a Saw movie where someone's tied up and they're getting their limbs hacked off.
Oh my God. What are you saying? What?
I found something today I want to share with you guys. It's a Bible verse. Let me see. Hang on. Let me get to it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This was very interesting to me when I read this. It was amazing. Psalms 24. The earth is the Lord's and all of its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. When you look at the flat Earth concept, which is a muscle map where the continents are basically on the water's circling all the continents. And it's established upon the waters, it says, which makes sense to me. And then on the globe, it's established upon like the mantle crust, and that's established upon the molten core, which doesn't make much sense. So it's totally different concept. I want to share that with you guys.
I remember drawing that somewhere. It said it was founded in the seas and on the waters, right?
It was established on the seas and in the water. Yes, in the waters. And
Yeah, I checked that
I
out.
think flat water, but on the globe it doesn't really make sense.
No, no.
Because on the globe it's established upon the earth, which is upon the molten core, upon the iron core. And the water doesn't really, it's just around, it's just there, but nothing's established on the waters. If you think about the flat earth concept, all the continents are on the waters. You can see them all right there. It's all the flat water, you know, and that's a completely different perspective. Makes more sense to me now.
Yeah, because you also got the waters of the deep that the
Yes,
water
so it waters of
too.
the deep. Yes, it all makes sense. It's like, so that's my contribution today. Psalms 24. Check it out.
Golf clapping.
I like Psalms 23. Well, I think not Psalms 23. I think there's a different one that I like
You can
in
read to
Psalms.
it.
What's another really popular Psalms chapter that you can think of right offhand?
The one
Like
is the
one.
Lord is my shepherd. I think I don't know, that's Psalms 18. I'm just guessing. I don't remember. The Lord is my shepherd. That shall not want. He lays me to
I thought
lie
that
in
was
green
20.
pastures.
I thought that
Oh,
was
that was Psalms
23.
23. That's Psalms
Yeah,
23, right?
yeah. A different Psalms than that one. Which one is more? There's a real popular one. I can't think of it. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be like a prayer or something.
Well, I think. Let me look. I think 91 is a Psalm for protection. Let me look.
114 is what I'm thinking. It's probably not it. Or 129. Anyway, why did you bring that up, Godric? The one you did. Why'd you bring it up? Bring us back, dude.
You didn't catch it that the Bible says that um, the Lord's world is established upon the waters as the base.
Which is flat.
You can see, yeah,
Flat.
you can see all the continents on top of the waters on the flat plane. You know, but on the globe it
Exactly,
doesn't make
only on a
sense
flat plane,
because on the
exactly.
globe the earth is established upon the earth, upon the mantle crust, upon the core. Which
No, that
Yeah.
would be a
completely different
fantasy.
perspective.
That would be some sort of weird fantasy that you have or something.
Yeah. But okay, so I think people get sidetracked with what's supposed to be literal and what's supposed to be figurative. They
Oh, well,
don't.
the figurative and the literal both only support a plane of existence under the heavens. There is no globe anything. Yeah, both figurative and literal.
That's right. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. That's flat. Either you can do a figurative or literal. It's still flat.
But people in Bible study will read that out loud and it doesn't click.
Because they
Well,
have the
that's because
mindset
the
of,
truth is not in them.
yeah, they got the mindset
That's
of this isn't real. This isn't talking about a literal thing. It's
because their
poetry,
mind.
it's a story, and therefore I don't have to take it as what it means.
That's because their mind is perverted by science to make you think that science is true and the Bible's not. It's a perversion of the truth. That's why that doesn't click. The never doesn't say the Bible is a spinning globe, but science says so. Science must be true. That's why they think it's not true. Everything is figurative. Nothing really makes sense. You get these like lukewarm Christians.
Oh yeah, when I was green to flat Earth, I tried telling my Christian friends, and they looked up like fluoride stare at me. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I continue to have flat conversations with my Pentecostal family, and they're not getting it. What they'll resort to is, well, it's made exactly the way God made it, and they
Oh,
leave it at that. And I'm like, yes,
okay.
exactly. And how did he say he made it? within these pages right here.
Okay, so what they're ultimately saying, I'm sad to say this, they don't mind being deceived.
To an extent, you're right.
They would
And they're
mind, but they
saying,
don't
why
know.
does
They
it
don't know
matter?
they're deceived.
Why does it matter? I still have to go to work tomorrow. I still have to pay taxes.
Right. And then that's what I'm saying. It's not about you.
Okay, when
You're
I
already deceived. It's about the people who are deceived, those who think God doesn't
well,
exist because they're a statistical chance.
okay, when I was green to flat Earth and I was still going to church, my opinion is that knowing that the Earth is flat is in fact the good news of our Creator. You know, that is biblical. I mean, it's just people have said there's hundreds of references to a flat Earth in the book. So I guess that makes your average everyday Christian a coincidence theorist, and that makes me very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
If they believe in a
Can
globe,
you
they're
guys hear me?
basically.
Oh,
They
sorry.
believe in a globe. They're lukewarm. They're not really.
Yeah.
It doesn't say
Yeah,
globe. It's
that
flat.
is the most current reference. I would agree, lukewarm Christians. And I've actually been in Bible studies with ladies, and we talked about that being lukewarm. And we dove into the scripture of what Jesus says about being lukewarm. And I can't recall at that point in time if I found out about flat earth or not, but yeah, after a point it was just too much. I couldn't do it
Yeah,
anymore.
I just got into a huge argument with my pastor. He's a Baptist pastor, and I told him that the Earth is flat and that you couldn't change my mind. And he sent me stuff, answers in Genesis. You got to read this. You go down a dark path. He told
What?
me, and he sent me the answers in Genesis. He also sent me a thing on Louis Giglio, talking about how he accepts the universal lie of
Do you
space
still
and
have that?
time.
Do you still
Oh,
have
sure.
that by chance?
What's that?
Do you still have that material by chance? What he
Oh,
sent you?
absolutely. Yeah.
Can you
So what was
DM
really,
if you come across it at some point later, can you DM it to me if you think about it? That would be
yeah,
amazing.
yeah, I'll send it
Okay.
to you. I read through the answers in Genesis because I've had experience in that, and it's quoting Aristophanes or whatever his name is, the guy that
Yeah.
measures shadows or whatever. And I'm like,
Oh, quoting
this guy's,
Aristophanes? Are you kidding
that's what
me?
answers in Genesis does that,
Wow,
right?
that's pretty
What book
amazing.
of the
They're
Bible is
that means they're
Eratosthenes in?
absolute psych. Well, that certainly proves right there that they're not interested in what the real truth is. That proves they're not
I know it.
interested.
So
Thanks.
what was frustrating was that my wife's like, "Let me see that link," and she said it to herself. I'm like, it's a big lie, and we got in a big fight about it. And anyway, she finally came to the point that she said that you can preach people to flat Earth if that's what God's telling you to do, and if you
Right.
really think it matters. And like, okay, well, we'll pray about it, and I think it matters completely to me, but I just have to. I don't know. But I got in trouble. I actually
Hey,
told his kids.
hey,
His
can I
kids were at
say
my house.
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say something.
India.
If it doesn't matter why, yeah. If it doesn't matter why are they so upset, why is your pastor saying you're going to go down a dark path? Like, why are they saying those things if it doesn't matter?
He
My
told me
son.
that
Because they're
I was
fucking
being
hypocrites,
agnostic.
dude.
I was being agnostic, is what he told me. He said, "You're going down a dark path, and you think you know more than everybody else, and people are
Oh.
inherently good. The world is bad." And anyways, he's a NASA junkie, and I told his kids that
Oh.
this was fake. Also,
Oh
when
God.
they're at my house. So, anyways, it was quite a big fight between my pastor and my pastor's wife and my wife are all really, really good friends. I've been working on him for like the last 3 months, and that's all I want to talk about, and he doesn't want to hear it. So I just basically told his kids that space was fake, and anyways,
Okay.
My son.
Hey, I have something to add to what you just said. So about your pastor. The next time you have the opportunity to have a conversation with him, at some point where you find it pertinent to interject, you should ask him if he has like a biological response to what you're talking about. And if he says yes, then you should say that is that's happening for a reason because you innately know that something is not right.
That's a good
You should
answer.
call him. You should call him out. He knows
I was
something's not right, but he doesn't want to challenge authority because he knows what'll happen.
right, and
So, yeah.
I was talking to him about biblical topics, and again, I told you I've been talking to him about this for a long time, and he started basically getting very chippy at me and asking me for definitions of words, and I was like, I don't know. So I felt very attacked, and I'm just like, I wasn't
Wow.
trying to fight you on this. So,
Yeah. Oh man.
My
You might
son,
have
you're
to work.
going down a dark path.
You
Start
I
might have
know
to
it.
work.
reading Genesis.
You might
It
have to
was
work around him. People that he knows, reach out to them.
well. The crazy thing is, I'm an ordained pastor in the same church. He's a lead teaching pastor, and I'm one of five
Oh, perfect.
elders. So yeah, it's actually wonderfully amazing.
Well,
And my wife and his
man,
wife
well,
are
hey,
best
bro,
friends.
God
And
bless you, dude. Yeah, bro, this is a new level then. So you're able to understand the Bible now, and I can tell that's why you're excited because now the entire Bible's now readable. Thanks.
oh, absolutely, everything makes more sense. Everything. It's on a whole another level. And that's probably explained to him how
Thank you. Thank you. Go
um,
ahead.
how much of a different level I was on, and what a good place I was in, because I've been reading the Bible. And I told him, I was like, I want to read the Bible like every single day. I want more. I learn more about it, and I can't get enough of it. I want to teach my kids about it. I want to teach other people about it. I've got a new fire that I've never had before in my life. And so it turns back to like my wife basically saying, "Well, you don't think I have enough faith right now?" I'm like, everything turns into a fight right now. And so it's like I said, I know it to be true that the Earth is flat. It's like doesn't make any sense any other way, and that's what we're fighting is what is going to lead the most people to heaven, and so I don't know the answer to that.
Well, the problem that they have is they think that the shape of the earth and salvation of Jesus are two separate topics. They think that it's two different things, and you can't. It
Even
drives
better.
me nuts when
Continue.
they talk
Yes. Get
that
it out.
all.
So that's why I told my pastor that the heliocentric model was a satanic model, and it was meant to divide a wedge between Christians and everybody else.
Oh, we're gonna
And
make you a moderator.
he took it as I have no flat Earth rules. That's what's crap. So I told him that it's a satanic model, and he took it that he was practicing satanic models and that he was satanic is what he took it. I said, no,
Oh
he was
man!
believing.
Wow.
So that's how the conversation went.
Well,
You're
listen,
killing
I
it,
don't care about your
dude.
pastor. I care more about your relationship with your wife, right? So
I
you
hear
don't
you.
want
Yes,
to,
exactly.
yeah. So listen, we have ladies' night here every Friday night. You should ever come in here.
I know. I've been wanting to
It's all
to do
girls,
it,
dude.
but
It's all girls. She isn't gonna feel threatened by some dude like mansplaining shit to her. So
yeah,
Indio, so you probably already have realized that this Friday, ladies' night, will be New Year's Eve.
all right. And that means what?
for
Uh,
my wife.
I would imagine, well, I would hope that a lot of ladies will stop by throughout the evening, and it may go late.
All right. As long as you guys drink heavily.
Well,
Intoxicated ladies night.
Yeah.
Well, how long you been here, Kaiser?
Sorry, I just muted myself. I've been here probably said since October.
Oh my gosh, you're fresh off the bus. Dear
Yeah,
Lord.
but
And you,
I'm
wow,
telling you,
congratulations. Oh, so
yeah.
yeah, you're still in the party mode, bro. You're just flying. Okay, good job. Yeah, you'll land in a couple months, maybe a year.
Oh shoot. No, I mean, everything makes sense. I'm teaching my kids, my wife, my family, and basically no one wants to have anything to do with me. So, and again, I think that's back to biblical times. I mean, you're talking what the Bible preaches is that your armor, it should be God's word, and that's the only thing you can even stand by. And this whole planting seeds and sowing, it's all biblical. This whole entire thing is biblical to many proportions, and that's why I think it matters so much. Because, like I said, everything in the Bible just makes more sense now. Even Revelation talks about end times and the great deception. I think this is part of that great deception. So, anyways.
Well, listen, their reaction to the idea, because it's just an idea, right? Them having such a strong reaction to the point where they're angry at you, they're emotional. Like, why are they having this reaction? You should bring that up to them. Like, why are you feeling so strong if it's stupid, if it means nothing?
I guess since I told him that his model was satanic and he was teaching it, then he didn't like that. He's like, "Well, you're calling me satanic, is what you're telling me." He's like, "Well, better learn."
Has he increased in globe references in his
Yes.
speeches?
So he did. After it happened this last week, he talked about how much money people had, and if he had more money, then he would go to Mars if he had enough money or whatever. I'm like, after I told his kids,
God.
after I told his kids that space was fake, and I also told his kids about how the Sabbath is actually Saturday and everything too. So yeah, so here's what's funny though. My kids, I was teaching about Santa. I was like, in the last couple of months, I told them about Santa. I got 5 kids, and whenever my pastor said that, I said, you know what? He goes, don't talk to my kids about stuff like that anymore ever again. And I said, I understand. I wouldn't want you talking to my kids about Santa Claus either. So I don't know if that's a perfect reference. I thought.
Is it a Baptist pastor?
Yeah, Southern Baptist theology.
How does a Baptist get to Mars from the Bible? That makes no sense.
But he's a space junkie. And again, Louis Giglio,
Oh,
one of
he's a
his.
space junkie, yeah.
Yeah. And then he also, even though he's not Catholic, he says that there's a Catholic astronaut and blah, blah, blah. And but he'll make fun of Catholics. But the Catholic astronaut tells the truth and blah, whatever. Why would they lie? That's the whole thing. He's like,
The Catholic
going down a
astronaut.
dark path. Yeah.
Catholics
And he's
lie
like,
or molest kids.
right. And so, but his whole thing is like, people are not inherently evil and bad. You can't think everything is a conspiracy theory. He's like, well, I
so
do.
much for original
So-
sin, right?
So I know it's everything.
Right.
He's an
So
apple
much
lover.
for if people aren't inherently bad, then so much for original sin. Just like throw that
Well,
out, right?
He's
Those
a
two
space-
ideas are contradictory. You like people are inherently bad. Okay, sorry, they really are.
I agree. But
It
yeah,
sounds
he's
like a lukewarm Baptist is what it sounds like.
well, he's been to theology school, and I think he really thinks he's doing God's work. But I think people that go to seminary that spend $50,000 on a degree, and you tell them that their degree they didn't actually get taught correctly, it's pretty much a slap in the face to what they've learned and paid for. But
Typically,
I didn't.
typically in seminary, they teach philosophy, they teach logic, they teach all those things. Like, what was he falling? Did he fall asleep in those classes or something?
No,
I'm
one of his
dead
heroes.
serious. Like in seminary, they teach you the foundation of rational thinking. Like, so him to say things like, "Why would they lie?" He should know right off the bat that that's like irrational. That's not a logical statement because really it's called an argument from personal incredulity fallacy. So he
Yeah, but
can't
I mean,
believe that they would lie, therefore they didn't lie.
I know, I completely agree, but he, what happened was he had been feeling attacked ever since I brought it up, and this is his rebuttal to it. I understand that, but I disagree with it. But I mean, I'm supposed to be, as an ordained minister in this church, I'm supposed to be in charge of teaching other people in the church the Bible correctly. So it's my responsibility. If I uncover a truth, it's my responsibility to teach it. And so, anyways, but yeah, he was very attacked, very, very attacked is what he felt like. So
My son, you're on a dark path.
I know that's exactly what he
Demons,
told me.
demons come out of this child. Come out, demons.
Dude, the NASA fanboys are the worst. They're even worse than the
Yeah.
atheists.
So I don't know what to do,
Flat
but
Earth,
that's
I
my
want to go
dilemma.
to space. You're taking that away from me. I'm going to space, Daddy. No,
Maybe to
you're
show
not going to space.
maybe to show him that NASA video about 1 hour how they're faking stuff. Maybe he will change
So
his opinion about NASA.
I don't think that'll work. I've
But
actually listened
if he
to.
likes NASA, I like it NASA. But when I saw what they're doing, man, I, I I realized what they are doing. I like it a lot, NASA. But when I realized what they are doing, when I saw with my eyes, that was
Right.
better proof than flat Earth. Because they have so
Yeah.
much materials about so bullshits, blue screens, mistakes. You have so many materials. You can ask, why is this
Right.
happening if it's real?
No. No, I think the whole argument lies upon the biblical truths and nothing else. And that's why I watched what's his name, the Dr. Sejanus, and um, what's his other guy that just Skiba and Sejanus debate, and I've been trying to rest my case on marriage. That's it. Yeah, yeah, he doesn't want to hear any of this.
Because when we say, when they ask why would they lie, oh, that's so big, let's show them how they are lying. Also, like with the flat Earth, we have materials about NASA how they're lying. That means the cat is not in hand. That means the guy is fading. That means the guy has the wires, the bubbles in the space, the big head in the space. We have so many things. What's that? That's not like okay, it happened, because of connection or something or blah blah blah, and you don't see the image
That's why.
or video.
That's why I told him. I talked about how life bends. I don't know. I'm not understanding that. He's like, well, think about it. You bend a laser light without like a prism or some other physical thing. And he's like, I don't know. Like, how you can't bend light, can you? Can you curve a flashlight or a laser around a corner? I don't understand any of that. Okay, well, same thing that happens on Earth. You can't do that. That technology doesn't exist. He's like, well, I don't understand that. And he's that's why I told him. I said, you have faith in a religion that doesn't exist, is what I was saying. He's like, oh, and he's like, what's the definition of religion? I'm like, well, I don't know, but you're believing something that you can't actually see that they're telling you is actually real. You can't prove it is real, but you believe it still. Is that a faith in something false? Is that a religion? He's like, no, you're calling me
It's a
satanic.
religion
I'm like,
without a
no.
deity. That's all it is. They're just missing the deity. That's it. It's an atheist religion.
Yeah.
They got
So that's
everything
my.
else, right? They got the tithe. They got the believing people because they said so. Everything being like just outside of what you can sense or prove. But you got to trust somebody else. You get to go to heaven or Mars or whatever if you get on a big enough rocket. It's everything, right? They got a creation story. They have everything.
But you cannot call yourself Christian and go away from the creation story. Then you cannot call yourself Christian. Why? Because your
Well,
yeah.
I agree. And what he was saying is like, I asked him these series of questions. I said, do you think the Bible is actual word for word true, or do you think it's actually like an analogy or a metaphor, let's talk about Old Testament. Is that actually events that happened? Or whenever it says a day, this day was created, do you think it was actually a day, or do you think it was actually like a year or 10,000 years or a million years? He's like, a day is a day. The Bible, the Old Testament especially, is all literal. And I said, okay, well, what about the word firmament? And I was like, it's Rakiwa or whatever. And he goes, no, that's actually just the air. It's you're grossly misunderstanding. He's like, you get onto these groups. This is what he told me, because my wife's been telling him. You get onto these groups and they talk to you about these things, and they're telling you these wrong things. He's like, I can give you other people. He's like, the only truth is God's word. And he's like, but you need to watch this thing on Louis Giglio and this thing on Answers in Genesis. And I was like, no, I've actually been reading Strong's Concordance and God's word, and this is what I have come to the belief of. And he's like, well, you're grossly misunderstanding everything. I'm like, well, okay, what about firmament? Rakiwa, it's a solid dome, vault. He's like, no, that means air. That means it's the atmosphere, the ozone layer, whatever. I'm like, okay, if we can't get past that one thing, I don't know what we can do.
I never read the Bible, but people were saying
The ozone layer.
some things, and everything is
So-
related to non-motional as flat Earth. It's not related to any sphere. That means that we can make some metaphors about, let's say, I'm not religious even, but I'm saying if Christians had something written in their holy book, that means it's written maybe not literally, but it's written somehow. It's not written nothing about spheres even in one religion. That means how we can catch spiritually this sphere. We cannot, because it's not written nowhere. We can catch metaphorically, how to say, with the flat earth, but metaphorically saying there that it's not motionless, and that's it.
So
What
they were writing
metaphorically
about the ozone layer before oxygen was even a thing, before people knew gases existed. Like, is he okay? Like, your pastor? Like, I'd go to someplace else if I were you.
I hear you. One of the things is that
No, I'm serious, man. He's fucking like low IQ, man. He even say something that dumb. When was the Bible written?
Honestly, a
When was
Baptist pastor
oxygen?
would say no.
When was
Bro, no,
oxygen
listen, let him speak.
discovered?
Let him speak, though.
Yeah, ozone is oxygen, right? It's depleted oxygen. So when was oxygen discovered? When was the Bible written? Okay, they weren't talking about the ozone layer. Okay, period. End of story. To even say something that stupid, it hurts me. It really hurts me inside. Look, I usually don't talk about this shit, but this is Satan's world. Okay, period. This is his
no, I
world.
agree.
We happen to be
That's
in
why
it.
it matters to me.
Uh-oh.
That's what
Scientism.
I'm just saying, this is Satan's world. You don't think
Amen.
we're like all reality? Well, perceived reality is going to be just one big fat lie. You got to be
Science.
pretty naive, man.
Yeah, scientism is the religion of the world, and we all know who kind of seemingly is running the show.
Hey, Indio, since you mentioned that, what does scientism kind of sound like? Can you think of a word real quick with me that kind of sounds like scientism, real quick? Can you? I want to
Satanism?
play this game. Oh, I'll just take a seat. Thanks.
Oh, wow, man. Okay.
Well, it's so funny that like if you just have to look at the history, right? You know, the so-called Enlightenment. Then when they they proved the Earth's a globe and it proved Christian wrong and science prevailed and this whole narrative of nonsense, right? Even though it was promoted by the Catholic Church, but I don't need to get into that. The point is that for someone that's Christian, so-called Christian, to believe in the globe is like they're ignoring history. They're just ignoring history, period.
And then they're doing
Or don't know it.
Wait, who said something just now? Sorry.
I said they're either
Just
ignoring history, don't know it.
And
well,
therefore, they're
look at their narrative, right? Their narrative is, oh, Galileo came along and he showed that the Earth is revolving around the sun, and then those crazy Christians, they persecuted him and they were going to put him to death and all this stuff, but science prevailed and led to the Enlightenment, and now we're so smart, and this whole narrative, right? It goes back like science prevailed over the archaic religion of the day, and here we are. Here we still are, right? Fighting the same battle.
Oh, you're in big trouble, man, because Indio's right. You probably should do that. Exactly what he described. But here's the deal: is you can't fix everybody. But if you're going to ditch him to the road because he's just going to hold you back anyway, and that's why Indio's right. You're going to get held back if this guy affects you. But here's the deal: you got to know about Exodus 24 before you do. That's 204, not 24. Okay, Exodus 204. You're going to have to put some time into this before you see him. I mean, this is like, if you're going to see him tomorrow, you better read this for 2 hours over and over again, because it is the number one for your position right now that you've woken up to, that you are literally soaring through this amazing awakening. In your position as a pastor, you have to understand this. I've never had to explain this to anybody yet until you. That was brand new to this. So congratulations. You have to study this tonight, because this is going to open up another door for who you are, since you're a Christian preacher. Thanks.
now I want to know what it is. Read it.
Keep us a link. Or DM me.
Oh yeah, I already did. You're sent. You're good to go.
Okay. Thank you. I'm actually on a roof trying to help out somebody.
Please be careful. Yeah, don't look at your device. So obviously, thou shalt not make any graven images unto me of anything. It says anything, people. No graven image of anything. Do you want to play with this? Anything in the heavens above and the earth beneath and the waters underneath the earth. That means above, here on earth, and then below. That's levels of creation. It is the number one, I hate the term, hate it, flat earth, literal proof of the Bible. If the Bible matters to you, the creation of God by the word of God given to Moses directly by the Father. This is not a joke. This is the Father talking to Moses, saying, this is what I'm commanding right off the bat, the most important thing. And the first one is to love God with all your heart, all your mind, all your soul. That means you'll trust his word. So before we read the 10 commandments, God is telling you, first of all, before we read these commandments, you trust me over all things. That is what God is telling you right before you read the commandments. You trust me first. If you can't get past the first commandment, you're done. Turn around, go away. So the second commandment is, thou shalt not have any graven images unto me of anything, of any likeness above the heavens above, the earth beneath, and the water under the earth. It is not outer space. It is waters. You are in water. We breathe water. We see the sky is blue. It's water. Every time you go to the end of the land, it's water. Water circumferences everything. That's what they took away from you. And the heavens above, that's the most important. They took away the heavens above. Just when you thought the waters were underneath were the most important, they took away God above at the same time. They took away your above and your below. You have no sense of direction. Satan's greatest deception. He tricked a billion Christians into breaking the first law of God without even knowing it. That's why everybody lies. Thanks.
Well, yeah,
I love it.
Think of this, because people say, why would they lie? Like, I can't believe that the whole world would succumb and be duped by a lie this big. No one would ever do that. That's the exact type of lie the devil would tell, right? You think anybody would be able to tell a bigger lie? I mean, think about it. If the devil's going to deceive the world, it's going to be deception of the world, right? So we all think we live in a world, well, not us, but other people think they live in a world that doesn't exist, created by nothing.
And then we have a question, what that matter?
What does that matter? It's everything.
Yeah,
Well, nothing matters more.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, thanks for the support group, because what I would like this group to be used for, that's what I use it for, is ideas on how to talk with into my friends and family and the whole world. And the scriptures are, that's where I tend to start and finish up at, and that's the whole thing. I used to think that there was world's truths, like you have God's truth and you have what we got taught in school, right? Gravity, outer space, what order the planets are in, all this stuff, and how the world. Everything is actually a lie. And I hate saying that. My wife's like, everything is not a lie. I'm like, yes, it is. Global warming's a lie. Dabba dabba doob dog.
Next time
Everything.
that's brought up, ask her what there is in our existence that doesn't have a conspiracy behind it.
Well,
Get
she
back to
just
me if
thinks
she
that.
comes up with something.
Yeah,
Well,
but she thinks
ask your
that,
wife if she agrees the fact that Satan is deceiving the world.
and she
Right.
does. She thinks
Hey,
Okay,
that.
so
She says
so
people.
what is that deception exactly? Well, how is exactly what is the deception that he's deceiving everybody with?
okay, you
Right?
guys.
Because if it ain't flat Earth, it's something else, right? So which is the deception? Ask her.
So
But
like a
listen, but
number.
I only want to second.
So
I,
like a
I only want
number
to
of
tell you
years.
this. Forget. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ken, 1 second, okay?
Yeah.
So the only
Yeah.
thing you should concern yourself about is the relationship with your wife. Forget the pasture
Okay.
because you're responsible for her, right? You're married, you're her husband, you're responsible for her
Absolutely.
salvation.
Yes.
So, but be merciful and all that shit, right? But I'm just saying
Yeah.
is that that's only, don't let the relationship with your wife be destroyed over this.
No, and I haven't, and that's what, like, I've actually stopped so much volunteer work, and my wife has not, and we have like a large urban community. I have 5 kids at home.
I
Also, if I could help their people, which to be biblical as well. And so one thing we thought about a lot is that, well, hey, I got to serve. God wants us to do is to serve. I was like, yes, He does, but He wants us to take care of our home first. And so, anyways,
so I don't know if this will be helpful or not, but I heard what you said where she believes that Satan is deceiving the world, but it was like in the beginning of my journey of flat earth, I watched Robbie Davidson's Scientism Exposed, and it actually made me have an epiphany at the level of the deception that what we're dealing with, what we consider to be quote unquote science, is actually scientism, and it's the religion of the world. That's what the Satan, the adversary, whatever you want to call it, that's what has been achieved. So it blew my mind when I realized that, because when you're in church or you talk to other people and they say, oh well, Satan's attacking me, or Satan doesn't want this to happen, the web of deception is blanketed over us. So that's what I was saying. Name one thing that doesn't have a conspiracy behind it. I'd be very interested in knowing what that is. So if you ask me, to me, preterism makes sense, that the millennial reign of Christ happened. That's why we have these fantastical buildings and Antiquitech and all that kind of thing. And it seems like we're in the short season.
yeah, I agree. And that's what this. Once you come to this knowledge, it lights a fire underneath you. Um, you you are one of the chosen ones to preach His message, I believe, and preach His truths. And I feel like that we've all been called. Anybody that's had this revealed to them, I feel like they are actually one of the modern age pastors. This is actually something that God has revealed to them, and that we are the ones that are the teachers that have to be responsible to tell our people. And I also think that we will actually be judged harder because we are actually the teachers. Because we can actually see the deception.
It's like a web. It really is. It's in everything. The scope and the command, the deception is unfathomable to the average person. Like the two girls I see walking down the street for exercise, they have no idea. They think reality is what they experience and that's all. But some people have that innate biological like response with themselves. It's like a stirring, like an inner knowing. That's what I was saying. Call your pastor out on that. Like that's not happening for no reason. I know that sounds like a bunch of woo-woo stuff. Sorry, everybody. Carry on.
Satan is called the great deceiver. I mean, and if you're a Christian, you believe that Satan is the great deceiver, the great liar, and he's lying to the whole world. What is he lying about? It's a real simple question. Like, what is he
Yeah,
lying?
what is he not lying about?
What is the lie that the whole world believes that like he's deceiving everybody about? Now you can sit there and go, like, okay, is this it? Is that it? Is that it? The only thing that makes sense is the ball. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because it's not worldwide, right? So, like, you could say, well, Satan is trying to make everybody believe that, Christ is not the Messiah. Well, that's not really a kind of a worldwide thing. That's not a prevalent idea.
Right.
Not even atheism is as prevalent as the ball, right? Because you're sitting there arguing with your Christian pastor that the earth's a ball. So what is the prevalent deception? What is the thing that everybody believes?
Oh my God.
What is the deception?
The globe.
Exactly. It's so obvious to me. I don't know
Sand.
why it's not obvious to everybody else.
It's the biggest truth in plain sight, the deception of it.
Exactly. He's got people that deny their own what they experience. Just deny it. Just like, oh, I'm not really seeing that.
Because Satan will make a big lie, not a small lie.
Hey, I went on a story
The biggest
yesterday.
lie.
Indio. I went
Biggest
into
one, yeah. You don't
Indio.
know
I
where
went
you are.
in. Sorry. I went into
Sorry,
the
dear.
story yesterday about how people don't know how to drive, and how can we expect them to realize where they are on the earth if they don't even know how to drive? I know that's ridiculous to say that, but seriously,
She got a
I
point.
mean, God damn. I mean, okay, so people in Missouri are weird. It's not like drivers in Illinois where it's mostly flat, right? So you're driving around a lot of terrain. And then you got deer, not as prevalent in Illinois, in my opinion, but so people don't pass on a 2-lane road because a lot of times it's impassable for one. So what people do is they just form this like angry centipede formation of like 4 or 5 cars. And it's like, oh my God, that is so unsafe. I'm like, so I have no other choice but to pull over. I mean, it's just so you can't make these people not do that. I don't know what it is. I mean, same with the highway. People just breeze right past you and cut you off like you're not even there. It's like, whoa. But I'm sorry. I was trying to make a point, that people can't even take in certain considerations safety wise on the road to travel. So how can you expect people to realize or come across the information that no, it's not a globe?
Well, that's
People,
narcissism.
it's what?
It's narcissism.
Damn. Okay,
I
sure.
see it here too, but it's like
Oh yeah.
people think they're in their own little movie and they're like the star of the movie and everybody else is just an extra. And that's how they go through life.
Damn. Yeah, that's the case for some people. Yeah, those are
A lot of people.
infamous. They're infamous. Would they be or no? Mm. Somebody has questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Well, greetings, young man.
Oh, thank you.
How are you?
Well, you know how everywhere around the world the times are different, right?
Yeah.
Times change. Would you explain time zones to me, like with flat Earth, like?
Well, have you ever seen a conceptualized type of idea of a map of how it would be on a flat Earth versus a globe?
Yeah.
Okay, so the sun above a flat plane, the light is only going to reach so far.
Well, not really.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
well,
really.
explain it. You can explain it to us if you are knowledgeable on it. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you know, the sun is quite larger than the Earth, right? Correct?
No, that's
How,
not.
How do we know that?
As we
How do you
know,
know that?
I mean, how do I say this?
how we know that?
Well, I think it's
if
a
you win,
wait a minute, time out for a second. I think it's quite the coincidence that the size of the sun appears to be the same size as the moon.
And they both appear more than likely smaller than the Earth.
Yes.
yeah, but like,
Yeah, but question
I
is
want
how
to
we
hear how
know
he got the size of the sun, man. Can you let the kid answer how he got the size of the sun? So I'm very curious.
yeah, but like, if you don't have the size of a sun, how do you have the size of a moon?
It's
Well,
angular
you're
size that she's
wonderful.
talking about, not absolute size. And angular size is how big it looks in your vision. And absolute size is like something you would measure with a tape measure. Feet, inches, miles, whatever.
So why are you asking about how time zones work? Do you know that there's people that have done multiple, simultaneous observations of the moon from either side of the globe? And you shouldn't be able to see through the globe last time I checked. So, Houston, we have a problem. So, it sounds like you're a little bit new to this topic. I mean, there's a lot of information here. So, it's really good to, have you join us. So, it's a lot
When
of
did they
conversation
decide
we
to
had.
make time zones?
I don't know. That was his first question. How do
No,
time zones work?
no,
And
not
I
how
asked
do they work.
him.
I'm saying when were the time zones decided? Who decided the time zones?
That would be to the person asked about what's his name? 3-bet. That would be to you, I believe.
Yeah.
and if
Honestly,
Earth
I
is
don't
sphere,
know actually. I don't know actually.
listen this, if Earth is sphere and perfect sphere, and
All right.
if we sun what you think it is, we would have, I think, 12 hours daylight
Okay.
everywhere.
Okay. Wait. So I have a
Guys,
question.
I know who created time zones. Should I tell you?
So I have a question for 3-bet. Before
Go
you
ahead.
came into the server, did you watch a debunk flat Earth video?
No,
Okay.
Are you
So
sure?
how'd you learn about the topic?
it's common sense.
No, I meant how did you find out that people are discussing that the Earth is flat? How did you come about knowing that's going on?
Because the internet exists.
So, were you on a Reddit site and somebody was making fun of it? I mean, you can be honest because it's all good if
Honestly,
that's what's going
I
on.
knew about the flat Earth when I first went on the internet. It's like it's not really a common. It's like a common topic. Let's be realistic.
So,
Pretty much everyone
you're
knows about
really,
it.
I'd be willing. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying?
It's like you eventually, when you're going through the internet, you will find that topic. Like I don't
Yeah, you
know
mean
when I
like
found.
memes? You mean like memes?
I don't know. I mean, not controversial. Not necessarily memes.
So, what do you think people think how the Earth is flat? Do you think it's like a disc flying through space?
I don't think the Earth is flat. Well, in my opinion, it's round, obviously, but
Well, no. But people that believe the Earth is flat, do you think they think it's a disc flying through space?
no idea.
Okay, then if you don't have any idea, then how come
What
you're
do-
coming in here
what
asking
do you
specific
think?
questions?
What
Why are
do you-
you asking about time zones?
What do
Let
you
me
think?
ask you that.
How do you think the Earth is in space? Do you think it's a disc?
No. I was asking you why did you ask the question about how do time zones work?
Because they would not work the same if the Earth was flat.
But you don't even know how it's supposed to work.
Do you?
Well,
Wait,
from
three-
what I'm gathering from you, sir, you're not really familiar with the topic too much, but like maybe with memes and stuff.
Well, why don't you show me how it works, the time zones?
Well,
Oh,
three bet.
well,
We just
see,
want to know what you understand so we can get on the
yeah,
same
thank
page.
you. That's a better way to put that. Thanks. Yeah, we're
Right, because
just
if you're
trying to
going to
find
say,
out what you
well,
want.
three bet, if
Go
you're going to
ahead.
say, well, it doesn't work like that, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Well, we want to know how you see the flat Earth, right? Can you kind of break it down for us? What do you see the Earth as?
I don't really understand your question.
Right, well, you're saying, well, flat time zones wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Okay, so what flat Earth are you talking about?
Well,
You talking about some sort of disc or what?
you do realize what flat means, right?
I mean, yeah, it's a surface description. So what are you thinking of?
I mean, if
Are you
the-
picturing some sort of magic carpet in space, or can you just help us out here?
look, let me explain. If you dig down and don't stop digging, right?
Yeah, we did that already. So what?
Okay, but like,
What are you trying to say?
let's say if the Earth was flat, right?
Okay, so
It would have-
what kind of flat
Oh,
Earth are you
Let me
talking
speak,
about?
Let me speak. Let me speak.
Well, three bet. We just want to understand what you're picturing here
Yeah, but I'm
because
trying
it
to-
seems like you're picturing some sort of sheet of paper
I'm
or a
trying to
magic
speak.
carpet.
I'm trying to speak, and you're not letting me speak. All right, let me speak.
You don't have to eat the
froggy
mic. We just want to
one.
understand what you understand.
Okay, so if the Earth was not like round, right? Let's say flat. At one point, it would have
So
to be.
what does that look like?
Let me speak. Jesus Christ! Stop.
Well,
Calm
you're
down,
tap
sir.
dancing or three bet. You're
Oh.
tap dancing around a very simple question here. Can you just help us out here?
No.
What is flat Earth? What are you talking about? Are you
Flat?
picturing some sort of magic carpet or a sheet of paper or what? Help us out here.
What I'm trying to say, if the Earth was flat, it would have to be
Oh,
some kind of.
okay. So what does that look like?
Jesus Christ! Let me speak. I'm trying to explain.
Well, just answer
Don't
the
say
question. You don't have to tap dance around. You don't have to tap dance around the question. It's a very simple question, right? If you picture in your head flat Earth, what does that look like?
Like, I can't picture it in my head because I can't imagine a flat Earth. It
He
doesn't make
needs some
sense.
homework.
I don't know. I need you to shut the fuck
So-
up and let me speak because
How do you plan on debunking something that you made up in your mind?
look, if the Earth was flat, it would be a square.
Lots of presuppositions.
Dude,
If the Earth was flat, it would have to be a square, a rectangle.
no,
Why is
no.
How else
Dude.
would the how else would it be like? How
Well,
else
three
would the Earth
bet.
be flat?
Well, for starters, it's not what you made up in your head, buddy. It's not a magic carpet or some sort of sheet of paper. Okay.
No
So
space.
How do you
The
think
sun's not 90 million
how
miles
do you
away.
know it looks like?
here's a
draw me
here's a
how
tip.
you think it-
Here's a tip for you, bro. There's a guy named Sun Tzu. He wrote a book called The Art of War. Here's the tip. Study your opponent. Know your enemy. Right? You're coming here, you want to debunk us, but you don't know what you're talking about. So maybe you should
What
take
I'm
some
trying to
time,
say,
go
I don't
undercover, and figure out what this topic is, and then
I don't
maybe you
think-
can debate.
I don't think it's
But
worth
until
my
then,
time,
you're
because
if you're
this
thinking
topic-
it's a square or some sort of magic carpet,
This
then
topic isn't
you're
really
lost.
hard to understand if I'm being realistic with you. Because
well, if you think it's a square, then it must be pretty tough for you because
what's your
you're
what's
way
your
off.
like if you think of the Earth, like what do you see?
I don't have to make anything up in my mind. I'm not imagining anything like you did.
Okay, but like how do you think the Earth looks?
Are you aware of the live stream voice text there, 3bet,
Asking
where
a
we
question.
post information on the topic? Do you see the meme that Resolve posted?
No.
So
Yeah,
you're
look
not
at the-
aware of
look in
that?
the-
Can someone ping him that and let him see that image? We're not
Yeah,
the Flat
3bet.
Earth Society here. We'd rather be informed over being influenced and know something rather than assume things. Thank
so
you.
you think
Well,
that
3-bet, you know how to work Discord, right?
look, I've asked a simple question. Like, you guys can't
Can
answer
you?
it.
Are you able to look in the
How-
chat?
what-
Let's just get on
okay,
the
so
same page here.
Is this what
Are
you guys
you?
think that the Earth looks like?
No. Are you looking in the chat?
Yes, I'm looking in. Wait, what am I looking at?
We're looking at 23 minutes
Livestream
past
voice
the hour.
text.
Okay, you don't have to eat. You don't have to eat your microphone. But 22 minutes past the hour, or 23 minutes
Quite
past the
a
hour.
simple fucking question. What is
Okay,
the
so-
Earth
CV,
in your eyes?
CV, can I try only?
Do you know what?
Listen.
Do you know what manners are? 3-bet. Let's try using
No.
them. Okay. There's
can
no need
not
to be
use-
swearing in
I've
here.
asked these questions 20 times in a row, and you guys have been changing topics, which
you
is
don't
rather
have to
annoying. If I'm being
swallow your mic whole, buddy. It's okay.
maybe
It's-
I do. If I can't,
3-bet,
you don't.
listen, 3-bet, listen this. This is very important. If you breathe 10 seconds and relax, you can have conversation with all people, and all your questions will be answered, but you need to relax and also to listen what other people have to say. But if you want to only speak, nobody will, But if you relax, man, you will see why people saying this, what they're saying,
Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to
buddy.
point out you sound pretty emotional. So like try to
Yeah.
take it down a notch and
Like a lot.
talk about it logically, just in a
Alright,
calm
so-
way.
the Earth is flat, okay, and then you dig down. You will eventually meet an end.
They
So-
tried that.
Okay.
They tried that in the 80s.
So so you're trying to tell me there is no end? Is that what? Is that what?
I have no idea.
What we
Can I just hold on.
What we can tell you about digging into the surface is we've been about 12 miles deep, or 7.6 miles deep. Sorry, 12 kilometers. That's the deepest we've gotten, and we can't dig deeper. Our equipment will not allow it. That's what we know.
Whoa, calm down.
I think Martoth was trying to get a word in, so let's let him speak.
Okay. So the Earth is flat. You dig down. 12 kilometers. You can't dig down anymore. So this would mean.
Yeah, right. That's not us saying it, right?
Yeah, okay, I'm just saying.
This is a bunch of crazy Russian dudes who were like, let's see how far we can go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they reached that depth and they tried for over a year to get deeper than that, and they couldn't. So at the end of, they just lost funding and there was no progress by end of story. Nobody really tried to get any deeper than that. So like if that's true, then we know that it's at least about 12 kilometers in depth. But any more than that would be speculation, right? I mean, like, how would you know what's below the deepest you've ever been?
Guys, if you guys went to space, let's say one time.
How is that related?
Because I'm trying to
what we were talking about.
3-bet, I told you, can you relax? You asked the question about deeping. Now they're answering that. You are moving now to the space.
You guys
Do
are
not
not
move.
answering it.
Listen, 3-bet, it's all right. It's all right. Listen. You was on the earth now. You asked also good question, about where is the end. We don't know. Nobody knows where is the end. Okay, and you cannot know.
So how do you know the Earth is flat?
Because
the surface measures flat.
It measures flat.
And it is observably flat as well.
We see too far.
That's just a description of the surface. That's not the entire thing.
Okay, Tribet, good question. Listen, because of this, the sphere has the dimensions, and that dimension saying that somewhere there it must curve. But in reality, when we observe the reality, there is not curving anything. It's flat, and we can see more and more and more. That's the only thing. And conclusion of that, it's if I see more and if it's not curving, it is flat. It's not nothing else. And that's it. That's only conclusion. I don't know where is the end of the earth, but water is flat, man, and it's not curving, and it should to curve on the globe model, but it's not curving in reality. That's the problem. Nothing else.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, my question still is.
Listen. To be simple, like a boy to boy. I'm now, let's say, 10 years boy, and I told you, look, we watch NASA every day, and it's sphere, and everybody know that it's sphere because we watch that, and it's showing live stream. But when you check that in reality, on the beach. That water, what it's curving from the space, it's not curving in reality. That's the only point, nothing else.
Water's always level.
Really?
No,
Yes,
Can you show us
that's
a body
how.
of water that's curving?
Look, because the Earth is
Oh,
not really
okay.
small,
that's
right?
no.
And you speak when I'm
Well,
trying to speak once again.
well, just don't keep in mind, 3Bet. This is like a little bit like a game show, right? You're contestant number 3,000. Okay, you start saying the same things that everyone else says. Oh, the Earth is so big, right? We've heard this before, right? Ants on a ball.
Exactly.
So
So why do
we're
you still
not.
believe in
Well, hold
flat?
on,
Eh,
3Bet. It's not about just perspective, right? We've gone and measured this Earth, so it's not
Wait,
curving.
you've measured the
Okay,
whole Earth? Really?
that's not what I said. I didn't say
No,
we
we've
measured the
measured
whole Earth.
enough to disprove the globe math, that's for sure. Go ahead.
See.
Oh, the
Did you
Earth.
hear this? What?
I
Triba,
heard
did you
everything.
see? Did you hear what Sean said that last sentence?
Yeah.
What he
Okay,
said?
so let's address that.
What he
I don't
said?
want to interrupt though. I just wanted to say that little piece. Go ahead, guys.
Look, listen.
Can you repeat
Right.
what?
So
I've
if
been
we're
trying to say the same point for over
okay,
10 minutes, and we're
you don't have to
changing
deep
things.
throat your microphone. Okay, it's all right. Just calm down. Right. So you're gonna turn to us and say we're like ants on a giant ball. So it looks flat. Okay, great. So if you were to measure that giant ball, guess what? It would be curved, measured, curved. But what happens when we measure the Earth? Right. Not the whole thing. That's not what I said. It measures flat. So now what?
It measures flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, measures flat. It's over.
Hey, and
That
listen, it's not like out of reach. You can go measure it.
Yeah.
Well, let me just get my measurements downstairs.
man, that's what you are saying big. It's that what you are calling big. It has 25,000 miles circumstances. It has radius of near 4,000 miles. And then when you put that on the map in reality and check, there is no curvature. That's the point.
Before you guys said that it doesn't
Man,
matter.
listen again. 25,000 miles of circumstances. That means radius is 4,000 miles. Then you put that math, that sphere in reality, that geometry. When you put that geometry in reality, there is no that geometry.
I have a question. Is anybody here a scientist? Because I doubt it.
Okay.
You sound like a little
Okay.
kid. So,
Okay, and I'm still
Yeah,
what are
very
your
much.
smarter than
credentials,
you
buddy?
guys, and I'm
uh,
still smarter than
He
you
is a
guys.
little
This is funny.
kid.
No, but
Well,
listen again.
why is it that we're
Listen.
holding your hand, little buddy?
Can I try again? Listen, I can be scientist, I can be baker, I can be astronaut, I can be whatever you want. I can be in this moment. But this, what I said, I will repeat again. The Earth is 25,000 miles circumstances, with a radius of near 4,000 miles, 3,959 miles. With that given math, there should be drop there in reality, but there is no anything about that. It's flat.
And this is definitely a young gentleman, a kid if you would like, because he swears to make himself look older.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's definitely true. Even though I
Well,
swear.
3Bet, if I can just point out like a misconception that people seem to have, because like the argument is that Earth is too big to see the curvature, and you would have to like go insanely high up to see it. But then at the same time, you have this thing where they say that at the beach you can see boats go over the curvature, right?
Woo.
So why is that? Because actually, when you look at the math, you will notice that if you lower the observer height, the distance to what they say is the geometric horizon, like the physical edge of the ball, right? That would get smaller. So if you're really high up, the horizon would be very far away. But the lower you get, and this is why they say at sea level 6 foot, you can only see about 3 miles. And if you were to go down to 1 foot, the horizon would be at 1.2 miles, right? That's just the math saying this is where the horizon should be. So do you think 1.2 miles would be too big to measure or observe? If we get like binoculars and zoom cameras and I don't know what technology we have in 2021, right?
You can see at least a mile with your
We have
bare naked eyes.
observations of like 50 miles, 80 miles, just way too far. The horizon where they say it is, what it should be obstructing, where it should be, that doesn't match what we're going out and seeing in reality. So this is the problem and like the reason we're here, right?
And if you're going to make an assumption of a curve front to back, you have to have the curve left to right as well. You can't have it one way and not the other.
Yeah, it's not a tube.
Supposed to
Also,
curve in
could
every
you guys
direction.
unmute my friend Aiden because I feel like he has a lot to say about this topic, and I
Do you
feel
guys have to hold each other's hands, or can't you go one at a time?
I mean, it's not really fair that you've muted him just because he's sharing his opinion, which I don't find really fair.
Please get closer to
That's
your mic,
probably
and
not
then
what
maybe.
happened. So
So a
think
second
that
ago you said that I'm deep throating my mic, and now you're saying I should get closer.
you
well,
think
you
think
knew
that
what you were doing, so it's okay.
you think that opinion will change reality?
Bro, but that's the thing. Your reality is different from everyone else's.
No, my
Actually,
reality, man, is the same
let me
like yours.
respond to that.
If you check it, it's the same like yours. We can go together on the same beach, and that reality will be the same. And look at what we will not find the curve in that reality. You and me together.
Right, that's what I would say too. 3-bet. So we're talking about the same Earth here.
Okay,
When we both go to the beach. Hold on, buddy. When we both go to the beach, we're talking about the same Earth. The only difference is you're saying it's curving. Okay, so we're talking about the same Earth here.
It's not only me here. It's like everyone else on the planet except from.
Well, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to everyone else. I'm talking to you. So you understand this, though, right? We're talking about the same Earth. When you realize that the Earth isn't curving, the world doesn't shift and morph into something else. We're talking and living on the same Earth here. So let's get that straight.
Okay, so you know how. Okay.
Pat, listen, I have one message for you. Now you know how you can check it. Don't ever try that in your life.
3-bet. Can I give you this, please?
Go ahead.
We would like nothing more than people your age to know what is the lie and for it to stop happening so that in future there aren't problems like homelessness and starving people and unnecessary wars.
Wait,
right?
so you saying that if I believe in flat Earth, then everyone?
No, whoa. I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm asking you to prove what is good and to hold to that. So prove to yourself the truth and move forward with that. You don't have to believe. You have to understand. You have to have a firm understanding and knowing of where you are, and that's a good foundation to begin with. But if you're going to believe liars that are telling you they're putting rovers on Mars and they're going to send your kids into space in the future and they're going to take mega dollars out of your pocket and there's going to be homelessness in the street and starving people and unnecessary wars happening with that money they're taking from you, then you're being misguided, and your children are going to be misguided, and it's not going to be a good way for everybody to go.
If everyone has had money and there was no homelessness, it just wouldn't work. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, because it worked the way you made up in your head.
Oh, because
We're not
people
here to
that
destroy
make
each other.
decisions. Because
And,
people that make.
yeah,
Hold on, real
there's
quick.
better things ahead if we can see the truth and not lie to one another and not lie to the youth.
Well, I think I heard him kind of make an indication that people that make decisions for this world think like he does, or like the average person. They don't. They don't think like we do. So you got to make that distinction and have that discernment.
And you have to do your
thank
own
you, everybody.
testing
Good.
and verification 3-bet. So just go look across water. If there's a lake or an ocean, find something, a rock, a lighthouse, some sort of distance, and do the calculations. The globe model mathematics do not work when applied to reality.
Wait, but did you do the calculations? Like yourself?
Everybody here did.
8 inches per mile squared is the calculation 3-bet. So take the calculation 8 inches per mile squared, which is a parabola, but it's accurate up to 500 miles. Okay? So you can take that calculation, you can look across water, and you can see objects 60 miles, 100 miles plus, which is not possible if there's 8 inches of drop per mile squared.
You're the only one here who hasn't done those calculations, and that's why you still think the Earth is a ball.
Okay, but
Maybe you can go test this yourself. Maybe you could smash your piggy bank and bust out some quarters and go spend $20 or so and go do a test on your own. That way you can know for yourself, right?
being honest,
You don't have to look in the papers.
I couldn't give less than a shit, but
Like, don't you have a paper route or something? A piggy bank with some quarters or something? You can smash it up and go do your own tests.
Bro, you're an adult and you're sitting here rather than having a life, and you're trying
So now
to
you're talking
change
about
people's
us.
opinions.
Well, I'm actually
Yeah, because
educating
you're
you.
trying to tell me
So yeah,
that
so now you're
to
going to
get
talk
money
about
out of
us,
my
right?
piggy bank. Like, what are you on?
Well, educating your dumbass, apparently.
Like,
So.
oh, so now we're being rude. Now we're being rude, yeah? Okay.
Well, it's
Listen,
okay
dude.
if your
Being
feelings are hurt.
rude.
Sorry.
Listen,
Pat,
hey, can I
I
just
told
speak
you a
for a
message.
second?
Little ad hominem.
Yeah, let Indio go.
Yeah, I want to say something. He just gave you, said, hey, go do an experiment. Don't trust us. That's not acceptable.
Bro,
Why isn't that acceptable?
I don't know if you're like deaf, but that's alright if you're deaf. That's not like, no, it's not against you, but
Wait, he
No,
just.
you started talking about us instead of talking about the issue. You
no,
decided you're
because
gonna.
you guys started talking about me. You guys, oh my, like this. See, we're changing
You're a
topics
piggy
here.
bank, dude.
We're changing the topics here for no reason.
We're not
Okay.
talking about topics. We're talking
At
about
one
go testing
point,
yourself. I know you Goldbergs have an aversion to experimentation. I know. You guys can't stand it when we say test it yourself.
yeah, but the real look, you guys haven't tested it yourself. Let's be honest.
Yes, I
Not
have.
ev-
Yes,
oh,
I
Where
really?
you
have.
get
Yeah,
that
you
from?
Everyone in here has.
because you're a flat
Everyone
earther
in
pro.
here has.
But not everyone here has done it because, well, why
Because
would they?
what?
Because who gives a shit? Okay.
Oh, okay. So you're just projecting now. It's okay. Don't worry, buddy.
I
We'll hold
swear
your
you
hand.
guys have like more
Now
better
you're
shit
more
to do.
talking
Wait,
about
hold
us.
on. Did you say who
Now
gives
more
a shit?
talking about us.
So who
Can't
gives a
talk about
shit
the
about
issue.
what reality
I
You
is?
can go
swear
test
you
it yourself.
guys. I swear you guys have better things to do than
Yeah,
sitting in
go
this
talk
PC.
about us some more. Talk about us some more. Let's talk about drama. Is that all you have?
Drama.
Well,
Yeah,
three bet.
talking about us, dude.
I don't know how this
Trying to
conversation has led.
psychoanalyze us, project about fucking our lives, a bunch of bullshit, dude. Just go test it yourself.
Look,
Yeah.
What's so hard about that?
I don't know why this all gone to an argument, but
Because you can just prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. Go out to the fucking beach and prove us wrong.
whoa! Why are we swearing here?
Three bet.
I swear
Relax,
all the
kiddo.
time.
It's
What's
okay.
to you? So you
We're
can go
all
test it
chilling
yourself.
here.
All you can do is change the subject, talk about us, because you're scared.
No,
Fucking frightened. Yeah, you're scared. You're scared to
shit,
death.
no. I agree.
You're scared
I'm
to death.
shitting in my pants right now.
You're scared to
I
death.
mean,
I fully
You're
agree.
scared to death. Scared to death.
You're scared. You cannot believe that your ball. You are scared, man. It's nothing to. It's okay to be scared. I was scared. All right.
Yeah, you have a moment when you realize, that's for sure.
This is a
You think-
super basic test. It's not
Has
hard.
anybody here been to space?
Have you?
Have you?
Okay, thank you very much. No,
Have
that's
you?
my no.
Oh,
I'm
so
not.
why should we hold on, hold on. So why should we have to do something that you haven't done yourself to believe what you believe?
I'm not telling you
That's
guys.
retarded, dude.
I'm not telling you
So
guys
you
to do
have-
something. I'm asking.
three bet.
So you have a
Relax, dude. You don't
fantasy
have to
about
deep
a
throat your
place.
microphone.
So he has a fantasy, and we're supposed to go to his fantasy, right?
You're talking about a place
Let's
you've
go to
only
your
ever
fantasy.
seen in cartoon images. Go watch some more TV, kid. It only exists in cartoons. Why are you asking us to go there?
Okay.
Three-bet,
If you
don't check
guys
that.
haven't
I
seen
said.
it with
I,
your own eyes, then why are you trying to tell other
I've seen the same cartoons with my own eyes that you have. They're cartoons, though. Why are you asking me to go there?
Bro, I'm mate.
You have
I've
a
seen the Earth with
fantasy
my own
about
eyes,
space.
dude.
What I'm trying to say is, if you're saying that I can't prove it by not being to space, how can you guys prove it by not being to space?
Because you don't need
Space
to
is
go to
irrelevant.
space.
We've
You
already
don't need to
told
go
you
to
what to
space.
do. You take the globe Earth mathematics, 8 inches per mile squared. You go to a body of water, either some sort of sea or ocean or lake, and you look across. And if you can see further than 8 inches per mile squared, then you've disproven the globe. It's something you can do yourself. You don't need others to tell you, and it's up to you to go and figure it out for yourself.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, quite simple, okay? The globe stipulates the rate of curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. You understand? And if you go and look across a body of water, either a lake or an ocean, you stand at the seashore and you look across, you see a lighthouse or you see a rock or something out in the distance, you can see way farther than this 8 inches per mile squared allows, which disproves the globe model.
No curvature.
Maybe he didn't catch that.
No
A
ball.
little slower.
Nah, he's
Do we need to
spiraling.
go slower?
Did you
Does that
get
make
it?
sense, Three-Bet?
No, mate, it
Go.
doesn't. Let's be honest. So
Oh,
if
okay.
you look
Let's
in the
we
ocean,
could slow it down. We could slow it down for you. Let's hold your
if
hand.
you,
Right?
if you
We
look
can
in
walk
the
slow.
let's say you like, let's say from North America, all right, to Europe. If the Earth was flat, you would see some.
Not.
No, we're
It's
not
not.
talking about impossible distances, okay?
That's
That's obviously,
how is that
you
impossible?
know that is silly because
Because
your
he's
That is not
eyeball
very silly,
can't
mate.
see further than 3 miles. So
Yeah,
you understand
yeah,
that
but
you can use things to see a little further, right? Telescopes, binoculars.
the Earth is
But
quite bigger than
to
3
try
miles.
to say, oh, why can't we see 10,000 miles? Well, that's kind of silly, isn't it? The fact is you only need to see 60 miles to disprove the globe model. That's the point. So go and stand at the seashore and look across, and if you can see things that are 60 miles, then there goes the globe model.
You have a textbook from school? No, seriously, I'm not being obtuse. You got a textbook?
I know you were. I know you were.
Now, if I took that textbook and went 10 miles away from you, you think you'd be able to see that textbook? You think you'd be able to read the
Because just like
words
you
in it?
said,
You think you'd be able to read the words in it?
you guys said that.
Wait, can you just answer the question, Three-Bet? You don't have to
He
tap
can't.
dance
He has
anymore.
to, he has
I
to
just said no.
deflect into something else.
I literally just said no. Just because you can't.
So then, why are you gonna say, "Well, how come you can't see forever"? You know, dude.
There's something called the diffraction limit. There is a limit any optical device can see, the size of it. As in angular size, which I was explaining to you earlier. The angular size of the sun and the moon is 0.52 degrees. Okay? Europe, from New York, the angular size of England is like 0.00000001 degree. Can't see it. Couldn't see it with any optical telescope ever made.
Would you like to explain why, if I got any teacher that knows somewhat of geography?
Yeah, get him in here. We want to debate your teacher. Let's go.
Bro, look, I'm asking, if you got, let's say, any teacher in here, would they agree with a flat Earth society?
Let's just bring
Who
him
cares
here.
if
Let's
they
talk to
agree?
him.
What do you think? We have a we don't.
They wouldn't agree. We're not the Flat Earth Society, and
Hold
get them in here. I want
We
to
have a
debate them.
vanity link, easy to remember, /Flat Earth.
There's no such thing as consensus reality.
I don't know who's
Guys.
in there, but I don't really talk to my teachers online, if I'm being seriously honest, because, well, I have a life. So.
Do you think reality's? I doubt it.
Just remember
Anyway.
that this kid needs crayons and a big A3 piece of paper with crayons.
Get him
to
a juice
explain
box
it.
while you're at it.
The way he
Don't
speaks and the way
go
he
into
sounds.
complex things.
If you don't chat on if you don't chat on Discord because you have a life, then why are you chatting on Discord?
He asked about teachers, and there's teachers in here, and there's many teachers that teach reality. Not all teachers teach fantasy.
Listen. So wait, could you name a teacher from that is in the Discord server?
Dandelion.
How about Jin CBR? He has a school. Jin has a school of his own. Jin has a school.
Who? Yeah, but like what? A flat Earth school.
So now what? So we just gave you multiple teachers. Now what?
Flat Earth school.
Matthew?
Now what?
Now he's going to try and rationalize how that's possible.
Give me the tag.
Oh yeah, Matthew. Matthew is a
Matthew's a teacher. Matthew is a
Thanks.
teacher.
What's your next question?
Give me the tags, bro. Give me the tag of the person who's a teacher and is in the Flat Earth Society.
And what does that prove? That you were just wrong?
No, look, bro.
Why do you keep saying Flat Earth Society?
If that teacher has anything to do with geography in their school, they would get sacked. You wanna know why?
And
why do you keep saying Flat Earth Society though?
Exists.
Why do you keep saying flat Earth society?
Because this is literally a fucking flat Earth society. You guys talk about
No, it
this
isn't, you moron. No, it isn't.
We just told you
There's
you're
no
wrong.
flat earthers in the flat Earth society, you dumbass.
We
They're
went over
trolls.
this earlier.
They're trolls like you.
All I'm saying is, you guys are clowns.
All you're saying is
So
you're
now you gotta
Really,
change the
You're gonna
subject.
find out the truth one day.
Spiral.
you
Oh, yeah.
provided
Tell me
you
I'll go to
provided no
space.
proof.
you're
You provided no
retarded
proof of the globe.
little parrot.
He hit the eject button. So
Oh dear.
Bye, Felicia.
next.
Well done, everyone,
Yeah.
for trying.
I really feel like this was the kid that was here the other night that said he was drunk.
No, I don't know. This sounded like a girl. Is she female? She sounded like a female.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the same dude because the way he says "oh my god" and all this other
Bro,
extra shit, it sounds
No, they
similar.
all talk like that. They all talk like that.
bro.
Hang on, we could have got him back in here to say, I love you guys so much, because that's all that drunk kid said was, I love you so much, remember? I was
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Wow, so weird.
I think he sounds similar. How about
Similar. Yep, similar, yep.
Yeah, similar. I agree. You're right.
All I know is in the last 48 hours, I've listened and talked to Glober after Glober after Glober, and you try to bring up, they ask for evidence, you bring it up, and they have an epileptic fit trying not to look at it. You say, go do it yourself, and they freak out and have a seizure. How dare you suggest them test it themselves? Like, dude, they refuse. They're just scared. They're straight up scared to death they're going to see something that they can't unsee.
Glover's did the best job disproving the globe of anybody.
But my teacher said.
All it
Yeah,
takes is all it takes about 2 or 3 minutes of us, and then they've already heard something they can't unhear. Happens fast in here.
Yeah, but he didn't look at any evidence. You know what I mean? He spent all that time here. How about that kid? There was a kid yesterday afternoon. He says, well, show me these experiments. So I post them. I post a wiki link. And it took me 5 minutes just to even like acknowledge that it was even posted. And then he was twisting and turning, refusing to look at it. Like wow. Keep an open mind now.
No, dude, people don't even know how to drive. How you expect them to read a headline of something? I mean, it's like crazy, man. Crazy.
I love this one when they go, there's no evidence of flat Earth. Then they say, well, the Earth's too big to see the curve. Well, isn't that evidence of flat Earth?
It can't be too big, y'all, because then we got big problems.
Bigger.
Like
We're also
double,
joined
triple.
by 230 volts. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to chime in.
No, I'm good. I was here yesterday. Like, I'm a flatter, so it's my new account. I was here with like 1 year ago, but then I bought a new PC. I think people remember me. Like, I had a username Takis. I think Vlad remembers me.
I remember you.
Takis, yeah. I had a goblin picture or something. I forgot, or a rat.
You're a funny dude, from what I remember. Anyway, yeah. What do you guys think? What do you think of flat Earth comedy? Sorry, I know that's kind of off. Never mind. Back to the topic. My bad. Because if you flat earthers here and you're not laughing your asses off, like, I don't know what to say, man. Actually, I have a conversation I took a clip of from just the other day on here. It is the funniest thing I ever heard. It's 40 minutes of nonstop riotous freaking globe nonsense, one after another. And a lot of us, the ones that are here a lot, like everyone, like that's someone around here, like, and speaks up a lot, like all the greatest characters on here had a chance to, like, anyway, I'll post a link. That was a cheap.
You got a link?
Yeah, I got a link.
A couple of no rolls here. We got at the very bottom right above Sunny as Zadin. There's also LUK. You guys want to get speaking roles, you got to jump up into VC check in 1, or we can test you here.
Yeah, there it is. It's hilarious.
We actually
I
have A. Dennis. His friend said he wanted to say something. A. Dennis. You wanted to ask something earlier, by any chance? A. Dennis.
He was asking to be unmuted, but then he said that his mic doesn't work. So
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, being
We don't
unmuted, but
believe
the mic
you.
doesn't work. Okay.
The mute button
We
got.
do not believe you. Redeem yourself and get on the mic.
How is it that all these mics all of a sudden they work when VC then
Oh my gosh.
the mute button got stuck or something? I don't
Get
get it.
rid of them.
How does that happen?
Just wipe the screen off so the mute button works again.
Wipe all the stickiness off.
Okay, if they can't figure out how to use a microphone, how are they supposed to figure out how the Earth measures flat? I mean, I think we're asking too much here. Sorry, not sorry, everyone.
As we'd say in the army, hold my pocket. Let's walk through this real quick.
Alt Infomania. Which is your original account, Alt Infomania? Alt Info Mania. You have an original account besides this one? I guess mics don't work these days. Should have asked for a mic for Christmas.
I guess Santa Claus. What was going on there? Something happened. Did Santa
Who's
Claus
talking
have
to me?
And no, does Santa Claus have an accident? Didn't get what you wanted? I'm sorry. Anyway, continue. Who are we talking to?
Ask me a question.
Oh, okay. And what was the question?
I can't see who's speaking because your mic is lighting up. Only Sonny. I see Sonny's.
I'm Alt Info Media.
Oh, so which one is your original account if this is your alt?
Oh, no, that's my only account.
Oh.
Okay, it's just a name like alternative info, alternative information.
Okay. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
Actually, my friend, central banker, who in and I'm a flat earther, I suppose.
You suppose you are a flat earther?
Well, I'm a global a globe Earth skeptic, basically.
Well, why would you come to that conclusion to be skeptical about the globe?
Because I see no evidence of the curvature. I've never seen water curve. I can't find evidence of the curvature.
Don't feel
looks
too bad.
flat.
Neither could we.
It looks flat to me. Hello?
Hey.
What?
Continue, man.
I've been banned from the chat, from the lobby.
You're still here. You haven't been banned.
I was banned from the lobby chat because I broke a rule or something.
What
Supposedly,
rule was that?
I was off topic or something. I was talking about something I wasn't supposed to talk about, and then he posted the rules, and then I said, oh, I don't like rules, and then that's when he banned me.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, that's fine. You got a timeout.
I didn't break any rules after he posted the rules. That was my point.
Okay, well, somehow you managed to make it here. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's been here for a little bit. He's been posting and stuff.
I actually very much enjoy this group. I don't have problems with following rules. It doesn't mean I need to like them. I don't like my job, but I work there every day.
Yeah. I can say many people can agree to that.
Hey, central banker. Where the hell are you?
My question to the new guys: how can you be a global skeptic if you know that there's no curvature, no measured curvature, and you know that water cannot bend? How can you still feel that you're skeptical if the two main fundamental things are disproven?
I think that was for you, Mania.
What's that? What's your question?
How can you be a globe skeptic?
Oh, go ahead. You go.
How can you be a globe skeptic if the two major things you don't believe in, like bending water, and you don't see a curve?
You're asking me why I'm a globe Earth skeptic because I can't see water curve.
Yeah, like what's holding you back, I suppose.
Yeah, like how come you're really skeptical?
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
a
your
good question.
imagination? Have you
I mean,
seen the?
practically, are you still skeptical? They're asking you.
Until I see evidence of like real solid evidence of something. I mean, if I see evidence of a curve,
We got it, man. We got it.
and then I'll be as skeptical of the flat Earth model.
Have you seen those high weather balloons, the high altitude weather balloons, 120,000 feet?
Yeah, and there's no curvature.
I mean, from that view, you can kind of get a good idea of what this place may be, right?
It rises to eye level, the horizon, and
well, and you get a decent view of the sun too.
That's pretty big evidence that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I agree.
In my opinion, when you look at the sun from the ground, it has a certain size to it. Okay.
Yeah.
When you look at it in the high altitude balloon videos, it looks really big. Why would that be?
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it means that.
I mean, you're getting closer to it, right?
Yeah, it means that the sun is not millions of miles away.
There you go, man.
It's evidence. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's more evidence for the flat Earth model so far. That's all I can say.
What tests have you done yourself?
I'd like to do experiments, but I haven't got around to it yet.
Well, I'll tell you this, okay? The first time I went to try to test it, came out the Earth was flat. The first try. I didn't have to go back. I didn't have to go okay, the weather was messed up, whatever. First try. Second try. Same result. So this is like, that's why I say just people should just test it, because shouldn't have to believe anybody, shouldn't have to believe us. You can just go test it, and I'm 100% confident you're going to get the result that everybody else has got.
Right? Yeah. We're seeing things that we're not supposed to see from a distance. You know? If there was a curvature, a drop of like an 8-inch.
And not by a little, by a lot, right?
By
The
a
thing
lot.
is, it's by a lot.
It should
So
be.
the observation I did was a boat 30 miles away. That boat should be 470 feet under the curvature. That's 3 times the height of the boat, right? But I watched this with my naked eye, and I captured it with an iPhone. Okay, I didn't need a zoom lens. I didn't need a special camera. I didn't need anything. A shitty ass iPhone.
What about 17,000 miles an hour? Is that recordable or visible to the eye?
Yeah, it's visible to the eye. You can't see it. It's visible when you can't see something and it goes fast and you see like they're like, hey, this thing's going, and it's like poof and it's going and you don't see it. That's pretty much, you can say it's a couple thousand miles an hour at least. Like a bullet.
Are you near any water? I'd say you need at least a lake or an ocean that's at least 6 miles. I'd say that's the minimum, so you can be certain.
I actually live near Alt Info, and there is a lake where I think Taboo Conspiracy did one of his laser tests. Yeah, 3 Mile to Peachland. It's in the Okanagan Valley, BC, Canada. We've done it here. And we're going to have to do it again.
We usually, all you have to do is like, okay, look at one argument versus the other argument. So there's the Goldberg argument, right? What is it? The argument isn't, hey, go out there and test it yourself. You'll confirm the Earth's a globe. You never hear him say that. You have him say, oh, buy a telescope and look in the sky. But that's going to prove anything about the Earth. It's like trying to find your own gender by searching somebody else. Dumb. I mean, serious. Like, you're looking in the wrong direction.
I was like, is my car broken? Let me go look at this other car over here.
I think my head is balding. I'm going to look at my back real quick.
Pull down your pants. I want to see if I'm a man.
You can't say that.
Nah, man. Science, man.
So then when you bring it back around and use geometry between you on the ocean and the stars above, right? How many stars? 2 or 3. But you can determine location based on that, and that would be extremely flat too, wouldn't it be? Does that make sense?
What Indio just said gave me a whole new understanding of the body of science says.
It's such a bizarre claim that to figure out what's down, you look up. And the reason you can't understand it is because you're not a super smart scientist. This is like the Emperor's New Clothes, right? it's identical to it.
What if you got to be super dumb to understand it and a super liar and it's not real? What if it's the total opposite? You got to believe in the globe. You got to believe in unbelievable things. You got to believe in insane concepts. It's sheer insanity. It's the total. A globe is insanity. It should never have been called a straitjacket. It should always be called a curb jacket.
Remembering back to what it felt like, it never felt like believing. It felt like anything you heard of space, you knew right away. You know, whenever it was talked about.
You knew it right away.
That's what it felt like to me.
But I mean, in actuality, like if I say, "Hey, there's leprechauns in space and they're gonna tickle your butt tomorrow," would you believe that?
Sure. Years ago, when I believed in a solar system and a galaxy and
That's the crux, is the word
Plazar.
belief. Because like if your friend says to you, I've just graduated with cum laude, you're going to say, cool, I believe you. You're not going to go check his credentials. It's the same thing with the space thing. They would say, did you know that this galaxy is raining diamonds? And you go, wow, cool, I believe that. And then
Well,
you'd
that's
go
what I'm
on to
saying.
repeat it to someone.
Not even belief, but just like fully accepted right then and there. No questions.
Because that's what you were taught by a modern day priest class.
Right.
So it's full on a religion.
Consensus reality, just as long as they get to read the consensus.
Religion hurt me. I'm gonna go follow another one.
I'm pretty sure a light year comes out to over 1 trillion miles or something crazy. I mean, it's just too much fantasy in that.
It's
Yeah,
6
you gotta
trillion.
gradually to understand it.
The
You
light
gotta.
year.
6 trillion miles is 1 light year.
It's like one light beer is equal to 6 trillion cans of soda. A light beer. One light beer is 14 feet.
Dude.
It took me one light beer to get to the car.
So ultimately, the best evidence of space is just Hollywood.
But just
Yeah,
think about what a trillion means. 1 trillion is, if you took 10 every second, would be 5.4 billion years
No, he
to
knows
get to
it's fake.
1 trillion.
No, he understands that. He said it's basically like brainwashing or cartoons. Yeah, the only place you can see any physics for a globe is on a computer, or is it somebody gets you some crayons or pencils or something and draws it on a fucking piece of flat paper. So there are no globes unless it's drawn on flat paper, right, or on a computer screen. There are no lab globes.
That's why the Apollo 11 crew has its own star on Hollywood Boulevard.
Well said.
Theater.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Would we be allowed to listen to his rant on NASA?
Yeah, he took all his stuff off of YouTube, right?
Did they?
I thought he took his channel down. I thought his channel was gone. I thought he's on another platform.
Yeah, he was shut down a few times. Everyone was just making copies of his content and he had no copyright. So yeah, if you've got the clip. Or do the one where he does the whole, I don't want to be a flat earth person. Where he has that mini meltdown when the TRH was prodding him with questions.
Isn't that what it is for most people too? They just don't want the social stigma. Like, I can't consider this. I don't want the social stigma. Can't be a flat earther.
That's a big part of it.
Some that are weak, yeah. Weak-minded.
Just get your big boy and big girl pants on and catch up to reality. Come on, people.
Hey, quit running from reality, man. Come on, man.
Well, they don't care about denying objective reality, like that there's, two biological sexes. They'll deny that, no problem. They don't care about that stigma. But state where reality is, and now there's a problem.
But that social conformity is bred into us since birth. When you're in a class, you try and find people who are like-minded or similar to you. And then by having other people that you see that are similar to you, it almost justifies you behaving that way. So you're always looking for your tribe. And these weak-minded people are always scared that the tribe will eject them. They have to find out what the tribe feels about it first, and then obviously align themselves with that.
Well, the funny thing is, most of these guys, based upon their level of aptitude and competence, they need the tribe. Without the tribe, they're doomed. I'm dead serious. Some of these guys can't even tie their own shoe.
Well, not everybody can be saved by the truth.
You make a loop-de-loop, then pull, and your shoes are looking cool.
Maybe it's still the greatest accomplishment ever in my entire life, is learning how to tie my shoes by myself. No one taught me.
You go, Glat.
Know what I'm
was
saying?
That, six months ago?
Yeah, nah, it's a little longer.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing we got you those Velcros. You'd learn that real quick.
I still have my Velcros, yeah. Still got them.
I got mine.
I mean, it was only like less than a year ago anyway, so.
I put mine on a hook. I was like, I'm gonna keep these and bronze them.
That's pretty cool. Did you bronze your childhood shoes?
Porcelain. I got a porcelain pair.
Are you kidding?
No.
That's pretty neat. That's cool. How'd you do
sent
that?
off. Well, you send off to this place and you just have like the age, the name and stuff engraved or like written on the shoe, and it's like a porcelain shoe. You know
So
what I
you
mean?
put like 34 on there. That's neat, dude. That's neat.
Yeah.
Porcelain slippers.
It must have been a lot of work. You probably got big feet. You sound like you got big feet.
Where's
For a
my oh my
baby.
sound clip?
For my babies, for my kids.
Oh, for your children.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about your feet.
Oh no, I could. That'd be pretty crazy, but
No,
yeah.
never mind. I think we got there even though we didn't get there.
No, yeah, we got it. We got it.
Just don't go there.
Just don't walk in them. Don't step on my porcelain shoes.
There's got to be a metaphor in there for a Glober somewhere. I mean, they already live in glass houses.
It's a porcelain globe.
Porcelain shoes and glass slippers, yada yada.
It's a glass globe.
If you just think of them as porcelain shoes, does it make them porcelain shoes?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. You guys just know everything.
Only if you identify yourself as a shoe.
You know what? Forget Narnia. I want to go hang with Cinderella. I want to go hang with Cinderella and a bunch of fucking talking
At
mice.
midnight, your globe will turn straight and you will no longer see the curve. Cinderella globe magically appears flat on every horizon. But at midnight, you see the curve. No, it's funny.
Leveling the playing field.
Cinderella globe. It was a magical story about curves and choreography and gravity. Until we put on the flat earth slippers and midnight hit. Boom.
The level water goggles.
How the hell did she walk in those things? Let's get real.
Very carefully.
Were they crystal or diamond? They weren't just glass. Were they just glassed?
Oh, they were glass.
So what the fuck?
Hey, if you guys
That
want
is
to
a
hear
cheap ass ferry, isn't it? That's a cheap ferry. You can't tell me that.
Dude, she could have come with some crystal at least.
I can't even get ruby slippers.
Where the guy
silver.
takes a hydraulic machine and crushes a glass ball. You should check the pressure that was required to break it.
A glass ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a slipper with like not a lot of depth on the pieces. And like
yeah, Sonny, we heard you.
Hi, Sonny.
Hi, everybody. I just want to tell you.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
If you want to hear a really great conversation with Roger doing the Black Swan, this other clip that I just posted called July 10th, Lack of Measurement, those are great conversations too. But you guys should check out the clips. Honestly, you could break these apart into little tiny numpty clips of your own if you wanted to. Slice and dice it. Use it for sound bites, whatever. Like it's cool because once you get it like clipped out of the conversation and you listen back to it, you're going to really, it changes your perspective when you listen back to what we've said to these people. Like when you listen to it secondhand a little later, I don't know. You just have to try it yourself and let me know what you think.
If you guys sit back and let me have a couple of them and like, you know, here and there maybe interrupt, but like just let me get them for a little bit, like 5 minutes a piece sometimes, just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You guys will have so much fun and so much material.
Denmark.
Call right now and you get 2 extra slap chops for the price of a nickel. Call now.
Denmark.
As
I
long
have
as
you
they
on
don't
this
tell
one.
me a pickle.
Hold on. I have a lot. You're on this one. I think it's the 4-hour conversation we had. It's called Newbrack the Numpty Newbrack. Remember that guy? So you're on that one quite a bit.
Oh, okay, okay.
So here's a link to my channel. So all the new ones are right up front when you pull this up. Hold on a second. That's my channel. So look at the new conversations I've clipped out. They're really great. That's all. Enough of the cheap plug for channels. Anyway, actually, anyone else have a cheap plug for their channel? Sorry about that.
I've got an expensive plug for my channel. I'm just kidding.
I know. That's why I'm like, kidding again, eh?
Yeah, I'm trying to switch it up.
How dare you?
How dare you try to be funny during such an important, crucial subject?
How dare I? I'm the king. The king horse. All the king's horses, all the king's men.
Humpty together again.
Apparently that's a metaphor for our lives, Humpty Dumpty. But you know what? I'm just not woke enough to understand what that means. And I'm okay with that.
What if it's got to do with the splitting up of the continents, or the Tower of Babel idea that all the languages got split? All the king's horses and all the king's men just couldn't put it back together again.
I mean, it could mean a cornucopia of things.
Something that blew my mind was that Jack and Jill went up the hill
to fetch a pail of
water.
water. Why'd they do that?
That's not where water goes to.
It is.
Jack and Jill lived on a hill.
No, well, you get the most water like in the valleys, and then the springs normally emanate from up in the hills.
Listen, this lazy motherfucker didn't finish the story, and that's what we were left with. What did they do when they got to the hill to get to the water?
They had to abseil, obviously.
They went up the Nile. So Nile goes north. They just follow that up.
No, they went up to the spring, the mountain spring.
I always thought that you went into the valley, because in the valley, that's where all the water collects.
I would say that, yes.
If you're near a river, and rivers run downward, like water runs to its level, right? It goes down as the lowest spot, right? So technically, you could be on a hill and fetching a pail of water.
And the cleanest water is at the top.
No, wait a minute. I got an idea. It's coming through right now. 1 second.
All right, we'll wait for it. I think it's got least number of dissolved particles higher up.
What if Jack was a Glober and he was dumb as a bag of nails? That's why later on he was leading the two on this little journey to get the water to the wrong place. The water was down below, not up the hill. He was trying to put it nicely. So anyway, he could barely put one foot in front of the other and fell and tripped. That's why he broke his crown later on. I rest my
right
case.
open. That's right.
Sorry, Sonny, I had to do that. It was on the tip of my tongue the whole time.
Uh-oh, did I irritate you? I'm sorry.
Did I fuck up? Because I took my headset off, Sonny, to do that, and then...
To do what?
Talk over you. Did I yell over you? I did. I remember.
Yeah,
it just
some
happened.
kind of sound. What are you doing over there? I thought
It was very thoughtful.
Tripping me out. Here,
thoughtful.
I thought it was just a regular day, and all of a sudden I hear these weird voices.
Thanks for not screaming that right into your deep throated mic.
I think
Deep-throated?
it was right on time, actually.
I quit
Yeah,
that.
you're deep-throated, Mike.
No, I quit that. I was wasting too many rubber gloves.
Is that about the same time as you learned to tie your shoelace?
Well, the condoms weren't big enough, so I had to use big rubber gloves. Dude, you started the joke. I'm not, I'm just chugging
That's
along
rather
with you.
strange looking condom, isn't it?
Damn it! I didn't think of that. Why didn't
I
I
was
think
just a willing
Bullshit,
participant, waiting to see where
dude.
you're
You
going to
started
take that.
this.
Waiting to see where you're going to take that.
Oh, you knew I'd run with it.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Or should I say, what does she do with the extra fingers? I'm sorry.
She better not have long fingernails, is what I'm saying.
That's gonna break the glove or something.
Or something.
What's wrong with fingernails, man?
On the live stream.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I see. Ow, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you never know, right? You never
That's
know.
how you do comedy, leading the audience to a conclusion, and I'm using just nice, clean language.
Yeah, I didn't say a damn thing. You did.
Yeah, but you started it, so we're still gonna blame it on you.
And we can. I'm eating frozen mangoes and frozen blueberries together.
That's only possible on a flat Earth.
I know it.
Yep, just like Solar de Uni,
and a low budget.
Specular refractions. The only thing that's refracted is the Glober's mind.
Recular spifraction. Because it's recular? Never mind. You see what we do? There's no globe
Because
evidence.
a whole brain?
This is what we have to do. We have to fill the air.
So what are we gonna do today, brains? Here's a link to some rock. Some
Same
of the
thing
rock
we
in
do
this
every day,
guitar by
Pinky.
Sonic. Stay tuned for the album.
Try to take over the world. I'll tell you,
Guys
mango
wanna
is
hear
too
this
expensive. Yes, we do, Sonny. Let's
You
hear
want-
it.
You want to hear this song?
Try to flatten.
It's kind of
Try
a
to
long jam.
flatten
So
the
if you guys
world.
don't, then how long is
I
this?
don't think I will try
You want to hear some really good rock guitar?
I have a feeling we're about to hear some really good rock guitar. What do you think? What do you know? That
If
gives
you
me a perfect
do-
opportunity to turn you up a little bit and vacuum my place.
Right on.
Alrighty,
So
I'll
here
be
we
right
go.
back.
Play some
Love
of
you
my
guys.
music. I'm playing the high lead on this song, so the lead that comes in, the whole melody is what I'm creating. 1 second. It's with a really good band. We were freaking tight. I don't see the bot. What am I doing? Oh, okay, wait a second.
Those are great. Those are great.
That's just how it's hard.
Yay!
I liked it. It's pretty good.
That was an astounding, like, one take, just like, okay, bam, 1, 2, 3, we don't know what we're playing. Go! And I dragged the whole band with me. It's fun. That's a little jewel that those recordings were just one take wonders. We were all stunned, like, wow, it sounded really great. And it's just one mic in one room playing live.
I can dig it.
So I'm doing all of the lead on that whole entire thing. That's what I do best. Next to some flat Earth parodies I'm working on.
Yates.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow, thank you. So happy to be here. Yeah, we just want to play it. We just want to play music. So, yay! Hey, Blatt, why'd you say the drummer's at the wrong gig? I mean, he's like really, yeah. What do you mean by he's like really a straight player? He got better and better, though, actually.
I was going to comment something similar, that you could hear that the drummer was like a little bit delayed at certain times, but then you explained the story that it was impromptu. So he was just trying to follow the beat, so it made sense then.
But once we started clicking, it really was great. But we're no longer together, so I'm doing other things now. Other projects. My own projects. But feel free to go look at my SoundCloud link. I have a bunch of my music on there if you like what you hear. I'll link my playlist. Let's see. Not that one. Well, I'm getting a bunch of plays. Let's see, here's my... Hold on. Somebody's... "14 tracks. Where is the rest?" There's 14 tracks. But that's not... doesn't have the one I thought, though.
Hey, Flat, I checked out the Matrix, the new Matrix movie. I think it was pretty good. Alrighty then.
I liked it, and then I didn't like it, and then I liked it, and then I didn't like it, and then I liked it, and then I didn't like it.
Which one?
Matrix 4. Like
Resurrection.
it,
Yeah.
there was like parts of it that
Oh,
I
the
enjoyed,
Matrix. Oh
but then
yeah,
it looked
yeah.
like it had like the fight scenes were designed by
The Wachowski sister now.
yeah. Like it was really lacking in comparison to the old movies, you know?
Yeah, there was something missing, but there was parts of it that I almost forgot, that it wasn't the original director, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It was well done, but not super well done. I guess I don't know whether it was the special effects or what it was. It just something seemed odd about it, off.
It I don't know. It flowed like ADHD, man.
Yeah, it was pretty slow at the very beginning, at least. It was like, what's going to happen here? What's going on? Is he dreaming? Is it like what? I thought he was dead and all this.
Yeah. Like until Trinity had her reflection in the table, my wife wasn't picking up in the mirrors and the reflections in the background that they weren't having the same faces. Like when Neo's in the bathroom and you see his face in reflection on the side mirror, right? Like you don't see his face, you see some other dude's face. And then Trinity doesn't have her face. I don't want to give away too much for those who haven't seen it, so I'm going to just stop.
Well, honestly, if HBO, all you need to do is have HBO to watch it. I mean, what's your excuse for not watching it yet? You want to see
I
it.
don't know.
You know what I mean? Once I found out it was on a thing, like an app that I already had, then I was excited. I went and watched it right away. But I've been a Matrix fan since the beginning, so
Yeah. Oh. I liked it. My mom didn't. She thought it was stupid.
Is there a life
what I
one?
like about the original is that it's actually possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The fact that that actually could happen to us. I mean, if AI and all that ended up being what they made it out to be in the movie, but I'm saying it's a possibility, right? That's what just made my head just spin. I was like, wow, that's crazy. That's scary. That could actually happen. Well, maybe not, but not logically, but I mean, in theory, you would think that that would be a possible, technology would become that where we could, make something like that if we're not already making it.
Oh, hello. I just got access to the verification role. I'd like to ask a question about Flat Earth.
All right, we're here for it.
Shoot.
Just I've heard a lot of different points about Earth being round, Earth being flat. And a lot of scientists have especially who study physics are saying that the Earth is round. Have been up to space and seen it. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, at a simple level, we would have to figure out where they got the radius value so that they can do all of these space flights. And when you find out that they got their radius value from an observation that's simple and easy to do, you can go out and do it
You're roboting a
yourself.
little bit, dude.
When I went out and did it myself,
Sorry, I'm just saying you're roboting at the first part there. It's cutting out.
So
Yeah,
just to start
you're
off,
going
we don't believe it's flat.
We've
gone out and tested it, and it proved to be flat. And that's the peculiar thing. When you actually go out and measure things in the real world, it doesn't comport with the reality that we were all taught. The spinning sphere idea.
Does it not?
I got a question for you though. What do you believe about it? Why do you believe it's a ball? Like, what evidence do you have that it's a ball?
Multiple sources.
I mean, I'm not really like too. I want to learn different things about Earth being flat and Earth being round. I'm not like too sure yet because I want to hear different points of views. I've heard a few different points, but it's not enough for me to make a judgment just yet.
Do you live near the ocean?
Yes.
I live near. I'm in the
Well,
UK,
no.
so I live near the Atlantic.
Okay, so if you go to the ocean and you take a bubble level with you, you know what a bubble level is, like a spirit level? You set that up there
No.
and you level it, and then you look at the horizon across that line, and you put your eyes all the way up real close to it so you can look from left to right, and you'll see about, depending on the clarity of the day, you'll see about 2.5 miles in both directions. Now, if that water level is not perfectly straight, then you might be right. But when I did that experiment, it was perfectly flat all the way across from one end to the other, and that wouldn't be possible because if the Earth was a ball, it would curve from left to right, not just forward and backward. You get my point?
Yes, I get that.
Yeah, I get your point, right?
Yeah. If it
Wait,
was going to be round. Oh, is someone trying to ask another question?
Yes.
Do you know
But
what?
you know how you're saying like it's flat, right? But like, how do you think other planets are flat or just Earth and the other planets aren't real?
Well, that's a separate subject. We're on about the horizon and the
Oh, if it's a horizon, right, then
and the supposed rotundity of Earth. So that's a known size they gave us. Do you understand that? First of all, both of you or either one of you.
I get. So they've given us a specific size, but they've told us a specific size about this.
Do you know what size that is?
I am not sure because I'm not like too well educated on this matter.
Oh, it's very simple. They just told us the size. They said the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles. Now,
How do
that's
we
like
know this then?
6,400 kilometers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, what that means is that on the surface of a ball, it has to drop away incrementally in all directions. Do you understand that? Or I mean, exponentially. It drops away exponentially in all directions. Do you understand that?
Could you
Based on the
simplify it?
dimensions.
Could you simplify it
It's
for me?
quite confusing, but I vaguely get it.
Okay, you get it. So it drops away, right? Like if you have a beach ball. So they told us the size. So therefore, a certain distance over that ball requires a certain amount of elevation drop or change in altitude in the negative direction going down. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but here's another point with the horizon thing.
Wait a second.
Okay.
We're just going along this path. Stay with me for just a couple of minutes, okay? It won't take long. So you understand that it drops away. So if you realize that, that means when you go to the Earth curve calculator charts or the calculators themselves, you put in the observer height, and it tells you how much vertical drop that should be over distance. For instance, if you just use the 8 inch per mile square, what it's supposed to be on that surface is 3 miles should be 72 inches or 6 feet of drop. 5 miles is 16 feet of drop. 10 miles is 66.7 feet of drop. 40 miles is, I think, 600 feet of drop. And in 100 miles, it's 6,666.7 feet of drop. So that means at 5 miles, you can take a binoculars or a zoom camera from your location. Let's say you're 5 feet high. The geometric horizon can be no further than about 3 miles at 6 foot height, 5 foot. 3 miles. So
And this can all be
you're
verified.
so if you're zooming into a beach 5 miles away over water, and you're zooming to the people running in the water with their feet splashing in the waves that are only 1 and 2 and 3 feet high, there should be 16 feet of vertical elevation drop in 5 miles. You've just disproven the globe Earth by doing that observation yourself.
But you can disprove the flat Earth by, right? So I've seen this before, right? You know, really old ships, how they had the really tall masts for their sails.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, if you look at them and whilst they're going, if they go far out enough, then you see their mass slowly going down until you can no longer see the body of the ship.
So
And then,
okay.
So you agree that the Earth is small enough that we can see things go behind a curve in a relatively short amount of distance?
oh no,
Right.
no, you need to use like binoculars or something.
Okay, so hold on. So toasty feet. Have you seen a ship go all the way out till it does exactly what you're saying, disappear from bottom up until it's completely gone? Have you seen them do that yourself?
Yes, I have.
And then pull out your zoom camera. And now the boat to your eye or ship is completely invisible. You cannot see it anymore with your eye. Right? So does that mean it's going over a curved edge?
No. You can vaguely see the dot.
Wait. Just answer the question. Is it going over a curved edge when it disappears or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now when you bring out your zoom camera after it's already invisible, you can't see it disappeared. And you can zoom all the way in and the boat comes back all the way to the water line. Wait, I'm not done talking yet. You zoom in and it zooms all the way back and you can see the entire boat all the way to the water line, minus the mirroring at the horizon, the mirror effect, a double mirror effect. So minus the mirroring effect, you can see the boat all the way to the water line. So how could you do that? How could you do that if the boat went over a geometric drop in elevation till it was invisible? How can you zoom in over a curved surface? Tell me that.
You can't. You can see. It's not going. It's not going over a curved surface. You can't see the entire boat.
You said it was
Listen to me.
going over a curved
You're missing my
surface.
point, right?
Toast,
Yeah, it goes over a curved surface. You can only see its mast. You can't see the boat.
Toasty,
It's not like you
look
can
at
see the
Hold
thing.
on. I know, Solar.
Look at the live stream voice text.
Yeah. Are
Just
you looking
look at the live stream voice text. It's the channel just above the live stream that you're in.
Yep, I see it.
All right, I've posted there a picture of when you're standing with your naked eye, you can no longer see that ship. And then you start to zoom in with a high zoom optical device. And suddenly the entire ship is resolved, even so that you can see water behind the ship.
Yeah,
and this is what we're trying to explain.
Do you see that, TT?
Yeah, but say it's like a really big ship, right?
No,
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
do see
matter.
it.
It
Thank
doesn't
you very
matter.
much.
It doesn't matter if it's big or not. So let's say the whole mast goes
yeah,
away
but-
until you just see the tip of the mast. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like
Okay,
it's going
okay.
slowly down. You can't see the ship.
Okay, so stop right there. Did you know that you can pull out your zoom camera and zoom back in, and then the entire ship will come back?
No,
If
it
you
doesn't.
could-
I've literally
It
done
does.
it
It
in real
does.
life.
Look, I have I have 3 videos right on my very own channel, and I can show you them right now. Hold on, let me pull that up. Of people doing exactly what I just said. They're showing boats going over until they're completely invisible to view. You cannot possibly see it at all anymore, and then zooming right back into it.
They're not any different part of the boat. This is
Zooming right back in to the entire boat is visible again by zooming in. It's not a
Wow.
geometric curve.
So
Can't be.
weird.
Unless you can tell me that if you're holding a beach ball and you have your finger and you go from the top with your finger to the far edge, away from you, in front of you, away till you can't see your finger anymore. Are you telling me that you could zoom in then from that location on the
Sorry,
side of your
I just got
eye
sent
where your
something,
face is, that you could zoom in around a beach ball to the other side where your finger's gone down? Could you zoom in to that on a ball?
I don't know what you mean, but
You know what I mean.
give me a
But
second, okay?
can you do it or not was the question, not if you know what I mean.
Someone named iFixit just
Toasty
messaged me. Can you
feet.
message that to
Toasty
who's
feet.
speaking right now?
Toasty feet. Stop talking. No, we're not going to concern trolling for your friend who is banned by me.
I second that.
Can we go
No,
back to the
thank you.
lady? Can we go back to the lady who
Just sent me
asked the
solid
original
proof that
question?
your theory's wrong.
So here
I think it
is
was
the one with
Master Nayada.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I am here.
Did we answer your question satisfactorily?
Me.
Yes, but so when, but also is another question. When astronauts go into space, there is video evidence of the Earth being curved. What other evidence do you have to disprove that, or do you think that the
Wait, what are you
scientific
talking
experiments
about?
done on the Earth disproves it already enough?
That on TV,
I don't
but they
know.
didn't.
I want to know what evidence you have in the first place that they went to a
Yeah.
space that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Do you have evidence for how they
There's
violate?
videos of them going into space.
How
So
did they
Master
violate the second
Nayada,
law?
I think let's just keep this really simple. Like in this one movie I watched called The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or The Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh yeah, I've watched that
They
film too,
climb.
so I will.
Okay, so they climb through a wardrobe, and suddenly
Yes.
they're in this magical place.
Yes.
Now, there's this one inconvenient truth: gas pressure needs containment.
Right.
So
yes.
you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container, like a car tire, like a cylinder, like something that gas can be stored inside to remain at pressure. If that container is opened, the gas will go out. Now, we are breathing high pressure gas on the earth, which means we have a high pressure gas system on the earth, which means there has to be containment. And containment implies something physical.
Yes.
Now, let's say that the vacuum of space is this infinite vacuum sitting right adjacent to this high pressure of air around the earth. Now, that defies the second law of thermodynamics, which I don't know if you know about laws and theories and all of that, but a law is never disproven. That's how it falls into the category of law. So the second law of thermodynamics always says high pressure will go toward low pressure to find equilibrium, and there will be loss in that system known as entropy. So hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure, and in this scenario, you've got high pressure air from the earth adjacent to the vacuum of space. So going back to the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Narnia, those astronauts claim that they climb inside a rocket, giant piece of metal, and that metal accelerates to 17,500 miles per hour. So let's contextualize that. A rifle bullet travels at about 1,000 miles per hour.
It's like 17 times faster, isn't it?
So it's 17 times faster than a rifle bullet with human beings inside of it. Now, if you know that a human body is mostly water, water doesn't behave so nicely when you're introducing those type of forces to it. The human body would compress, it would get distorted, we wouldn't be able to breathe. The human body passes out at about 6 Gs. At 6 Gs, so 6 times the gravitational force of the Earth, generally human beings start to pass out. There are certain pilots who are trained up to about 9 Gs before they pass out. When they take off from the Earth and achieve 17,500 miles per hour, they're achieving between 36 Gs 72 Gs. So know that you can't train for that amount of G-force being applied to a human body. So then that's them going through the wardrobe. So they put on some pretty suits. They wave at everyone. Wait, I'm busy making a point. You can ask your question now. Just hold on to the question in your mind. So these astronauts climb into this little wardrobe. Then suddenly the camera cuts. And then they show us some CGI. And then they show us some CGI of where those astronauts are traveling and what we should be seeing. But it's obviously, there's no footage directly from the thing. Or when it does cut to it, there's bits and pieces, but it's always cut up. So it's never unedited footage from ground to the location that they say they're going to. So just like in the camera, in the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, they cut it and they edit it and they put in slices of whatever they feel like they need to do. Suddenly you're in Narnia. In this place called Narnia, you've got no way to propel yourself because it's absent of all particles. So they say that they traveled through the space using jet engines.
But it could be
and jet
edited.
propulsion. So effectively, there's this movie that was sold to you, and you say, okay, so I saw this movie on TV. They say that they went to this place called space. How do I know that it's true? I can ask the same question about Narnia, and I can say, well, I saw them go through the wardrobe, and they ended up in Narnia. How can you prove
I'm
to
going to
me
go
that
like 1
Narnia
minute, Tim. Can I
doesn't
just make one
exist?
last point?
Wait, I'm busy talking. So how can you prove that Narnia doesn't exist if I watched a movie and I believe that they went
Fiction
through a
when it was made in
wardrobe?
a book.
You could edit it, couldn't you? It could be propaganda.
Wait, Master Nida, give me a second, right? So I've just sent you something, Flat Air Solar. But it's like it just proves my point about the horizon line and how you couldn't zoom in this. If you could check your DMs, that'd be great.
Here we go.
'Cause I can't post it in the actual chat, I don't think. I'll try my best.
Did you see the link that Sunny posted?
Yep, but I've got
No,
more
you
proof that I just
obviously
can't say.
didn't. You obviously didn't because it
Look
addresses
at it. Have you
very
looked at it properly?
precisely.
No.
I looked
Listen,
at
have
the
you looked
picture.
at it properly?
I looked at the picture. Do you know that you can generate a bottom-up obstruction on a flat table? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but this is literal proof that I've just
No,
sent you.
listen. Not yeah, but
This isn't edited or
it's
anything.
either yes or no. This isn't edited either. If I take a camera and I place its field of view right on the surface of a long wooden table, and I move objects further away from that camera, I can get the bottom of those objects to disappear on a flat surface. Did you hear me that time?
Yes.
Okay. So
Look
if
at
I
the.
can
I've sent you 2 more
demonstrate
images,
the
okay?
same, so if I can demonstrate the same effect as what you've just sent me photos of, which is the wind towers slightly obstructed by sea, then, and I can demonstrate that same effect in a flat surface, then what is your point?
The thing that I just sent you.
No, what is your point?
That the Earth is round.
What part of that photo with a flat horizon gives you that impression? Is that the
Because there's
bottom
an
is
obvious
obstructed?
permanence of depth. Like, look at the other 2 things I've just sent you.
So, Toasty, what do you not get of it being the same on a flat surface? What is? Why are you not acknowledging that?
Well, I was not like
Okay,
disproving it, but
so you
also
concede.
I've got to.
No, listen. So you concede that it also happens on a flat surface, right? Do you concede that it happens on a flat surface?
Hold on, I
So-
gotta go because there's something important that just came up.
okay.
Can we
Think
Oh,
about
yeah,
it.
it's
Well
10
done, well
o'clock.
done.
No,
Think
genuinely,
about it,
genuinely.
man.
Here, we can continue this discussion tomorrow if you want.
Yeah. So remember, this also happens on a flat surface, right? So think about it.
I'm
You've
really gonna go
been
though. Right, look, listen.
ladies.
We'll do it same
Cheers,
time
man.
Master
tomorrow,
Nayada.
and not same time because. But what about 8 tomorrow
Whatever.
night?
Ask Toasty, ask your mom what time you're allowed to get off
Ah,
from dinner, and then
my
you
mom.
can come join us again.
It's
Master
24/7.
Nayada.
Yeah.
24/7.
We'd be glad to talk with you again. Thanks for joining.
So
Yeah, cool.
just to
Anyway,
just
see
to
you
finish
tomorrow,
off,
guys.
wonderful. Bye,
Thank you,
Toasty.
come again.
So,
Toasty.
Master Nayada, the point that I can see a video about Narnia and I can see a video from NASA, and both times they claim to be able to do something that other human beings cannot do. And then they
Yes.
show me some footage from a place that no one else can go to, is not proof in itself in the way that people normally think it would be.
Indeed, indeed. Because they
And
could
then
just
when you
edit it
start,
and then use an excuse. Do you think they could just use an excuse like, oh, it cost millions to go there, and then like the people who can't afford it would have to believe it, and they could just edit it to make it look like that way?
that's a very, very real possibility. We don't like to speculate. We like to talk about things we can prove. And if you are an open-minded individual and you start searching on certain platforms like BitChute or Library, slightly less censored platforms, then you can look for things like space is fake or bubbles in space and various other things, and you'll start to see that there's a lot of anomalous things about space. We find them
Yes.
using green screens. We find them using harnesses. We find things like bubbles in space. We find that their spacewalks include the spinning rotation that's been used in other sections, or we find that the same photo of Saturn is used 10 years apart, claiming both times to be live, and it's an identical photo. So we start to find anomalies in what they present to us as real from quote-unquote Narnia. And this is how it works in Narnia. When you're in Narnia, this happens X, Y, Z. And then the whole world says, wow, did you hear what they've discovered in Narnia? And they tell everyone about how it happens in Narnia. And everyone believes that Narnia exists because these people told us that this is how it happens in Narnia, quote-unquote space. So when we go back to the real physics of it, air pressure cannot exist next to an infinitely low pressure. It's going to defy a law that wants to equilibrate always. It's why we have wind. Wind moves from high pressure to low pressure to find equilibrium, to try get rid of that pressure difference.
Yes.
And that's a fundamental of nature. Like if I put a high density liquid next to a low density liquid, they're going to want to blend until they're fully blended, till they meet their equilibrium, their midpoint. So there is no way for us to breathe high pressure air, which we are breathing, if what was above us is a vacuum. All the air would instantly move towards all of that available space to try and find its equilibrium. It wouldn't be a gradual thing, it would be an instant thing. So we know that that region cannot exist. Then we start looking at the rest of it, and it's so easy to disprove all this space nonsense. Just to think about a human body traveling, just take a human, put them on top of a rifle bullet, and let the human ride a rifle bullet at 1,200 miles per hour. And now put that bullet going 17 times faster and put 5 humans inside and make that thing the size of a football field. It's retarded, actually. Like, how? How is that even feasible? Then you go, look, what's the airspeed record? Still set by the SR-71 at 3,000 miles per hour. But they send this rocket through the air at 17,000. So why isn't 17,000 the airspeed record? Well, airspeed records are done very precisely and it's measured and they know it's factual. But these rockets, they just claim do 17,000, don't hold any records. Why? When you go look into the rockets, you'll see that they're ground-to-ground missiles, like the military uses. So the rocket goes up, does an arc, and comes back down to the ground. And they have missile recovery experts who go out and fetch the missile where it's landed or back on the earth somewhere. And this isn't even hidden. They don't hide this information. You can go find this. And it's like, well, I always thought the rocket went up into space and all that debris was like now floating as space junk. And there was this whole story we were told, but we find out, no, the rocket actually came back down to Earth. As you dig deeper and deeper, you start to find, okay, this isn't like the little pretty picture I had in my mind. So when people come into this room, we normally ask them these 3 basic questions that form effectively the 3 pillars of a space religion. And why we call it a religion is that you have to use the word belief. Do you believe it's a sphere? Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe we orbit the sun? Do you believe? All of these words are belief, because you can't know these things because they've just been told to you. So the first fundamental pillar is that you have to have curvature. Because if you're on a ball, you would expect to see it being ball-like somewhere. Second part, this ball would have to rotate on its own axis, because we're told that day and night is caused by this ball rotating on its axis. Then the third one is the gas pressure next to a vacuum. Can you demonstrate anywhere that we have gas pressure without a container? Is the third question. So the very first question, do you know of anyone in past history up until today who has directly gone and measured that the earth is a ball?
No, I have not. I have not.
Excellent. So
Yeah.
it's a
And you
question.
agree
It's
with
a
me there.
question.
I assume you haven't either because you're Team Flat Earth.
Well, we've gone and measured and we can't find any drop. Now, if it's a ball, it has to drop away eventually. At some point, it has to start getting lower than when you were measuring previously.
But
Because
if the Earth
a
is flat,
ball
how
has to
has
curve
no one
down.
fallen off? I know there's the ice wall theory, but so
We'll
do
get
you believe in
there.
the ice wall theory?
So let me just finish these 3 and then you can ask us
Certainly.
all the questions you want.
Oh,
So the
certainly.
first one, first question, you agreed you don't know anyone who's measured it. Now, in your schooling system, you would have been taught about Einstein and Newton and all the greats who discovered these different things. If there was someone who had measured that it's a ball, you would know about him off the top of your head, like an Einstein. But we don't have someone who directly measured it. We have people who assumed it, then did calculations, and their numbers on paper they feel were the best assumption, and we moved forward. It was never demonstrated, never proven. Second question, axial rotation. In the entire history of the world, do you know of anyone who's measured that the earth that you're living on now spins underneath your feet?
I don't feel it spinning, no, but yeah, I don't feel it
So
spinning.
in the real world, we cannot determine any curvature.
So we can't find a place where, okay, that's where it goes over the edge. If I climb in a boat, like the boat wants to go that way because now it's going over the edge, or some way of determining the edge. There's no way of determining any spin at all. And then the third question we've already answered in terms of the gas pressure next to a vacuum. So if you can't see any curvature, you can't feel any spin, and there's actually no way that gas pressure can be next to a vacuum without some barrier. Like if I said to you, create a vacuum chamber, but you're not allowed a chamber. You're not allowed the walls. Just create a vacuum here in your hand quickly. You can't do it because you need something to divide the lower pressure from the higher pressure, or vice versa. You need some barrier to divide that, to be able to create those two different pressures side by side. So
Yes.
if you can't measure a ball and it doesn't spin, there's no way to have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier. Then, as a starting point, you've got to realize it's a bit peculiar that we so eagerly believe we're on a sphere without anything to actually prove it to us in our daily life. We have to believe in some man who tells us it's this way, and then that's why it falls into the belief set and why it is a sphere religion, because you can't prove it's a spherical object because you can't see any curvature. You can't prove it's rotating to yourself, and you can't prove that what's above you is a vacuum. You just have to believe it from someone else. And that's where, coming into the flat earth, you, like Sunny said, you can take the measurement of how big this ball is, you put it into software, and the software can now make a ball that's that large. And you can measure how much should it have dropped off in the first mile. So after the first mile, there's supposed to already be drop. So people also think, no, the Earth's so big, you're only going to start to see maybe some curvature over 100 miles away. But the curvature starts at the first mile. And that's why we can go out and test at 5 miles, 10 miles, 15. So some of the flat earth tests are 40 miles. Some of them are 60 miles. We've done laser tests. We've done radio frequency tests. We've done mirror flash tests. We've done the mirror flash tests we did at sea level at over 12 miles. So you're standing down at sea level and you catch the sunlight off of a mirror and you flash it to someone else over 12 miles away. And you've got cameras at both locations and you capture that little reflection at sea level from 12 miles. Now, if there was any curvature or any hump in the water, it would have blocked that little mirror reflection, which had to travel line of sight.
Yeah. I
These
can only be on this
lasers,
call for like 2 more minutes. So is there any final points you would like to make?
well, it sounded like you had more questions.
Yeah, Earth is flat, man. That's the point, right?
You
Measures
must come
flat.
back.
Yeah, measures flat is used practically as flat. Right, everything on Earth uses a flat Earth. So that's the point.
Okay. I mean, I would love to ask more questions, but I'm afraid I have to go now. But I'd certainly like to be on another live stream to ask about this.
Yeah, sure.
So
Come back, man.
thank you very
Anytime.
much, guys.
You're welcome.
Only a pleasure. It's 24/7, so pop in
Yes,
any
pleasure.
time, day or night. And,
Oh,
and the,
fantastic. Brilliant.
the amazing thing is that what we say, we love to demonstrate. So if you just come back even and look in the voice text, you'll often find a lot of information being shared there that is just golden.
There's also stuff at the bottom of the search of the tabs where it's got, sections like Antarctica and gas pressure and all this other stuff. It's also got information stored in there that's great.
I love hearing from people who you can tell just by the way you can tell that they're listening and that they're open to new information. I love hearing people like that. Awesome. And what a great job, Solar.
Yeah, Solar's ace.
Solar's phenomenal, man. All of you are, though, actually in your own way, so
Thanks,
Round of
guys.
applause for Flatter Solar. That was wonderful. Very lovely.
yes.
Yeah, I'll give you 9 out of 10 on that one. No, I'll give you a 10.
Thanks, guys. No,
You could have been a little bit more triggered and had a little bit more cowbell, but it was pretty good.
I would have choked somewhere. I forgot my place or something.
No, that toasty guy was not wanting to listen. He was looking for a debate or an argument, but she at least was very responsive. And I'm good at listening to where someone is stuck at, and then
right,
trying to get to them there, rather than taking them too far into, like, we've become so accustomed to this debate that we go into like the advanced and the expert level without realizing it. And often these people just need to be sort of had their hand held and walked back from the start.
It's also good that they were honest. I mean, at least she was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's honest with herself and everything. We don't get that a lot, so.
Right.
Yeah, Toasty didn't want to concede that it also happens on a flat surface. I needed to pull that out of him.
Yeah.
Well,
So
he sent me the pictures of the black swan, like the one where it flashes between the two water heights, and then he sent me pictures of the one with the wind towers cut off by water, and he's saying, how can the bottoms be cut off?
I know they used the one where they had the highest waves. They just cherry picked BM LSB's channel, and they have edited some of his videos and changed the titles and called them something else. But they're doing all kinds of strange things with those black swan. Like, I've seen them. I took the screenshots myself of some of the videos where I think it's magnification or one of those, but they're super high waves that day. So the waves are coming up and they're totally obstructing like almost the entire oil rig into the like the one in the back, the one further out. And then it goes back down, and then it comes back up. So they're taking the one where it's at the highest part of the wave and saying that's Earth curve. These are waves.
Yeah, see, they went and they take a picture of these like so-called high altitude planes with fisheye lenses when the Earth appears to be spherical. But when you show them the whole thing where it looks spherical, then it looks flat, then concaved because of the aberration of the camera lens, they sit there and they go, "Oh, you're full of shit," you know.
Let me find some of these pictures. Hold on. Here's one, I think. Let's see.
I was looking for the skunk day time lapse, but I didn't have it. I figured that would have helped at that point.
This one, I had some better ones, but here's a pretty good one where that's huge waves coming in, obstructing half. They like to use this one. That's ridiculous. Where's those other ones?
What's going on, Flat Earth Savages?
Yeah, this is an awesome one.
Yo.
Yeah.
What's up? Well, see, a lot of them seem to think that, when there's a storm-like condition, that proves that the surface of the water is not flat. Well, yeah, because it's not at rest. It's having different energies imparted on it, like wind. Of course, it's not going to be flat, just like if you were to blow across a bowl of milk, you're going to create ripples. But if you leave it for like 5 minutes, it's going to be dead calm again. Flat.
Oh boy, look at how much that curve came up and totally blocked the rear oil rig. Oh, that earth is going blowing in and out. This must be like big beach ball that's breathing.
Oh my god,
Hey,
you
there's
found
a
the sea bulge.
there's a
Yeah, look at
problem with that though, because that horizon looks like a snake.
I
The
know,
wave.
right? Bendy cranes, my ass.
Horizon before the horizon.
Yep. So they'll use these kind of pictures, these screenshots I took of the videos, and they'll try to say, "There it is. See, it's obstructed. Must be Earth
What's even
curve."
worse is they will say, "Look at this picture. Look at this photo." That's not a photo. That's a digital screen grab of
From a
whatever
video.
you were using to watch the video. So
Yeah.
what's so hard to understand what an image is? Image is data. I mean, you could take a photograph and digitize that photograph, and it becomes an image file. I mean, you can actually look at a photograph and or not a photograph, but like an image, and look at the digital aspect of it, like the actual information that it took to encode what you're seeing. And you're going to sit there and think, how do all these numbers in code equate to what I'm seeing?
So knowledge is power. That's this thought that came to me just now after listening to that conversation. Knowledge really is power. I'll tell you one little tidbit about that. For instance, listening to Flat Earth Solar throughout the last year or so about how to work with plants has increased my already knowledge that I already had of plants and how to take care of plants and how to make them thrive. But solar does what is it called? Miniature plants, right? Miniature trees. What are they called? Ugh, now I can't even think of them.
Bonsai.
Bonsai. So
Bonsai.
listening to the discussions about bonsai trees, I've got my own little tree of a very nice variety, and it's thriving. And I've done my final little pruning that it needs for right now. Cut off useless feeders, and got it all kind of like a little bent to the shape I want. It's being trained into.
And correspondingly, chatting with you guys and listening to you play your guitar has gotten me playing my piano again.
Right.
And gotten me picking up my guitar again and starting to be a bit more artistic, and listening to some of the guys rapping and singing is it sort of brings different parts, or
It's
makes you
inspiring.
we're all getting better here. I think this is an awesome community.
Yeah, just like branching out, and those skills that were kind of dusty over there in the corner, pick those up again and go, you know what? There was a reason why I picked this up the first time. Why did I stop? Or whatever it is,
Hey, we have a dwarf spruce out here that's grown up in the mountains, like right off the side of the rocks. It'd be interesting to collect some of the cones and boil them so that they react, and try to grow some of them, and then try doing some bonsai stuff with them. I mean, these things are like 60 years old, and they're only like 2 feet off the ground.
Well, I like
Real
the idea
bushy.
of something that can produce something. Now, those would could possibly, yeah, just the beauty of that is amazing. But
So
like
there's
I'm finding I can make I'm finding I can have the plant help the plant produce as much as it wants to, like change it into an environment where it's getting everything it needs by simple adjustments. Like I didn't know that like kind of stuff, and actually watch it work. You know, where you're like you're using teamwork with these plants in a way. Like I was telling my brother about how, yeah, so like you bend the little branch over, you go like, okay, bend this way. You're not damaging, you're just kind of you're bending the fibers just a little bit to kind of say, okay, start going this direction now. And the plant actually has a reaction. It goes, ooh, and it wilts down for a second.
Yeah,
It's like
it's minimal
someone's
trauma,
fucking with
low
my
stress training.
branches.
Minimal trauma,
Something's
low stress training, right?
yeah.
But
So
what,
somebody's messing
like,
with my branches. Then what it does is it goes, oh, I'm going to produce more THC here. Oh, I better start growing some more vegetation here too, because somebody's picking at me or doing something. So I don't like that. So I'm going to grow now better.
yeah, you have super cropping, you have low stress training, you have even topping techniques,
Yeah, that's what
and
I'm doing,
on
topping
how
and
you
LSD.
top it, like especially with like apple trees and fruit trees, if you top it incorrectly, you're gonna screw the whole thing up. But if you do it
Yeah, yeah,
correctly, which it's there's a fine art to topping cannabis plants, right?
yeah,
If you
yeah.
do it incorrectly, you'll get one top out of it. If you do it
Right.
correctly, you'll get like 2 to 3 tops out of it, and it gets bushier, right? So you get more branches like a bonsai. But the thing is you're going to want to low stress train it. Something I've done is I've pinned my stuff down as low as it can get to the ground. That way, the leaves are all spread out in prostate along the ground, and then when it goes to flower, all of the flowers are sticking straight up.
Yeah, I
yeah,
should
very
have got
good
it
point
lower.
there.
I should have
So
probably got it lower. Yeah.
the topping or stressful training
Yeah.
is also, it's only going to take you so far, because you think like, okay, well, I'll just top it 36 times and then
No.
I'll get like 1,000,000 buds, and then they all come
It
out
doesn't
the
work like
size of your pinky nail, and they're actually not smokable. So
that.
Right.
the low stress as well, I prefer, because you have less dormancy time. So every time you cut your plant, you're waiting like 3-4 days for recovery, and then
Right.
it continues to grow. And every time you then add those up, you lose 20 days or 30 days in your grow cycle just through recovery time. So the
Yeah.
low stress training, like tying it down or binding it down, is phenomenal. That technique of keeping it really low, you're preventing gravity, okay, quote unquote, like the effect of the plant having to transfer water up to a height. So if the plant remains really short and the nodes stay very compact, not too stretchy, then you're not wasting a lot of nutrients between the nodes, and then you get incredible growth from each flowering point. But like the other guy was saying, now all your buds, if they grow up like that, they'll grow evenly and get the
Yes.
dominance, the apical dominance. The highest part of your plant always gets the preference.
About
So
18
if your
inches.
buds are the highest part, they're getting the preference. But
Yeah,
then
about 18 inches.
that requires meticulous bending down. I would keep it even lower than 18 sometimes. Well, it depends on your pot size, I guess.
What I mean is, like the light can only penetrate about 18 inches into it, about 1.5 feet maximum. So if you do it to where you have the whole thing
Depending
laying
on the
cross,
bulb.
where you
Yeah.
have the stem laying horizontal to the ground, not only do you get a good well of nutrients in the stalk gets bigger and woodier, and it won't break, not susceptible to disease, and it hardens off from the elements, so it will survive heat at that point. But you're also allowing just the florets to grow up, right? Just the buds to grow up. And then when you do that, you'll notice, hey, it looks like they're getting ripe right away. Don't do that. Wait the whole time, because those little buds are going to start getting bigger and denser. And when they're finally ready to go, then you're going to have the good choice ones. Even the ones on the bottom, you can wait for those to swell up. But when you do that, the ones at the top, see, like when you just grow like them naturally, how they go, the ones at the bottom are going to be a little bit less potent. But when you grow it like straight out on the ground, they all get swollen, even the smaller buds that are down at the bottom of the plant. It's kind of counterintuitive, but when you think about it, it's actually one of these things to where you can actually inspect the plant a little bit better, and then you're going to want to like clean out all of the leaf after a while. Otherwise, you can get pests. So there's pros and cons to everything. You just have to play with things, and if you want to do the low stress training where you have it prostrate and all that stuff and get everything down as low as you can, because light will only penetrate from the top 18 inches. Everything else doesn't seem to get affected that much. It's the way the genes are on the plant. Yeah, it'll produce a little bit better. But you need the real estate for it. Yeah, if you have the real estate for it, you can do the scrog or the sea of green, screen of green. That's to where every 3 weeks you're cloning, transferring, and harvesting. It's a continuous harvest system. But then again, you get into issues with that because speeding. You have too many plants. In fact, a buddy of mine, he got in trouble, got busted with 300. They took all of his stuff, all of his money, everything. And I told him, dude, you're allowed to grow 12. Just grow the 12. You have 1,200 watts. Put one plant under each lamp and have it up to 1,000 watts. And you're going to get more better quality stuff out than what you were doing before. So he took my advice and he goes, wow, I never thought about that. And I go, yeah, it might take a little bit longer in veg, but when you grow the big ones, it produces better quality.
Oh, it's so worth it.
Yeah.
For me, I've tested that myself, running my tent with multiple plants versus sometimes even just 2 to 4 plants, and let those 2 to 4 veg for, say, 4 months, really getting them vigorous. So using all my bonsai understanding and everything I know about plants and magnetizing the seeds, reverse osmosis in the water, keeping the water slightly warmed, stirring the water so that there's kinetic energy when watering, or watering through pipes so that there's a lot of energy and flowing of water.
Yeah, I like oxygen.
The drip feeding or restrictive feeding, so it gets dried out very quickly so that there's a lot of root growth. A lot of aeration in the soil, so a lot of perlite, a lot of vermiculite, so that there's a lot of oxygenation. It really improves the root growth, which then in turn really improves the top growth. And then after 4 to 5 months of vigorous growth, like I mean almost scary growth, for 4 continuous months, I can produce over 1 kilo per plant. So it depends. Like now, if I grow small plants, you'll get maybe 200 grams, 300 grams, if that. So you've got to grow 5 or 6 little plants, same amount of fertilizer, same amount of time and effort and scrogging and all that other shit. But if I rather grow, say, 2 crops a year, doing, say, 6 months, you know, you got so much abundance like you can't believe. So putting a little bit more time, but it means that you've got to invest more into one crop. And that's normally not commercially attractive.
In his commercial room, he was producing like maybe 18 pounds. Afterwards, 25. He says, I'll never go back to my old way of doing things. And I said, besides that, you allow your mother to get, more fuller so you can prune your mother and bonsai your mother out so you can produce more colas, and then you get better clones when you clone cola than when you clone a side branch.
Yeah, I think with commercial scale operations, like where they've actually got the license for that many plants, they would do it the most profitable way. And I think their way of 3-week veg straight into flower, and in like 10 to 12 weeks, you've basically got crop, and then doing it in a perpetual cycle, filling a room with 200 tops. So each plant only produces a colon. And then that top bud is like 5 to 10 grams for each one of those. Then they can produce 10 kilos to 20 kilos from X number of plants. And they do that repetitive, rinse, wash, repeat, rinse, wash, repeat. It's almost sad because if those plants were allowed to grow, they would produce 10 times that amount. To me, I
They
just
don't even
prefer
allow,
a fuller bud. When a
they don't
plant
even
gets
allow
big,
it to go through its life cycle to express its genes.
correct. And that's why it's often flavorless.
Yep.
Like it's, this is also something that's quite amazing, is that every person who grows, especially when you grow for your own and you consume your own, you'll experience a completely different sensation because of it being your own. And suddenly you'll realize that every time you felt something while smoking, it's got to do with the grower who grew that plant. That the plant was having some kind of a reaction with the grower.
Love relationship.
Or loveless.
Yep.
So there's a lot of people who do this just for the money. They don't look at the plant. For me as well, if you were a farmer, the moment you see the first ripe tomato, do you cut the whole tomato bush down? Not a fuck. You pick that ripe tomato and you let the rest of the tomato bush ripen. Now, it's the same with cannabis. You're going to have branches that are going to ripen sooner. And if you have the eye for it, it's like noticing the red tomatoes. You go pick the red tomatoes and you let the rest of the bush ripen. You're going to get far superior quality out of every bud. Whereas the first time these inexperienced growers look at a plant, they see the colon starting to go milky, the little hairs, and they start chopping these plants down. And to me, I just look and shake my head because I think the quality, the taste, the deep, rich flavor is all lost because of their inexperience to know when to harvest. But seriously, try magnetizing your seeds. South pole side of your magnet. Your seed will germinate like by the sort of halfway through the second day. That seed will have popped, little roots growing out, and test it against other seeds of the same variant, and you will see the increased growth from simply exposing a seed to a magnet. It's been one of my greatest discoveries, or one of my greatest tools that I'm now using to improve everything from vegetable growth to bonsai growth to... But that spruce we were talking about, the one in the mountains, is a type of bonsai called Yamadori. And that's where you go collect wild samples from mountainous regions. And it's ideal because if they're grown on rock, their roots haven't gone deep, which means you can actually find their roots and get them off the rock easier than if it's grown deep into the soil. And then if the roots are quite shallow, this whole art of Yamadori is taking an older specimen and making it look even older, because typically those ones grown on the rocks have had a hard life. So they've got lots of dead branches and they look aged already.
Yes.
And you could take the original plant and turn it into a phenomenal bonsai based on if it's got a couple of good traits. If you just research Yamadori.
Yeah, that's I was watching this guy, he has this like 600-year-old bonsai. It's worth, a couple thousand yen, or a couple million yen, like a couple $100,000. And this thing, it's rather big for a bonsai, right? And like he decided to do what he did and break the sticks, or like break the branches with a tool, and then wrap it with this wire and then reshape it and bend it. That's high stress training. It's going to take a while for that to recover, but they want it to focus on the recovery and the stress to produce the personality of it, right? As opposed to, just a vigorous growth where you just cut things off. So a way to slow the growth down is to torture the root system, to cause it to go into a immune system response to where it wants to repair the damage before concentrating on new growth. Yeah, there's a fine art to it, because too much, you can kill it. Too much stress, it will die. But how you're saying
also
about
recovery. So with your plant, it can incur incredible amounts of stress if timed at the right times of the year, which I often try and parallel that back to the humans. We incur stress all the time, and often we don't allow ourselves, or the situation doesn't allow us time to recover. Same thing with a plant. If you stress the plant today and stress it tomorrow and stress it the next day, it's going to die. So you need planned stress points. Typically, as spring starts or as the summer goes full swing, that's when the sap is flowing. When the sap is flowing, you can do anything to a plant. You can tear off a branch and reattach it in another location. You can snap it down the center. You can cut off half its root mass. Because within 2 weeks, that thing is budding new growth again, because you're in the middle of the growth cycle. But as soon as that plant starts to become dormant, and you repeat any one of these things I just said, splitting in the trunk down the middle, or trying to reattach a branch in another location, any of those things and the sap's not flowing, plant's not going to graft, it's not going to take it. That stress will kill that plant. So there's so much about the timing, but also about allowing the plant. So once you've done a high stress technique like that, you leave the plant for over a year. You don't change its pot. You don't cut a branch. You don't do nothing else to the plant. You let it sit and recover, because of how stressful the technique, or depending on the stress of the technique that was adopted. But it's incredible, the resilience of these plants. But yet, with a bonsai, each one of your errors are obvious for the rest of the duration of that plant's life. So if you forgot to trim off this one branch low down and it made the trunk swell and become like quite ugly looking, that tree will always have that little ugly looking spot because you forgot to cut off that branch. So you carry the scars in bonsai. What I love about when you grow like a cannabis plant is that it's so quick, and the errors that you make are easily forgotten as soon as you start the next seed, because now you're on to the next one. But it's kind of like with bonsai, imagine like every error that you've ever put onto a cannabis plant, like every time you got the pH wrong, or you over-fertilized or under-fertilized or underwatered or whatever. If you were carrying those scars on every future growth, that's where bonsai is like realizing that plants are like people. People are like plants. It's like we carry the scars of our interaction.
for life.
That's some gravy, bro. Hey, I got a new idea. So you guys got to give me honest feedback and critique on my idea, okay? So it's gonna be a Glober game show, right? And I flirted with the idea of like, can you be honest? The can you be honest version is for the Globe zealots, right? But either way, it's boiled down straight to the point, yes or no questions. You got to get all of them right to 10 or whatever, then you win. So questions like, when you fly a plane, do you have to account for the Earth curving or spinning? So it's yes or no. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, like it's nuanced, but the answer is just objectively no, right? And then you can have all the citations up behind it. Glober game show.
Like, are you smarter than a flat earther?
Yeah, basically, I just didn't want to. That's perfect. But
I wonder how they respond to the "Can you be honest?"
it works hilarious, like in Gym Pandas, because I'm like driving a long distance, so I was in Gym Pandas kind of a lot of time earlier, and it's really funny, bro. It's just like, can you be honest? They literally cannot answer yes or no questions honestly, because it started with, I have a theory that a globe earther, certainly a zealot, cannot answer a sequence of point blank questions honestly in a row. That's what sparked the game show. I think it could be hilarious. Like, I could have Kai there. Kai can be the pretty little girl or the girl or whatever that goes over there and does what's on the game show. Just even if it's like an iPad and you pick one of the one thing, and then the question turns around.
All right,
just
so
control it and like make it where it's fun. Like,
I've got the name for it.
out of this room. Okay, what's up?
You got to call it "Yes, but," because every single one of these questions they're going to answer yes, but.
Yeah, but.
Yes, it's flat, but it's actually yes, it's spinning, but no, we don't see it. Yes, but yeah, but.
That's funny.
I mean, you can make it like you can get so creative with the game, right? So what I need really is flat earthers, like this room is perfect, to come up with awesome questions where they have to answer yes or no. Like, does the Earth's atmosphere move in synchronicity? Yes or no?
Yeah, but
if they answer
you need to call it yeah, but
if they answer yes,
you need to call it
out. They're disqualified if they say
you need
yes.
to call it FE. Sorry.
Yeah, dude, that means they got it wrong. They're disqualified, dude. It's a game show.
Yeah, hey Whitson, you
Just have
gotta
all the
call this
citations
FE.
ready.
Yeah, but.
Well,
Yeah,
hang
but.
on. What if there was different categories like uncomfortable truths, or inconvenient truths? Yeah, but logical fallacy.
Yeah, or you could go like a Jeopardy way.
Yeah,
like something like that. Yeah, and you
wait
pick
a minute,
it.
wait a minute. You could have a mascot. Call it Yabbit the Rabbit. Yabbit the Rabbit. Going down the rabbit hole.
And he'll be dressed up like the Easter Bunny. Yeah, perfect. Because it's Yabbit the Global Rabbit. Yeah. Yabbit the Global Rabbit.
Dude, think about it. It can be pretty hilarious because you have like, according to Edwin Hubble, or like, okay, according to Einstein, can you make an earthly observation to determine that the Earth is in a heliocentric model versus being geocentric? Because the answer is objectively that he said you cannot tell the difference, and it's just a coordinate difference. It's a coordinate system difference that you choose. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can just pull up Einstein's quote of saying that, right? But that's a name everyone knows.
Now, do we do a polygraph?
That should be multiple choice, right? Like, you should have Einstein, Edwin Hubble, which they actually all point to geocentricity, but You have them all, and they're just like, dang, they have to pick one of these 4 famous quote unquote scientists that supposedly said the Earth could be the center of everything.
And they need like a timer so that they can't answer a 10-second question, yes, no question, with their 2-hour rambling that does a double speak bullshit monologue like a rumpus. It's like they lose time for each question that's long that they
Well,
answer.
I think, yeah, you'd have a time limit like a game show. They have to get their answer in, and there'll be a bunch of yes or no's. And even if you sprinkled some multiple choice in, like, who said this, towards the end, because it'd be a little harder or whatever, I don't know. But, you make them where the answers are just objective, because that's what a game show is. It's not about, like, are these answers right? It's about, does the contestant get the right answer? Right? Because they're just objective answers. This was making Gamma Panda's dream spiral, dude.
Would any of them do it? I don't know if anyone would do 10.
They're gonna.
Well, if I'm at a university and I'm offering like $500, like if you win, you get $250 or $500 or something, like.
Oh yeah.
What?
It's gonna make their head explode.
It's gonna be awesome.
We need the meme. We need the meme of their head exploding. Get on that, you meme masters.
When they get it wrong, it's like, no, you're an idiot fucking globe head.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? Were you saying that they should all be like basically yes or no questions?
Yeah, for the most part, I think that's the best. Yeah,
because they think for whatever reason to try to cast the light that yes or no questions are inherently fallacious, but it's not true. So if we could actually get them in a fair like way, like, hey, play this game, yes or no. Obviously, when they're playing the game, when you ask them, they'll be reasonable questions to anyone other than the person with the bias.
And if they answer yes, but then they're disqualified.
That's correct.
So it's a yes or no, and if it's a yes but or a no but, then they're disqualified.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like I was thinking, I was gonna have a soundboard, and if they get it wrong, it's like, you have been eliminated, and then it's just a response. Like it's whatever. It's objective. You win or you lose. I don't need to hear them explain anything.
Yeah, no. How do you find someone who's honest enough?
Anyone trying to win $500? No real person's gonna lie and pretend the Earth's a ball doing mental gymnastics, and they can just win $500 getting correct answers.
I love the idea, man. I really want to see this happen.
I was also thinking that, like, from a terminological standpoint, we should start saying that there's flat earthers and flat earth deniers, because that's all they are. And they're denying the obvious flat earth truth that's in front of them.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna force them to do it for money, right? Dude, it'd be so funny. It's like no one on these universities can win the $500. Like, dude, okay, see if your professor can come out here and win $500.
Like I say, make it 5 Bitcoin, bro.
What's crazy is when I visit with my mom, I'll be listening to this in the background, to you guys in the background. And she's sitting there arguing with the Globers going, what are they talking about? That's not how it is. And I go, welcome to Flat Earth, Mom. She goes, what are you talking about? I'm not a flat earther. So she's coming around.
Yeah, I just think it could be hilarious. Like, I wouldn't say anything about 3 Bitcoins, man, because people
make
can win the money. People can win the money, dude. If they're yes or no questions, you have a 50-50 chance every question.
But, like, for example, question 9 and question 10, you just make them so incredibly impossible that any random stranger would just know those questions offhand. And potentially those are not yes-no questions. Those are like, give us how many miles is a light year? And it's like 6 trillion something.
So someone's not going to just get that number offhand, or you ask them something which is like an impossible question. It's like that game I was saying, when you say to someone, if I can pour 3 cups of water on your head, I'll give you $100. And you pour 2 cups on their head, and the third cup you spill on the floor, like deliberately. And then they look at you saying, all right, well, why did you spill the third one? And you say, well, I told you I'd give you the 100 if I poured 3. Now I only poured 2, so you don't get the 100. And then they look at you quite angry because you got to pour 2 cups of water on them for free. So it's the same kind of principle.
I want to
You're
make it
getting them
super,
into
super
the
interactive.
question.
Super interactive, right? Like you can get these little tablets for like $100. We actually got one for the RV, and so it would be cool, right? Because it's just $100. I mean, no one's gonna run away with it anyway. But they get to pick. Just like we come up with 10 questions like that, and then they just get to pick, one out of the group of hard questions. Because so they feel, because if someone makes it that far, then cool, man. Now you get to pick. You picked your question. You know what I'm saying? Like you picked it. Could have picked a different one. I don't know. I want to make it where it's just dope. I'm
Like
not
some of those,
to sell it.
some of those games, you can pick a category. They can pick like the Earth in terms of sports, or geographics, or climate, and then within there you've got your 10 questions. So you pick your category, and then
Yeah, a lot like Jeopardy.
Uh-oh. Well, sorry, guys. You did it.
and you have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
you got a big problem here, and it's a very worldly problem, though. And it's not necessarily a money issue, but if we start promoting more of cashless society, you're putting people that wake up to this behind globers that don't do Bitcoin. This is literally the introduction of the beast blood life system. So,
My suggestion is just $500.
It ain't good. I mean, yeah, okay, better. That's how about anything, because this, if we're introducing new information and it comes with, oh, let's talk about Bitcoin. Oh, that's a problem package. Yeah, that is a mix that is like water and oil. We got a big problem. I suggest people start looking up the origins of this stuff, origins of blockchain and body activity data, because there's thousands of pages on it and nobody's reading them, and everybody's in big trouble. And I'm not going to be able to talk too much about it on the live stream because it's going to start humiliating people, but it's very bad. You got to look into it, please. Thank you.
Here's something that might be a better idea. What about a 20-pound or $20 bar of silver, right? Everybody knows what silver is. Everybody likes silver. They know what it is. And it's only a $20 bar instead of $500, right? And then say you spend $500 on $20 bars of silver. And then you can ask these questions and all that stuff, right?
I guess
you might even be able to
cool.
stamp it flat Earth.
It'd be cool if you had 3 different boxes of prizes. At the end, if you win, you pick one, and they're in metal, I guess, or something. I just want it to be so dope that people don't even. I want to sneak flat Earth in there in a way, right? Like it will come up, obviously, and the questions are pretty obvious. But that's what I'm saying. We are the center. Make the game really fun, but at the same time, I format it so that to a Globe Zealot, the game should be called "Can You Be Honest?" Is because all they can do is but it's nuanced, psychopathic dribble, and red herring fallacy. So it's pretty funny. I don't know. I think it could be really good. It just be the flat smack game, and all the flat earthers, they learn how to play the game. The information's free. The questions.
Because I was going to say, what if a flat earther just jumps in and takes the money?
Yeah.
I could actually see it becoming an app.
Yeah, like a game. I think that's awesome.
I think if you've ever seen, I think Ellen DeGeneres did an app where one person puts the phone against their forehead and then the other person has to like give them hints, or the person with the phone against their head has to guess what's on their screen through the other person giving them hints or something. So you could have it like a person to person game where it's like, can you be honest with your friend, or can you be honest with, then you've got to, like you say, sneak the truth in to this question list, but make it like a fun game that people can play while they're getting drunk.
I agree. Yeah, Heads Up. Yeah, I've played that a few times. It's actually kind of fun.
That's it. Heads Up. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool, man. Because what's funny is we were actually talking about like if you could come up with a super dope board game or something like that, even if it's cards or something, but just flat Earth is the central theme of the game. That would be dope.
I wonder what a Globehead's 10 questions would be if they made like a gay version of what you're doing. For Globers.
Yeah, they actually mentioned that.
I wonder what their 10 pointed questions, yes or no questions. I don't even know.
Stuff like, to have an apparent horizon, does that mean you have to have a physical horizon? And they would say the answer is yes, objectively.
Even if there's like fog and everything.
Dude, I was actually telling him, I'm like, yo, the problem with this cosmological worldview you have is it requires, it necessitates and dictates that you lie.
Craziness. Yeah, that'd be fun to see though. Who playing that game?
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with good ones. Good yes or no questions. It's super funny.
Some people in real life will probably do it. You know, online, it's just a bunch of anti-flat earthers that would have problems getting half of them at least.
Right, but it's also like a trivia aspect too, right? So in year whatever it was, Marconi sent radio waves. His detractors told him he would not be able to send it 2,200 miles. That he wouldn't be able to send it 200 miles. He did, in fact, blah, blah, blah. Like however you ask it, right? It's like a historical trivia question where, like, yeah, you still have to be able to get through the game to win the money. You know, it's like a game show.
Nice.
Flat earthers may get some stuff right, I guess. Yeah, be a really dishonest person. Even if you just slip it in. Like the detractors told him he wouldn't be able to do that because it would hit the curvature of the Earth at around 200 miles. But he did, in fact, reach the destination, assuming line of sight, first try. What year did he do this? You know, like what year did blah, 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 whatever it is. And you're just fitting it in there. So it's like, it's pretty dope. I don't know. I don't really, the year's a little extra, but some other thing. So it's trivia, but it makes them actually know a fact that they didn't know. Or you could just ask them factual, declassified information about operations from the government and stuff. You got 10 whole questions. And I think you want to have numerous types of questions. Like the game doesn't just have 10 questions and never evolve or anything like that. It's like you just have a bunch of different questions.
Yeah, because then people could listen to the questions or whatever.
Do you have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary to fly a plane?
Yeah, the baseline for the gyro is just relative, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just the answer just has to be the truth. That's why it's so funny.
I know. Is there an up or down?
That's funny.
That's so fundamental when you think about it. What that can do to someone's frequency and shit when they're instantly put off kilter like that. Like literally not knowing you're up from your down. That throws your whole shit off.
Do all the stars in the sky revolve around Polaris? Or you can get more detailed. Like you want to really make sure that you get the full juice out of the question.
Yeah, like, oh, they start going in opposite direction halfway through.
Like you could do all kinds of stuff. You could just name another famous person. Like did Edwin Hubble say, I've come to the conclusion that by way of any optical experiment, the movement of the Earth cannot be detected, although we know the Earth revolves around the sun. Did Edwin Hubble say this? And like they're gonna think, oh, these are flat earthers, and they're just trying to show you that famous people said that. And they're like, yes. Like, no, actually, that was Einstein. Like you could do all kinds of things, you know.
Einstein clarified there were two equal coordinate systems, and he said that he couldn't understand the hard argument between heliocentrism and geocentrism.
Yeah, he also said that, correct. Which I really like that approach because I want to go like the we are the center approach.
Well, I mean, Einstein also gave us another clue. Einstein also gave us another clue when he struggled to create a system using Euclidean geometry. He couldn't apply it to Earth, so he had to create a coordinate system so that he could apply it outside of Earth, so that he could increase his theory on how light and matter moves along a straight path versus a curved path. Right? So you have a grand story with its secret hidden in plain sight, showing you that special relativity is applicable in flat space, but not applicable in curved space. So why create two systems? Because one is applicable here on Earth, and the other one has to be designed for outer space. And that's evident in its in equations and philosophy. And it should be that simple, but people have taken it on as it's an explanation for space, when it's not.
Does NASA claim that they destroyed the technology to get to the moon, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Don't you think that's a setup, though? Don't you think they were setting things up like that for the debate, for the future debate? Because why would they divulge that information? They'd have to be asked the question.
Well, someone asked him the question about going to the moon, and that was his answer.
That implies
Yeah,
they
I know,
have the
but they didn't have to reveal that, though, right? They didn't have to show that information.
Well, I think they felt like logistically they kind of had to, because people were just saying it didn't make sense that we couldn't go back yet.
Yeah, I understand they have to probably play catch up with it, maybe to slow the spread of the curiosity. Oh, they just didn't have the technology, whatever. But again, it still doesn't make sense why they would reveal it. I mean, at the end of the day.
Okay, but I'm talking about like a game show where like I traveled to the US, and I know that like most people actually don't even know that it's a thing. They almost always in the real world tell me that I'm making that up. It's not real. When I say that a NASA astronaut says it. So
I agree, brother. I've taken Don Pettit footage to parties and got people to watch the video in real time and to record their responses. And even though they're saying it, there's two responses. One is obviously, three really. One's indifferent. One is like, get that shit out of my face. And the next one is no way. But then they go right back to not giving a shit, right? Because really, at the end of the day, 99% of the people of the world do not care about space. They don't care at all. That's why you can't reach them to that on that level with it, because they just don't care. And the fanboys that do care, you'll never convert them to flat Earth fans. You'll never. It doesn't matter what you show them. Doesn't matter if you talk, because they just won't go there. They can't.
I've got some context to add to this.
This is getting a lot of people to play a game to win like $500 or $1,000, and they have to get the answers right. So anyway, then they pick the card. It turns around. It's like, is this a quote from a NASA astronaut? And then it has the Don Pettit quote, and it's yes or no. And then once you answer, what happens is it flips over and it plays the clip of him saying it, or it says,
"Yep, you're definitely going to get them with money for sure." Yeah. You got to definitely sponsor that, but that would work. That would definitely be shockers if you want to do the shock and awe. Like, did you ever watch that reporter Mark Dice, journalist reporter? Mark Dice. He goes out to California and interviews people, right? I don't know if you've seen it, but it's the same kind of approach.
Nice.
And he's a truther, right, to some degree. I mean, he reports on, he doesn't seem biased anyway.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
But anything to make it humorous, dude, because I really think the the stuff on the street you've done, well done for getting out there, because it takes, I was a peddler for years, so I know what it's like to meet lots of confrontation and contentious attitudes. So good on you for that, but I think they really can't handle the comedy, man. The comedy routine or something comedy, skit comedy, something, right? I don't think they can handle it.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I agree. It's a great way where it just like you can say things, but if you make people laugh, it's like all good, and it's actually funnier the more true it is.
And that's what I think. I think you could write a good script easily, and I think because of the people that you know, and you just go look at, as a template, just look at skit comedy shows. The ones that are obviously in the genre of rabbit hole, if you will, conspiracy, because you have to make fun of it too, right? The idea that I see that it's in this day and age, it's like, don't go baby truth or whatever you do. Don't use that shit, because that's not the direction you should be going. But some comedy skit do a team, and it's not really just specifically flat Earth. It's just a door opener, right? Like you have to use door openers, and then I don't know, man. You got the chops, you got the skills to do it, and you got the crew to help you. The street activism is good too, but I think you'll get more people because they're in front of their screens.
Yeah, I agree. Making them laugh is the move. I was thinking about doing this game show, like in hopes that in university campuses, you're gonna run across, like, it's gonna kind of travel word of mouth if no one can win the $1,000, and maybe I'll just tell people like, dude, see if your professional come out here win $1,000. But he might not care about $1,000, but you never know. Or you can ask one if you see one, like, hey, you want to try to play this game? Blah blah blah.
I thought about the $5 round, right? Like kind of like modeling it after other game shows that they've had, because it's $5 is minimum. You can get a lot of entertainment, and people will do a fair amount of questions for $5 rather than 1,000. But that's if you're doing it on the street, like Mark Dice style, right? And then you can also get away with paying them on camera, so they can't complain because you've actually given money for their services.
Well,
So
I think it's like if you win, if you get all 10 questions correct, you win however much money. So for someone to
I would do it on
questions, it's like.
Yeah, I would keep it simple though, right, and build up to it, like because I noticed when you get into the heavy stuff right away, like Authentic Attempts was pretty confrontational in his approach. Didn't do any favors, I think, for the community in the long haul. It's missing humor. A lot of these. This is just my opinion from observing the Globe side has the humor because they've been making fun of Flat Earth already for years, right? So I think things are switching. We obviously have the numpty clips. We obviously, drawing on that and reusing them at a skit. The material's already there. It's just how do you deliver it in a comedic setting to the point where, you'll get the crowd to like fight the Flat Earth. So it has to be kind of making fun of it at the same time having little truth in there that people are drawn in by the funniness of it because it appears to be globy, but then secretly it's, you know what I mean? So if you can pull that off, man, appearing like it's a globe show, but deep down inside you're throwing these fucking Flat Earth things that people go, what? No, and then they fucking have to go fact check shit. You know what I mean? I think clever and gentle and
Yeah, I think that's good advice, bro.
Because I'm not clever, gentle, or funny.
I hear you. I think it's good advice. Like, did you know there are people still today that think that the Earth is flat, and then just go that angle and kind of like when you say the argument, like it's actually like they're kind of right though, and you make it funny, and then so I can't get mad at you.
No, exactly right, because you're taking the piss out of it. Number one, there was one joke that always kept coming up was flat earthers are dumb, but wait a second, do you believe people live upside down, right? Like things like that, right? Like little subtle things like that, which might go over the head of most people, and it might not even actually be that funny, but to people who are familiar with the debate, might trigger them in a negative, and people who know about it, good flat earthers, might find that funny. Things like that, right? Like, well, you believe that you're traveling 500,000 miles an hour. You get into a car, you put your seatbelt on, you put your other seatbelt on, you put like 5 seatbelts on, and you're like, what are you doing? I'm just preparing for the Coriolis, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. There's lots. That's where I think we're missing, though. We're missing that. So get on it there. You're spending all this time. You got a creative mind. You could be putting yourself on camera and becoming an actor and all of this. Because at the end of the day, dude, this is the Black Mirror is all about the character, right? The soul of the individual is lost to the Black Mirror. They become characters and you lose your soul, right?
Huh.
Well, this is what it's all designed for. Didn't you know that? It's all about designing losing the soul and becoming a character.
Yeah, you just kind of play the angle like the flat earther being like, well, to be fair, you think that you're upside down right now or whatever, right? Like you play the absurdity back and forth. You play like an angle of absurdity, but I don't know. It would be hard to do. I think you'd have to write it tactically and make it where like if someone's walking by, they're gonna laugh and want to keep listening. But it has to be very concise, like tactically written. But I do think that's a good idea. Because if I did that, if I just like pull the mic out, it's just like a little comedy routine that would go over.
Yeah, friendly, funny, innocent, naive, silly. It's better than being. I know this firsthand because I'm the opposite. Perceive yourself to be just discovering and coming along with new information together. I don't approach it like that. I come across like this is the way it is. This is black and white. Right? So I know that my techniques are good for me, but they're not good for most people. Most people like innocent, calm, average good people, right? And so humor is a great entrance into it. And the conversation about conspiracies, they're so magoo these days because it's like it's one thing after another. That how do you mix? Like there's this guy J.P. Sears. His humor is dry, but he's allowed to post all of his content because the way he approaches the reading of his words, his phrases. So check him out and how he approaches. It's very clever, it's very comedic, and it's true. Like everything he's saying is true. And he plays this front as he's on the left, and he's championing the left and saying everything positive about the left, but the underlying sarcasm is evident in the delivery, the performance, right? You could see that it's a form of mockery. So one example that's good for the ball in the mockery and what they've done is they literally went on a plane. They attacked one of the first strongest proofs, the Earth is a plane, is they went on a plane and put a level across it. They did Daryl Marble do it, and then they did this famous social media guy do it, right? So they attacked that right away because what instruments are on a plane? They're straight line instruments, right? The XYZ coordinate systems work off straight lines. The system itself, plane, works off of straight lines. So they're going to attack that. So, you're flying in a plane, right? You're in World War II. You're flying over a ball Earth, right? And you can cut between like a real scene, green screen or something, you know what I mean? And then you got your toy Earth and stop animation, you know what I mean? Like really silly, funny stuff, right? You got to have fun making it. So you got to have no. But I can see all that stuff, entertaining people, making them laugh. But it requires a team. It's almost like
the Earth spinning.
It's almost like taking the piss out of their claims by overemphasizing their claims. In other words, like the pilot school or the pilots, and he's gonna, I have to study for the Earth rotation. I don't know how I'm gonna fly at this angle. Like he's really studying. There's this dramatic music, right? And you can make shit look really good nowadays with cheap cameras and filter effects, right? As long as you got good lighting, which is easy nowadays, right? All the LED shit that's around. So that's what I see, taking the piss out of their claims and just exaggerating them. Like for instance, ducks. Do ducks compensate for Coriolis? Animals, ducks. Do they? Because science says that ducks compensate for Coriolis. Did you know that? They literally have a paper, a study done on geese. They give formulations and calculations of how geese navigate over a rotating Earth. So you could take the piss out of there, right? You got a little duck, you make a little device, and be like, hey, I'm just programming the device so it tells the birds the exact Coriolis rotation at 45.9 degrees, 62 degree latitude. You know what I mean? Like just making up nonsense at this point. Right? Are you picking up anything I'm putting down?
Yeah. Like, how do you know what the core is? Oh, well, we have this. So this, I'm not really trying to be funny. I'm just saying like the format. Like, so you're trying to dig down. So you dug down to see it? Well, no, the deepest hole ever is just 8 miles.
Well, like it could start out with like a
okay.
Yeah.
You were right about you were right about all your predictions as far as you got. No, we were completely wrong about all of them. That's not the actual joke. You would have to curate and write the joke. But the idea just being that like you just play the back and forth and make them say their absurd claim.
That's exactly right.
I would feel weird if I
highlighting
got
it.
too sarcastic.
Exactly.
I would feel weird if I got too sarcastic and acty. Like I would feel fake.
Well, yeah, that's what
But like I do things. the middle ground is a good piece of advice.
Yeah, man, it's just that's the thing. You become a character, then it loses its soul, right? So there's got to be a motivation towards what it is, and it's because I believe that these claims are absurd. So instead of trying to, because you've gone to the point where you disproved all the claims, at least for an argument purpose, for debate purpose. But as far as actually taking the piss out of their arguments, I don't think any flat earthers generally. I mean, there are some rap songs and some parody songs. That's a version of the taking of the piss, and maybe even some cartoons. But the globe is winning at taking the piss out of flat earthers. So if flat earthers can learn better to take the piss out of globers, then it will turn into, it will be a lighter humor. It should be, but then again, it will hopefully open up more people to just questioning the legitimacy. Right? And that's the idea. It's like, that's a claim? That's a real thing? Because once it's funny, it sticks in their head, right? At least.
How about to make globe earth society?
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Taking the piss out of anything that they've done, because that's what they've done for flat Earth. They've literally inverted all of the claims already ahead of time, so it's purposely set up to take the piss out of it. Let's take the piss out of the ball, more so by making fun of it. Because I think everybody who finds out they've been lied to, you don't really feel very jokey happy. You kind of get a little upset and frustrated. So
That's good advice. To ease the uncomfortability of some of the truth. I've thought of that too, because I was just getting like crazy places, like Niagara Falls, you name it. And I'm like, yo, I'm dropping some heavy stuff on these people, and they're just trying to look at the waterfall. But I'm like, damn, I'm sorry, yo. Tell YouTube and the internet stop censoring the truth. But like,
now,
it's really heavy stuff.
Well, that's what I mean. So if you had a point about your show rather than just speaking at people, you had. I mean, it's hard, dude. I mean, you're looking at a crew, you're looking at money investment, and actually a production at this point to spread the truth, right? I mean, that's the concept, but at this point, it doesn't feel like spreading the truth when it's a production, right? That's the catch-22 with it all. I mean, that's my feeling on it anyways. When you become bigger, money becomes involved. It's not becoming about soul. It's just now production character, which part of business is the evolution of anything we do. As soon as you gain attention, it turns into a business to some degree because people want content or whatever it is, right? You've created a need. And when you create a need, people want a part of it. So expand your repertoire into something that is more inviting, because the Flat Earth Fokker, guy who just passed away, he was an activist, but he was aggressive, right? He was very aggressive towards police and the establishment, right? That to me is not a way to engage in debate, inciting hatred and because we're all subjected to, we're all human, we all get it, and that's usually from outside influences. And so you yourself with it, you got influence, and a lot of people are waiting and watching, right? So we'll take your soul and not your character and figure out how to balance the both. Because we live in a pretty Magoo world at this point, right? Everything's kind of Magoo. What I mean by Magoo, it's just, you just go, really? You can't believe it. Can't believe there would be a small group of people wanting to be really that vindictive to a larger group of people, right? You kind of go, oh, really? Can't we just be in peace here? And if you're going to do the tour stuff, you can turn it more into a contest booth. In other words, you could have something like a machine playing an audio, like music and whatever, and it's a booth where people can come in and take pictures and win money or something, right? I don't know, picture thing is just nonsense, but I'm just saying you could change it up that way so they get truth but have a little bit of fun with it and they can earn some money, right? So if you're going to still do the tour, Do it like what's his pickle does? Crowder. You ever seen any Crowder videos where he has changed my mind? He's got a booth and people sit down and converse. That's what you should do, and you should at least do that, because again, the whole megaphone and the whole speaker thing and yelling and screaming at people, it's good for views. It's a good way to build a base, but longevity, you got to turn it into something more friendly.
Yeah. No, I actually agree. Kyle and I agree that like if we just sit at a table, if I just sit at a table and invite people to come talk, it's way cool. We had a little sign that said just win, 3 right answers, win $100, or win $200, whatever.
That's it. And you know what? If you get beautiful women coming up, it's you ideally, if money's at the table, you can scout for questions for obviously to grow the interest, but you can do it from a legitimate point where obviously you understand marketing. You're not trying to be shady with it. You're just like, okay, I'm going to get look for intelligent, beautiful people to ask these questions to, and they have a chance to earn money. And if you make it more about you're not coming across as I hate to say this, but you don't want to come across as a flat earth channel. You don't. You want to be.
Well, actually, I kind of agree.
Just be subversion. Just use subversion like they did on us, right? And I'm sorry to say that, but you're gonna have to fight fire with fire, which means you have a great approach already, which is to set them up for quotes. But then again, are you going to go to universities? Where are you going to hit up the questions? Because each location, you can't ask the same question because the demographics are different. University, where are we going to be on campus to ask? There are going to be different groups of people there, but you can lead it up to it, right?
Well, that's the test. If you can win over the most diverse group, then that's the best. So you want to find something that does that. I think that comedy is like the golden sword, basically. That's why it's so censored, and to even be a comedian that's known about now, you have to cuck. You have to cuck to whatever certain things they tell you that you have to cuck, which is not comedy. Comedy's all about making fun of everything, honestly.
Change the word cuck, though. Cuck is derogatory in the resistance that you want to justify not doing it. And that's the problem with maybe any kind of values, Christian values, is that conundrum between success and the boundary of what success is and how to achieve it, right? When you're in this avenue, obviously there's money to be made from getting people to go back to God and getting people to research more. There's money in it. That's why you have these channels. That's why people are doing what they're doing. That's why you can offer money for the booth. It's obviously there's money in it, and people do want it. Now, who and those people are, that we don't need to discuss that. But how to grow a debate based on philosophy that was once hidden. For the fact is that we're going to take over a particular nation and we're going to drive a nation to produce this for experimental purposes. I mean, they literally tell you that American was an experiment, right? Experiment in Roman law, Greek reason, and Judeo-Christian values, right? This is what made society, those 3 facets. So who wants to destroy that? I don't know. But humor, they can't handle it, man. They loathe humor. So they love the negative that you bring, though, right? They love the feeling that you get when you're talking to somebody and you know in your heart that the information is pretty deep and pretty. They're not going to get it. You know that feels wrong. That's by design. They put you in that place to feel that. That's on purpose. I got kicked from this room a month or so ago, and I just came back today to check it up, and I'm allowed back on. Is the room dead?
Get some TVs on going on. Otherwise, I'd love to chip in.
So, Witsit, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm just driving right now, so I'm like,
I got
yeah, this road. I gotta kind of pay attention.
no worries. I was thinking about the globe hunter, right? The globe hunter scenario from Australia. Because here's the funny thing. Like, I don't know if you think this is funny, but I think this is funny in the bigger scheme of things. You have a flat Earth school in Australia, right? Right, with the opposite apparent rotation of the stars, right above, right, compared to the north, right? But you have flat Earth school in Australia. Do you find anything odd about that at all? Out of curiosity?
Wow, what would be odd about it?
Okay, then you don't know much. Do you know much about Australia's history and the moon landing and the Planck satellite information? Do you know much about the how much Australia has influence in the information they provide? So anyway, so Australia is was major part of the moon landings, right? Plus, it's a lot of their dishes they use. They have these flat ground RF plate signal radio signal telescopes, if you will. They're all spread out through Australia, big flat pieces that shoot up into the sky there. Anyway, I'm losing my point here. Why am I talking about that? The influence that Australia has in deception, in the history of hoaxes and scientific fraud and all kinds of stuff out of Australia. Just wanted to know if you know any of the history like that at all.
I mean, I don't know too much about Australia, to be honest, other than it is definitely super corrupt and very far along New World Order wise from understanding. I were just saying the hypothetical idea of starting a flat Earth school or something. I don't know. I guess I wasn't following it. That's why I didn't. When I asked what would be weird about it. That's what
just because, well, I didn't know if you knew much about Australia. So Australia definitely has a shady history when it comes to spies, espionage, deceit. Most countries do, right? But Australia and the moon landing are, tied together pretty heavily. And same with the Planck satellite, the axis of evil, the conundrum they have in modern physics. A lot of the information came from Australia. I think it's funny because you have a lot of the satellite information that claims the globe Earth from Australia, but then you have a flat Earth school in Australia. Do you understand what I'm saying now? You wouldn't know that's funny unless you did know a little bit more about Australia. So dig into Australia if you're into what they have there, because it's the anomalies with the skies, especially in New Zealand as well. Apparently things are closer there. They appear closer and their instruments and all that stuff. So it's the place where duality happens. It's the yin and the yang, if you will, as in Australia, right? You have all these satellite dishes claiming globe Earth, but then there's a flat Earth school there. I got another one. Some guys are on the ship, and they keep coming up to the apparent edge of the ball Earth and thinking they're going to go over the edge, but it never comes.
I mean, isn't the edge edge of the Earth water? Because every time you go to the end of the Earth, you reach a shore. Then after that shore, you get on the water. Then you reach more land. And then after the land, the Earth, you reach more water.
Yeah. Well, the point is that they'd be searching for the curve, right? So, hey, it's just right there. See the curve? Right there. We look on the clock, but I'm waiting for that curve, man. Anyway, I don't know if you guys heard me. I got cut out. I get cut off from the server.
Yeah, look at the edge. Let's go right there. 3 miles from here. Let's go.
That's what I mean. And a guy looks at you fast forward the clock 15 minutes because it takes for a 6-foot human being, it takes about 15, 20 minutes to run 3 miles, right? At a good steady pace. So you literally like speed up the time 15 minutes with the Earth, like, you know what I mean? 15,000 feet away, 16,000 feet. We're going to get to the edge in 16,000 feet. You said the edge of the Earth was 16,000 feet away. What are you talking about? Look, if there's another 16,000 feet, and the edge is over there. Is it 32,000 feet is the edge of the Earth now?
Just gotta keep going.
Every time they get to the edge, there's a new edge to get to.
You cannot use edge for the sphere.
Maybe
because
you on a globe.
The edge of a sphere is how it's measured in drop. Without the edge,
That's not appropriate.
Without the edge of the sphere, you can't measure the drop, right?
Yeah, but let's not call that edge on the sphere. You have your edge on the flat earth. Globe has no edge.
Wait, on the globe, if you're on a globe, you're always on the edge.
Very good.
No.
Yes.
But no, that's the point. Always will be no.
Always racing downhill. Or is it racing uphill? I guess we'll never know. It's also relative.
Don't be so absolute in your relativity, but
I know. I just want to make sure I'm as vague as possible so that when somebody's following along, they'll never find where I'm going. Sorry.
I'm just guessing that.
You know that, right?
If you're on this vessel with a captain and navigators and you're this glober and start spewing this globe stuff to the Marines, they'll probably throw you out of the boat.
In the brig.
There you go. That's a great little thing. Now we just need a boat, a captain, and the crew. The camera stuff is easy.
In the
you
brig
can film it with it.
Pending psych review. Okay, so they're going to be held in the brig until we get a psych review on these little characters.
Exactly. We need to start taking the piss out of it just to have fun. But I don't know. It's hard to find flat Earth actors. They kind of don't want to.
I don't know. Being on one of these boats is serious business, and we have this crazy guy. Either we can just lock him up or throw him off the boat.
Captain, should we make him walk the plank or should we keel haul him?
And then a guy comes running out with a curved plank because the Earth is a ball, right?
We don't need to be.
The other guy comes out. The other guy comes out with a straight plank, right? That's the argument, right? He's going to jump off the plank, but there's a curved plank and a flat plank, right? So which one? No. When he's like, "No, the Earth's curved. We need a curved plank." The Earth's like, "No, the Earth's flat. We need a flat plank." Right? That's a great.
Do you know what is really missing? The Black Swan example. To go on that location, take a small boat and go in that direction, and everybody record that, and let's see where the boat will go.
Okay, you guys that think the Earth is curved, you're going to take the rowboat out there towards the horizon where it's supposed to be 2 miles from the ship. We're going to so the Earth is curved, right? So you're going to sit out there with a buoy anchored out there, and we're going to shoot a cannonball over your way. So if it's an Earth curve, the cannonball will never hit you. You ready for that test?
Sonny,
No, we
one
insist.
guy sat here.
Keep rowing a little further, right about there.
Sonny, one guy sat here live, like that he will be on oil rig and that nobody can shoot him. You know.
What about the globe? What about the Globe Running Club? And it shows everybody lined up with fucking curved running shoes.
Here's a way to tell. You point a laser to where they say there's the Earth curve, and you have them sit out there. And then we point a laser at them and shoot a rail gun. Now, if there's a curve, then any projectile will never hit them. Because it's
Sonny, Second World War. Can you?
So we need to find some blowers that are willing to take the test to put themselves on the line and row the boat out or whatever it is, and we'll just shoot a little projectile. Like, it's a slam dunk thing as far as the Earth being curved to them. So wouldn't they be willing to just go ahead and try that test? A projectile cannot go past a geometric obstruction of Earth curves. So, how's that sound? All right, we'll be more gentle. Hold on, a little more gentle. My friendly self is saying, be a little more gentle. Okay, so how about we just point the laser at them? That's fair. Go out to the Earth curve. We point a laser at you. If you're beyond the Earth curve, laser will never hit you. Yes or no?
Well, that would be an easy observation. They've already done many times over, so that would be just a given. They have line of sight technology, right? So the argument then is, what do you mean by line of sight? Speak of World War II, they had an instrument that was designed with the rotation of the Earth in mind, and it was put on bombers, and they had to stop using it because their calculations were off, so much so that they had to stop using the instrument and then just cluster bomb their target. So this instrument was designed to estimate the bomber flying over a rotating Earth, and it was so bad at predicting it that they had to get rid of it.
Yeah, the British. So if you're talking about the Knickerbocker medium high frequency transmissions that the Germans use, the Nazis, and they triangulate these waves, one south and off the coast of France, at the coast of France, and one's further north, like in Denmark or Holland or something. So they triangulate these over their target, so like 340 something miles away. The British said because of Earth curve, they could the waves would never be able to triangulate that far away because of Earth curve. Guess what? The Germans used it and bombed the shit out of London.
Yeah, it was really just about the advancement of that technology, so they can bomb, and so they tried a whole bunch of things, and then the U.S. just ended up reverting to cluster bombing because the devices they were using had all these presuppositions, and right. So I think they tried to improve the bombing with this device, but then it ended up actually they had to go back to the original method, which wasn't calculating Earth rotation.
You know what's really weird about that, though? Think about the Age of Discovery 500 years before that, when supposedly they went out there, which what I believe is actually happening is those sailors were coming back and saying, guess what, Your Honor? That thing is absolutely fucking flat. Just like we suspected. Yes, it's flat. So the British, so some of their military, that much years later, are just like, no, it's curved, so let's set up all our technology to stop them from bombing us by using Earth curve. Yeah, and got the shit bombed out of them.
Can you imagine one bottle during the extreme refraction day?
Exactly. So that was the whole point. Like, it took an Earth rotation, it took an refraction, it did all of this stuff. And
but imagine one day during the 4 years of war happened for sure. One day was so refracted, and that day, it was so confusing, because you saw many boats. The guy said, "Look at this bug." Other guy said, "No, this is mirage." Another guy said, "No, look, it's on 20 miles." He said, "No, that must be 100, but it looks that it's 20 miles."
So
Blah blah blah.
it really makes you wonder what was really going on, okay, over there in Parliament or wherever her Majesty was. I think she was there going, "Yeah, we know it's flat. Well, just
I think that both sides,
let them
German.
bomb us anyway." No, hold on, I wasn't done. Let them bomb
Sorry.
us anyway. She was just said that. She just said that. Yeah, we know. I know it's horrible, but just let them bomb us anyway, okay?
No, both sides decided to not fight that day because it's no sense. Both sides was confused. Not only one side. Because in Germans and let's say British was confused on the sea. Fuck, today we cannot fight. Look at this refraction.
Because our very powerful friends, blah, 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 so it's very important, it's crucial that they bomb this, and these people are very influential, you know what I mean?
Well, I think like it goes back to the Galileo, and Galileo's the insight into the compartmentalization of truth and power. And if you're going to inundate your communications with a language that's different than their language, then I think the spherical system could be that, is to disguise things with that language. Meanwhile, because you can transverse it, you can convert it to X, Y, Z and spherical, no problem. And you can do that unilaterally at any of these coordinates that you take. Whatever the polar position is, whatever the coordinate system is, it's transposable. So if you want to hide information, that's the good way to do it, is create an equation system that is not standard Euclidean or standard practice. And I think Germans did that, United States did that. They all had their own language to communicate in for espionage purposes and spying purposes, and obviously getting the one leg up on the next person, right? So if you have a language you create and somebody gets a word of that language, they're going to steal it and they're going to try to learn it, and then they're going to try to to develop it for their own. Did I get kicked again?
No. If you are, it would only be your internet. That happens to me sometimes, where it goes down to red on the connected thing. So that's usually on the individual side. Nobody's just going to kick anybody. I mean, have you been kicked from here before, you said?
Oh yeah. No, what I'm saying is that I'll be talking, and then all of a sudden it'll be silent, and then I'll hang up and go back in, and then people are talking. So it cuts off.
You're
people
being
talking.
cut out. So are you using a phone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a connection issue. Happens to everybody that's using a phone.
Doesn't happen to me in other servers. Just
really. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if what. So just on like this side of it, on the flat Earth side of it, are you a flat earther or are you a glober?
Flat Earth data?
For me, the Earth a flat Earth is a misnomer, but it is not a spinning ball through infinite space.
Okay, that's all I.
At least a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, it may be a 4 million mile radius, possibly.
How about that it's beyond our comprehension of what it is? I mean, the Bible says that it hangs on nothing, which means it's just land. It's just land and water. There's nothing else but land and water, and that little land and water section is our home. So that's the way I look at scripturally. Is there's boundaries to our existence, but as far as it being a radius ball of 3959, I can see where they got it from. It comes from time. It comes from the movement of the sun, and not actual.
Comes from our eye too. Comes from the way our eye is, the way we see. Has to do with the human eye as well. The radius.
Well, perspective is how we develop the protractor and the understanding of.
And then there is topography, because we have some really high mountains, especially when you keep going north.
So they use these numbers, even of the human eye is at the very heart of this whole thing is our eye itself. They use that, the numbers that they use, everything they use for all their orbital mechanics, the radius of Earth, the distances and everything has to do with our eye. Everything. They tricked us with our eyes.
Yeah, I know. I'm Flat Earth Data. I don't know if you've talked to me before, but
Oh yeah, I think I have. I didn't know.
Yeah, flutter
it's
data,
okay.
man. Good
Yeah,
to hear you.
I've talked to you before. Yeah.
Very nice of you, man. Likewise.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I exposed the Rayleigh criterion mathematics.
You're the one, aren't you the one that talked about the eye? You're the dude, huh?
Yeah. That was the whole my whole argument with the eye.
I want to hear that again. I want to hear some more of that information because
it's in my book. You can read it. It's all in there, and it's nothing new. It's nothing new. Just go look at robotics, AI. Go look at how the video programming world. Go look at VR. They all have a convergence point that's optical. It's an exponential. It's not a linear equation because our eye is a convex lens. It converges light. It has an exponential rate of rise based on the size of the aperture. So that's an exponential function that doesn't equate with ratios as far as long rise over run. Although you can use the slope equation to devise a close approximation.
No, isn't that amazing though? Listen, Data, isn't that amazing that like I thought of that and I didn't know you were the dude, but I just happened to think of that eye thing and you happened to be here at the same time.
Well, that's not crazy.
Yeah, no, it's just
bound to happen.
Yeah, stuff like that happens. But it seems to be more than just coincidence at this point for me. Sometimes the interactions and when people show up saying the things they say and the things that come to mind. Anyway, so off topic. But yeah,
it's all good. It's all good.
So you said your book. Can you put us a link?
It's not done yet. What I've done is I've gotten volumes. So what I've decided to do, I think I'm going to upload it in chapters. So like volume 1, volume 2, 10 volumes, 40 pages a book. Because it's like buying a CD, right? If you like one topic, you're just going to want that one topic. You're not going to want the whole CD. So I'll have the volumes in sections, and then I'll have the full book. But the way I'm looking at it as I'm editing it as I go, it'll take me another year to edit this fucking thing if I do the whole complete book. So I'll just release it per volume as I complete it. And then when the book is actually fully edited, then I'll do the whole release as the one book. That's really cool. How, and it'll be on Amazon, it'll be Kindle and hardbook copy. And really it's something that should, because it'll be about navigation, it'll be about Euclidean, it'll be about the exponential equations, quadratic equations, but trying to apply it to reality in a simple format. And I pass it off to some people. Like some people will have to learn some math and some trigonometry to understand it, right? Especially when it comes to the optics page. It ain't spoon feed material. It's study and then apply it and then understand it, right? So I give examples and things like that. But it's not new. None of the stuff that I'm showing is new. They've known all of it. That's why it feels redundant, but I'm doing it for my own generativity.
Cool. Hey, can you put a link in the Livestream voice text for us for your link to your channel?
You mean the YouTube channel?
Yeah. You know what? I'm probably already subscribed. I have like 200 subscriptions. Let me just look at mine. I'm sure it's in here. Let me just make sure.
I'm banned from a lot of channels for commenting because of my name, Flat Earth. So I've changed my name.
Yeah, me too. Mine's Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Oh, there you go. So you get banned for just
everything. From everything.
Yeah.
From subscribers,
from everything.
Views, yeah.
I get blocked from the mainstream channels. So if I want to comment legitimately, not troll, but just comment legitimately on anything, moniker Flat Earth Data.
Listen, check this out. I can't even search for my own channel unless I put the exact address in, even by search on the very same PC that I use to administer the channel. Where all my subscriptions are, where I'm signed on as Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. Can't even find my own channel. So no, neither can you. If you just go put Flat Earth 2017 consciousness, you'll find 20 pages of nothing but bullshit. Like the anti-flat earthers, like 20 pages of it. It's so buried.
Well,
down.
I did
So
type
you're
in
right.
mine. Mine did come up in the search when I typed in flat Earth data. It's because you have to hashtag your name to your site, and then it'll come up more.
Hold on, let me
Like
look.
every post that you do, just hashtag your site name to it.
I'm looking through my subscriptions now. One moment, please. Almost there. I'm sure. This is just looking through the subscriptions to all the different Flat Earth channels and all of you guys' channels. Boy, that's a lot of channels.
So basically, I do discuss the optics and the hijacking of perspective. It's nothing new. Of course, I have my take on it using the Rayleigh criterion, deriving, the apparent radius from just time alone. Forget about the eye, just the time 60 by 60 that we have is derived from the movement of the sun, and from the movement of the sun, I can create all ball equations without even leaving my room, right? So that reality, or that understanding of that philosophy, or the understanding that I can devise a model mathematically from the movement of the sun, is dependent on that 60 by 60 by 24. If I change that 60 by 60 by 24, then I change the size of the Earth, right?
That's what I mean when you start talking like that. See, I'm more visual, so when I see it written down on paper or I write it myself after seeing it written, and I do my own little work. I have to have a worksheet in front of me, so I can't I got to be focused. It's almost like I have to be in classroom setting in order to get the information I'm trying to divulge. So I can't do it when I'm on the internet. I'm just not focused enough. I have taken notes here, but if I really want to get the information, I have to see it I have to see text for some reason, and then I work it out from there. You know how we're all kind of different.
What I find is that it's all derived from time, the quantification of time. So we've quantified the sidereal motion, or diurnal motion, whatever you want to call it. We've quantified that to a clock time, and because we know the distance between 2 points, that we can devise a circumference from the time. Right, so you don't even have to have any physical measurement of Earth other than a known distance between 2 points, and the time factor between those 2 points, between the sun's polar position, if you will, subpolar point position.
Right? Yeah.
So,
Since I've been reviewing sextant information, how to operate, because I've used those before out at sea on a vessel, As a matter of fact, I was in charge of the the timepiece. My timepiece was used that it was such an accurate watch that we used my watch for doing our noon sightings. So I was in charge of that.
Sightings for
navigating with the sun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I came across a Viking compass. Have you ever came across that?
Come across what?
Cool. Called a Viking compass. It takes a day to make, and it lasts for about a week because the sun changes degree every day, right? So it's how the Vikings navigated the Earth by the movement of the sun.
Isn't it called a double?
Called the Viking compass. Called the Viking compass. Go search it up. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. So what you do is you have a piece of wood and a nail in it, and you point at sunrise. You point the piece of wood facing east with the nail, and you'll see that the sun angle will come in, and you mark it there, and then you mark it through its day every hour, or every whatever you want to mark
Right.
it, and it'll
Right.
give you this nice little arc, right? It'll give you this nice
I
little curved path.
see.
And then
Yeah.
when you wake up the next day, all you do is you make that shadow now go in the middle of the mark, and you'll find that that's north. So
Yeah, I love that stuff. That's awesome.
yeah, it's fantastic. And then of course with your hand, you don't need a sextant. You can use your hand to navigate.
Well,
Right?
see, they
Your
use
pinky-
a cross. They use a cross staff. So there was an astrolabe, the cross staff. Hold on, let me look that up because I did this before. The cross. These are all how the predecessors of the sextant. So the astrolabe. They say the Antikythera device has the astrolabe built into it, but it's basically like a sextant machine. But the cross staff, you see them. And, well, you see it in depictions from the Middle Ages of what supposedly... Hold on, here we go. Image. Let me find one. Yeah, this is what was used before. Something like this. Copy image. So these things, and there are different variations of them, is what they use right here. Let's see this guy. Wait a second. Did you know about that? The cross staff? They show them from biblical times. That's what I was saying.
Well, they have the
Middle Age depiction of.
inclinometer, right? The inclinometer is the birth of the astrolabe or the quadrant and the inclinometer. I don't know if you've
Well,
looked
I
into a
posted some
quadrant.
images in the voice. I posted some image in the live stream voice text, so it shows a man using a cross staff. See that? This is what was used. You could do this today still and find your way around.
Where did you post it?
Live stream voice text.
Live stream voice text.
Directly above the live stream. Hashtag live stream voice text.
I'm just looking for...
That's where all the action is, at the live stream voice text, because it
There
goes
we go.
along with our conversations.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've seen that instrument before, yeah. Yeah.
So there's a.
Interesting how they
That's why this cross. Look. So look at this. So
So interesting how they have... Sorry, go ahead.
There's something about the imagery. Look at all the cross imagery. Look at this. The Irish cross with the circle around it is a cross staff.
Yeah, it's a 90-degree perpendicular now, isn't it? It's got four verticals. 4 verticals and 2 horizontals.
This is one of the rabbit holes I got as a navigator myself. I started seeing this shit everywhere. So here's another one. Guess what they had to have to use that.
What they had to have?
A circle
to
of
use it?
equal altitude.
Yeah, they needed a radius. Yeah.
Especially you're on a ship. They use these on ships too. That's what they used. They could cross the Atlantic easy.
Without a radius, they cannot complete their measurements. And that's what they devised. I mean, anybody looking at 70 degrees divided by the sine of 70 miles divided by the sine of 1 degree, you end up with 4,010 miles along the hypotenuse. From that, you can deduce the apparent circumference of a flat circle. And then you can, deduce every angle from that point on a flat circle.
Yes. Yep. Not hard at all.
So these devices were, from what I'm understanding, you have a 57 times rule. So if I have a rise over run, I can times by 57.30 to get the degree. But I think there's a 57. Do you ever hear about the 57 rule? So basically,
No, I don't know about that. I don't think I know about that.
so you take the size of the object, you times it by 57, right? 57.3, pardon me, and you divide it by the degree, and you'll get the distance to it, right? So there's a quick equation. It's the 57.3 rule. There's also one called 57 rule too, which is basically when you are a designer and you have your perspective point, you have the 57 rule where it has to do with your perspective point in design work. But anyway, let's take the size of something, times it by 57.3, and then divide it by the degree, and you get the distance. So the 57 is related to the vision of the eye, because it's 57 times the size of it. It's just something, I forget the ratio to the human eye. If you go look at angular resolution, there is a example of a soccer ball at a certain distance of 725 meters to be resolved into a point, right? Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm sort of distracted and rambling at the same time here, so my apologies.
Yeah, I am too, and you get very technical, and honestly, I can't stay focused on it at all. So that's why I'll probably go back and listen to what you've said, and when I can listen to it quietly, you know what I mean? And actually take notes, because otherwise I won't get it. I just honestly won't get it. It sounds like you're saying numbers, blah, 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 and I'm like, okay.
It's just ratios, right? Everything is based on ratios. So all these calculations are devised with ratio. For instance, from the eyeball to your thumb, right? Your eyeball to your thumb has a certain thumb thickness, a certain length to the eyeball.
See, now I understand that, because I can hold out my thumb and go, oh, okay, yeah, I do get that. I understand that. Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty cool.
So here's the ratio. If you know the height of any object and it covers the width of your thumb, just times it by 20 and you'll get the distance to it. Because on average, the length of the distance between your eye and the size of your thumb is a 20-to-1 ratio, usually. So for instance, if you knew a person was 1.8 meters away or 6 feet tall away, and you held your thumb up to them and your thumb covered their whole height, the whole width and height of it, then all you do is take the height of that person and times it by 20, and that's the distance. So these fundamental equations come from ratios of behavior.
16, okay. 60, yeah, 120 feet. That's, I can understand that. That's really easy, because I understand ratios pretty well. Yeah, that's one of the things I do kind of understand pretty well. Like, I can't rattle off numbers, but if I do a quick calculation, blah, 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 there's the ratio. Sometimes I forget. Honestly, I have dyslexia in math where sometimes I forget what side of the equation things are supposed to be on. Like, I have to do trial and error, but it's good practice.
Well, I'm terrible at math, but I love it.
I learned a more advanced way to count or to multiply by using the columns and doing them all separately, then just adding the result. So they never told me that shit.
What do you mean? What do you mean pre-calculus?
Okay, let's say I have 116. Let me see. 116 times. So I would do it real simply. Times 10. 116. So you do the 10 times 100, 10 times 1,000, 10 times 100. Or I said 110, right? So 10 times 100, 10 times the 10, and 10 times the 6. Add them all together. You got the answer. Boom. Done.
They definitely had different techniques to teach us, and I often wonder why they favored certain strategies over others. And now I look at the way the kids are doing. It's almost like they're making it more complex than they need to do.
So check it out. What do you think about that? So 300 times 485. 485, 300 times. So 3 times 4, 3 times 8, 3 times 5. With a proper placement of where they're located in the columns. With the zeros, get the zeros in the right place. Boom, you're done. 3,959 times 4,567. So you just take the 4, like the bottom one, the multiplier, you just multiply that same column that it's in with that one. Multiply the same column with that, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Then go to your next
Yeah, you could also do it like this
Add
too,
'em all
Sonny.
up.
Like how the Japanese teach their students. You take like say 4, right? So you draw 4 lines down the sheet of paper, and then for the every other number, the multiple, like say 249, you want to
Mhm.
divide or multiply 4 by 249.
Yeah.
So you do 2 lines, and then 4 lines, and then 9 lines, and then you add up all of the cross sections, and that's the answer.
Yeah, isn't that a much better way? Wow, I would have done so much better in school if I had like known that. I figured it out
Sonny,
after when I was in college.
Sonny, do you know what I can find interesting? This is old pictures what you posted. This is really old picture.
Yeah.
This is in all these pictures there are straight lines. They are not curved lines anywhere.
Yeah, they have to have a horizontal datum to work from to
Oh
even
my
get it.
God!
Yep.
But why?
So for it to work, you assume you're on a flat Earth. Wow, what a surprise!
Yeah.
Because we actually are. That's why it works. The Globers don't have a chance. What are they going to say? Oh yeah,
For
back in
every
1477, they knew it was a curved Earth, and they were so show us the curved fucking adjacent now. Thank you.
but listen to this, for every tool in ancient time, and it was like a 10 or 12 or 20 of them. For every tool for navigation, you needed the horizontal line for every
Yeah,
tool.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
So think about why would they lie? So the people that had access to all the knowledge and information that were the first ones to print it still have control of all the information in a lockdown from you peasants. So in
You
the
know what's funny is
same
I used
period,
to say,
they were in the wait, hold on, a little rant from Sonny. They were in the same period. They're in the age of discovery. They're sending out these sailors all over Earth to steal and rape and get all the resources and stuff, fun stuff. That's our usual hobbies, enslave people, bring them back, like make them work to death. No big deal. It's just common. We do this all the
Yeah,
time.
see, they knew about
The same people
they
wait.
knew
Same
about the
people.
Americans, right?
Age of discovery, and they have a lockdown on all the information. They started printing the first books. Well, they started printing the first books also that were saying like, it's a globe now too. They had control of the printing presses. Yeah.
hold on, no, the printing
Sonny,
presses were the King James Bible. The reason why we have it is because the printing press became not just owned by the just the one group anymore. The printing press became available to other people that could print other material, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that printing press created the King James Bible. A King James Bible built
Oh,
a
I guarantee
foundation.
you, if you were not authorized to be using a printing press, off with your head.
No, you have the Calvinists and you have Thomason, all those guys with printing press printing
Yeah, they
leaflets
were
door to
they
door.
were in guilds that worked for the church.
Again, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that they didn't have higher ups. I'm just saying that the printing press is not privy to the small group anymore.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely, you're right.
That's what you have the
I wanna
turning
say-
point. Just like the internet and this Discord thing is like the printing press in a sense. We have it. So there's agents here. There's church agents here. There's all those types of people in these platforms. It's just a given at this point in juncture where we are as a society, right?
Well,
It's
they're
just a
getting
given
ready
part of-
for the next massive book burning by unplugging and censoring, cordoning off information and knowledge.
They can try, but the society will wake up to it. That's the issue. Society
Yeah, we
will
already
have
are.
enough at some point.
Waking up. People are seeing it more from the censorship. Like now, every regular day people, the delivery person, the FedEx person, the security guard down at the street, like they're all like pretty much about the lie thing. They're all like, oh yeah, they lied about everything. People are just
problem is that they haven't taken away their foods yet, and they haven't taken away their security entirely.
Yeah.
So those are the two things that are supposedly supposed to happen, and that's how they get their great reset, right? It's a boiling frog scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
I believe so many of us are waking up though now. It seems really fast at this point.
we won't get what we need, which we do ironically need as a reset, even though I hate to say that, we need it because the moral aptitude is gone.
Yeah.
The appreciation just for the creation aspect is gone. So it's a sad thing because you can look at it as a communism or you can look at it as capitalism. They have an effect. I think morally though, if you start stripping away people from their everyday freedoms, people are now having no choice but to face their moral dilemmas. Do they act in an aggressive way? Do they act angry? Do they take that out in society? Well, that's what you're starting to see. You're starting to see the byproduct of that, and that's by design, because to have any kind of epoch, you always need a pinnacle. And so to get that, you have to script it. You literally have to script it. You have to have a playbook. And we are in that particular moment of time where they're going to fuel, like I'm just waiting for the flat earth thing to become political. Some group in the United States, flat earth school, right? Like you got to think it's predictive programming. It starts in Australia, then there's going to be one in the United States. It's going to become political. They are preparing for angrier society. That's what this is about.
Yeah. I don't think they've gotten what they wanted though, because people just aren't. It seems to be
actually there's some truth there. They can't predict the human condition entirely, but they definitely have algorithms that can weigh and predict the school of fish's pattern of behavior, so that we know that they can do that. We're all byproducts of that, and it should be evident, whether you're an agent or not. It should be evident to you because you're here, right?
And I want to point this out. I think they knew about the Americas long before the age of discovery. They just kept that land hidden, kind of like they're keeping certain lands hidden from us today.
I do too.
They already told you that the Columbus is a myth. They already told you that it was used to invite immigrants over to New York, right? It was to create this Italian pride, right? Let's go to America, Columbus, right? And if you look, it's probably the most comical holiday for the elites to laugh at. The comedy behind it's brilliant because of what it means.
It is.
And they're telling you, they've already told you that it's a myth, a hoax is made up by a writer to promote pride in Italian immigrants or immigration, which really meant to attract immigration. And this is provided to you by that, the source is YouTube, obviously, but from a gentleman, he's blonde, got glasses, events that we don't know that are myths in society, but pop culture has taken them over. And so he goes through and he explains the history behind it, who the writer was, the book, the information, the propaganda behind it. And to this day, it's right there, but he knows it. But what happens every Columbus Day?
Yeah.
Who's laughing the most? The elite are. 100%. It's their day. Columbus Day is not for people, it's for them.
Well, see, the thing is I thought Columbus sailed north.
Who knows what the truth is, though, dude, when you get to that stupid shit.
That's the fair
that
point.
Would have been, because if you would have looked at his supposed round ball that he was trying to navigate with, it would have made sense just to go north to get to China, right?
Who knows if the story's real? Who knows if he ever fucking got here, dude? Who fucking knows?
Oh, I know.
Is there a trail of his family? I mean, can you trace his family members down? I mean,
yeah, you have to think. You have to have a model. I mean, the people in power love models, whether it's the medical model, whether it's the algorithms when it comes to disease spreading models, whatever. It's model driven, right? Even space travel is model driven. The Nazis, everything was model driven.
You have that old world map from like 1500s, and it shows North America, South America, with like cities and castles that are now like called like Chicago, right? And back then it was like Chicago, like with an X. So it's like crazy, like they knew about these locations and now we're living in it. So possibly we are living through like a reset. It gives like some sort of reverence to history as an agreed upon lie.
Well, it's bigger than that. It's a subversion of the truth. And so if you have to look at the system that you were given, it wasn't a bad system. If you think about the foundation of the banking and what it meant that you could go to a secure place. In Canada in the 70s, let me start here, because it was really the 70s that started to change things in Canada anyway. They changed the banking laws, and that was our fault as citizens because we didn't have people on our side to defend us, and they came in and they started to go from the central bank where they had to borrow money at interest. Well, Canada at the time, Canadian citizens could borrow from the Bank of Canada at 0% interest to buy a home. So there was a good system set up. And that's why we got to where we are. Let's be honest about all of that. What happened is in the last 20, 30 years, since that certain group fully took over, the subversion of freedom of speech is it's done intentionally to abuse freedom of speech because it's about the demoralization of human, right? So they have to demoralize freedom of speech for what it stands for in a negative sense, not a positive, and they're demoralizing. That's done by demoralization. Sorry, I got distracted again. What was I saying? What we were talking about?
The Age of Discovery, the Great Reset, Canada in the 70s.
Yeah. So there was a good system set up. No, not necessarily. So there was a good system. So what you have to do to destroy that system is you have to pervert it. Okay, so if we were given sovereignty, if we were given a Bill of Rights, freedoms, constitutional rights, all of these things, land, ownership, all of these wonderful things to create what was called a middle class, that is an amazing system. Everybody here should agree upon that. And whether it's Klaus Schwab's idea of economy or the capitalist guy, his name escapes me at the moment, it was a good system. And it brings me back to scripture saying that which once was good will be bad, and which once was bad will be good, right? Now, historically, you always have these inversion stories going on, these switches, these resets, these events that we can agree upon. I'm just saying the system that we had was good, and it's being subverted. And we're going into the bad system now. That it's supposed to be better, right? But it's not. It's the mass enslavement, and everybody's talking about the system we're now being enslaved.
Could I say something? I'm gonna take the silence as a yes. Just be mindful of this. It's gonna talk about like don't let that discourage you.
There's some static on the end.
Can't hear you, bud. You're all.
Can you try to fix the static?
Let me see. Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, cool. So just don't let what this guy's like saying discourage you. And I'm not saying what you're saying is bad; it's the truth. But just because our system is being thrown around and it's being perverted and all of these bad things, that just means we need a better system, you know. And I think you were actually saying that right before I interrupted. Is like, yeah, the system it's going down the drain, yeah, but that doesn't mean a better one can't come out from on top of it. It's gonna suck for the next few years, but
if they're going to subvert truth, which they're already doing, the system they're creating is not good. If they're going to limit finances and growth, that system is not good. If they're going to tell an individual that don't need to work, that's not good. If they're telling somebody that they have only one source of medical information, that's not good. So there is no good in the system that can be created out of somebody who wants total control of everything we do. People are complaining about being controlled right now. That's their own fault, including my own fault for being so easily subverted by losing my Christian values. And that's truly what it comes down to. And it's not a religion, it's values. It's Christian values. We all lost them. Now, I'm not saying Christian is the only one that has no lying, no cheating, no stealing, no infidelity, love your neighbor. Like, I'm not saying that's only subjugated to Christian belief system. I'm just saying the values are that. They're associated heavily with Christian values. It's what built the system we're on, right? It's what built the system we're on. It gave good judges, good, everything over the course of time, like history dictates, becomes perverted and corrupt. Why? It's because history says that man loses God from his heart and his mind, and he becomes evil and treacherous, and therefore the byproduct of his behavior becomes evil and treacherous. Right? So that's the way I'm seeing it, as being as objective as possible, although it may not sound objective to people who don't believe in God or whatever. The value system is being destroyed. That was the good system.
Yeah. Christianity is what makes nations strong. It's like you said, the core values. I wouldn't say like like I wouldn't say like I forgot the Christian values. For me personally, I was never taught the Christian values. Like I was never taught like explicitly. It was kind of implicit with how my parents raised me, but they never like pushed that on me, should I say? But I would say the spirit of the nation has forgotten who God is. The spirit of the nation, the leaders, majority of people, some people are growing up today not knowing who God is or has heard his name and is pushing him to the side.
Yep. So it's interesting how governments can introduce flat Earth, right, to bring upon a change in individuals, right? Because that's who released flat Earth. It's the government. It's the government that put this forth. You understand that, right?
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
So the government put all this forth. This is done by the government. All in the
What is
for this
flat
information.
Earth or globe Earth?
Flat Earth. It's all the government done.
You said flat Earth?
Yep.
You think the government has like placed in flat Earth?
For sure. There's no way that a small group of people, unfinanced, would create, I don't know, years worth of content, production friendly, 1 week after another, months on end, without any preemptive work put into it. That's an agency behind that, dude. That's some serious motivation.
Create an agency behind the truth? How would that fly?
Well, here's the thing. How do you subvert the truth?
Well, you look around and you say, "Hey,
you need to control it, right?"
Hey, what's true? Did
So
somebody kick me in the balls? Yeah, I feel it. Did they not? No.
Who's always looking
What do
to
you mean,
scheme
what's
and
true?
deceive? Who's looking?
What are you
Who's always
talking about?
looking?
What's true?
Good people aren't looking at to scheme and deceive, brother. So when you look at it, anything that's put forth in front and given major media attention, there's an agency behind it. Okay. So when you look at that,
you mean like the whole globe?
Should I finish, or do you want to keep interrupting me?
The globe has been done that too. Now we understand it's a lie.
Would you like to keep interrupting me, or can I finish?
Well, what are you finishing about?
So again, when you look at how it was rolled out, it's done by an agency, and most likely it is done by your government, because if your government wants a great reset, that's a great tool to use, is it not? And if you were always conniving, deceiving, and you're an evil agency, well, wouldn't you want to control the movement first before it caught on?
Wait, when you say agency, are you talking like 3-letter agency or like people have an agency to do this?
Okay, so it's not a far stretch. I am speaking plain English. You can conjure whatever image you need or whatever adjective that associates with agency. You just play around with the word.
For what? A globe or a flat Earth?
So if you have the model for both, like Chinese have a flat Earth model and NASA has a globe model. If you have those two models, you have equations, what can the little Joe prove? What can he prove? Tell me.
Reality.
Awesome. So empirical reality. Okay. So objective reality comes into play with this empiricism. Now, if the mind has been trained and brainwashed between those two paradigms of reality, can you show somebody in their mind the Earth is flat when they think it's a ball?
Yeah, you can always show them something besides what they think. Yes, just
You
because they
can't.
think
You
the
can't.
light's not
The
on
brain. The
doesn't
brain
mean you
snaps.
can't
The
show 'em.
brain snaps
Hold on
back.
a
The
minute,
brain
man.
snaps
Can I
back.
finish my sentence? Just
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
you turn the light on doesn't mean it's not on. Okay, we'll leave the light on for you.
I understand the analogy there, and it may be true for a period of time, but the brain snaps back. The brain goes back to the paradigm it once believed. Okay, I've done the experiment many times. This doesn't matter. The only change in the individual is whether the mind can handle both paradigms. But when you come to being sourced information in fact, and you realize that there's a flat Earth model done by the Chinese, and then you realize there's a globe model, heliocentric model done by the Roman Catholic Church. That's an interesting conversation now, is it? And then you realize that the philosophical then you realize the philosophical argument. Then you realize the philosophical arguments never ended. It started with Aximenes and Pythagoras.
That matters when you can look at a cup of water. You understand what I'm saying or not?
I understand the cup of the water. Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that on a general sense, a cup of water is not.
Anybody that's going by belief for ideas is insane. We're going to go by physics and reality.
Yes, the cup of water won't really break them out of the
spell. If you go by belief and you wanted to run the world by beliefs, where would that put you? I'd say in an insane asylum. So keep doing that. Good for you.
Yeah. So
looks good on you.
So if you can,
go by belief.
If you could break the spell that easily with a cup of water, then all you'd be doing is going on the street and going, "Hey, this cup of water, it's flat, right? Well, they're right. Like, get real, bud."
Pretty simple,
brainwashing. Yeah, I get it. The brainwashing is so thick, however, that even though they can have a moment of realization, the brain will snap back and they'll come to some other conclusion. The only true person that I've documented being able to, now whether you're a character or not, a character is acting. Acting is different. That's lying, right? Being a professional liar in this case, and there's lots of them. But a person who discovers it on their own for their own reason. And that's documented by asking, how did you, what made you think of flat Earth, or what was the first thing that was an aha moment?
But at what layer will this be, right? Because on the practical things, you can't use the globe to do anything out of the practical stuff, right? Like you can build stuff or design airplanes to work in reality if you just
none of it works. I mean,
lights, right? So
well,
there's a layer.
You can make models. You can make models.
There is a layer where you're talking about that, this deceit is being used on, but it's not the whole thing. The whole cake is not the lie.
What do you mean the whole cake is not the lie? What do you mean?
The whole, I mean, a community like let's say food processing or building a structure, building a house, or even a whole community. You never need a globe for that. So you could lie to people.
You don't need a globe for anything. There is no reason for a globe. No Joe Blow on this earth, you and me, will ever do anything with space, ever. We'll never, ever do anything with space. We could live for 500 years and probably never do anything with space.
So that's what I'm saying, that the lie is just a layer on top of what?
Well, it's taking the metaphysical world and trying to make it reality for people. And the only way that you can do that is to deny present reality. And when you have somebody deny present reality and they're inside their mind, it's literally like a spell, right? It's literally like a spell. I'm very impressed of how thick that spell is. And I've been trying to break it, trying to figure out learning hypnotism and all this stuff, learning how to break MK Ultra, if you will, or whatever that shit is.
Stopping and asking somebody. It's like stopping them and getting their.
You're kind of going off.
Dude, it doesn't matter if it's climate. They're very aggressive when it comes to climate. You question anything.
You're not answering his question though.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Yeah, the question about the layer, right? What is the layer on top of the lie is the layer on top of truth, right? The protective layer.
Well, the layer is that we are the layer is that underneath that cover which the layer we are that layer of human that have the rights to the minerals under our feet. We have the rights to the land under our feet, right? It's the majority that owns this
Lair is a
earth, right?
castle. My lair. I'll
So,
take you back to my lair.
what do you mean?
Lair is a castle. What do you mean?
Well, I understand a layer, sure, but what context are you using this word in? A layer of dirt, a layer of sand, a layer.
Lair castle.
So you're talking about a dungeon. You're referring it to a dungeon, then? Is not what a layer is? Is a dungeon?
No, my castle is my lair, my lord.
Oh.
The owners of the information or the source brought to you from whatever. Like, so like, if you look up Google something, they can put whatever on there as a fact, regardless whether they can back it. You understand?
But again, that is again, it's a way of destroying the. So what I'm saying is that there was a good system set up. There was a good group of men. You wouldn't have the luxury you do now if there wasn't. They've been trying to figure out laws.
Have any
They've been
luxury?
figuring out. They've been. If you work in North America, United States, Canada, you work hard out here. You can make a life for yourself. Yeah, you can make something of yourself. That opportunity is what they're trying to get rid of, right? At least
Native
to some degree.
Americans and normal
So at least to
people
some,
and Indian and people
yeah.
born on land with none of your. What are you talking about?
No,
Yeah.
that,
So
that,
there's a
that,
there's a
that system that you're talking about, that system that provides
bunch of
and it's
goofy guys in tights never gave you freedom, dude. Get real.
that system is on reality.
So
Right?
if you wanted to live in a hut, you're allowed to do so. Okay. If you wanted to not conform
and that would
to,
be
if you want, listen,
freedom.
if you want, well, yeah, you can have freedom. Just don't drive a truck and
Well, first
don't
you
wear
have to
modern
pay
clothes
property
and stitch everything
tax.
together. Be realistic. See, the problem is you don't want to be realistic. You just want to have an argument, and your argument's based in so many fallacies because it's unrealistic. So be realistic. You had a good system that even every Native American growing up in it could have done something with their life if they'd chosen to do so. Whether it's law for Aboriginals, whether it's medicine for Aboriginals, they could have done good. Now we're not discussing the corruption in that, are we? Because if we are, then we can.
It's nothing
But I'm talking about the system.
Nothing but
I'm talking about the system. Yeah, now for sure. Yeah, because it's our fault. We didn't learn the law. We got sucked into TV and porn and video games and drugs and booze and having sex with a whole bunch of different. We wasted our 20s, 30s. Look, dude, it was all a big rock and roll party for a lot of people. That was the message they gave the youth from the 60s to now. It's a one big party.
Right? That
So
system,
when
of drugs and all that kind of stuff, that was incentivized for people to go towards that. It was
we are in that system now where they're going to legalize all drugs in the future because that's part of Marxism. Communism is no drugs are illegal. In fact, they encourage drug use with young children.
So that system of abundance, a good system that you were talking about, that can only be possible in, with practical things that work in reality. Obviously, to be able to provide food.
Well, imagine if
You
we
can't,
had.
you can't just draw imaginary things and think about globes and say, "Hey, there you go, let's go fishing in a globe." You can. That doesn't work like that.
Nobody thinks that. Yeah, nobody thinks like that. No, nobody cares about
You
space.
know what?
Nobody thinks about the ball. This is a very niche conversation for 99% of the world. The people who come here are conspiratorial. The disposition of them are obviously, well, either you're working for somebody, or you're collecting information for a book, or you have a.
So the way that layer affects the other people is that you have to put energy, your time, and pay these people that are pushing the lie for them to have a position of power. That's the system that we're in.
Why would they have to push the lie if you can make money from setting up both control?
No, but when we pay taxes and we pay for NASA, and they take all the resources and all the time, put all these people to work toward this goal of going to space, that's a lot of energy and time and
so what
people
they're doing,
that have to throw their energy into going to the system, right?
So it's half truth, okay? So what they're doing is they're just making spying equipment and electronic parts for their gadgets. It's just about espionage and spying. That's all it is. So they're making stuff to spy on people. So it may not be told there. They don't know the illusion of going to space. They're putting things up in the sky with the technology they're making. So it's half truth. So is it employing people? Yeah, it is, because taxpayers are paying for it. So taxpayers are paying for people to put machinery together so they can fly
And
them
the people
themselves.
put in the work. It's not just the tax, right? The energy put into it. The paper is one thing, and the amount of
Imagine one big joke.
paper is one thing, but the energy and the time that people put into it, that's a huge part of it.
Yeah, but it serves a purpose, right? It serves a purpose for like anti-espionage, protecting their interests, right? I mean, to some degree, their interests are American interests. They just still want to protect the worker. They still want to protect the people to some degree. It's a cash cow in the United States, right? So obviously they have to protect the people. So they create this equipment. Now, is that a bad thing? Well, that's what technology is about. It's about the cyber world. It's about devices. So what do, right? As a nation, you start out good trying to protect your people. So you build security features, and you like I said, to me, it looks like in history that there was at least a form of there was a group of people that were good people that set up a good system that obviously perverted now, but intention was.
I do have to ask. With all of this, you're saying that flat Earth is a government psyop, right? That's what I'm getting.
So when you say psyop, the fact is that the Earth appears to be stationary, no curvature, no spin, right? If you can take that natural empirical, and here this is coming from, I can relate it to this. There's a speech with Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan says to thousands, if not millions, if you were to obey all of your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth is flat, right? And this is a speech that this president made, and you can go. This is on whatever videos on his Reagan thing. If you can find it, let me know. Post it in the thing. I've been looking for it again to post it on my channel because it highlights the point. Is that we have philosophy for a reason. It's because none of us could ever fly planes, and none of us could take hot air balloons and da-da-da-da, but we had philosophy on what reality was. So the idea is that you wouldn't have alternate philosophies if you had the truth about things. So if you look at early history, a lot of Greek philosophers were flat earthers in the beginning. They described the Earth as a flat circle with a North Polar star. That was the information provided, right? And you can go look at Plato. He writes a play about it. He gives a description. So Plato's the flat earther, and this is how he described Earth.
Right.
So when you see these conversations, and then you see, media after media after media rebuking it, right? You're like, okay, fair enough. It's all false information, da-da-da-da. But then you start to see media promote the other side of it, like it's in Obama's speeches. Hillary is saying certain things. Russian astronauts are coming out. Doctors are saying it on TV, right? So you start to see more and more of it because you're familiar with the language. So the more you're familiar with the language, the more you think, you're like, oh, well, not everybody's going to be listening to the doctor when the doctor says flat Earth in his speech. They're going to think that means anything. It's just going to go in one ear and out the other. But somebody who's familiar with the debate is going to go, interesting, the doctor's mentioned the Earth's flat. I'll wonder why, right? So when you say psyop, your implications is saying that it's not real. In other words, the Earth isn't stationary. It doesn't have curvature. It's a ball. Well, that's not what empirical reality says. So what I'm saying is, if a government wants a great reset, they're going to use if they built the society on a lie, which is the cosmology, not the banking, not the middle class, and not the tax laws and owning property, none of that. That became perverted over a period of time.
Right.
Because we didn't do checks and balances with capitalism, but you can destroy the lie with the truth. So in other words, if you can come in and start to say, hey, the scientific method is this. And in fact, there's not a lot of real science going on here. right? So we can keep driving that in. Like there's a lot of drive to cancel out Einstein and go to quantum physics, quantum reality, right? The unseen, right? So society is pushing for the quantum world. And Einstein,
Something you can't see.
Exactly.
Well, that's the same as the globe and everything else. So no, I'm not pushing for that.
Well, I mean, this is where it gets a little weird when you start talking about things that are unseen and seen, because this is when you can start talking about religion and stuff, right? Like I'm Christian and I believe in God, but you can't see God, but you can know God, right?
I see
So
God all the time. So that's the difference between you and me. I see God all the time. I see God in children. I see God in mathematical design. I see God in geometry. I see him everywhere.
right.
I hear
No,
the
I'm
birds
not. I'm not.
calling his name.
I'm not saying that you as a Christian you can see God, right? I'm saying like physically, like a person like that's there right in front of you, you cannot see God.
Why would you expect to? He's God.
Right, exactly. But this is what I'm saying. It's like with flat Earth and globe Earth, like you can't see half the things that are being talked about in both ends, right? Like it's as simple as you can't see air.
You cannot possibly describe what the world is with a word or two, put it on a piece of paper, and you can't even go from that word. Flat Earth. That's just a description. That's it.
The only thing you can do is to try to prove to yourself how they proved curvature. And for me, the way that I see how they devised it was from the apparent motion of the sun. That all the calculations derive from the apparent motion of the sun, according to their calculations in math. And they quantified the 60 by 60 clock time, which is basically an oscillation of the child's heartbeat or something. And that's the idea of the 60 seconds, 60 minutes. But what they found out with that clock time is that you don't have the sun moving in that consistent pattern, right? You can calculate the slowing and the speeding up of that pattern based on that constant clock time. Point is if you prove to yourself, what I proved to myself is the Earth doesn't rotate. I've been in a plane many a times, and if I fly a triangle of 150 miles, I don't have to worry about anything of a ball at all, none of it, nature, and just fly in a small path. So just the practicality itself, they didn't have back then to test these claims. They're taking something they can't prove and then hypothesizing on it, which was the apparent junction of the sky and ground. Because what are you going to do when you're a 6-foot man?
Right, right. Well,
I guess what you do is you go to B. al-Biruni and you go measure the height of a mountain using geometry, Euclidean, and then go from the top of that mountain and measure your height above the plane and calculate it as a dip due to a horizon of a ball. Right? You could do those, but again, that's based on philosophy.
right. Just because you say it's not true.
So why would a government do that? It's because if they want to reset, they have to have it open-ended. They can't. They have to leave the person in confusion since they beg for answers. That's any reset or anything that I've ever read that anybody does psychologically to a human being. That's what they do. They take everything away until they beg for something.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that's what happened with Hitler.
What happened with Hitler?
From my understanding, basically that the society before Hitler kind of joined in was on a verge of like falling apart, and people were like, we need to go back to this and these values, and we need to fix our society. And Hitler came in and he pointed the blame on somebody, and he was like, these are the people that ruined our beautiful German nation, and in order for us to get back to what we to get back to how we used to be, we need to eradicate these people.
That is the story, right? And the ironic thing with that story is that seems to happen quite frequently for a certain group of people. It seems I came across a book where they were banned. Actually, 1911 they were banned from something, and then I think in the 30s they were banned, and I think 1933 is when all. I think that's when actually that's when they were successful, right? I think 1933 is when think they all joined forces at that point.
I think so. I don't know too much about it though. I will say this.
Whatever, man.
I'm about to head out.
Books.
I will say this though. Regardless, flat Earth, globe Earth, regardless whatever the hell you believe in, it honestly doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It is fun to
Does it matter
speculate.
to little people? Does it matter to little children? Does it matter?
Wait,
to
like that's not true, because for somebody to come to the paradox, you have to come to the paradox first, because that paradoxical state that you're in when you approach that paradox, that's your character's next, right? Do you lose your shit? Do you get angry? Do you turn? Because if you're remembering, it's all about teaching you that everything's a lie. That's fundamentally of any
Not
science.
everything. When I wake
So-
up every morning and I open my
not everything in this world.
Excuse me, excuse me. Not everything is a lie.
Not everything's no. You're right. Not everything's a lie. Absolutely. In this world that we live in, there is many truths that are objectively true, 100%. Right. So we do have empirical instruments and devices that improve our daily life. Absolutely, we have technology at this point. The belief, however, supersedes technology. And the danger with that belief is that it's a reliance on some other being that isn't God, because they look at the superiority as if itself the important and only factor of creation or life itself, which are these devices, which is the technological achievement, the virtual reality, right? This is the pinnacle of man's achievement, VR, which is a mimic of reality. So who's running VR?
Well, if you ask, not you, but the other gentleman asks if it's important, if it's a lie, who cares, or what would it?
Well,
what would
my
it matter?
mindset with it, my mindset going towards that is that I guess this is more of like a Christian standpoint, that it's not a salvational issue.
So lying to children about things in reality that has nothing to do with.
Here's what happened. Here's what happened, though. Here's what happened is in the 80s, though, the Christians were starting to lose and the Christians were getting soft. And they started removing God and teaching creationism in school and brought in evolution. And that came in the 90s, it grew bigger. And then 2000s, it was out, right? So the Christians are really the soft, weak Christians that we became. And I'm not talking about religious Christians, traditional shit. I'm just talking about values, okay? We got soft. They started to take advantage of that and implement the bleeding heart, the turn the other cheek, the tolerance, right? Because it really became just about tolerance at this point, to the point where it's extremely. You have to be. You're not even asking for it. You're just asking to live normally, but you can't. You're literally being. It's literally being
How
thrown.
can you live normally if they push in the globe lie every single second everywhere?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the
problem. They push in the lie. They take from you to push the lie to children, to lie to people, to lie to children. So why will it does matter to them because they've been pushing it for a long time. So it does matter to them.
They don't know it's a lie, though, right? They don't know anything. They don't know anything. And in fact, it's not technically a lie.
I don't buy that.
Hold on, it's technically not a lie because they're not being malice. There's no there's no malintent behind what they're doing. Okay, there's not.
NASA and the government has no malice. No.
No, they're not. When they're trying to teach about evolution, in their heart, though, I'm trying to tell you, like in their heart, they're not hating on God.
More like a spiritual thing. Perspective.
No, I'm just saying that they're not coming across angry or vindictive when they teach evolution.
Right.
They're not coming across with
So if I don't want to participate in the lie, I don't want to pay my taxes. Would they come with malice and upset at me or no?
Depends on what you do. See, that's a whole other conversation
Taxes
we can get
have
into.
nothing to do with this. Yeah, taxes don't have anything to do with it.
Taxes have nothing to do with it.
Icon, you mind if I try and explain?
Nothing to do with it.
Here, let me explain. It's like you're taught something your whole life, and you're taught that it's true, so you believe that it's true. And so you continue to tell that as it is truth, though you don't know it's a lie because that's all
You're
you've been
pushing a
told that
lie.
is true.
You're pushing a lie, and you know it doesn't go with reality, but you keep pushing it.
Well, that's the
And
thing. If you're just a normal, everyday going person, you're not going to
it's
question it.
still a
So you
lie.
don't
It
think
is a
it's a
lie.
lie.
It is
You
a
think
lie
it's
because
true.
fundamentally it goes against truth. It's not truth. So it is.
Listen, they don't know that. They
Not to
don't
them.
know
They
that.
don't know that
It's
exactly.
a difference of right now. It's a difference of opinion. Okay, as far as the way you see it on the outside
that
world,
lie
it'd
is
be a
being
difference of opinion.
protected because if you go somewhere and commit a crime and goes again, if you go and do fraud in a bank,
That's
you're gonna have
intentional.
consequences, right?
That's intentional, though. Yeah, but you're talking about intentional, right?
So
See,
there's
the
no
difference
intention
here.
of pushing the lie.
The difference here.
This
The difference
intention
here.
is coming out of nowhere.
The difference here is the school system. You can write a letter to the school system. You can be the change to say, by the way, I would like to encourage creationism. I would like to encourage the debate of God, because the only way to win is not to censor them. The only way to win is to take them on in a platform where there's open and equal opportunity. That's where we're going. As a society, it's going that way to a certain degree. If you notice online, there's more and more debates happening. I know only from a couple of channels.
These same people grab children, lie to them, and then giving a bunch of drugs and injectables in the school system just to keep in them, and you saying they're not lying?
My guy, did you go to public school?
My guy, shut the fuck up. I'm talking
No,
to
for real.
Flabbertina.
Did you go to public school, dude?
That's none of your business.
Did you go to a school?
Did you go to a school?
Yes. I mean, people don't go to schools. Like, I'm generally trying to ask you here, dude.
What's the point?
The point is the system was actually set up good at one point. It did teach creationism, and it did teach evolution. It gave you either option. Because why? It's because it comes down to the struggle of the origin of man. Now,
And it's
if you want to be, I understand. I understand. I understand. The lie will be exposed. I'm not worried about that. You're getting ahead of yourself here. It will be exposed.
Because
it's why the lie was made is more important. Okay, it's why the lie was made.
No, is it a lie or is it not a lie?
It's not whether it's a lie or not. It's why it was made a lie. Okay, do you understand? They knew it was a lie.
A lie.
Listen, it's bigger than that. They knew it was a lie. It's why they used it as a lie. It's because the average Joe Blow can't fact check it. So when they are taught it through a system that has been regurgitated,
I'm asking CG what he's saying is not a lie. He said it's not a lie.
No, what I was trying to explain to you, right, is like your parents can tell you something that they believe is true. Do you think they're outwardly trying to hurt you and lie to you and be intentional and trying to throw you into the wrong way? No, they're teaching you what they believe is true.
Things that were on a day-to-day basics. They tell me, hey, open the door. Hey, clean your room. Hey, brush your teeth. I don't see any of that stuff as a lie.
No,
how about them telling me Santa Claus? How many tell me about Santa Claus is real, or telling me to put my tooth under my bed for the tooth fairy, and I'd wake up and there'd be $5 there.
I didn't do that.
My parents did all of that stuff, right? Are they bad, evil, malicious? Are they bad, evil, malicious people? No, they just followed a tradition because that's what they were taught.
But wait a minute, who's saying they didn't know? Is that you?
What I'm saying is, as the social movement goes, pop culture moves on, okay? A lot of the movement of the School of Fishes, if you will, are driven by pop culture motivation. Whether it's rap music, whether it's fucking YouTuber of the week.
That's getting away from the point, though. That's getting away from the point of this. Listen.
Sonny, CJ asked, why does it matter if it's flat or a globe? Because it doesn't matter.
Because it's not a salvational issue.
So I ask you, if they're lying to children and lying to people, lying about the fundamentals of reality, of creation, and keep going with that lie and creating these mindless people that only believe in what the authority is telling them.
And listen, a lot of the teachers do know. What about the teachers do know? You're appealing to their ignorance is fallacious because listen, there's teachers, if they go against they're going to lose all their tenure. You know what that means? They lose their credentials to teach anymore. What if they've been teaching for 15 or 20 years? They know, a lot of them know they're too deep in it and they're not going to change now because their lifestyle depends on it.
I highly doubt that a majority of average, everyday public school teachers really truly believe that the Earth is flat and that they are truly subverting that and really trying to stop the.
Oh, that's true. I didn't say
future
that.
generations.
All of them. I didn't say all of them do. I'm saying a lot of
No,
them do.
there are people that will fight for the ball Earth purposely. Just the same vices that the flat earther has against the ball. It's
Have you
across
been?
the board
Have you
equal.
been to a school meeting? Have you been to a school meeting when the school thinks they own your children and you have no say on it?
So that's our fault. And like I said, the system was set up good in the past. It was a good system. Without it, we wouldn't be here where we're at. The problem is that to become more corrupt and to stay in power, you have to pervert the system you have. And that's all they've done to maintain power, is continuously pervert a good system. Why and how? They subverted it by removing our values. By how? Pop culture, music. How do they do that? Well, they subverted humor. They subverted humor with they subverted humor with.
Only worked for one race. That's it. I'm sorry, whether you like it or not. It was a system set up for one race of people. That was it.
Yeah, the Mexicans.
No, there's not one race of people. That's nonsense. There's no race of people. It's not a. It's just they're human beings. There's no race.
The Mexicans are taking over, right, Fraud?
This hue.
Conjunction with the Russians.
We all know that, but the social construct that has been created has been racist from the very beginning of it. So whoever said whoever said that an indigenous person in this country has just as much right, if you are a group that is disallowed because of the fundamentals of policies, then they're not going to be allowed. I don't care how much opportunity you think they have. They're disallowed in the system by generational racism through legislation.
Well, they told me in school that
they're sovereign here, buddy. They're sovereign and they don't pay taxes here, and they have their own land. And when they turn 18, they get a ton of money on their tribes from their tribe leaders. So I don't know what you're talking about spilt milk for, when society has been moving forward for the last 100 years in a way that benefits all of mankind.
Moving forward, have you seen this piece of crap Jason board buildings that are built like torches, and there people wonder why they're on fire the next month?
What?
Have you seen these buildings that they make these days, comparable to the older buildings?
The thing about the tribes getting their tribal lands and having casinos and becoming millionaires is a very new thing. It really is. That's not very
reparations shows you that it's not a racist government, right? Reparations showed it. Sure, why not? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be?
Show me, how is any of that reparations?
You assimilated my tribe of people. You stole my land from me. I want my land back, and I don't want to pay taxes, and I want my sovereignty. Well, guess what they have? I'm a slave. In Canadian law, I'm a slave here. A native is more free than I am. Do you know that a native is not subjected to Canadian law anymore? They have to be tried on their own. They have to be tried on their own courts. So guess what? They have sovereignty.
By federal law, and they have to follow federal law.
Did you say
they cannot outside of what
I'm not saying they can't be arrested for breaking federal crimes. I'm not saying that.
Edgewise and ask one little question. Did you say Acadian? I'm just curious.
Where did this conversation go? I tuned out for like 2 seconds.
The system is not inherently racist at all anymore. Period. None.
Yes,
the owners themselves got rid of slavery. The British Navy and British Army got rid of slavery. It was the Christian values that got rid of slavery that built this.
America has the largest slave population in the world. There are more prisoners in America for nonviolent crimes than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
slavery is not dead in America. It doesn't matter if you're red, yellow, black, or white. They will put you in the penitentiary if they catch you with a plant.
So, Icano, Why does the U.S. have the highest prison population on Earth and only 15% of the population? Could you tell me that?
No, we're only 5.
What does this
The
have to
U.S.
do with
is only
anything that we were
5.
talking about beforehand?
I'll tell you why. Because they glorified gang violence. They glorified gang violence, right? They took the father out of the household, okay? And then they made divorce rates increase. There's why you have increase in crime.
Guys, CG said that what would it matter if the earth was flat or a globe? It doesn't matter because it's not a salvation issue. That's what you said. But
Well, I mean,
the
yeah,
difference
I'm more focused on spiritual issues, right? Pointing towards gods in these certain
so
issues.
what
Now,
about lying to children? Do you think lying to children is okay?
of course not.
So if I go to a child and I tell him, "Hey, child, the ground you're standing on is a spinning globe. It goes like that you are in the vacuum of space, and all this stuff that I see up there, they have these distances and made up of this. I'm making stuff up. Is it okay to do that to children?
I
And
don't think it's okay to lie.
I force it into
Period.
them.
But we do it literally everyone lies at least once a day, at least.
If you're doing it ignorant of the fact, I mean, it's not a lie. Then you know what I'm saying? You
Right.
believe.
Right. No, what I'm trying to focus on is that the major issue is we don't believe in God. We're not following God, and so there's no.
You don't believe in God.
What do you mean I don't believe in God? Of course I do.
You just said that you don't believe in God.
What?
You're saying
He's
you
explaining
don't believe in God, but it's okay to lie to children. You're fucking ridiculous.
He's speaking in
Speak for yourself.
Where do these people
Hold on.
come from, man? That's
Hold on. He's
insane.
speaking for the country.
Literally,
He's just saying,
Fraud. I know what he's saying, but he can speak for himself.
Yeah, but I guess he's just making.
I'm not saying that I don't believe in God. I'm not saying that lying to children is fine.
The problem here is that we don't believe in God. That's him speaking. That's not me.
Yeah, but he's not talking about us.
I'm saying as a nation, we don't follow God. The spirit of the nation. I said this earlier. I literally said this about 10 minutes ago. I said the spirit of the nation does not believe in God. The nation.
How do you know that?
He's
How do
correct
you
in
know?
that. Look at the laws that are being changed. You can't say the prayer, and you can't pray in school, shit like that. Yes.
Are you saying that my neighbor that doesn't believe in God, that's me, that I'm my neighbor, and I don't believe in God because my neighbor doesn't believe in God?
Dude, what are you getting at here?
Once you become the minority, yes, it doesn't matter what
Wait,
the fuck you think.
Fraud, Jemsy, what are you trying to say? Like, I'm confused.
When you say we don't believe in God, maybe you
We
don't.
as a nation,
I do.
we as a nation, yes, and I do as well. But as a nation as a whole,
Speak for your.
He
I'm not my
doesn't want you speaking in general terms. That's why.
I'm not my neighbor.
He wants you to give percentages. All right, let's just say 60% of the country now doesn't believe in God. How's that?
Yeah, CG's not speaking for the nation. You don't have the voice of the nation right there in your
He's
little
correct.
on the side
He's
near
correct, though. It's
your
about in Canada, it's 64% secular. They don't believe in God, and the United States is about 60% now. So yeah, the United States was heavily.
And
well,
how
I think
do
maybe a
you
little less.
coming
this?
from the 6 media companies that own all the media
No,
companies
no,
and the
no,
two
no, no.
and the two curriculum companies that rule over all the curriculum on are
Relax,
two
dude.
companies.
Chill out. Okay, the narrative
You
is.
don't have to chill out. Don't fucking tell me to chill out,
The
man.
narrative is.
Do not
there's
tell
no
me
God.
to chill out. Hold on. Oh yeah, Fraud, you're just being unreasonable here with your yelling, trying to moderate over me. No, not going to happen.
can I explain myself? Basically, what I'm trying to say, right? Spirit, the heart of the nation, right? I'm not saying that people, everyone, right? Like a body can have cancer. That doesn't mean the entire body is filled with cancer, right? That's what I'm saying with the nation. Is that the nation, the spirit of the nation is not healthy. It's why we're in the situation that we're in now, because we've
Bro,
lost
right.
control
you
of the
said that
system.
it doesn't matter if people are lying about this topic. You just said that it doesn't matter if someone believes
Because
the
we
earth
need
is
to
a
focus back
is
on
a
God.
globe.
We need to focus back
Bro,
on God.
you are
That is what I'm trying
fundamentally
to explain.
wrong. You lying to children is okay.
Dude, okay, you know what? You're just trying to put words in my mouth right now because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to focus
No,
back
he
on
didn't
God.
say that.
Going back onto what Icon was saying is that God was taken out of our schools. God was taken out of the public space.
Don't claim it doesn't matter if someone is lying to children about, the fundamentals of reality. You said that it doesn't matter.
Here's the problem, though. You keep focusing on the lying aspect, right? And why he's trying to relate, and if I can try to get you to understand, is when you're raised up into something and it's coming out of your mouth, there's no malice and intent. In other words, you're not lying, going out of your way to lie, like a liar would. A liar would know the truth, therefore it's a lie. When people are speaking as if they speak truth without knowing the opposite side, they're not lying. So nobody's supporting that. The recognition here should be
It is a
the
lie.
recognition.
Yeah.
The
Jamesy.
recognition here. The recognition here should be understanding is how do you change that? Well, what needs to be changed is the reintroduction of creationism in
Bro,
schools.
that's why there is money and
Hold on,
resources
hold on,
put
hold
no,
on,
you
hold
hold
on.
on. Wait.
So when you say
The lie wouldn't stand. It is a lie because it wouldn't stand if
you're
it
trying
wasn't
to demonize, again. You're being
It's very
subverted.
simple. Flat
You're
Earth,
being
flat
subverted to
Earth.
demonize. You're being subverted to.
Whenever you're speaking, bro, you've been speaking for a long time, bro. Come on.
You're being subverted, dude. You're trying to point.
Share the mic.
If it wasn't a lie, it wouldn't need the resources, the time, the propaganda, all the energy put into the lie for it to work. It is a lie. That's why it requires so much energy to be put into the lie. If it wasn't for this put into it, the lie will fall. Everybody will see the truth for what it is.
It wasn't just put into it. The conversation of creationism was removed out of it. Okay, so you didn't have equal opportunity. So
Bro,
what I'm saying to you
I
is, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
So when you guys say that, people don't believe in God, 80+% of my family know that God exists.
Mexico's different, dude. It's highly much more faith in Mexico.
I live in the U.S.
There's much more. Yeah, but there's much more faith in Mexico.
I've never been to Mexico. I've never been to Mexico. And if
He's
I go to
not a Mexican. Do you see the racism in you, buddy? Wow.
Jimsy, you said 80% of your family
It's not
believes in God.
racism, dude. I love Mexico.
Wow,
I go
you're
there all
so
the time.
liberal and open and caring and equal, aren't you? You just call people things.
I'm not Mexican, and I've
Can
never
I
been.
ask Jimsy a question, please?
Good job, CG.
Jimsy, you said 80% of your family believes in God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how big of a percentage do you think that is in the entire population of the United States?
You don't know that answer. I don't know that answer.
I thought he was going to say, how many of your family are Mexican?
No, I'm asking how much do you. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it. Just thinking critically, it has to be an incredibly small number because there are literally millions of people living in the United States.
Look, you're not thinking critically, CG. I suggest you don't have an original thought in your mind once again. I do this on a daily basis.
Really, you don't think I have an original thought?
No, I don't.
How?
CG.
Nobody
do you
has
have
an original
children?
thought. Nobody has an original thought. Nothing is new under.
All right, Gabby
Do
is
you
trying
have
to say
children?
something. Go ahead, Gabby.
Yes, we do have original thought. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Somebody that's not in my environment right now is not going to be able to have the same thought. I don't care who they are or where they're from or what they're doing. No matter how similar you think it is, they're not going to have the same thought as I have originally that I come up with in my own environment at my own time. So what kind of thinking do you think, what do you think's going on between your ears?
One original thought right now.
Where do you think thoughts come from?
Give me one original thought right now.
It's irrelevant where thoughts come from.
Give me one
I'm
original
just
thought.
curious.
Anybody here right now, give me one original thought. Go.
Who? Me?
I think. Can I start it off?
Yep.
Go
ahead.
Yeah. Fuck it, let me start off.
Gabby is trying to explain, and everybody's gonna stay quiet while Gabby finishes sentence. Go ahead, Gabby.
Okay, Gabby, go for it.
I wanted to ask this guy, do you have children?
Who are you asking?
You.
Sir Vagabond, me? No, I don't have any children.
No, he was
No, the
the
guy
guy, he
who's
was
not a
asking
flat
the other guy.
earther.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's not me.
Yeah, the guy who's Christian, I guess, and he said lying to children. He admitted that lying to children is bad, is not good. Yeah, but
CG.
he did. Yeah. If you have children and you are sending them to school, you are sending them to be lied to. You know that, and you don't stop that. It makes you a bad parent by default. You also remove any other learning option, learning ways. You send them there to learn exclusively that the world is a globe and no other version. So you are lying to your children.
Because at the end of the day, like, I think he's concerned with the resources that will not be available to those children should they succumb to the understanding that he's understood. Now, this is a very difficult decision to make because you don't want your children to starve in a world that, you know, pushes them away because of their beliefs. But it's a very fine line to make sure that they'll still be able to survive with their intellect, even should they know the truth. That's more work. Now, are you willing to do that work for your kids? I know for my kids I am. I'll teach them both so they can survive in the world naturally and understand the truth. But like I said, I don't have any kids yet. But when I do, that's what I would do. Should I have had any?
So
Could
guess
I
what?
ask?
Oh, go ahead, Illegal. The lady want to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, it's a very interesting conversation, and you know that I'm very much pro flat Earth, of course. I know it to be a reality. But when I think about the fact that flat Earth has actually been the predominant belief system of the world for centuries, it's only recently that we have adopted the global model. And yet, that history has proved that man is capable of extraordinary atrocities, regardless of the fact that he believes the earth is flat. What good did it do? Tell me that.
If it did anything, if it did anything for,
I think it's a very solid point she's raising here. And if I may answer it first, it's so when you said what good will it do?
No, what good did it do?
What good did it do? Exactly. So there's two perspectives. Did it do? That's finite. And then will it do is into the future. We cannot control. So what good did it do? Not much so far from my perception, honestly. But at the end of the day, it's like it's not so much so far as I could perceive, honestly. The understanding of the flat earth has not done much. But at the end of the day, it's like it's the mental exercise of your mind actually figuring out a complex topic. That's the thing that's the most valuable. That I believe is the most valuable about this topic. Because we all know how much requisite work we had to do to get here. And then we can apply that. Let me finish my statement.
Pardon me.
No, you're fine. But we can actually apply that diligence within work into other aspects of life and produce amazing results quickly if we wanted to, because we can actually focus. That's what I think is the point. Because if you
certainly as an intellectual exercise, it's very valuable, certainly. But as a moral imperative, it has no effect.
This is exactly what I was trying to explain earlier.
So,
well, how about this? How about the results haven't come in yet? Because if any change, This is what I'm waiting for. Is you've brought up an excellent point. Is what does it do? Well, what it should have done is brought people to a paradoxical state of mind, which means they should have done research on the math, the physics, and the sciences to understand the dilemma. The dilemma is I'm a small little fucking ant on a huge ass ball, or I think I'm on a ball. How do I prove it? Right? You come down to that basic argument, and that's accumulated through research of finding navigation, instruments they use, ratios, and all those stuff that I mentioned there. If you haven't come to that point, then what has Flat Earth done for you? Fuck all. It's only brought you to the point where you've come to a creator, perhaps, or there's something inherently wrong with the system and you don't know what it is, and you've gravitated towards conspiracies. So if you haven't figured it out, it's an exercise into teach you how to critically think. And that's fundamentally what the switching between paradigms are, brings you to that paradox. Is there are a subset of people.
Pardon me. There's a lot of engineers who are very capable of critical thought. Yet, that doesn't mean that they're moral.
Well, maybe we would have better engineering capabilities if the world as a whole knew what the world is.
That's a good statement she just said, because that stunts their critical thinking growth, because they're not moral.
They're not moral.
If you choose to believe, if you go down the rabbit hole of Flat Earth, you would have to become morally responsible, and they don't want that. A lot of people don't want that. If you choose to believe in evolution and stars,
nobody wants to take responsibility. That's all.
Right, and the thing is, if you choose a lifestyle, a belief system where moral values go out the fucking window, you're not going to go back from that. Why would you? What person would? If there's no God, then I don't have any rules to be governed by. I can do whatever the fuck I want within reason, according to the laws of the country I live in. So there you go.
I can't see how the whole world being invested in a total lie is of no moral consequence.
It's not that it's a total lie, because that's the distraction. It's nobody thinks of it. So if you're presented a piece of cake on a plate every day of your life, you're not going to ask who made the cake. You're just going to eat it. And the problem is that
I'll ask who make it. Probably by the first or second time, I'll be asking who made the cake.
How many shows have you watched you don't give a shit about the director or the producer? How many shows
yeah, I'm always thinking about the fourth wall. I'm always thinking about the fourth wall, definitely. And still enjoy the show.
You don't really care about who's you maybe care about an actor in it.
Because all those fantasy things is one thing, but then when someone says who cares about reality, right? And then let's allow children to be taught by these people that are actually lying to them, and then you let them with these people, the children, right? And these people are saying, hey, we're not lying, but now we're gonna give all this shit to your children, all this bad information, and then we're gonna present all this false reality to them, and now we're gonna inject them with shit that you don't know about. But don't worry, we're not lying.
Yeah, this is where the deception leads. This is where we are.
Don't worry about it, bro. We're not lying.
I'd never lie to you.
Statistics is reality.
So what you're saying then is that most of the people that are perpetuating the lie aren't deliberately lying; they're just misinformed.
Yeah, the CJ guy jumped in and he said that the shape of the earth doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
What I'm trying to explain when I say that it doesn't matter is that God needs to come back to the public square, right? And once God comes back to the public square, that is when things like globe Earth and or flat Earth will start to reveal itself easier, because people are more inclined to believe in creation.
And I agree with you. You know why? Because the way to figure that out is by utilizing God-given senses. And these people are lying to you and telling you that your senses are nonsense. And when you believe that lie, and you think, no, they can't be lying, right? You believe everything that comes from them, and you take all the shit that comes from them, all the drugs, all the injectables that come from them, and that's gonna damage that temple that God gave you. You're supposed to be protecting, right? And you
I
won't be
agree.
able to
I
tell
agree.
lie from truth. You won't be able to differentiate that after a while, and that's gonna pass
Maybe in
down
a
to your
days.
children.
I mean, I
Yeah.
understand that, but it
Well
says
said. Well said.
it also says in scripture, right, that it explains that man, this is just all of man subvert the truth. They like to hide the truth. They push the truth down. It's just in our nature as fleshly beings to do that, right? So we might. I'm just gonna give you an example. A kid learning in public school, or a parent who's also grown up in public school, has been taught globe Earth their entire life, right? They're, maybe deep down they feel like that it's not true, but they're not questioning it, right? Because it's all they know. And so when you're going on to the fact that yes, people lie, right? And they tell people this lie. I mean, that's just what science is, right? It's just telling this one thing because this is what we understand, and then
That's not
eventually
what
we understand
science
that that's
is.
false. Well, not
That's
with science, but
incorrect.
that's what science has become, right?
That's
It's looking
pseudoscience.
at
That's pseudoscience. It's completely the
right.
opposite of science.
Right. So it's saying like, hey guys, like this is how we fix this issue. We
Not
chop off
even
this
that.
arm,
It's just a
right?
fantasy.
And then we find something that's a little bit better than chopping off the arm, right? It's basically just explaining to you that.
So yeah, sending your children so liars tell them lies and teach them about a fake reality and then damage their bodies, therefore their souls and their way to comprehend reality and use their senses. Yeah, I think that's definitely wrong.
I mean, I think it's better to point to the ultimate truth, which is God is real and that He saved us, and that's what I'm trying to explain. Is that if we can point people back into that direction, then these things will start to begin to fix themselves, basically, because people are
Well,
trying to
don't you
believe.
think?
If you have that guy, I'm sorry, but if you have this guy telling you, "Hey, God is real. Don't worry. Put off your sleeves. God is real. There you go. Duh. Take it,
No,
you
that's not how it works.
Until
That's not how it
before you
works. That's not
get
how
to
a believer
God,
works.
before you get to God, why would you not learn about the place where you live?
Yeah, the place that God made for you.
Yeah.
I think it's more important to understand who God is.
So you're gonna
Well,
the biggest lies of the
if you
world.
are lying
How are you
yourself
gonna get
about the
the
place
truth?
where you live, I
I'm
don't
not
think
lying
you
to
get to
myself.
God. Yeah, you
Lie
do.
to yourself.
You live on a spinning ball.
Central banker, we want
Listen, I
we
believe
want
in
to
flat
hear you,
Earth.
but
I don't know why
check
you
your
guys
mic.
assume that I
Oh.
believe in globe Earth.
It's okay,
Oh,
but
okay. My bad.
Central banker, whenever you have a chance, check your mic because you sound really far away. Whenever you speak,
Okay.
nobody can hear you.
Okay, I'm in my car. My bad.
But yeah, no, I believe that the Earth is flat. I'm not saying that I don't believe in that. I don't know why you're assuming that I don't believe that.
Okay.
We're
I
not talking about
misunderstood
that.
you then. Yeah.
I'm basically trying to explain that it's like
Mhm.
we need to understand who God is first before we try and fix any issues. It's a spiritual issue first.
But to find who God
No.
is first, you need to be in
Yeah.
this reality that was put for you, right? And you were put in this place by God because this is where we're going.
Yeah.
You are born, you make the first open your eyes that was designed by God for you, your vision.
Right.
Then you start touching things and you smell your mom and take that milk and you grow, take that step and then start making your first thought and all that kind of stuff. That all is based in reality. You don't need any fantasy to be able to experience all that, right?
Right.
So then the liars come in, right? After 5 years after that, and that's when people say that doesn't matter if the liar comes 5 years after you're born. If he's lying to you, that doesn't matter.
Okay,
but he does.
I'll explain you this: that flat Earth isn't what brought me to God.
No,
flat Earth
because
isn't the thing that brings people to God.
Flatter is the
It points
basics.
to God, right?
Flatter is the basics. Flatter
It
is
points to
easy.
God.
But
It
that's why they
points to
gotta
God.
lie to you about that because they want to move you away from from God, away from His design, away from His creation, and they're gonna point to you for cartoons in fantasy land, and that's when people start getting the weird ideas about what God is.
No,
When
I
they
agree
don't
with you there.
look, when they don't
Here's the
look into
problem.
reality.
Here's the problem: is that the Bible says that God's throne is right above us. The
And it
heliocentric
is.
model, the heliocentric model removes God's throne. So you have Christians, not even Christians, clearly reading the Bible, that clearly can read that God's throne is right above us, and He's looking down at us like little grasshoppers, just like He says. Christians look at that as yeah, exactly. They look at it as like whatever. Yeah, that's not literal. No, there's look at this. Look, I can see millions and billions of miles away. That's the Christian of the modern world.
And if you ask a child that hasn't been lied to, and you ask him, "Hey, child, where is up?" He's gonna point up. But for a Glover that's been lied to, there's no up.
It's relative.
Yeah.
But
That's
reality
what we're
is not
talking about.
relative. Objective reality is not relative.
Yeah, for the glober, upwards is opposite to the center of mass.
Everything's relative to these people, these relative truthers that I call them, the ones that say that it doesn't really matter, right? If you believe in a lie and if you're telling a lie, it doesn't really matter because, they're nihilist or whatever. These
Do you know
relative
why they say
truthers.
that?
It changed my life.
It allows them to still read their Bible the way they read it. Because if it did matter, they'd have to change the way they read the Bible and what it meant.
I was just talking about the reprobate-minded people, but I guess some of them are so-called Christians too. So.
Well, God gave it to him, right? If God said to you over and over again, here's the truth, but you accept a lie, then he hands you over to a reprobate mind. That's what he says.
How our legal system works. What you just said is like nobody is able to take care of themselves, and so they take care of us, but it costs us our freedom.
Now, the design is being put in place where you are born from a mother and a father, right? You're born from a mother, and they will take care of you. And eventually, you'll do the same thing. It's designed to be like that. It's designed for that child to cry. You know that pitch of the baby crying? It's designed to make their parents to pay attention.
Yep. Produce.
So
this was a
it's
fun
no
conversation.
accident.
I really do have to get out of here, though, guys. I enjoyed talking.
Yeah, bro.
Later.
Peace out.
Seems sincere.
I used to think like you that the teacher was evil, the institution's evil. Nah, man, they're not. They're just average people just trying to get a paycheck, doing what they do. What's going to happen is if this great reset will happen, they'll have no choice but to bring in God into the classroom, and then the debate will start to happen. So, I mean, if they want good people and fearing people again, they got to put the fear of God into them, right? And then that they can
Flatter,
change
you know what will happen? They will stop lying, and everybody will just figure it out of basics and fundamentals eventually, because if they don't push the lie, nobody will know the lie, nobody will repeat the lie, and nobody will hear it. Therefore, pass it down.
Yeah, I think they might try doing something out with space or something, like, because I don't know, man. I watched a guy do a calculation, like a formulation on how to predict the longevity of a lie based on how many people you start off with and how it spreads, and then over time how it dies off based on the people who spread it and the probability of who's been told and who spreads it. Anyway, you're looking at 2050. They say, who's they? The guy on YouTube. The 2050. It should be that if they stop repeating the moon landing now, by 2050, it will be a hoax. It won't be repeated again. Everybody will know it was a lie. And then people go back to God and closed environment. Because that's really the pinnacle, I think. is when that lie gets exposed, because that's what got me into the Bible is finding that the NASA tried to read Genesis on the moon, and they lied about it. They filmed it in the studio, and I was like, oh, well, and then light, right? So NASA is the gateway drug.
So if someone believes in God, are they beyond being manipulated to do
Nope.
immoral things?
That's how they subverted Christianity. Is the nature, the human nature? How do we curtail to the desires of this? How can we corrupt the individual? Right. That's the angle. So we're all corruptible by money. So the tool they've used is money.
You see, your solution is for everyone to believe in God. And if it were that simple, it would already be solved. Because
no, the solution would be is that everybody knows of God. That's not true anymore. And you can't determine, and I cannot determine the outcome of society if people knew about God more, in the sense that it was in their heart and their mind. The actions would be different. Now, is that a cure-all? No, because God says there's treachery in men's heart. There's always evil, and there will always be poor, right? Because that's the human condition. So would it improve? Would we have more upstanding judges? Would we have more upstanding lawyers? Would we have a society that can justly? Probably, right? Because at one point we did have. Probably
Never
we
gonna
have.
happen. Never gonna get it.
Rome.
Never gonna get it.
It's
Oh,
Rome, and Rome is run by, a group of people, I'm sure. But no, I think there's you can be hopeful, and like I said, once look around, maybe not so much now, but there was definitely a good system created because of the values were there. The value system was there.
Wait until it crashes down, 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 down.
Hey man, you have a computer, you have a TV, you have gasoline, running house, electricity, right? That came from people wanting to do good things for other people, and money gets involved. It becomes a business.
How naive are you, man? Really?
If I wanted to make fresh water and I had technology to make fresh water, I'd bring that to a community. And guess
You're really
what?
that naive to think of why people did things like that.
Dude,
Like
good exists. Good exists, my friend.
I have to agree. No,
I'm not
real quick,
saying
real
it
quick.
doesn't. I'm not saying it
Hey,
doesn't.
Tony. No, Sonny, Sonny, what you're saying is right, right? The technology is there. The ways of us doing things towards a goal, like producing good water and all that kind of stuff. Yes, we can do it, but we are in a system that is detrimental towards those goals, because communities that don't participate in the system, I mean, it's made very difficult for people to develop technology and to put it out there, or to make any profit from it. People have been killed for developing good technology, and people that have been trying to move away and bring ideas, they also have been taken out. So this system is being incentivized to work towards this goal of lying to the children, lying to people, keeping you down. And yes,
the system is set up like that now, yeah. But they are going to change it with a great reset, and they have to do it somehow. What's the most humane way to do it?
I want to agree with you, but we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that yet. I think we need a new day. We need a new day for that to happen, and when that actually starts happening, that might be that new day. But that day,
God will be in charge of that.
Oh yeah, that day is coming. The day of God, the day of God, the day of the Lord is definitely coming. Yeah, and I agree with you. That day is coming. But right now, they are pushing this lie that is keeping everybody down. And even if I go out there right now, try to take over the land, they take me out. That's it. Not easy. Like a fly.
How do you make everybody equal on this earth? What do you do as a creator? What do you think you do?
Educate them.
Okay, so you have a very unequal balance in society right now, and you want society to change. You say educate them, okay. What other means? What other? How do you make the level playing? How do you make it a level playing ground for everybody, rich and poor? I
Well,
don't
I
think
think they're
education would
doing it.
solve that.
The controllers are doing it. They're getting rid of the willing. That's kind of interesting, isn't it?
It is a level
Willing?
ground. It is a level plane, and the controllers, the administrators, if you notice, they control the higher grounds everywhere, right? The high grounds, militarily wise, is a very military important thing to control the high ground and the resources. So the level plane is there. It's just that the environment is being manipulated to have this distorted reality that doesn't allow for people to actually thrive in the natural environment.
Well, I think the way they level where the creator levels the playing ground is through an earthquake, where there's no electronics, no devices, none of that stuff for rich or poor, right?
Could be.
Well,
It's doable.
what?
May I ask?
That's what I was going to say is just take away technology.
Well, they planned to. I think they planned to. They can call part of the. There was an article written in Times Magazine maybe 10 years ago, and they claimed that all it would take is 3 months to shut down the banking system due to some electrical issue or whatever. And that all it would take is 3 months, and you're looking at a third of the United States population being eradicated in 3 months.
So that's your idea of what
down the grid system.
Is that what you're saying? Is that they want a dystopian Mad Max world? Is that what you're saying? Your idea of the reset is in their mind?
No,
only for the people. Only for the people who don't comply.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be off the grid, right? Because you won't be able to buy and sell without it. That's the idea. Rumor, anyway. Whether that's come to fruition, we'll see. But I think the world's big to have that implemented full scale. You'd have to have
I can't wait.
You'd have to have.
I
Well, it's going to change things, right?
I hope you get a memo.
Yeah, but
they already did it in Canada. I can't leave my country without a vaccine. Right? I can't get.
I would actually say I agree with the gentleman. I actually would say I agree with the gentleman that just spoke. I actually do believe there's going to be a hard reset. It's not going to be a soft reset. 'Cause mind you, they've been coddling us for quite some time. They haven't been very aggressive. So that means these things operate in pendulum swings. It's soft and nice at first, and then there's the bad cop. Like there's going to be the boom.
Well, the government.
So
the
that
government.
remember they have a story that remember it just goes by stories. The stories that are being told. So it's like the story has to be calming and comfortable, and then like aggressive. Calming and comfortable. Remember, it's just stories we're being fed on the TV and the news. So remember, like just observe the stories. Like if it were just mundane, the same type of stories over and over, people would have never tuned in. But it's the contrast between the lull and the boom that keeps people addicted to the stories.
Don't forget don't forget that the resets have been going on for a long time. These people have been taking over nations and mass murdering people for a decent amount of time. Okay, so the system that used to be in place in the past, they have dismantled that and merged something that their banking system into it, hijacked it, and now they're upgrading that old messed up system into their new thing, their baby. Okay, and this is what's coming. The reset that there is a God level reset, they cannot do that. The reset that they've been doing is being step by step, nation by nation,
it's exactly
country by country, war by war, man by man, school by school. That's what the way they've been doing it. And now you have you seen all these countries that have been having wars and all that stuff? The U.S. we can say, for example, the U.S., which is a big nation, right, and as one of the centerpieces of the game. Something big can happen, but what they already have a hold in the U.S. Like people, I mean, obviously there's guns in the U.S., but the big control is in place. is locked and loaded. And now they're bringing out a new baby, guys, and they're not gonna throw the baby with the baby with
So
bad water. They're just gonna upgrade the old system into this new clear baby. And yes, they might be having like this show in the TV, like, oh my goodness, we have bad economics and the banks need help. Let's help them, and this and that, the hackers, and they're gonna be doing the scare tactic again, and maybe to a higher level, a more scary level. But it's gonna be the same thing, the same show, the same farce. The system is gonna be here, it's gonna be there until the real reset that might be by the designer of this place. That's the real one. But that one, nobody knows the time nor the hour.
Well, if you guys know your history and you just trace the empires recorded in history, then you know what's going on. The last empire that controlled everything was the Roman Empire, and they want control back. So, if you just watch what the Catholic Church is doing, you can keep an eye on what's going on.
Wait, did the Russian Empire control all of the earth, all of the peoples, everything, everywhere? I don't think so.
I didn't say Russia. It's Roman.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Roman Empire. You're saying that they control the whole world? I don't think so.
I didn't say yet. That's said they're trying to get control back.
That's what they're trying to do. So they're doing it by the economic means, because by force you cannot do that.
Of course,
because men are by force is not achievable. I guess they tried that already, but now it's more by these. Go ahead.
I think the Romans are doing it in a different way, actually. So I grew up Roman Catholic, and like, mind you, I grew up in the church as a Roman Catholic kid. So it's like, from my humble perspective, what I think the Romans are actually doing is they're actually taking advantage of the feelings.
You little bitch ass nigga.
Hey, what up, Freud? How'd I become a bitch ass, bro? Let's talk about it. How'd I get there? How'd I get there? I've been chilling the whole time. How'd I get that low on this total vote?
I love that about this place.
What I would say is, like, what I perceive about the Catholic Church is that they basically focused on the tenets about one that made them feel the best. So they focused on the arts. They always focused on like singing, dancing, communicating, and then being like, confident within oneself about the disciplines that you chose to like go out into the world and discover. So your skill acquisition power. That's what the Catholics focus on. So I realized I've been doing that the whole time. I've been chilling the whole time. I've been like, I've been having a blast the whole time. I'm a professional dancer. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate music. I appreciate instruments. So like, I can play the alto sax. I can play the piano, because I grew up in the Roman Catholic Church. They prize these things. You see what I mean? So like, I saw
that will be kind of like, I guess, the expression of the church, but they have a big hold on institution, and they hold a big piece of land. Like the real estate is huge when you compare it to other institutions.
Exactly. Huge compared, because they were sensible.
Did you say alto sax, man?
I did. I played the alto sax. What's wrong with you? You ain't on the alto. What's wrong with the alto? I was 13, bro. Like, that's my size.
Listen, man. I could play some mean ass blues. We could play some blues together. I know it. If you play alto sax, yeah, I bet you could. Me and you could play some badass blues. I bet.
Nice, bro.
Or
we'll figure it out one of these days. Right? I've got to pick another one up eventually. I want to get a black and gold one. I've got this shit envisioned already.
Wow, man. I want to do some music with horn players, man. I see this whole lineup in my head of what it's all going to sound like, So, like, we got all the elements here, actually, for something that has never been heard before.
Of course, but you got to put them all together. That's the thing. It's like, could someone be able to just like put it all together? You know, that's the thing that people are like lacking. They don't understand. You got to put it all together, Dick. You got to make it work.
But see,
Can't
there's
be
people
some
that
fucking
have that.
hodgepodge group of fucking.
I know. There's people that have that skill though, are able to put it all together like that. It's not me though. Like I have my part I could play. I could be an advocate. Like I can go out there and do some PR. But my gift is what I play, how I play my music itself.
Sure.
So yeah. But that gives me hope, great hope, because I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah. Listen, we're not all dead yet. Like, don't worry. Like, there's still people out here that still like to enjoy their time, enjoy their existence on Earth.
Especially if you're like me and ODD, it's like no sleep since flat Earth. No sleep.
Nice.
It's 24 hours in a day. What are you gonna do today? You only have one day. Could be the last day.
Listen, I've learned to be very conscious of this flat Earth argument now. Like, I really only raise this point once I see someone mine has gotten to a certain state. Like, I'm literally looking for that little bing. I'm like, okay, they're smart enough, and then I'll introduce it. Like, I will not introduce it before because I can see it's just the argument chain that comes out of their brain, the verbal vomiting of rebuttals without any thought in advance. I was like, I can see it. So, like, I'm not even trying to deal with that element within society anymore. Because I was like, Jerry, it's going to be verbally vomiting the rebuttals. I'm not interested in them. You haven't even thought them through before you raise them.
I know. Sometimes I don't see the need to. I kind of agree with you, actually.
Yeah, no, it's become like so much mental work for me, and I was like, no, enough. You don't. It's not your job to do that mental work. I can ask hard questions. You can be honest with your answers. You can ask me hard questions. I'll be honest with my answers. Should we reconcile our arguments? You'll realize I'm someone to talk to and listen to. Should you not want to take the time?
Exercising,
that's it.
You know, this exercising that probably many people have been doing, it helps to call the BS like
Which
on
one?
spot on a lot of things. Like
Which
BS
one?
on BS on many things. You can
Which
call
exercise?
The exercise of realizing the fundamentals of reality, of truth.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it helps you make that line between real and not real.
And not real. Yeah, exactly. It becomes very clear at that point. There's no gray area. But like, I like operating that way because I know exactly what's real. I know exactly what's not real. I know what I believe. I know what I don't believe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel lost at all. And I look at other people and I'm like, oh, they're lost as fuck. I was like, this sucks. And it's like, I almost want to stay happy as I am within my own skin, but I'm like, if I'm too happy, they're gonna fucking perceive me. They're gonna fucking attack. I was like,
yeah, you don't have to bring it up with everyone.
I almost can't drop my shoulders, fucking relax now, because I was like, fuck, you're gonna be outing yourself, Jerry. You're having too much fun. You're having too much fun here. Because I don't give a fuck anymore. But I only give a fuck because I know you're not supposed to give a fuck. You're supposed to enjoy yourself, play, enjoy your existence, and make some money, pop some kids out, like do whatever you wanted to do in the first place, and then like live your dream life. Make your dreams when you close your eyes connect with your reality. Boom. That's what you're supposed to do. Now that sounds really like superficial and like shallow, or I don't know what the fuck people say because I don't even listen to them anymore. But I'm like, your job is to make when you close your eyes and you envision what you would like your life to be in reality. When you open your eyes, you're supposed to do that shit and then make that shit actually mirror what you envision in your head. That's it. That's the goal. And everything else is just to take us away from that goal. Period. Full stop.
Now they are, how will you say, laying down the foundations of their system. You have to follow certain rules and terms and conditions to participate. And, if you don't do as demanded, you might be, out of the game. Can't play the game if you don't agree with the terms. But that's still superficial. Because that lie can only last so long. Who's gonna enforce it? Everyone? I mean, if you think about it, you do need sick people to enforce the lies. Because someone might
the
just
point I'm trying to
repeat
make.
it. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that when you have the ability to digest this much information and digest it mentally and understand it and then be able to regurgitate it to another person, you automatically are communicating at a level that most people do not communicate at. It's just a fact.
No.
They do not communicate at this level. Hence, you have to realize you have to balance your trying to help them to understand what the fuck is going on with your dreams, wants, and desires. What do you envision in your work? Because remember, if you thought about a baby when it was younger, the way that babies learn how to walk is they emulate. It's through emulation everything is created. So remember, if you want to create something in the world, you don't have to worry about the other person. You have to worry about you making yourself into the most proper, strong, virile version of what you would like to be emulated with the perspectives and the speeches and like the way that you want to have the world be. You have to nail that on your own, and then others will emulate you. No other way. I thought it was the other way. I just had to explain it to them. No, they'll never listen. You have to just make sure you nail every aspect of life: health, wealth, love, and happiness. If you're healthy, strong, virile, muscles, tall, you're wealthy, you've structured your finances properly, you can see into the future, you're not worried about your month-to-month bills, everything's paid off in the next 3 years, you don't got to worry about it. Cash flow is correct. Then love, you're finding the love in the world, like you're treating people well, you're making sure, you're sharing, you're diligent, you're giving to others, you're doing upon others, you're sharing what you got. You know what I mean? And then happiness. What makes you fucking happy? What do you like to do? Do that infinitely and just like repeat the process. And then boom, you're there. Health, wealth, love, and happiness.
And boom, there you have Sir Vagabond.
I'm just trying to say, listen, it makes sense to my brain.
Hey, did you buy a property? What was it? So they're selling property on this nation, then you'll be able to be called Lord.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got to be a count. Like my favorite movie is The Count of Monte Cristo. I'm about to be a count now, bro. Like fuck it. Like I'm not fucking around anymore.
Hey, Sir Vagabond. Sir Vagabond.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
That was awesome. That was awesome. That statement you just made, and a couple of those long pauses after your statement. See, it's really profound when someone's able to get to a point and make a statement, and you hear that pause, and everybody just is listening, because that's amazing what you just said. So that's a great testament to why would it make a difference? Listen to what Vagabond just said there about health, wealth, and happiness. That's what it's about. So if I can emulate that for myself first, right? Isn't that what you were saying? For myself, if I can emulate it in myself, then I can transmit that outward too. Can't have one without the other.
But the system is not in place where everybody can have the cool life that Sir Vagabond has. I'm sorry, not everybody can profit from stocks and property.
I know, and so that doesn't bother me though. Like I don't
doesn't bother me at all
anymore.
He can do it. If he's able to do it, good.
Hey, I'm happy for him. All I know is in my life, this is the way it is.
Perspective. Let me tell you why.
But family.
We're not. Let me finish my statement. We're in the same server, right?
Yeah.
So that means we can debate any of the topics that we disagree upon and come to the reconciliation point of like, what's actually the right answer here? I don't care if it's real estate or finances or crypto or I don't give a fuck. But one of us are right. Now, I just want to make sure we both have the right answer. Now, I already know I've got the right answer on mad subjects. Like, I'm a geek, like, on a whole nother level. And I'm actually fucking spitting this shit out to people in reality every day. So I'm getting the confirmation from real people. So they're telling me, like, sure, you're right. I'm like, I know I'm right. I'm fucking genius, Nick.
Yeah, listen, that's enviable. Actually, a lot of people would envy that.
But now it's not about being envied. I don't need the envy.
No,
I need
know.
you to
Like,
get the right
listen,
answer. I want you to be happy.
I don't have envy. I don't have envy, but that to a lot of people.
No, but I sense it as well.
If they hadn't been through the rigors of life that I've had to, as far as materialism and things like that, like I know at this point now, I had to learn those lessons in order to go on. Now things are going to be better than they've ever been in my entire life.
Nice. As they should be. As they should be.
So, in all those areas. So yeah, you're right.
Good. That's good.
That's all I would hope for everybody that I love, you know, that they would actually just nail those 4 tenets. If they just focus on those 4 tenets and nail them, they'd be straight. But it's like, as much as I try to pound it into their head, I realize I'm also going to burn through a requisite amount of my hours trying to pound that message in their head when they weren't ready to receive that message. I've been receiving the message. I've been just hanging out here waiting for you to receive it. But I realize they're not going to hear you, Jerry, because you're talking too much. You're not showing them enough. You're not giving them someone to emulate in those 4 respective disciplines. And then it clicked. I was like, guess who's got to do the work, Dick? You. You. And then it clicked and I got it. So I started doing the work. Done. Simple. Simple.
It always seems the hardest right before I take that first step.
Oh, let me tell you what the Japanese taught me. Like, they cracked my head open good. Though I saw this video on YouTube, like this Japanese chick. She was basically saying like they have this phrase. I don't know what the phrase is. It's slipping my mind at the moment. But she said like basically if you break something down to the smallest possible step that could have existed, right? And you would just say, you know what? I'm not trying to accomplish all of it, but tomorrow I will accomplish only the smallest step. And then it's such a small thing. Remember, you choose what the small step is. You choose how far you break things down. So basically what they were saying is like, let's say you want to go like running. You know, you want to run 5 miles every morning. You want to be on the beach. You want a beach bod and get all the pretty girls and all that stuff. Sounds good. But instead of setting your goal of like running a mile the next day or the first day, no. She was like, literally, she was like, what is the smallest step you could have taken? My smallest step towards my run is actually going out to my mailbox, getting my mail, coming back in my house. Off the list. But then you set the next step the next day just a little bit further than that. But you make it so easy that it's like, you know, there's nothing stopping you from doing this. You're actually stopping yourself from doing it. But then once you conquer that fear that goes along with the unknowingness of trying to do that thing that's uncomfortable, mind you, by breaking it down into smaller requisite steps, it's way easier to accomplish because you remember, you chose the pace. You chose the steps. You know what I mean? You chose the pace.
2-minute workout.
Yes. Oh no, not 2-minute workout. It's a Japanese phrase.
Well, it's the same idea, right?
Yeah, same idea.
You don't want to get up and go to the gym, but if you just say, okay, well, I'll start at 2 minutes, and then after you do the 2 minutes, you're going to keep going because you already made it.
You already made it. You're already there. You might as well give it a go. But you have to get your brain over that little hump that makes people stay in bed and not go, and actually get up with their sneakers on and actually go. That's the hump. But that's the hump to everything in life, everything you've ever wanted. That's the hump. The hump is always going to be there in everything. But that hump is called fear. Should you just get over the fear, whatever it was, and just go do the act? That's why your thoughts and emotions and your actions are so powerful. You have to keep them in line. Never let your emotions dictate your thoughts and then your actions are subsequent to your emotions leading. No. What did you think you wanted to do? And then you made sure you had the positive emotion that follows that, and then the actions will be in line.
Don't worry
But
about
if you did
aiming.
it the other way, yeah, you can't worry about shit. No way. You have always worry. If you're always fucking worried, you're gonna fucking produce shitty results because you're always fucking worried. You're always fucking worried. What do you think you're gonna get?
Just hit
Shitty
the
results.
bullseye.
Yeah, just hit the bullseye, bro. Drop your shoulders, take a little deep breath, let it out. Make sure you follow through. Bullseye.
And we're
every
pretty
time.
sure that since you have figured this out, and that's cool. And you mentioned like family
I
and
believe
that
I
kind of
have. I
stuff
don't
in the
know I have.
future. Yeah, no, and you have the mentality, right? And you already have the
Oh, I do.
position that
I
you can
do. I definitely want to
experience
build it.
this
I
you're
want a
talking
huge family.
about. And then you have family already, and whenever you have this other next step, like like being a father and stuff like that, you can also work with that in the framework that you can visualize and go forward with. Instead of being in this fear state that other people are.
It's like I think the judgment precedes actually the creation. So it's like I think it's such a detrimental position to put oneself in, because if you're constantly prejudging yourself based on what someone else is going to think, you'll never create anything of any value, because you weren't even. Remember, you got to keep getting back up every time you bang your head on the wall. Every time, get back up, get back up. It might take 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. I don't know. Everybody's different. But if you're so worried about what other people think during that little bing bong process, you'll never get there. You'll be so overly concerned.
Just remember, when people say they're worried about what other people think, the average person has the attention span of a goldfish. So they're only thinking about you for 10 seconds. But you're worried about it for hours.
Exactly. Yeah, well said. Well said. I do wish more people kept things into perspective. Like, there's definitely so many like mountains that people make out of molehills. I'm like, that is an easy problem to solve.
Yeah.
And like, you've made it such a big deal. Like, this is an emotional terror in your life. You can't go on. Like, it's that bad. It's that fucking bad. Really?
I know.
I'm just
Like,
like, and I'm looking
really?
at them with complete disgust, by the way. Like, I'm just like, if you knew the shit that is going on this side of the fence, you'd be like, wow, they're dealing with way more shit than me, way more drama, way more stressful, way more detrimental, way more dangerous, and yet they're still smiling. So I already had the perspective the whole time. I was like, I already know. I was like, they're still smiling, and I know their life is fucked up, and they're still smiling, cracking jokes, mind you, cracking jokes the whole time. I'm sitting here like, Jerry, what are you gonna be mad about? You had both your parents. You had to be like,
welcome to
because
my
your dad was a
world.
gambler. Your dad was a gambler. You're angry at the world. No way. It's not enough. I can't accept that as enough
Yeah,
anymore.
really, right. I get you, man.
So I had to let it go. I had to let it go. I was like, other people got harder problems than you, bro. And they're still cracking jokes.
Those are the hardest things to get rid of, because they go back to our early childhood, don't they? Like
Of
the very first
course. Remember, I saw the
years.
fridge was empty. I saw the fridge was empty. This fucker wasted the money.
So
Bro,
look,
think about salty.
it comes down to this. No matter where you are today, you might feel secure as hell now, but like when you first came out, like for any of us, like you had this idea: am I secure? Is it a safe place out here or not? And so some of us felt like it was, but became very insecure for other reasons, and there's lots of reasons for that. But there's some people that came out really insecure like me. and I didn't become really secure, like feeling that it actually is a very safe world, and I have more to do with that than I had any inkling of. You see what I'm right? So I
No, that makes so much
realized, like,
sense. That makes so
yeah,
much sense because once you start to take into conscious control the fact that, hey, I have a huge part to do with how comfortable I feel within my own skin. Because remember,
yes,
you can bodybuild, you can go to fighting classes, you can take dancing lessons, you can talk to the pretty girls more often. You can there's all these things you can chat with the guys and play all the sports. There's a myriad of things you can do. You can go hiking by yourself and people just like you can be a camper. Doesn't matter. You can be an outdoorsman. Doesn't matter. But it's as long as you were doing what made you feel the best, people would have recognized you actually being happy within your own skin at that very moment, and they would have liked you anyways. Because you were just doing what you wanted to fucking do. And they were just trying to just find what the fuck they wanted to be doing in the first place.
You know what's
So once
really
that
missing?
clicked, I was like, I got it.
You know what's really missing, I think, is we internally we have this part of us that's like an internal cheerleader.
Yeah, of course.
The reason I use that word because it's easy for everybody to understand what that means. So how can I cheer myself up? How can I raise my own spirits? How can I laugh at myself? Can I make a joke with myself? And
Exactly.
have a little
Well
tag
said.
team with
Well
myself?
said.
Have
Well
some
said.
comedy, look outside myself and go that shit's funny as hell. And
Exactly.
where do I fit in that? Okay, here's where I fit. Because I'm funny as hell. I do some comically idiotic things.
Yeah, but you got to be able to transition to joke with yourself. Because remember, if you're only making jokes for the outside world, but you're internally like, fuck you, you're a fucking idiot, you're a fucking moron, you're not gonna amount to shit. If you're constantly talking to yourself that way, it ain't gonna work. I'm gonna be too cutting with my statements real quick, but it ain't gonna work.
No, it doesn't
You
have
better
to be,
learn how to make
you
have
audible,
that
bro.
relationship with yourself. It doesn't have to be audible out loud. It could be in your head. Doesn't matter. Or you can make it audible. It's up to you. Doesn't fucking matter. Whatever's easier. Audible, not audible. I don't give a shit.
Make it audible. Make it audible.
Make it audible way easier. Because remember, now you gotta actually listen to yourself saying the shit.
Wait, check it out. Listen. Pretend like you're standing in line at a Starbucks with your phone, like you're having a conversation.
With yourself.
You have captive audience. They don't even know that you're not even ordering anything. You're standing in line, they're talking. Yeah, did you tell them there's been no measurement of curvature in all history? Did you tell them that part? Or how about this? Blah, 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 blah. No, they can't use refraction. That's the one word thing.
Yeah, that's a beautiful hack. That's a beautiful hack. Oh, it's such a good one because basically, let's say you hold your phone to your own ear, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna talk to myself today. And you just literally your godly self is up there screaming at you, telling you exactly what you want to be doing, exactly how you want to be positioning yourself, exactly how you'd like to instruct us. You can close your eyes and envision yourself. So there's a voice that knows what you want. Now, should you just let that voice come through the phone and scream at you? Mind you, you're not gonna win this argument. He's gonna win. Because that's your ideal dream of yourself. He's, of course, above you. You don't get to win this argument. But most people don't want to humble themselves to the point where they can have that conversation with themselves and be humbled by themselves so they actually get the right fucking answer. Because remember, it's only that guy that's going to give you the right answer. He was the only guy that could have given it to you in the first place. Because you would have been operating on his perspective, not your current own one.
What the fuck are you two queers talking about?
I'm not queer, bro. I'm in triple digits, bitch. I'm out here. I'm out here pounding pussy, kid. Don't get it twisted, bro. I'm out here pounding pussy.
Yeah,
I live in the strip clubs, bro. I live in the strip clubs.
Hey, you live in the STD
I'm dancing to Cardi B now. I'm dancing to Cardi B now, bro. Fuck it. Let's go. I promise you, I don't give a shit. I'm doing all of it.
You want to get out of those strip clubs, buddy. That's what you want to do.
Senor, I dabble in the strip clubs. I don't live there. But I dabble.
You're still young, so I'll let you
have. I'm 41, bro. I am not that young.
You're not young. You motherfucker, get the fuck out.
I am not that young.
Be careful. Be careful, some of that stripper crazy don't rub off on you somewhere.
Oh, if anything, I'm trying to let go of my crazy when I'm there on them. I was like, I'm trying to get rid of some crazy when I get there. Like they think they're letting their crazy up on me. I'm like, no, I'm letting my crazy up on you. You know, I had this one chick's tits in my mouth. I was like, this is not protocol. I was like, but whatever, I'm here. I was like, I'm tipping properly. Like, this is probably not too frowned upon. It's a strip club. She let me, like, I can't be that bad. I'm not getting kicked out here, carried out or anything, so I'm straight.
For this part of the program, cover your children's ears.
Cover your children's ears. We've entered the R-rated version of the server.
Should have told them when they go to school, cover their ears. Here, we'll give you some little plugs, Johnny. So you don't have to listen to that idiotic teacher.
Nah, listen, my parents are super cool. Like, they let us watch like Pretty Women at like 6 years old. Like, I'm watching the show, I was like, this is crazy. I was like, this chick's out here getting it. So like, they didn't hide from us R-rated content. So there was never like some big shock when I was like, 14 or 13 when the shit. I was like, I've been watching this shit since I was like 6. I already know what's going on out here. Like, I'm hip to this game. So my parents were really cool that way. They never restricted anything that we were able to watch. Like, we could watch whatever you want on TV. So I watched whatever I wanted to.
Oh, you poor thing.
No, I grew up just amazing.
I think it's cool.
No, I know it is. I know it is, actually. I promise you. I'm telling you, I know it is.
You know what, Sir Vagabond? You know what you need, Sir Vagabond? A flatter girl, a flatter wife. That's what you need.
I need a flat Earth wife. So how are we gonna find this girl? So she needs to be like a gorgeous 10 out of 10, like
I'm telling you what
busty,
you need.
beautiful,
You'll find it.
professional salsa dancer, like military trained, super disciplined.
Bro,
dances to everything in the world. Speaks 4 or 5 languages. I don't know how we're gonna find this girl, bro. Like I don't
Bro,
I don't
for
know.
that, maybe you'll find it in the
Sounds
stripper.
like
Did you ask her about the flatter, the stripper?
Oh no! Listen, these chicks are morons, bro. They'll never figure this shit out.
Okay,
Like,
maybe you should have asked her.
But Vagabond, listen, the strippers know about the vestibular system. They know if they're vertical or horizontal better than most. And every angle other than that.
Did you say you're 41?
Yeah, 41, brother. You didn't know that?
That's technical. I mean,
no,
so
man.
I'm 41, bro. I'm not a young guy, bro. Like, yeah, I'm hanging out. Like, I'm telling you.
I think now I know why your parents are kind of like the oof with you. You haven't given grandchildren yet, and they want grandchildren.
Exactly. They want me to start popping some kids out. I already know.
They were starting early. Let's get these boys started early.
Let these fuckers. Let me tell you something. I have a supreme plan, and I will see my supreme plan out to its fruition. Like, these fuckers will wait until I'm fucking done. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. They will fucking wait. I got my shit to do. Now that I know the earth is flat, I was like, what? I was like, I'm restructuring this whole thing now. I literally took out my eraser. I was like,
hold on.
I was like, no. Now I want everything, bro. Like, I want everything now.
Bro. Gee whiz, you have so many words per second. Hold on. Bro, hold on a second. It's like a little window in Vagabond's childhood. I got a whole image there, man.
Yeah, as you should. That was the intention. Fuck with me real quick, bro. Fuck with me real quick. Like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm gonna let this shit rip now. And people have no clue what's coming. No clue.
Give me a chance. All the people laughing hard, they'll all be crying. They won't be able to talk.
Oh, I'm telling you, like, what you get me going, bro? Like, yo, the fact that I was hanging out with these Brits in London, like, yo, if you have no clue what happens in these British pubs, bro, these guys are straight comedy all day, every day. Like, it's basically like the guy that wins the interaction, like, walks away as the man, is the guy that crushes the entire bar with a good joke. Remember, everybody spits their drink out, they fall over. Like, that guy's the man, bro. So that's the goal. Who's the funniest here? I'm like, I'm the funniest here. So it's like, I already knew when I went over there. It was a competition, bro. They want to see who's the funniest, who's the wittiest in like the least amount of words, and you can still wake up for work and still do a finance job.
Yeah, I think
that's hard. That's hard as fuck.
I think I'm giving you a run for your money.
I don't know, brother. I'm telling you, I work with some pretty high-end companies. They treated me pretty well. They knew I was a big fucking deal, bro. Like, I've done well in my life as a result.
Did you say Indio? God, Indio is funny in ways that like hilarious.
Who's it? Wait, no. You said, did I say Indy was funny in ways?
No, I thought you said Indio as far as who's being humorous in here.
No, I said when I was in London and Paris. That was one of the things that I observed over there.
You were talking to some Brits. Is that the conversation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So remember, I spent time in London because I work for British financial publishing companies. So I worked for those companies for like 16 years. So over that 16-year period, I spent a number of times going to London, right? So taking trips back and forth. I do like either, like a week stint, 2 week stint, 3-day stint, 4-day stint. I've been there 7 times, right? That's while I worked in the British financial publishing space. But before that, I had lived in Paris because my sister had went to the Sorbonne and I got kicked out of college. So I went to the Paris. So I was hanging out in Paris, perfecting my French, cracking jokes, going to the salsa clubs, like going around Paris to little cafes with these hyper intellectuals debating every topic in the world. And like, it was amazing. But I
wait a minute. Where
realized
were you in Paris? Where were you in Paris? Tell me where you were.
I was in the 12th arrondissement. I was in the Cité Universitaire.
I was in Saint Denis. I visited Saint
Okay.
Denis.
Okay. So what did you think of it? What was your thoughts of it?
Oh my God, I love being around in Paris, man. I walked all over.
Paris is shit, bro.
I got lost in Paris.
Me too. Lost all the time.
Because
perpetually
I've been
lost.
In big cities before. I've been lost in cities before. I kind of like being lost and finding my way, but this was a little scary. But I had plenty of time, so I wasn't that afraid. Like it was cool. I got to wander all over the place, all by the Eiffel Tower, by the like all into the Louvre. Like went in the museum for like 6 hours.
Nice, bro. Nice.
You guys got lost because you both were Globers back then, but now we're Eastern.
Exactly. Oh, if I go back now,
now you don't get
focused.
Lost.
I was
if I go back now, focused now. I'm going back in there like, all right, where the fucking catacombs at, bro? Let me take a look. Let me figure this shit out.
I sat on a beautiful Paris afternoon during a heat wave. It was 80 degrees, 85 or something by the river. And sat right in front on a bench in front of the Notre Dame where like thousands of heads have rolled in many different ways. Different devices, hangings, like all kinds of torture, where the supposed hunchback lived, which it probably did, probably still there, or its descendants. And like it's amazing being in a place like that. The gargoyles, like.
Did you go out to Versailles?
No, Versailles is pretty far out there. No, I didn't go. I didn't get.
It's a road trip. It's a day trip. Yeah. But Versailles, I think, was my, my most poignant experience of going there, because if you just like stand in the backyard of the castle and then you see what King Louis had gazed upon, you're like, wow, he built this. Mm-hmm. He built this. Like, and this shit is no joke. I mean, like, you're like, you humble yourself. You're like, Jerry, could you build one of these? I'm like, no, I can't actually. I don't actually have those resources at the moment.
Exactly.
My pockets are a little light. I can't actually build one of these right now. No. So it's like you have to it literally snaps you back to the point where somebody in some period of time could have, based on the resources that they had, commanded upon in that very moment. You're like, this guy was no joke, bro. This guy was no joke.
You see how
you
see how the architecture, like in, let's say, like the mud flood investigations, how they look at architecture really closely and stuff like that, like the size of these buildings and things like that. When you go to Paris, the size freaks you out, man. Like,
the span of everything.
That right there, you go, okay, you're telling me the same humans that were pulling around horses and buggies are the ones that build it. That is like serious. You see it like the Arc de Triomphe. You go, no freaking way. Why would anybody build something so huge? I mean, it's like magnitudes of 10, 20 times, 30 times larger than human scale.
Sure. But remember, we're seeing things. What I believe, and like, if I can be extremely honest, is like, I've shared my visions of this on the server before, but it doesn't always get the best reception. But it's like, it's my authentic perspective. It's like, I realized
Yeah, should we just go back to the farm and realize like there's certain ways that our cellular structure is being built? Now, should you just go back to a construction perspective? It's like we'd look at the individual minerals and nutrients within each individual cell and how they're created and say to ourselves, like, what actually builds that cell? What should I put in my fucking mouth so that that cell has the best chance of replicating itself? Not even the best, the most ideal case of replicating itself. Should it need to be replicated so the autophagy process happens faster? Now, what I did is I just studied that subject matter because my dad had cancer. Like, I didn't figure it out in time. Like, yeah, it bummed me out a little bit, but I still figured it out. I'm not dead yet. Like, why don't you just do it for yourself? So I want to do like a scientific study where it's like I actually, I'm gonna get a glucometer, get a heart rate monitor, get a little iWatch, start tracking, all of the metrics, my body weight, my BMI, all of that stuff, my body mass percentage, and figure out like, Shay, should I just eat like what this doctor in Russia, Natasha Campbell McBride says, meat, fish, eggs, and dairy? But I do that on an extreme, right? I mean, like I'm doing bone marrow, I'm doing like liver, fermented liver, I'm doing like steak, oysters, king crab, all of those foods, like 12 to 24 raw eggs a day that are fertilized, raw milk from, pasture-raised, grass-fed on, cows that are on pasture, they no hormones, no antibiotics, no vaccines. Should I just consume those foods? Where would I end up? And like, I did a 6-week test in New York and I put on 32 pounds of lean mass in 6 weeks. And so I was like, whew. I was like, because I can see when people started getting like a little touchy around me. I was like, oh, Jerry, you're putting on shit ton of muscle. Look, they're observing it. So I already knew I had something there of value. But it's like, it's almost hard to exude that into reality so other people can receive the message because you're going to come in conflict with the insecurities of other people as you grow larger. I hate that it's that way, but it is. So I have to like almost prepare myself for that insecurity.
Well, it's the same way with this kind of truth too. People are very insecure about their, what they think they know.
Exactly. That's what happens every time. But the thing is, like,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, fine. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, quick. One day, my family said, "Man, you're getting a little too big," and I was like, "Thank you, thank you very much." And they weren't talking about me getting fat. You know what I mean? I was like, "Thanks. I've been working hard."
Yeah, I've been working at this shit, bro. Like, I didn't just get here by accident.
Too big? What do you mean? That means that you've noticed it, and now you maybe want to make some changes with your body, huh?
Exactly. I tested your fucking limits. I was like, you realize you can grow stronger and faster, can't you? I was like, but you're lazy. I was like, you want people to come to your lazy version of the world, and you're afraid of us ambitious children that are out here pushing. I was like, that's what's going on here.
You don't want to hang out with us, do you? You don't want your girlfriends to meet us, do you?
No way. Because I'm going to keep pushing. I was like, I'm going to keep pushing. And she knows I'm not going to stop. I'm like, so then where are you going to go?
Exactly.
Because even if I'm not there yet, where I am now, the vision I have and the length with which I push hard into reality, she's like, he'll be way past my wildest dreams in a year, 2 years, 3 years. Because you remember, the people that are pushing. Now, should I nail the biochemical and neurochemical aspect of it? Right. Now I can do it easily. So what I had learned is when I did this fucking protein shake with like 12 to 24 raw eggs a day, I did the raw milk, I did biotin for the hair growth. I only ate steak, oysters. I used to literally find an oyster spot, shuck the oysters my fucking self. You know what I mean? Like, risk of cutting my fucking hand open with my blade. I'm banging out 12 oysters a day for the zinc fucking content. I'm doing this shit and like, I'm putting on muscle hand over fist. And I'm like, okay. I was like, clearly my research is correct. And like the flat earth thing almost like gives me enough confidence to say to myself, like, no, Jerry, your research is correct. I was like, biochemically, I saw the result. I did a little scientific experiment for myself here. Mind you, no one else is paying attention. I don't give a fuck. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me, Dick.
Well, they end up paying attention, don't they?
Oh, they end up eventually, but I realized I was surrounded by 2 insecure guys. I was like, Jerry, you can't do it here. Once you pass their weight class, they're gonna feel some type of way because now you can't talk to me any type of way anymore, can you? And the whole fucking dynamic of our relationship changes, doesn't it? But mind you, if I eat your shit in the beginning, then you think I'm gonna eat it in the end. But like, I already know I'm smarter than you, so I just want to get away from you and like do this shit in the corner cup by myself. And then when I'm there, now you're gonna bump into me again, though, don't you?
Exactly. You might want to find another gym.
You want to find another gym, bro?
Hey, Glad. Hey, Glad.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to Vagabond before?
Yeah, a couple times. Not too much though.
Cool.
Yeah, he's been in and out. Vagabond, you've been in and out.
Yeah, I haven't been around too often, but at the end of it, like I try to stop in when I can because it's like I love the server. I love hanging out on the server.
Yeah, man.
So it's like I don't have the luxury to spend as much time as I'd like to at the current moment, but whenever I got a down little moment, have a little smoke, have a little drink, get on the server, have a little chat with my friends. It's like we all catch each other up, and then I get back into the matrix, bro. I gotta fucking plug back into this bitch. So it is what it is.
Word, man. Word. Well, I'm glad you get a chance to come on in.
Yeah. Oh, it makes me the happiest, bro.
Hey, Vagabond. You don't mind me calling
brother?
you that? Is that okay? I call you that?
No, of course.
So, hey, man, I'd really love to hear some of your playing, man. Some piano or sax or both. You got anything like? You got
Well,
anything
no, you mean recorded? No, bro. I played. In junior high school and high school, I was in the band. Like, I never actually bought a sax. Like when I was older, but it's like I still know how to read music. I still know I still have rhythm. Like I'm a professional dancer, so it's like I can pick it up whenever I'm ready to. Like the beats will be right there waiting for me. The beats will be right there waiting for me when I'm ready to pick it right back up.
That thing. Maybe that's that dusty skill you have that you need to
that
go
needs
dust
to be
off
like
and wheel.
unearthed, and like that'll fix my whole situation. Listen, you might be right.
Yeah,
you might be right. I'm not denying it. Actually, like I think it might have some value there.
Wait,
I'm not
so
gonna
do you
lie.
live in New York?
No, I'm actually in Delray, Florida right now.
Okay, they probably got some good music in Delray too.
Oh, they've got some amazing music in Delray. They've got some amazing music.
I was gonna say, if you're a jazz player, he's talking about saxophone. You play sax?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I play the alto.
I was gonna say, if you're a jazz player, anywhere near decent, and you're in New York and you're not playing every now and again, you're failing.
No, remember, I lived in New York my entire time, my entire life. I think that's been one of my whole things. It's like I was trying to create myself into the person that had the mental capacity and ability to create my life as I wished. So I said, Jerry, you have to sacrifice something in this aspect. So you know what I sacrificed? It's like even though I played basketball, football, soccer, baseball, I never watched any of the sports on TV because I was like, Jerry, that's going to consume your time. Even though I grew up in the band, like I remember when I was in the band, I loved playing the sax. I played the trumpet as well. I had my own little trumpet mouthpiece, banging on my boy's trumpet.
I'm just saying,
hit the
man.
drums in my boy's crib. I know.
Sonny
but
said
it's
it.
like,
Sonny said I didn't say it.
But I know, like I didn't put any of my time into those systems because remember that's what I really enjoy and really enjoy doing. And I got my motorcycle license. Drifting my bands, I got my motorcycle license. I'm living a dream life. But I realized, like, Jerry, you haven't accomplished the cash flow state that you'd like to be at. So thus, you must keep pushing harder to make sure you get there and then go back and pick up the things that you like the most. Don't try to let the things that you like the most consume you before you've actually gotten to the place that you believe you should be at. And the thing is, like, that made sense to my brain, and it was like, it just made sense to my brain. And I was like, yeah, it makes sense to my brain. So even if it takes me a little longer, I don't mind. Like, all right, fine, it'll take a little longer. But as long as I get there, I know I'll be happy in the end. So that was my logic the entire time. And like, it's been serving me well so far. I'm not going to lie. Because it keeps me on the straight and narrow. Stops me from doing shit I shouldn't be doing. When I know I should be changing my behaviors because like that doesn't align. It doesn't align. I can see my behaviors change as I go because I keep my supreme focus on what I wanted the whole time. Those things that I like. I want to scratch my balls, have fucking beers, watch the game all day. You think I want to do that? Of course I want to do that. But I gotta fucking choose. Either I have the money to buy the boat I want, buy the house I want, buy the motorcycles I want, buy the jet skis I want, or I don't get to that level. And the thing is, I'm not gonna buy cheap shit. Like I know which boat I want, I know which house I want. I already mapped it out, so I've already done the requisite math. So I know there's no other way around me making the right decisions. There's no other requisite way around it.
Sorry to talk so much. Obviously, I haven't been on the server in a while. Got a lot of shit coming out of me.
Is Joshua in here tonight?
I'm not sure, actually.
I don't hear him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm eating. What's up?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's about change of the stage change here. It's just in the pre. If you know what I mean. Pre-flower state.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the change of one state. As long as you feel good within your own skin, you can only exude good. You have to just focus on how you feel. I agree with that statement, sir.
My
You know-
plant feels better too.
You know when it's in that stage because you'll see little hairs on the stem. Look at the stalk.
Say it again. You kind of cut out a little.
You'll see little water pestles on the stem. Female parts start on the stem first. And so will the balls. So look by the base of the leaf.
I can tell
Or
because how the new growth is coming out. It's stacking faster and faster, so they're looking thinner and thinner. At first, I thought it was one of the white hairs. I'm like, no, it's just new growth, but that sure is looking like it's about to switch over.
Yep. Right, man. Exciting.
Yeah. And I got it. I think I got it pruned just in time, like the perfect time. Got rid of some feeders that were kind of going nowhere. Got rid of those and got it all like shaped the way I want. And now it's coming out multiplied how many sites with new growth. But they're stronger. I cleared it out. So it looked thin at first, but that allowed these other ones to come up and get more light, and they're already responding.
Oh, yeah. That'll happen.
Eventually, the little runt twin of the plants just couldn't make it and just kind of like shriveled away on its own. So I just cut it off at the ground because they had a shared root system. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the root was choked out.
Yep. So I think I'm gonna like plant this in like 3 to 4 times more soil than it's in now, and get some lights, put it in a tent, some better fans, vada voom.
Whatever's clever.
Oh, that's actually what I came on to ask you. So when it switches over, and I'm sure it is switched over, should I go to 12 and 12 immediately right then? Still? Or does it even matter?
No, to be exact, you would start to move down over the weeks by an hour less.
Or dick, have a conversation without showing your face.
You want to move in more towards 12 and 12 towards the end of the cycle. So instead of switching it to 12 and 12, you can either switch it to 12 and 12, or you can do it more naturally, like
Gradually.
what would happen in nature, to where every week you change it. Instead of 18, you go 17, then 16, then 15, then 14.
Yeah.
So 12.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll start doing that now. I'll do it in couple hour increments or something. Or like hour increments. But I haven't been super exact on the time, but pretty close to like when I get up, when the first light at dawn hits, I know that I turn them on then, so it's pretty much with my cycle. But they stay on quite late at night to get 18 to 20 hours light. Mostly like 20 hours. I've been giving them 20 hours.
No real harm in giving them 24, but before you go to blue moon, you want to give them.
I've done.
You don't
24.
want to give them some dark time before you go ahead and switch them.
Yeah. I figured they could use a break after 20 hours, so they get a few hours break, 3-4 hours.
Like clones are under 24 hours of light.
A couple times I've let them go more than let them go 48 hours nonstop. A couple times. Didn't seem to hurt at all. Especially I have really pretty low wattage, so that might be a good idea, huh?
No, just continue doing the way you're doing.
Yeah, I'll just continue it. Yeah, pretty soon. I'm just going to start. I'll start gradually going down. Maybe like 2 hours a week or something, because they're only going to be another month, maybe a month and a half. If I can keep it growing that long.
But if it's auto flower, don't even worry about changing it.
Don't even worry about it, huh? They're just going to change on their own no matter what I do, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, so I should just keep on going for maximum growth. Efficient maximum growth. So I'll just try to keep it stable like it is, and it should do fine.
You guys talking about the marijuanas?
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy. The state's trying to turn my wife into a slave over that shit. Over a roach.
Oh my God, I know, it's terrible. It's freaking crazy. That's the one thing I don't like about where you're saying that happened. That's almost as bad as Mexico. Might as well move to Mexico. Shoot. No, it's worse in Mexico. Don't go there. Yeah. Wow.
I don't know, man. Do the police do that like predatory thing where they come up to you and start asking you like, "Where are you going? Where'd you come from?"
Yeah. Gestapo.
Did you break any laws today? You want to talk about it?
Mm-hmm. You want to give us your name? You know, the one on that phony little card in all caps?
Oh, you want to lawyer up? Well, you must have something to hide there.
I know. I'd be like, can you show me the papers that show you have authority over me, my body as a living spirit? Where's the number for that, sir? You don't have jurisdiction. And besides that, you're a public servant. You're here to serve me. You only have your authority by my authority to let you rule. You don't have unlimited authority. And surely I've done nothing wrong. What is the purpose of your stopping me? They can be charged for taking your time up. Tell them that. Yeah, my fee is $99,000 per hour. And you, John Smith, parading as a as a policeman or woman, you're parading around as a man or woman. You're only a policy enforcing agent for a corporation.
Identifying as a true authority. Right?
Yeah, the messed up part is the lawyer won't even like talk to us. So we can't even ask him about, discovery or anything like that. So he said that we'll get to meet him on the day of court.
Why can't you talk to him?
It's the holidays.
Oh.
So I guess we're going to complain against the bar. I think there's some way to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, my parents are lawyers. It's really hard to get anything done that way. I recommend doing it. Always try it out, but don't hold your breath on that one.
Yeah, we're just going to say the lawyer is inadequate because if he won't talk with us, meet with us, we can't set up an appointment or anything.
Yeah.
Then how's that?
Eventually, you can get a review if the lawyer gets enough complaints and stuff like that. Yeah, he can put under review.
Right, because aren't they at least supposed to be like, okay, yeah, we can meet, this time for 15 minutes?
It depends, man. Is he court appointed?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's part of it.
So he doesn't have to meet?
I don't think so. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest, about all that stuff.
Right.
I just know that when my parents they got some complaints against him, and then they explained how that whole, the whole reviewing them, the bar reviewing them, almost happened a few times, and why. But yeah, a lot of times it's just a complaint list. Like if you want a cop to go under review, it's the same thing. Although with cops, I guess, different. Good luck on that one. But yeah, if he's court appointed, there's something about the reason why you don't want a court appointed attorney, and it's because they're not very good, or they don't really care, or this kind of deal. So it doesn't surprise me, given my
They work
experience,
for the
that he's
DA's office.
Yeah.
The reason why you don't want them is because they work with the DA.
And the DA is prosecuting you. Whether or not it's someone saying, "Hey,
well, I guess we're just going to fire him."
Good.
Do
it. Get even a cheap lawyer on your own is better than anything court appointed, in my opinion.
Because the only job that the public defender is going to try to do is not try to win your freedom by fighting the case and causing the court a couple $1 million in litigation costs, right? What they're going to do instead is sweat you and scare you guys into taking a plea agreement.
A deal.
Or in exchange, a conviction for the district attorney.
So everybody gets paid. Except for you.
I just wonder if a jury would, look into, okay, what?
There's not going to be a jury. Are you taking this to like you're like a Supreme Court, not Supreme, but higher court in the land in your state? What kind of
she
court?
Pled not guilty, trial by jury.
Oh, okay. Shit, never mind. I didn't hear that part. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, if you put average people on the jury, would they think to themselves, yeah, this girl had a roach, she needs to be a slave for 2 years? Is that how people think? If I was on the jury, I would be like, well, what is the punishment for this crime? Right?
Yeah.
Guilty or not guilty, let's look at the whole thing. That's what I would do if I was.
Well, here's the thing. You got to convince the jury, pull on the jury's heartstrings. So if it were you didn't even know the thing was in the car, and you got pulled over. Well, who did?
Yeah,
not only that,
she confessed.
Hold on. Where's the crime?
Circumstances that she was pulled over, and she happened to stop and be within the jurisdiction of a school zone. However, that was not her intention. So the act of the officer pulling her over is the reason why the violation occurred on what sort of severity. So it is a hypocritical law that was perpetrated by law enforcement itself by stopping you at that said location.
Another reason
Yeah,
you don't
because if
want
she would have
to.
went down the road. Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, on top of that, you don't want to. I'll stop here, but another reason you don't want a court, the main one you don't want to, that you don't want a court-appointed attorney is that the court, by obligation, has to give you an attorney if that's the case. This attorney doesn't want your case. They don't care. They're there to perform a specific duty under the court, and that's it. They don't have to care about your case, win or lose. They do their job, and so that's a problem. You want somebody who wants to help your case.
Well, I filed for the FOIA request for the body cams and all that stuff, but they told me I couldn't have it. That the lawyer was gonna, file discover, but the motherfucker won't answer our questions, won't even meet with us, so we can ask him like, "Hey, did you file for discovery?"
Well, you can
Like,
ask
of
him over the
course he's
phone. Did he not? Does he not answer his phone?
no, he's always gone. He's off for the whole
Yeah,
week.
that's the problem. That right there, you
Yeah.
can give him ground for dismissal and firing.
Mm-hmm. True story.
What's that?
You can fire him. Say it again,
Yeah,
Josh.
we're gonna.
That right there, the fact that he will not return your calls and will not have the meeting based on discovery, that is a violation. You can fire him over that. That's actually a violation of bar.
And
Yeah,
I would
because
do
we're
that.
supposed to have all the evidence.
Right. And if he has all the evidence and he's not talking to you about it, that's illegal. I mean, in so many ways, I guess. Certainly on paper, it's illegal. Yeah.
So maybe we just need to go out there tomorrow and say, "Hey, we need you to put it in writing that he's not willing to talk to us."
Who put what in writing?
Request an extension.
To put it in writing.
Yeah, you can go to you got to take something to the clerk, county clerk, but yeah.
You need to request an extension. Just continue to suspend it. Eventually, I don't know. I'm not giving any legal advice at all.
Of course.
Just get it extended until you can do further work in this area.
I like that. They'll help you prepare a document.
Yep, because eventually you can get them to cancel it because of failure to provide evidence or discovery. You're equal. What is it? Equal under the law.
Equal rights under the law, is it?
Yeah, you're not being treated fairly, so they're not doing anything that they're saying they're supposed to be doing. So eventually what happens is you get them to where they always have clerks and deputies signing documents that's supposed to be under the purview of a judge. And some of these judges are not judges. They're contracted by the county or the state. They're contractors.
They're bankers.
They're only commissioners. They're acting as a commissioner. They're not a judge. They're acting in a commercial setting. So...
Right, so anything that comes from that cesspool is going to be of that cesspool. Judges do their job, they do their job, whatever. You never know what they care about internally and personally, and their job is not to be partial. Their job is to be objective, cold, calculating, for the most part, because that helps. I won't get into it, but anyway, that's their job. And the court, what I was saying is the court-appointed lawyer. Anything that comes from the judge's side of the table, it's just they're not going to care about you as a human being. 9 times out of 10, you might get that one in there, that we've all seen Tom Cruise in some movies, right? Oh, he's the lawyer who wants to actually help things and change people's lives, and right? Well, you're not going to find that guy.
I would make a statement and submit this that the lawyer refused to communicate with us the details of the case. So it needs to be extended.
You guys hear that John Madden died?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's finish with Hank.
Yeah, I think we're just going to get up early. We're going to go get the lady to put it in writing that he's refusing to meet with us because he's out all week for holiday. So we're going to take
Everybody's
that
got a
and
cell phone
go and
though, so there's no excuse. No excuse.
right. So yeah, because he's refusing to meet with us, we're going to file for an extension. And plus, maybe the cop won't show up because he's showing up to his court date, right? That he's got all of his other court dates on. So if we move the court date, maybe he won't show up. I don't know. They seem to got it out for her ass because she's been flipping them off and telling them to get a real job for about a year.
What was the original reason for the stop? And did she receive a citation for the original reason of that stop?
She did not receive a citation. It was the
It's thrown
third
out of
brake
court.
light
Take
that was
it,
out.
hey, take it to the box. Take it to trial. It's thrown out of court at that point. If they did not issue a citation for the original reason of the probable cause or the reason of the traffic stop, it is fishing.
Put all that
Thrown
in
out.
writing.
Everything else is coercion.
Put all that in writing. Put all that in writing. Plus, you can also request to show who the injured party was. Could they please step forward? The injured party, please. Who is this?
They have no legal ground. And the district attorney's office, the public pretender that they hired for you, is not working for your best interest, but is going to do whatever he can to get a conviction. They will not take you to trial. They will do everything they can to keep you from going to trial.
You have a right to see them in court. They have to be able to stand up and accuse you. You have a right to face your accuser. You have not been able to do that.
Isn't that going to be the
they
officer?
stopped you and made you stop in the school zone. That's a violation. That extra charge, thrown out, erroneous, repugnant. The other one about the roach, coercion, prejudice. The original citation, where is it? The original citation was for what? Failure to stop, failure to yield, failure to signal, or something like that. Where's that citation? That's the original reason for the seizure. So without that original reason of seizure, habeas corpus thrown out of court. Everything else is hearsay.
So to the accuser is going to be the cop. He's the one that says, I caught her right here. She had this.
Yep, but the fact of the matter is the procedure.
So that's fine. That person would have to stand forward and say what the damages are, not office or something, but Mr. the man, John Smith, the human being man, not the uniform. The man, that officer, are you willing to show that there was cause? Can you show that there was an injured party? Are you that injured party? Well, no, I work for the county. Oh, you're a corporate employee. Yes, you know how we know that? Because your entity is traded in Dun & Bradstreet. I bet if you go right now, county such and such or wherever these jokers are from, they're sold on Wall Street for profit. A corporate employee. Oh, okay, so how can a corporation be an injured party? It has to be a human being, a man or a woman. So are you this man or woman? See, that's how you... if you submit paperwork to that effect, but I would just start with the extension. They have to show an injured party. Otherwise, bullshit. Fuck you. Like, what? Show how you have jurisdiction. You don't. You start demanding these things. Throw it out for, you get somebody to file the paperwork. These junctions that you put in a court. Start submitting paperwork. Pretty soon they go, fuck, this guy's not letting off. So eventually they just drop it because they've totally gone against anything as far as like being honest about what is really going on in the case at all. And they violated procedure. They violated procedure. That's the whole thing. You could throw out cases. It's dismissed for lack of following the rule of law. Like There's procedures they have to go
Yeah, they
through.
didn't read her rights. They didn't read her rights. They didn't have toilet paper. So she was in there for like a day with no toilet paper.
So write all these down, Hank. I would just start taking notes. You'll put all the pieces together. Didn't give her her rights, violated procedure. You'll find out if they send you any paperwork, read who signed it. Find out who that person is. Easy to do. It's public knowledge. Find out, are they a commissioner? Are they a judge? What kind of court is it? Like that kind of thing. So yeah, we know it's a kangaroo court. But still, the Constitution applies as far as you have to be able to face your accuser. There has to be an injured party, or it's not a violation. It's not a breaking the law. Your statutes don't apply to me. I didn't consent to your statute. So I don't know. That's just my thing. How to do this stuff has always been a mystery to me as well. I can say the right things, but I've had my own difficulties with different corrupt entities. I don't know. File for the extension. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we can move on. So what's the shape of the Earth again? Flat as fuck.
What's going on? Was there a debate going on?
Oh, one last thing. Yeah, I used to be pretty proud to be a Texan before this, but now I think I'm done being a Texan. I'm just a man from now on. Fuck all that shit. Fuck all the affiliations and fuck all the groups. I should have known, followed my instincts from the beginning, that there's no reason to join any groups because individualism is where it's at.
I see. Oh, yeah.
Somebody hot micing?
I don't really hear a hot mic. Do you?
Oh, no, buddy. That was on a purpose, Micah. Anyway.
I heard a Canadian.
When it comes to a shape, I'm not sure, Hank, but I know the surface is flat.
Flat as fuck.
Have I heard of a Canadian what?
I heard a Canadian go, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Just making sure my mic's
Those
working.
Canadians. Yep, loud and clear, Canada.
Oh, yeah. We want to make sure we didn't forget to say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Coincidentally, you know, I live down in the States, and my favorite word that I hear out of Canadian women's mouth is holy.
Holy cow.
They're just like, holy. It's like, whoa, that's different.
Hey, who's the Canadian, eh? Who is that? Which one is the Canadian, eh?
Holy.
Holy cow.
Holy cow.
All right.
I've never met a Canadian woman, I don't think.
You never met a Canadian?
I've met a few Mexicans. Not a Canadian woman.
Oh.
I've met Canadian men.
Oh.
Canadian woman.
Yeah, they keep their women hidden.
Canadian woman. Awesome. Parody.
No, we got a bunch of snowbirds down here. Well, not since the border closures, but we get snowbirds down here. A lot of them come down from Canada, British Columbia, Alberta, some Manitoba, and they come down here and just spend the winter time because it's like temperate climate. It's like fall.
We're just pretty chill, man. We're just pretty chill. Just chilling here, bud.
You guys are a little too chill. Like, what? The government released us? Like, we're no longer under the crown? So we got our own, like, sovereignty?
Oh, yeah.
What should we do? Nothing. Just let the government, like, take over.
Nothing. Do nothing.
I don't know. I like Looney Tunes.
Just keep it the same. When the population gets larger, make it worse.
That's right.
The Queen set us free. What should we do? What should we do? The Queen set us free. Let's not make any declarations or anything. Let's just let the RD government assert their power over us, and because we're not going to say anything, we'll just let it happen.
Because we don't want to make them mad again.
That's right. You don't want to make us mad again. When Canadians hear the word war, watch that documentary. Have you guys ever heard of that documentary?
I was thinking, what are they going to do? Shoot her in the boot?
No, but I will watch it. I love all that kind of stuff.
Check it out, man. Check it out.
Especially French Canadian, because that's where my ancestors are supposed to be from. Those heathenish bunch of... Yeah, you know there was as many Arcadians enslaved by the British in the
here's
New World.
some Canadian history for you. That patch that I wear, or I use for my my profile pic, that's the patch of the Devil's Brigade. Check it out.
You guys are skateboarders?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a skateboard.
It's actually a spear tip, an Indian spear tip.
Uh-huh.
And it was the very first special forces that was ever formed with Canada and the United States.
Oh, yeah?
It was called the Devil's Brigade, or the Germans used to call us the Black Devils, because we used to paint our faces black and do night raids. Just type in Google search or YouTube Devil's Brigade, man. You'll be like, what? Devil's Brigade, buddy. The real deal.
I'm searching now, and I'm glad you didn't say bro. Like we had these kids come in and say bro. You're bro, yeah, bro. They're usually from London or someplace like, I don't know. I'm not speaking like a Londoner, but
no, it's more like
you bro. That's what they're like. They might as well be saying
Vince.
Bloke.
Vince was bro.
Broke, bro. You broke?
Yeah, man. They even made movies, and most of the guys today in special forces, they know who the Devil's Brigade is.
They know who the what?
Yes, but have you heard about the Transvestite Brigade?
Freddy's Freighters.
Everyone knows that. We have it every springtime. We have.
They're also called Freddy's Freighters.
Yeah. You know, where's the women's parade? They all suck dick. Where's their parade?
That's why. Sorry. Shouldn't have. How dare you?
Oh, I dare. You know, everyone should have a parade. You know?
I know, man. Only long-haired rock and rollers in this parade. I love it. Okay, that's my parade. Yeah, that's right, John. And all of the rock and rollers, all 1,000 of them, are trailering behind them 1,000 watts of Marshall stacks.
Oh, I see you. I'm just checking the live voice chat. I see you found yourself a Devil's Brigade patch, eh?
I just found it. That's what I found.
Yeah. There's actually a pretty good documentary on YouTube on Devil's Brigade. I actually was impressed that they did it quite well. And I don't know if you know Band of Brothers, but the last living survivor of Band of Brothers just died a week ago here in Canada.
Wow. Canadian Special Operations Forces, yeah. Originally World War II.
We were a secret.
Wait a minute, Aleutian Campaign. Hold on, I was there.
Oh.
I went to the Aleutians in the Navy. I went to the Aleutians. ADAC.
Yeah.
I've been to ADAC.
I'm just a bit of a war historian.
I am too. I like it. I am too. I like that stuff. Actually, my step grandfather on my father's side was constructs a CB in Iwo Jima.
Oh, okay.
So I grew up hearing about those stories.
Have you ever heard of the Black Watch?
The Black Watch?
Yeah, there were Canadian soldiers that wore kilts into battle, and they had a motto: no retreat and no surrender.
Sounds like William Wallace, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was. They were called the Black Watch Squadron here in Canada. We landed on Normandy Beach. The Black Watch landed on Normandy.
Yeah, right on.
No, there's a lot of little pockets in that war that are untold stories on both sides. Well, on like 4 sides.
Interesting. Wait a minute.
You know, there was a lot of stories on Australia, French.
Harry Reid is dead. Harry Reid is dead. Yes.
What? Who's that?
Harry Reid is dead. Harry Reid, former senator.
Yeah, if you keep saying Harry Reid, it's not going to help.
Yeah,
Political giant.
Who is that?
Political
Former
giant
senator?
behind the Democrats.
Do you think I know the name of one senator?
Yeah, like really.
Well, I just Googled it that fast.
I know Senator Terminator.
Right. I don't know any senators. Sorry, Hank. I don't mean to be offensive there at all. I came out that way, and I apologize. I have no idea.
Who's that senator that got the sex tape released?
Weiner?
Wasn't that
Anthony
the
Weiner?
senator of Florida or something?
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is I want to say the word wiener one more time. There we go.
Yeah, there's sex tape supposedly.
I think he's some sort of German. I think it's pronounced Anthony Werner.
No, I think it's Vina.
Anthony is not a German
Vina.
name. I'm sorry.
I think his name is Anthony Schnitzel, and I think he showed his schnitzel to the children.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Schnitzel
Wiener
wrap.
Schnitzel. Wiener Schnitzel.
You guys remember the movie Hoodwinked? About Little Red Riding Hood?
Vaguely.
Okay, so the Axeman, a lot of people tell me that I look like him. So I could have used the Axeman, but I don't have the German accent. And I don't have the Lederhosen.
Lederhosen.
Whatever.
Lederhosen? Did you say Lederhosen?
Hassenpfeffer.
I was talking to the German on here, who's kind of a Glober. Really a Glober. Delusional Glober. But he's from Germany. So he keeps saying stuff without proof, so I said, Wach schnell. Wach schnell for the proof. We need the proof now, Wach schnell.
What does that mean, Voxnell?
It means hurry up.
Oh.
Like, on the double.
On the double.
I'm German.
You are?
Yep, I'm German and British.
I got German, British too, and French.
Just French and German.
French and
Sonny, aren't you a taller guy? Aren't you over 6 foot?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. Well, 6'1". Depends on if I'm standing up straight or not.
Yeah, I don't think you're more French. I think you got that Normandy.
Yeah, I do.
I think you're
Actually,
Norman.
that's what I think. Yeah. Yeah. I have the Viking look like that, but came out in the middle of nowhere. This family, who I don't know who the hell they are. They don't look nothing like me. I know I landed in there. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and they're all dark hair and dark eyes. Every single one of them. They're dark skinned too. So screw them all, I say, on the holiday. So I'm like kidding.
Holiday.
Funny shit, man. Honestly, it depends on if I'm feeling towering that day. I will look like I'm much taller than I really am.
Oh, I got a joke for you. It's a cheesy joke. Really cheesy if you want to hear it. Last night I had...
I don't usually eat the cheese, but go ahead.
Last night I had a nightmare. Dreamt I was a muffler. I woke up exhausted.
Oh my god. That was a good dad joke. I give it an 11.2 out of 10.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Way to go.
Yeah, I'll give that 11 and a quarter. My knobs go up to 12, so 11 and a quarter. Yep.
Okay. Here's
Your
one.
knobs go up to 12.
Here's one a little bit better.
That's one more than 11.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get a witch pregnant?
I don't know.
You got to know which hole to go down to get to the witch's lair.
No.
You fucker.
That's how it works with humans too.
Yeah, humans are witches. You didn't know. Witches are human.
Are they? I mean, they do a lot of things like humans, but I've dated a couple witches, and they do some inhuman shit too.
Oh yeah. So you know why the thing about witches on the broom? Do you know why they say that?
I don't.
So there's this mold, right? And only women can get high off of it because there's only one way to administer it, and men don't have those. So when a woman gets the mold and she puts it on her broomstick, then she administers it. She's gonna have like quite a trip after that. So that's why they're flying around on broomsticks. So yeah, if you ever read The Witch's Hammer, dude, that's
What about the rolling pin? Or the soup ladle? Could have been any one of these objects.
No, it's the broomstick.
It's the
kill it.
Yeah, so apparently the men didn't like it because only the women could get high off of it. But it's some kind of mold from bread, I think. We all know why reindeer are high as fuck, right? Need a muscaria mushrooms.
Oh, I thought it was the mistletoe.
Those Mario mushrooms.
Donner, get the fuck out of those mushrooms. Prancer. What a dumb name, Prancer.
Yeah.
I prance around sometimes when I'm frolicking in the backyard.
If you think about it, even the fairy tale story of Santa Claus living in the North Pole is more believable than the globe Earth.
And the crowd said, "Amen, hallelujah to that, brother."
Because all you need is Christmas spirit.
I'd kill Christmas spirit if I ever had a chance. Just let me know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you kill a spirit, but I would be like, yeah, killed it. I don't like Christmas. Oh, humbug.
Yeah, but you would definitely go see a new Grinch movie if Jim Carrey made a Grinch #2.
I would not go and see that.
Yes, you would.
Nope, and I would make fun of everybody that did.
I'll go see it for you all. That way you guys don't have to watch.
I would go maskless to the line of people with masks and V passports, and I would just laugh in their face. All of them. It's not illegal to do that, by the way.
Not laughing, no.
No, I'll laugh in your face. I'll eat a bunch of garlic before I do it.
That's how you know you really love somebody.
That's right.
You just don't want to be laughing moistly.
Oh, God. Moist laughter? Oh,
Your
no.
Honor, he cackled in my direction.
What
Sit
even
down,
is
Karen.
that?
Hey, did you hear Justin Trudeau, don't speak moistly? Don't speak moistly.
No, I didn't hear that. Are you in Canada?
Oh, yeah, I'm in Canada.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, we don't hear much about Canada down here, especially if we're not watching the news.
It should be Justin Lido. He's a politician.
If you would YouTube that press conference of him speaking, well, Justin Trudeau says, don't speak moistly. Oh, we made all kinds of rap videos.
Oh, I get it, because moisture carries the fake Cocoa Pebbles.
Yeah.
Cocoa Puffs.
But he's telling everybody not to speak moistly, and then he's like, "That doesn't sound right." Speak moistly.
You know what? I don't watch the news
Who
either.
writes this shit?
I haven't watched the news either. I haven't watched the news in a long, long time. So that means I haven't heard about Canada in a long, long time. I'm not really even sure at this point if Canada even exists anymore.
Oh, Canada!
Oh, come on, bro.
Canada, it's not really there, is it?
It's just right north of the Freedom Line.
Canada no longer exists. It
could be gone. Canada doesn't exist anymore. They can't find it. Sorry.
No, it doesn't exist. Oh, the best story ever is there was a girl from Brampton, Ontario. And she drove down to visit some friends she went to university with. And they lived in Georgia. So she decided to drive down. It hit the news. It was all over every news station here. And the Georgia police pulled her over and arrested her because she didn't have a recognizable driver's license or license plates on her car. And the girl says, they're Canadian license plates. I'm a Canadian citizen. This is my driver's license. She got arrested.
Yeah, those are recognized internationally between Canada and the United States.
Yes, I know.
We have a treaty that goes back.
The officer put handcuffs on her and threw her in the back of the car. She was all crying and everything. Started Facebooking people back in Canada. Help me.
You know what my favorite song is about Canada? Take a guess.
Going for a rip?
No. No.
That's a great tune.
Hold on, listen. Listen. Don't be denied.
Oh. Well, you could say Gordon Lightfoot.
You don't know what song that is? Tell me.
You know the thing about that. Come on.
Okay, back to Flat Earth.
That's right. Always will and always has been. That would be pretty hard to wrap your noodle around, if that was the answer.
I don't use my noodle anymore.
You know? Would it be hard for humans to have that concept of something that's always has been and always will be? You know?
No, because our existence, our perception, everything is based on a finite set of things.
Yeah.
A beginning and an end.
Belief doesn't mean
no. We live and we die. We're programmed. Everything here is programmed a certain way to go in cycles.
Yeah, but so since we exist, there's a part of that infinite thing living inside of each and every one of us right now.
Yeah, but not that. Yeah, that's just us. You know, the things around us are here before us and after we're gone.
But those things could be finite in their own way.
True.
But the energy never disappears.
You don't know that.
Yeah, we do.
What if it leaves the system?
No, energy can never be destroyed.
In this system, on Earth, yes.
It can change to another form. It can change to another form of energy, but it doesn't. The information never goes away.
That's what I'm saying. What happens when the lid is taken off? Where do the quote-unquote souls go?
No new energy can be created on what's been created already.
Exactly. You guys aren't getting what I'm saying. Earth is a system, which means it's not the only thing that exists in entirety of ever. It's enclosed. It's, there's other stuff out there. So that's what I'm saying.
Right. Let's not forget about the old saying, as above, so below. I know it's odd, but...
Oh, I get you there.
If we're a closed system, where did the water come from? Is there a great deep? As above, so below?
No idea. I have heard as above, so below since I was a kid, though. In every religion, almost in one way or another, so yeah.
Right. Like, if they're lying about the shape of the Earth, what else are they lying about? They're definitely lying about Earth's history. That's damn for sure. Because if you look at some of the stone monuments we have around the world, some of them have, like the Great Pyramids. If you look at the Sphinx, it's got water damage on it, man. Or let me make it into layman terms. Yo, bro, it's got water damage, bro. When did it rain? Probably 10,500 years ago in the time of Leo. That's probably when it rained. If you look at some of our ancient monuments around the world, the weather damage shows you the evidence of the climates and how long it would take to corrode things. That's why we made gigantic monuments and things that would last forever out of stone. They would last as long as the mountains they were made from. And they're all full of lies. Everything. some great knowledge has definitely been lost, or stolen, or hidden, or all above.
All the important knowledge.
Well, of course. I know that's basically what triggers me for the major debate on flat Earth is that, look at some of the excuses they come up with of why we can't explain on how things were built in ancient times. Must be
It's weird.
Astronauts.
Well, it's like, listen, we weren't there, so even if we back engineer it as best we can, we'll still not know exactly how something was made from way back then. Get real. Don't be stupid.
That's right. But even if we...
Not you. I was saying Globers don't be stupid. You're doing fine. Sorry.
No, I totally understand. It's what I mean is that when we have something in front of us and it's made of stone, it's not super complex, components or anything, not like a ancient Swiss watch here or anything. It's just a pile of rocks, and you can't reverse engineer that in AutoCAD. Come on. And you landed on the moon in 1969. Okay. Actually, 257 years we've been studying the Great Pyramids of Giza. That's a long time, man. Crawling around, digging, ultrasounds. Come on.
Come on.
Right.
Search and seek and destroy.
And there's still to this day not a solid 100% proof on how they were built. Right?
Right. Listen, bro, if I wasn't there, I don't care how you think it was built. I don't.
That's right.
It's impossible to be built under the fictitious history narrative. If you're an unevolved human being, surely you only have a certain set of skills at that time that we've given you, right? So
exactly.
You couldn't possibly have done any of the things that have been done, but they have been done, so we don't know because you were primitive. So it must have been black magic or something.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Right, don't worry about it, bro. Where is Vinny? Oh, was it Vincent? That was always like, bro.
Yeah, bro.
There's two. Oh no, I don't know who you're talking about, Vinny. I thought you were talking about Vlad.
Nah, bro.
No, bro. That was Bro Vince, bro. Vince,
oh my God, that guy from yesterday.
Vince, bro. Vince, bro.
I don't know.
He said bro so much, we almost became family. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. I don't know if anyone here in the chat room has ever had a chance to travel and see some great wonders, some great stone ancient monuments that man.
Yeah, I went to New York once, right?
Yeah.
Coming from Maine, headed to Florida. And I gotta say, there's some pretty fancy stuff, and I wonder how the fuck everybody fits in that one little fucking island. That's what I wonder.
Pile driving, baby. Pile driving. It's fake land. Man-made.
Well, that means it won't be too hard to sink, now will it? Was that out loud? I didn't mean.
No, it's sinking.
No, it's not. Global warming is is an H word.
Oh, did you guys find that skit about gravity stretching cities?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Stretching cities.
Yeah. When the moon is in its orbit, it stretches cities. Yeah, man.
That's weird. I usually noticed everything staying exactly how it is.
It's like 14 inches, the scientists are saying. Stretches about 14 inches throughout the day.
So let me get this straight.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Do the streets remain perfect with no cracks in it? The buildings stay exactly where they are, standing straight up at a 90-degree angle, not moving at all because of this pull from the moon? Or is this maybe some bullshit?
Everything.
Because my apartment building alone, guys.
That would be the dark gravity that's making the building
This is a new
seem like
thing.
they're
This
in
is
the
a new
same
thing.
position.
My apartment
And
building alone.
Contract or constrict or expand depending on what you think about them.
So they say 14 inches a year, right?
No, a day.
A fucking day. Oh, okay.
I'll see if I can find it. I'm rolling a
Yeah,
joint
please,
right now.
please find it. Hurry up with that joint. Find this now.
I already finished mine, and it's a superb number.
Let me tell you,
Airway
it
channel.
was about a I think it was a Vice documentary, and they were following scientists trying to find the quietest place on Earth. And they go into underneath an underground cave system, and they hook up instruments to hear nothing. And they hook it up to a machine that can hear on a different wavelength other than what a human ear can pick up. And what they hear is the stretching and the contraction of the Earth due to the moon's gravity, bro. Rah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
And
because
then
when
they
the
start going
Earth
on
moans,
talking about how
hold on, because when the Earth moans out, right? And we say, Earth, why are you moaning? The moon's gravity. How else are they going to know, right?
The moon's gravity is giving me contractions.
Yeah, I'm contracting. I'm dilated too, bitch.
I'm trying to find this.
Yeah.
Only a pregnant woman talks like that. Only a pregnant woman talks like that to her husband. I'm dilated, bitch.
Only a giving birth woman talks like that. A pregnant woman.
Yeah.
My
wife
generally not like that.
Yeah, a woman that's giving birth, fuckers. Those are fuckers.
Those are
they
fuckers.
Are not happy.
They get nuts. The demons come out. All the demons come to the surface.
Yes. Yeah. That is hilarious.
That's okay. I mean, if you can handle your woman when she's giving birth, right?
I was pretty pissed off at her.
Yeah, but she was like,
"This is your fault." Yeah, I can handle it.
No, it's not. It's God's fault. Get out of here. God can take the blame. He's the
Here's
scapegoat.
Here's what that looked and sounded like. You fucking did this to me, you motherfucker.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the number one thing said in all delivery rooms. You motherfucker, you did this to me.
You did this to me.
And then you say, yes, I am a motherfucker, and this is proof.
All this pain she's going through is my fault. I started it.
If you want to call me a name, call me something that's insulting. I sure am a motherfucker. Sorry,
I was shining too brightly. I caught her eye.
That's right.
Shine so brightly when I walk by, you gotta squint like the motherfucking sun in your eye. What?
What?
Yeah, I had a new haircut and new shoes. She was like, damn.
He was so slick.
You were looking good in the delivery room, shit.
No, probably not by then. I was like 9 months later.
Oh, never mind.
My hair probably grew out.
He was so good looking. She said in the delivery room, she said, "Honey, you look so good. What was your name again?"
So keep in mind, this is my best friend's oldest sister, right? And I
Okay,
get off
so that
work
had to
one
have been a
night.
problem when you were younger.
Well, I mean, yeah, I had a huge crush on her.
Yeah, that had to
So
suck until you. Well, anyway.
yeah, it did. So one night I get off work and I go over there and like my homie's passed out. And I didn't know it. I just came over and she's like, "You want to have sex?" I was like, "Let me think about it." Okay.
Yay! Good job.
I wasn't even
Hank.
expecting that shit. Wouldn't even
Well,
expect.
it was your velvety, soft voice and strong but charming demeanor
right.
that
Yeah, right.
really sealed the deal.
No, I don't
Bullshit.
think that's what it was.
First thing she says is, he's asleep. What the fuck? You're like, so you have been thinking about this? Yes. Yes, I would.
I think she did see me laying on my back one day, and yeah, never mind.
Exactly, dude. Well, that's cool. So y'all are married now with kids.
Yeah, it's been like 18 years. It's been a long time.
That's a good story. So high school sweetheart, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah.
Cool. I love it. I love those stories. Wholesome.
Except for I dropped out of high school. But yeah.
That has nothing to do with the romance.
Dig this. My brother is married to his grade school sweetheart.
Ah, that's awesome.
They're still married. For like
that's
30
great.
years. 30 years, I think.
God, they missed out on a lot of nonsense dating, didn't they?
No, they didn't miss out. No, they just came back together after.
Oh, got it.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. Flat Earth wins. Not only because we're so good at talking about it, but the globe never had a chance in the first place, and it was lucky to exist only in the mind, in the imagination, for this long. Very lucky. See, they had 500 years-ish, 600 years to really beat it into people's heads. And they say, when you're trying to get over a girl, you gotta wait. It's going to take about half as long as you were together. So if you were together for 2 years, it's going to take you about a year to get over her. That's what they say. Him or her. Or they or it or that. But anyway, so...
You know, I find that to be true because I've experienced that before.
Right, yeah. I mean, for the most part, I've seen it to be true as well. However, I don't want it to take 250, 300 years to wake people up to this garbage. You know what I mean?
Well, roughly 100 years, right?
So go out in your neighborhood ringing a bell saying the earth is flat, the earth is flat. New discovery. Scientists have been measuring lately and no curvature has been found. The earth is flat. Ding, 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 ding.
Measuring lately. We took a break from measuring the earth because we had it all figured out, but then we decided to start doing it again.
We actually measured lately.
Oh, space-time. I can measure right now, can't I?
Yeah, I got you talking about it. So they'll be thinking about it when I do a ride by. And they're like, they're just walking in meditation anyway, walking along the bridge. Well, not right now. It's because it's raining.
How many square feet is right now? Oh my god, dude. Hey, evolutionists.
Einstein in the space-time.
That's right. Evolutionists. Hey. How big is 4 o'clock? I mean, really?
Yeah, because space-time, meaning space, length, width, and height.
Yeah. What time is my computer monitor? What time is it in this bottle of water over here?
What size is this 4 o'clock?
Yep. How does 330 taste? I'm not kidding, dude. Literally, this is what these people have to think. Yeah. What color is Thursday? Well, that doesn't...
Are you smelling the flatness of this floor?
Synesthesia. I think that's what they're called.
Yep, I can see sound sometimes.
Right, I can smell colors.
See the sound and smell those colors.
Boy, that does sound like a banana, doesn't it? Because, bananas don't make sounds by themselves.
Sound. I really can, though.
No, I really want to know. All jokes aside, do people who believe in space-time as a thing think that there's time within stuff? I want to know that.
No, how they describe it is that if I tell you that, we're going to meet at grandma's, right? Like we're cousins or something, right? We're going to meet at grandma's. That's not enough information. You have to have a time, right? That's why it's a space and time, right? Because if you show up on Wednesday and I show up on Thursday, it's not going to work.
So if you show up at the space, yeah, I got it.
If you show up at the right space at the right time, now you understand space time. Well, where's the fabric? Can I make my shoes out of it? Is it like more durable than hemp? Where's
yeah,
this
and
fabric?
how do I manipulate either of the variables, space or time? Can't.
Right, it's just a metaphysical, like, not real thing. Oh, it's just a concept. Oh,
Dude,
I can't wear that to school.
They were discovering LSD at that time. Think about it. That's all I need to say. Think about that. They're all tripping out on LSD and meth and all kinds of stuff that they could get their hands on real easy back then. Just on all the drugs. Let's combine space and time, bro. Yeah? They'll buy it? Oh, they'll buy anything, bro.
And then we'll talk about warping. Warping space time. I can't find this for the love of Jesus.
Well, a meeting between two humans is a concept in itself, so
yeah,
it's just a bizarre. Like, of course, in hindsight, when you met at a certain time and space, so what is there? Just unlimited coordinates in space time, ready to be tapped?
Yes.
What the fuck? I'm telling you, they got a hold of some really, really good stuff one night, and they sat around talking about this stuff.
I'm saying, bro. The U.S. government was like, okay, listen, we just found out about this adrenochrome shit. Let's check it out. We're gonna give you all the other. We're gonna give you all the other drugs, and then some adrenochrome, and you guys are gonna come up with the next narrative for the next 250 years. How's that sound?
Einstein's like, can you believe this shit? I'm getting.
Einstein's
paid.
like, as long as I can fuck my cousin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. For sure.
It's bad.
Hey, when the Alien movie with Sigourney Weaver came out, and it said, in space, no one can hear you scream.
Right.
How do they get the sound of the planets? And how does the Earth sound?
The resonant
too deep.
frequencies?
It's too rich for my blood. Somebody else go ahead.
Right?
Are you talking about the resonant frequencies?
Yeah. How would you hear the sound of celestial wandering stars?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Right, I'm just saying, like, sounds of space.
Now, here's something that's really going to cook your noodle. If you can't hear someone scream in space, how can you hear two black holes collide?
Would vibration still still travel through a vacuum?
So you got to surf them gravity waves, bro. You got to hang 10.
Gravity waves. But vibration itself, wouldn't that cause gravity waves in a vacuum of space?
Right? Think about a time wherein that you have to try to convince people that they have not traveled overnight like 13 billion light years or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah. Zoltar came here and imprisoned us under volcanoes 40 million years ago.
And every claim just happens to be unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
Every single claim.
Yeah.
That's what's hilarious. It's like a little kid said, "Oh, there was this monster under my bed, and there was this, there was that," and you can't prove them wrong.
Yeah.
It's like so silly. It's like try having
Jim,
one concrete claim.
like Jim Carrey said, he goes, and they're buying it.
And they're buying it.
Every time we see a Glover, we gotta ask the matter in right now.
It's it just makes me laugh. It's like there's all kinds of experiments that you can do on paper with their model that proves that their model doesn't exist or couldn't exist. That's the funny part. There's so many things.
The number one rule is don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Right.
Yeah, and then just have it unfalsifiable, tucked away, however you want.
Yeah.
Like gravity and times mass or whatever is.
Like check this out. Check this out.
It just happens to be equal to the weight. Okay. So
This
in
is
other
hilarious.
words, it's just made up.
Let's make a vacuum chamber here on Earth, which is easy. Okay, we can't simulate zero gravity, but we can definitely create a full vacuum. Now, what a full vacuum means is that it's constantly sucking. Okay? Right? And the reason why we have the vacuum in space is because of the great expansion. So, that's their model. Now, if I take, say, a CO2 container and I put it in a vacuum chamber and I suck all the air out of it, and now let's do that first for the first experiment, and I puncture the CO2 container. What's going to happen is that CO2 container is going to just disperse all of that liquid into the container, and once the container changes its equilibrium, then you'll get thrust from that container. Now, for a rocket to work in the void of space, it would have to overcome the container of space to push from. You can't get thrust off something that sucks. You understand? The container's too big. You know?
Well, yeah, and these tiny little boxes they create with vacuums, they can very, very temporarily create enough of a medium to thrust against for a second. But like you said, it's totally different when you have this massive alleged vacuum.
Right. And don't forget, like if you make a vacuum chamber, bring it down to a certain pressure, barometric pressure, that there's no air in there, but now keep the pump on. Keep it on. So when you puncture that container inside the other container, all it's going to do is vacuum out all of that pressure that was released at that split second from that CO2 container.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And out in space, so-called, there's, like you said, way too much volume to fill. It would just dissipate. There's way too much volume to average out with it.
Right. It would not
It
change
would
the course of
effectively
anything.
disperse. Yeah.
Right. It would look like a fucking, you just created a nebula. That's what it would look like.
Like a fart in a hurricane at the most.
Right. So, and there's all kinds of things.
And where is it expanding into, and why isn't that a container? That's the problem when they come up with the atheist, evolutionist, Big Bang type of stuff, where
Well, it's where
everything
the
is
dark matter, dark
everything
energy
is
comes in,
material.
right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it
When you do all that material,
So it doesn't tear. It won't tear. All the matter is equally divided, so it inflates beautifully, and then it will slowly contract into the big crunch.
Well, yeah, but
then we're fucked.
you're in no man's land though when you're in that world, because there's the cosmological argument where we say, well, what's before that? What created before that, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, what's beyond the dome? What's beyond the dome?
Yeah.
You could say the same thing with where's the edge of space, and so on and so forth. But in their paradigm, it's all materialist. Like you said, they have this very convenient dark matter shit, dude. That's such a cheat code for these fucking atheist materialists.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like, you guys
right at the
can't
end
be
of that.
serious, dude.
Yeah. Oh, that's dark energy. Matter, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's not get
The
into
universe is expanding.
Like, we don't believe in a
Universe
flying
expanding.
spaghetti monster. We believe in physical material stuff.
Right.
Okay, what's black matter?
Oh yeah. You wait a second. You don't hear that city stretching? Come on.
That's just the moon's gravity knocking the bottom out of that bitch, stretching it out.
Stretching it right out, bro.
They believe in flying spaghetti, dark energy.
Exactly. Rastafarian.
Rastafari. Don't just
Oh,
smoke
get her-
that joint, man.
Get
Share
her-
that joint with me, man.
Exactly. It's a pile of rocks, man.
Girl, it is better down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
John Brown always hated I.
Yeah.
For a reason I don't know.
I don't know.
Like when
They
someone
said
brings
they were
up,
to bring I in guilty for the killing of a deputy. I said,
Bow, down, bow, down, bow, 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 bow.
wow. I shot sheriff.
When I did not shoot no deputy.
Oh no! Oh.
hey, do you think we went to the moon, man?
I don't know if you've heard. Listen, I don't know if you've heard, but the Globers think the moon is fake. So
Did
yeah,
that-
Out of there.
bro, the moon is fake. I don't even know why you think people can go to something that doesn't exist. Clearly, it's not there.
The question was, did Rastafari go to the moon? No, sir.
No, sir.
Funny how that classic question is framed too. We, because it's
Yeah.
like the whole pride thing where we went to the moon, the Americans went to the moon.
The fuck you did? You were 2 sheets to the wind with your uncles, watching it on TV.
My
I went to
uncle
Saturn.
built a little piece of the screw on the corner or whatever. And everything else.
Exactly. Oh look!
We all went to the moon.
Oh look, honey. The guy works at NASA. Look, honey, our livelihood is going to space.
Just like when we win the Super Bowl and all that.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Oh, and I'm like, you did? Yeah, we did. So, what did you do? What do you mean?
Exactly.
I ate pizza and I hung with my family and we won the game.
What, you didn't go to the moon?
Okay.
It's like, what, compared to all the other nations on the planet, what did you do, man? What did you do? Oh, you didn't go to the moon? That's right, because you suck.
That's right, man. America, fuck yeah.
Exactly.
You fuck no.
Right. Your generation
Well,
didn't go.
Are you going to fuck with
We
someone
went.
that has the capability to go to the moon? Are you really going to fuck with us, bro? You know we went to the moon. You know that, right? We just can't go back because we destroyed that. But that's regardless. We have the technology to go to the moon. Why would you fuck with us?
Can't go back because your generation's nuts don't hang like ours.
Oh, wait, they're just waiting for CGI and all of us are dead. Then they're going to have, like, you know, Operation fucking Blue Beam. And they're going to have all amazing technology to trick the new masses of when they go to Mars.
Yeah, if you think people were absolutely brainwashed by radio, right, audio hallucination, and then television, audio and visual hallucination, imagine what happens when they turn on the blue beam and the voice of God. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're just waiting.
And I'm just gonna pull. I'm gonna pull someone aside and be like, "You're fucking retarded. You know that, right?" Yeah, no, I don't care that I'm being shot with a laser. It still doesn't mean this fucking thing came from outer space. Do you understand?
Right. Laying there like Kung Pao with a gigantic laser beam through your chest.
Right.
I can only think of how our differences would disappear so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
If we were invaded by an
Faced with
outside
an
force.
alien threat from outside this world.
Exactly.
I often
And I know who's going to fake it. It's already
Who? China or Japan?
It has already been planted
because they got the technology, that hologram shit, dude. Have you seen? There was a baseball game a couple 2-3 years ago that they had this like show. They're doing like a CGI show in there, and it was this dragon like landing on shit and like breathing fire, and it looked so fucking real, sounded real. And it was a stadium full of like 25,000 people.
I'm Ronnie Reagan, and I want to tell you that if there was an alien threat from outside of us, Ronnie Reagan is telling you that wouldn't it bring us all together? How that would bring us all together. Ronnie Reagan, over and out.
Reagan.
Oh, yeah.
Ronald.
You just wait.
It's a bad name, Ronald. It's not flattering.
Might see it when we're like real old men. You know, real.
Yeah, we'll probably see it in like 20 years or less,
and
maybe less.
And everyone will be like, Grandpa, this is real. And you'd be like, no, it's not. And they'll think you're old and crazy, and that's the end of it.
I may be senile and my penis may not work anymore, but those are not aliens.
Exactly.
You know what people are saying about Nancy Reagan nowadays, right?
It's a man. Yeah, I knew that. Because it's a man.
She's a deep
people are saying that
crypt keeper is what that is.
Floppy toppy.
What were you saying, Hank?
Yeah, he pretty much covered it.
You know why?
I think he said something about Operation Deep Throat or something. Hold on.
Oh, dear. And
so is Barbara Bush.
Did you know that their own model debunks the existence of aliens?
Guess whose
you know that?
Guess whose son she was? Aleister Crowley's Barbara Bush.
That's why. Oh man, Barbara Bush looks so like wild-eyed and just nuts.
Dude, look it up for yourself.
Looking thing. No, I don't need to. I trust every word you say about her, about that, whatever that thing is.
Would you guys accept a blowjob from Nancy Reagan?
Would I do what? A blowjob?
Would you accept one?
No.
Oh, no.
Nope.
That poor old girl's tired. She needs to be put down.
Nah.
Well, first off, that's
now,
not a woman.
Like,
second, it's a
what
it's
if
a
she
demon.
was in her prime?
What prime? Demons don't have primes. Listen, dude. Listen.
Oh, but what if she's a bad
You don't want a demon to do that.
No,
okay?
but that's a
because it might feel good up until it doesn't. If you know what I mean.
I don't know, but that demon head though.
Yeah, that's what makes Ronnie so disgusting.
All right. Well, let's not talk about that on the live stream though. Even though I just did.
He was going after the demon when she was young.
Yo, old ladies give proper talk, bro. Come on. They had all their shit.
Yo, they don't have any teeth.
It's best if they don't. Yeah. Fuck you guys. Let's talk about the flat Earth. Come on.
Okay. Do you guys think there's a round Earth society Discord?
Maybe.
Because I kind of want to like go into that and troll them.
Yeah, go look for one. Tell us about it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
there's only an anti-flat Earth Discord. There's no There's no
Don't
pro.
troll them, that's their.
There's no pro
they got-
glove. There's only anti-flat Earth.
Well, they know they're worthless. We don't need to tell them. But
Could you
yeah, I want to
send me
find
the
that other
link
one.
to that one?
And that's their only tool in their arsenal is to troll. So don't take away.
Anybody
That's
wanna
mean
do
to
that?
take away their only.
Yeah, I wanna troll them. Do you happen to know the link or what the name is?
Debate flat Earth and more. Here we go. I'll find it.
Oh,
Hold
thanks.
on.
Oh yeah, and the guy's Gem Panda is the ringleader, the fucking stinky chubby ringleader.
Panda.
4'7", nothing person. Yeah, he's over there.
Chinada?
Gem
Okay.
Panda. GEMPANDA.
Hey, where do I find
J-I-Z-Z.
Where do I find the welcome? Is that, hold on.
Gem.
So where do I find the
JIZZ-FACE. That's how you
invite
spell his
people.
name.
Okay,
Jizz
here we go.
face. Right.
His parents were hippies. I don't know what to say.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to put it into live stream voice text. Hold on, let me get back there.
His parents were trolls?
His parents were hippies. That's why he's got such a weird name. But yeah, Jizz face.
1 second.
No,
Jizz
man,
face
they were trolls.
McGee.
They lived under the bridge, bro.
Oh, why didn't it go on?
If they lived above the bridge, then why did... Never mind.
Yeah, we could probably try to take that further down, but I'd rather just not.
You probably got a duck if you live under the bridge. Right? You can't stand in the way. Especially if you're a troll.
Well, bridges are made under the assumption that Earth is flat and motionless. That's for sure. Big, small.
And these boots are made for walking. That's for sure.
So my cat has been begging for hours to go outside, right? I let him out for 90 seconds. Now he's begging to get back in. Should I ever let him outside again? I don't think so. I think he's screwed.
What you do is you get like a hummingbird feeder and hang it right out like the window that he can perch up on. And like
he can't perch up on
you'll
windows.
See him.
Who is it that wanted that invite? Is that Bengali?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can
That said,
find
I'll be
it.
right back.
You gonna go troll the anti-flurfers?
Yeah.
Ask them what are they doing with their life. Like, bro, why you been here for like 6 years? Like, do you guys go to like the Tooth Fairy Discord servers or Bigfoot
Is there
Discord
Truth Fairy?
servers? Like, if they were really worried about truth, wouldn't they be waging war about Christmas and like Santa Claus? That shit ain't true. So really, the only reason they're here is what?
Trolling.
Oh, I feel like such a
Trolling, right? And that's why they're led by Jim Panda, right? Because he grew up under the bridge. Because if you can't never stand up straight, you're gonna have a cricket in it.
Real Jaff, what are your thoughts?
On on Flat Earth?
On trolling.
I'm down to troll them.
And like, yeah.
I'm down to troll the round Earth guys, but I don't
What
think
do
I
you-
know enough facts about Flat Earth to really.
Bro,
You
here's
guys
what
don't
you
need
ask
to
them.
tell them.
Ask,
You don't
hold
need to.
on,
Listen,
hold on,
listen,
hold on.
Okay, okay.
Ask them if space-time is in the room with them right now. Because
They'll
they
just say
believe in this
yes.
thing called space-time.
Okay.
Right? And then ask them is like the space-time, is it in your mom? Right? Ask them like, is the dark matter up your
Okay. No, here's what you do. You just keep grilling them about curvature. Just say, hey, man, when did who measure the curvature directly, physically, empirically, and how'd they do it? And where'd they do it and when they do it? Come on.
That's a
Curvature.
good question.
Just say curvature. Just say it doesn't exist. Just keep trolling them over and over and over. And don't move off of it. Don't let them do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll be like, oh, your mom's gay and all this stuff. And you'll be like, yeah, curvature? Yeah, I know, but curvature? Oh. And just keep doing it.
It's true. Once
They
they
can't stand
realize
it.
that there is no curve, it
I'll
makes
tell
them
them-
think even harder.
I'll tell them I'll measure the curvature on their mom's ass.
No, don't say anything like that. Just let them be belligerent and stupid, and then after everything they say, okay, thanks, that's nice, but do you have any Earth curvature?
I kind of want to insult their moms.
Don't do it. They want you to insult their moms because
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
they're going to
yeah,
do
wait.
to you. Don't stoop to their level.
Wait, Bengali.
but that sounds
what
so
you do
fun.
Hold on, Bengali. What you do is you just talk as calmly and straightforward about facts as you possibly can. Leave the mom jokes till the very end.
I wouldn't even do the mom jokes, man. You're better than that. You don't have to do
or
that.
leave it. Yeah, you could destroy him intellectually. That'd be better, actually.
Yeah, no need for the mom shit. Come on, you're better than that.
I'll
Don't
try.
represent Flat Earth by saying, "Oh, your mom."
Yeah. Yeah, they got that
Why would
recorded.
you
They
want to
probably
go
have me
troll
saying that now.
Globearthers? How about just troll Flat Earthers?
Why would I troll the people who are telling the truth?
Don't do that.
I don't
listen. Don't
know.
ever listen to Jimsy. Ever.
Only when he's admonishing Helio, then you can listen.
Oh, right.
I'm
That's the only
kidding.
time. Yeah. Other than that, no, don't listen to him.
Bam. Just kidding,
Gems.
Helio. Just kidding.
Yo, Sadiq, I got the invite. You want me to send it to you?
Put it in the voice text, bro. Let's go. We need to get out there anyway.
Yeah, yo, you guys all want to do it with us?
No, I mean, like, I'm talking in general. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh.
Here, I'll give you an invite.
What are you gonna do?
Just gonna troll them.
You're gonna go troll.
But like I said, keep it scientific, and then they'll be like, damn it, this guy's a good troll. Don't do immature shit. Well, hold on. Brother, before you go, how old are you?
26.
Okay, so you can act like an adult. I would suggest it. Thank you.
Oh,
As
he
you were,
definitely
carry
can.
on, Godspeed.
He definitely can't.
Okay, so here's the deal. They don't have any curvature, so they're gonna start getting like really pissed off when you like keep going back in the
Yeah,
curvature.
it's not like they're
'Cause
gonna listen to any logic.
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
It
of
looks
course not.
terrible
did.
if you keep grilling them for one thing and they can't provide it. It looks so bad for them. They hate it. They will ban you.
But
Yeah,
what
I
type?
don't know.
What
Bad.
argument are you gonna be bringing to them? Like, are you gonna speak to them about what?
The curvature. They're
But
anti-flat Earth.
Hank, are you going there and speaking to them, Hank?
Yeah, I'm going with these guys.
So you're gonna speak for him?
No. I'm gonna help him in case he gets to the place where he can.
Oh, so you're gonna explain the curvature to him so he can explain it to them?
No, they're gonna fucking tag team.
Yeah, if they get to a point where they can't answer a
Bengali,
question.
what is the radius of the globe Earth?
What?
What is
I
the
don't know
radius
that.
of the globe Earth?
The Earth is flat, bro.
Uh-oh. Maybe you shouldn't do this.
Bengali, can you answer the question that I asked? What is the radius of the globe Earth?
What is the radius of the globe Earth?
You need
I
to know
don't
all these
know.
things.
These are all fake, created by like.
You need to know them if you're going in
globalists.
there. They're going to hold you to all those numbers.
So how Hank, how are you gonna tag team with him about the curvature of the Earth? He
You'll be-
doesn't even know the radius.
You'll be bashed.
I was just gonna troll them.
No, just go there
Here's
with
the deal. We're gonna go in there.
armed with information first.
We're gonna go in there. We're gonna ask them, how do I prove that the Earth is a sphere? And they're gonna start talking about the sun, moon, and stars. We're gonna be like, no, faggot. How do we prove like the Earth is a sphere,
Keep
not
the F
moon
word out.
is a
Don't
sphere?
do that. Don't do that.
Oh, I can't
Please
talk
don't
about
call
bundles
people
of sticks?
faggots. Don't do
Is
that.
that
'cause- yeah, that makes us look like immature children. Don't call names.
I'm an '80s baby. I'm an
Well, how
80s baby.
about-
Well,
That's
me
all.
too. I grew up saying that, but anyway.
How about we how about we don't represent flat Earth? We just go in there questioning, saying like, "Oh, we don't know yet," and then
Okay, yeah, get different names. Change your name, and then, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. They'll know who you are. Never mind.
So,
they're
real
probably
Jeff,
right.
you're gonna represent flat Earth. How are you gonna do that?
No, we're gonna move like we're like on the fence or something.
It's gonna crash.
Yeah, they're asking for curvature. They're going to say, hey, how do I prove the Earth is a sphere, right? And when they respond with, well, the sun, the moon, the stars, Eratosthenes has shadows, they're going to respond with everything but go and measure it yourself. This is how you do it. So when they
I think based
answer,
on
then
this,
they
I
get
should-
to troll the fuck out of them.
Based on this, I should give Bengali and real Jeff flat earther and
I don't know,
flat
man.
Earth, right?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know if I want these
you guys
guys.
should come. You guys should come and just maybe like we take a back seat.
They're not representing us.
We're not
They're just
representing.
going over there to prove to everybody that they're not going to say this is how you do it. Because here in the flat Earth, we'll show you how to go measure yourself. At Globe Earth, they're going to talk about the stars. Well, you look at the stars. See, that's how you prove it. Oh,
Someone
which
should go
doesn't
over
make
there
any sense.
someone should go over there just for the purpose of sitting in there, not saying one word, but recording the whole thing, recording like screencast.
I can do that.
Record it. Record it.
Yeah, I can do
That'd be
that.
good.
And since
Make a clip out of
me
it.
and Real Jeff aren't
Make a clip out of it.
aren't experts, like maybe like one of you guys should like destroy
Hank,
them.
Hank will be your chaperone.
Yeah, dude. If Hank takes you guys over there, it'll be a good one. He's really good at like going into new environments, destroying a couple people.
Bring back a clip, and then we'll have it on like 30 channels by about 48 hours.
And what channel is this?
Yeah, my phone records. It'll record everything except for what I say.
Channels.
What channel is this?
I'm ready. I got my Google fired up. Let's go.
Okay, come back later and you can find out. Come back later and you can find out how many of us are.
Let's go.
Hold on. Come back later after you go there and find out how many of us are actually content creators with their own channels. A whole bunch of us.
What channel are they going to?
They're not going to. They're going to a server that's called
Gem server.
It's called Debate Flat Earth and More.
They're gonna get shoot and speed out.
Yeah, they're not gonna. It's not gonna.
It's in the live stream. It's in the live stream voice text. There's an invite there, so you
We
can
gotta let
click
him
on
try.
it.
Yeah, voice text. There's the invite. Hang out in there. Get your feet wet. Get them dirty. There's a lot of pig slop over there, so just watch out and come
Get
on
ready
back
to
before you
take
catch.
shower. Yeah, before you come
cancer.
back, take a shower after Gamma Pandas before you come back to here. We run a clean show.
I'll be surprised if they get a sentence in.
After they get, like they have to introduce themselves or whatever. After people know who they are, if they even ask who they are, which they probably won't.
They don't even know. They're not even known in this server. So who are they? They're just gonna go there and say, "Hey, the Earth's flat, guys."
Yeah, but then when Hank goes in, they're gonna be like, "Oh,
I got Google."
Oh, Hank has a famous reputation.
Hank's already in. Hank's already here. Let's go. I'm here.
Let's go. Okay.
Oh, this is not gonna be funny.
Stay tuned.
Boy, that just warms the heart, doesn't it? The young kids going out on adventures into the dark, unknown territories of the anti-flat earthers.
Isn't that
You
cute?
guys, hey, you James Panda guys, you know the Earth is flat.
All good. We have another one.
Yeah. We know it's flat. We
I went over there
I
once.
hear
We know the flat earthers know something special.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head takes note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, the same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. Itching, I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning, and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they be living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images. Yeah, thanking your highnesses. For paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn. Yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxa text the new Dr. Moreau and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core. Scientific, ball is thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all, so no. Like a seamstress, you never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wiser. Realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. this little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator, better yet an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I'll never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it, never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Where's your Dr. Bill? Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10th Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. But my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. There's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9 should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the glow proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules you'll smash ropes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up.
Yeah, I'm fucking with this. What is this?
About to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good.
Wait, do I just hold some unknown power? Why am I able to talk?
Discord. CD.
It's flat earth music that's playing through the bot right now.
Gold.
Yeah, but like, what's the song? I know it's Flat Earth. What's the name of it?
Flat Earth Commandments by our boy, Creation Bear.
Flat Earth Commandments?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so this is like a unique song to you?
It's your boy CB.
CB.
In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Yo, can you guys hear me? Hello? I don't get it. Am I in the library chat? Like, why is no one talking?
What is this? We're all acting like a bunch of silent monks. Nobody's going to talk.
Oh, sure we will.
Live from California, it's sunny. What's going on?
It's raining. It's been raining for days over here.
Do you need the rain?
Yeah, we always need the rain, so it's been a couple of weeks of it. It's pretty cool.
All right.
I just go out riding my bike anyway. I got this full-on rain suit that's like extra heavy duty and heavy duty boots, and just go out there anyway. I went out the other day and it rained. I wasn't cold at all.
Cool.
Everything I needed. I was like, shoot.
I was just looking through the list here. There's a couple of no roll people in here.
Who do we want to unmute? Let's see. We got Cole up there at top.
Sarah and Cole. Two I see.
Oh, what did I just do?
Sagi is on the fence, which has got to hurt being on the fence.
We could I could unmute someone. Saggy is valued on the fence. I guess we'll leave Saggy alone, maybe. Mitchell, VC verified. Kirby, VC verified. Any of you guys want to speak that are already not muted, like Kirby or Mitchell? Do you have any? You guys have any questions, or you want to start a conversation?
Nah, I'm just doing this for like background noise. Kind of just feeling lonely right now.
Okay. All right. No problem, man. That's cool. I understand that.
That's cool. Thanks for speaking up.
Here's Cole. Let me unmute Cole. And you guys can do a mic check. I'm doing other things right now, making some coffee.
Hello, Cole. Welcome to the server. Can we get at least a mic check on Cole?
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's one of my friends. He's a little bit slow, but I think he's here. I think he's trying to figure out how to unmute his mic.
Okay. It's all good. First time on Discord or something, maybe?
Yeah, no, he's been here for a while. He always just forgets where the unmute button is. I don't know why.
He might be AFK or something. You're not right next to him, are you?
Nah.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for speaking up.
Yeah, no problem.
Mitchell, you want to talk? Welcome to the server. You also have LEC or LEC with no roles. So if you want to go up to the BC1 check-in, somebody can get your voice verified, maybe. Well, quickly, for anybody that might be listening, this is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Been here for, I want to say, at least 4 or 5 years now. I think it was firmly established in 2017. I could be wrong. Anyway, we're basically waiting on 3 basic major claims of the globe that we supposedly live on. If it's a ball, we need to see a measurement directly of the curvature of said ball. Thank you. Second, we'll need to see a detection of the motion of the ball. Not only turning on its axis, but zipping around the sun. And we're going through the whole solar system at 500,000 miles an hour. We'd like to see some evidence of some of that motion. Thank you very much. And third major claim of the globe is that we're breathing in pressurized air. And as far as we know, it's a natural law. You cannot have pressurized air next to nothing. And that's the globe claim, is that the vacuum of space exists, and we're saying it doesn't, because we haven't seen proof of gas pressure without containment. So there's many other reasons the globe is a total and utter failure, but Basically, we just see too far. We know it's not curving. We know the water's laying flat when unmanipulated. They even tell us it's like 70% water. So, how many flat spots of water does it take to make a ball? So that's 3 major claims will need to be addressed. If anybody wants to come in here and provide information on any of those 3, we'd be glad to talk to you about it. Somebody do a mic check. Am I still being heard? Shit. I don't think I was had my mic open the whole time.
Roger, Dave, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Just addressing the 3 major claims of the globular object that we allegedly live on.
I know, I heard you. I'm listening from across the room. I just couldn't run here fast enough. I thought, oh shit, he's going to turn off because he thinks no one's listening.
Wait, could I just ask a question if I'm curious about something?
Sure, you can. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So I'm kind of familiar on how like the flat Earth diagram. So I'm not a flat earther, right? But I like talked about it before, like 4 months ago in this Discord, and we had a good conversation about it, and I got like a little bit more informed about it. But I'm just curious. So I know the flat Earth model, like it's kind of like Attack on Titan, where like the walls are like Antarctica is like the walls, right? You ever watch Attack on Titan?
I know what you're saying, but who told you that? I mean, did you know?
And it's like a plate, correct? It's like a plate. The sun is in the center.
Did you know consensus as far as the models? We don't claim a model because we're all about being totally empirical here. You know what empirical means? Things we can prove. So as far as making a model, we're not allowed to explore the entirety of whatever this existence is. So how can we make a model out of it?
Okay, so there's no like exact shape you guys confirmed. It's just like you guys just think it's not round.
I'd say most everybody would agree with me that we know it's not a globe.
Okay.
Now, past that, we don't, there's people that can speculate about all kinds of stuff, but like I said, we try to stick to empirical. So if anybody's claiming a model, they're actually not agreeing with most of us because we're coming out of a belief system. We're not trying to get into another one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
So if we can't empirically prove it, like demonstrate it to each other, we're not going to claim it. So, I mean, if with the stipulation of speculation, go ahead and ask your question about Antarctica being an ice wall or whatever.
Okay. All right. Another question is like if I'm on a plane, right, and I'm just going straight, shouldn't I like eventually fall off?
Well, if you think about just natural physics of how it should work, if you're on a plane flying level over a ball, shouldn't you start gaining altitude as you go?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Say it again.
So you're on a plane just flying straight, say at the equator, right?
Right.
And you're over a ball. The plane's going straight, but the ball's curving away down below you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're gaining altitude even though you're flying straight.
Okay.
That's how it would work if you think about just the actual physics of what's going on. It's a plane flying over a plane. That's why they call it an airplane. And nobody will make a claim that they have to adjust for any curvature or spin of the earth while they're flying a plane. If you can find somebody that'll claim that, I'll be glad to talk to them about it. But as far as we know, even NASA documents we have, they train pilots to fly over a flat, non-rotating earth.
Wait, I'm still a little bit lost. So like if I let's say because actually I'm not too familiar with it, but like I know like commercial pilots and stuff, right? Like they can fly a plane. Like let's say if they just flew a plane just straight, whatever they curved, they didn't curve. Eventually they're going to be back to where they are, right?
So you're asking about circumnavigation. You're not sure how that works on a flat earth.
Oh wait, you said you're not sure how that works?
Are you asking me how it works?
Yeah. Because wouldn't they just come back to where they are?
Without claiming a model, let me put a concept in your brain a little bit. Okay. Now, do you think we're a disc floating in space or anything like that?
Do you think we are a what?
You think that we're on some kind of disc floating around in space?
Dios?
Disc.
Oh,
like a laser
disc.
disc.
Oh, disc. Floating in space. A disc floating in space? No.
Okay, so you kind of get the general concept that we're claiming basically, as far as we can tell, Earth is all there is. This whole system just exists, and we're in a pressurized environment. So we have some kind of containment, right?
Yeah.
So how do you go around it? Like you had a picture of the North. Maybe somebody can put one of the maps, the AE map or something, in the chat if you can, please. But picture the North Pole's in the center, right?
Yeah.
And Antarctica's all the way around the outside, right? So it's like a clock face. So like, if you wanted to start at 2 o'clock and start going around, you can come all the way around back to 2 o'clock. Couldn't you?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, that's how it works. All the magnets, as far as we can tell, point to the North Pole. So if you're a plane and you actually want to fly due east, you may think you're flying east the whole time, but you're actually adjusting to the north as you go because you're going in a big circle. But in reality, most planes go from A to B. They go from airport to airport, and they go in a straight line, basically. Besides, they adjust for different tailwinds and stuff like that. But they don't actually, they'll claim to fly these circle routes to make up some of their globe bullshit, but basically a plane goes from airport to airport as quick as it can.
Okay.
So, did that answer your question?
Yeah, that did. Okay, thank you. Just the last question for now. What's the reason for them to lie about all this?
So you're asking for total speculation again. You're asking me why a liar would lie.
Yeah,
But
I'm just curious.
Overall, just think about control. The word control. If you can control where a population thinks they live, and it's really pretty much the opposite of what you tell them, does that give you control over them? Maybe.
Yeah. Yes.
And what if there's land that's uncharted out in the southern oceans and stuff that they didn't tell us about? So we're not allowed to go below the 60-degree parallel. So what's that?
I see what you mean. Okay.
So there could be whole continents that these evil, whatever the evil people running the world, whoever they are. I'm not claiming to know who they are. I just know that somebody has this control system set in place, and it's slowly starting to crumble. And hopefully, we're a little small part of helping it crumble because we've latched onto something we can prove for ourselves. It's not just your everyday conspiracy. You know what I mean? You can go out to the beach and prove this for yourself. Like you can go out. You live near a body of water, Kirby?
Do I live near a body of water? Yeah, I'm in Virginia right now, so.
Okay, so you could go out. Maybe there's an island like 10 miles off the coast of Virginia.
Yeah.
Go out on a good clear day and take you some binoculars.
Yeah, I got you.
If you can see an island 10 miles away, all the way down to the beach, way down to the water line, that's at 10 miles, it should be like 66 feet of curvature. You shouldn't be able to see that island.
Okay.
So, prove it for yourself.
Is there any pilots in this Discord?
I don't think there's any in here right now. But
There have been.
There have been?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just definitive proof then, I mean.
Like I said, if you can find a pilot that claims to adjust for curvature or spin, we'd have to talk to them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We haven't met any so far. That I know of. Those are all good questions, though. If you want to keep going, it's up to you.
Yeah, I just got to think about some more. Those are all really good counters, though. I don't really know what else to say about that.
Well, the basics of this thing comes down to geometry. They told us the geometry of this ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the radius, the radius is 3959 miles.
Yeah.
So if you do the spherical geometry on that, you should have a tangent line to the edge of the globe. Say you're like at 1 foot above the surface, at 1.2 miles away is when the horizon should start. And we have pictures of at least 10 times further and some of them a lot further. So we falsified the radius and the whole thing implodes. If you don't have a ball to start with, you can't have the rest of it. All the space shit and all the orbits and everything, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
So just prove things for yourself. Like I said, go to the beach sometime and find something 10 miles away or whatever that you shouldn't be able to see, and you'll be able to see it. You can watch a boat go over the curve, and then you can take a pair of binoculars and zoom back in on it so it didn't go over no curve. It just went out of your sight due to perspective and the angular resolution of your eyesight.
All right, I'll definitely do that if I ever get the chance. I appreciate it. Thank you for answering all my questions.
Yeah, just think for yourself. That's all we ask anybody to do. I'm usually not the name police, but the person in between Into the Break and Julius J's got an inappropriate name, I think. But anyway,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is there a consensus, or this could even be a personal view of yours? I have been a critic of any like natural formation of the universe for like the last 2 years. Is there a consensus of the age of the Earth?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, anybody guessing the age of the Earth is, especially scientists that date rocks and stuff, they'll try to tell you they have a clue if they really don't have a fucking clue either. So I would say no. I don't think anybody knows how old the Earth is. There's people that have some evidence, but does it really mean anything? To me, no. That's just my opinion, though. If anybody else wants to pipe in on that one, go ahead. That was a good question, Sagi, though. So, real quick, what's keeping you on the fence?
I'm not too versed in either side. I can make like a basic argument, but I'm not well versed enough to make a definitive claim that I will stand with. So I'm going to be kind of like on the fence about it. I'm just not ready to like pick a stance and just say I'm this yet.
Fair enough. Just like I told that last guy, we just want you to think for yourself. We're not here. We're not a cult. We're not trying to convert you to anything. Just sharing information. Like, did you know that what I was just discussing with the other guy about the horizon and how it should be like 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot observer height, but it never is. It's always at least 5 or 6 times further, and sometimes magnitudes further, 10 times, 20 times.
Yeah, I've seen many examples of what you've said on the flat Earth platforms that I visited.
And that's just the basic geometry. I mean, once you accept that, I mean, if they have a ball, they gave us a size so we can do the math on it. So it's not there. We never see the edge of the globe. It never shows up. So anyway, anybody else with questions? Sonny's probably answering.
I know that a very popular response to these tests are like light refraction. I assume you already know like how somebody would use that argument. Do you have like any kind of response to somebody that just shouts light refraction to that?
They usually don't know what they're talking about. There's different kinds of atmospheric light refraction, and as far as I know, nobody's demonstrated anything that would move the horizon 10 times further than it should be. So that's my response. I mean, there's hopefully other people on here, maybe not right this minute, but would have a more detailed response. But we don't deny refraction happens. It is an effect in the atmosphere, but it can't move the horizon 10 times further. Nobody's ever demonstrated that to us, as far as I know.
Thank you.
Okay. got Pi VC verified. You want to talk? Hello?
No, I'm good.
Just here to listen. What's funny?
I don't know. I feel like that's kind of disrespectful to laugh.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Guess he just wants to listen. It's okay.
Who left?
You know, just like unmute your mic, then laugh. I don't know. You're doing great though.
Do you know Pi?
No, I do not know Pi.
Okay. It's really new people. Epic Gamer, no roles. You have to get VC verified. Live from Illinois, we got Democ not talking. Epic Gamer, no roles. And you guys with no roles, you want to go up to the BC check-in, somebody can check you in.
Live, not from Kentucky. No,
What's
I'm
up,
just kidding.
Democ?
Not much. What you doing, Dad?
Just searching for some evidence of this globular object that everybody thinks they live on.
Oh, you'll never find that.
And doesn't seem to be there. Been looking for a while though, man. I don't know. We've got Sarah VC verified. Hello, Sarah. You want to talk?
Hi,
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing good. What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord today?
I'm a flat earther, duh.
Oh, cool. What's your number one Flat Earth proof?
What?
What's the number one thing that makes you know the Earth is flat?
You know, 'cause like you don't ever like see the curve, you know?
That's actually a decent answer.
Yeah.
So how long you been looking at this subject?
Like 2 years.
Okay. I won't grill you too hard. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm just listening.
Okay. Anytime you got a question, feel free to pipe up.
Yeah, of course.
We've got Trey just left as soon as I said his name. Okay.
Hello.
Now there you are, Trey. What's up?
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's questions I have. I
Go
came on
ahead.
here a while ago and had, a good conversation. So,
What questions you got? Democ knows
but
all the answers.
I don't know. You were mentioning the thing earlier with like on a plane, right? You were saying like if you're going straight on the curvature, right? Or sorry, if you're going straight, if there was curvature, if you're going straight, then technically relatively to the Earth, you'd be like ascending, right? Or you'd be getting farther and farther from the Earth.
You would be gaining altitude, yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. And so, why do you, or I guess, why do you think that that's what people claim? Like, people don't claim that you go straight on a plane. People, like pilots, actually claim that you descend, and that's why your ears pop throughout the entire ride. Because if it was like, oh, you just go in the air and then you stay in the air, then as you're staying in the air, right, you'd be at the same altitude, so you'd feel the same amount of air pressure. So once you pop your ears, they wouldn't have to like be popped again.
And how does this prove a globe Earth?
I'm not saying it proves. I'm not saying it proves a globe Earth. Sorry, I was just
but, I mean,
asking.
are you making the claim though that your ears are popping because of the curvature of the Earth?
No, I'm saying that no one. I guess the first thing that I was saying is no one claims that you just go straight after you reach a certain altitude on a plane. No one claims
So you've
that.
talked to everyone about this then to make that kind of claim? Come on.
What do you mean everyone?
Well, you said everyone. You said no one is what you said. So to be able to say no one's done something, you have to have talked to everyone.
You're right.
We're very hyper specific here. Yeah, don't do the generalities thing.
Absolutes, but
yeah,
okay.
don't do that.
So pilots don't claim that.
How do you know that? That's come on, bud.
Well, like I said,
What am I supposed to say? I mean, I
certainly
can't
don't think
interview every pilot. Some pilots then
Have you
don't
interviewed
say that.
one pilot about the topic?
Yes,
Oh, good. Well, that's
You
nice.
interviewed any pilots?
Who, me?
sir. I don't need
Yeah, you.
help.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't need help.
Okay.
I've
Well, I
talked
don't.
to several
Sarah.
pilots.
I mean, when you're having
It's okay.
conversation,
curious.
it's really hard not to speak in absolutes. I mean, you can call out the specific, like you can want me to go more
I
specific.
can or you can.
What do you mean?
You keep telling me what I can do. You keep saying you.
No, I'm saying it. No, when I'm talking about you, I'm talking about in general, like a person. when
Again,
they're having
generalities. Try not
conversation.
to do that.
Why are you cutting me off? I'm talking about in conversation for people.
Can we not talk about conversation? Can we talk about what you claimed about pilots?
You're deflecting. All I'm
No,
saying.
I'm not. I'm getting back to the topic.
All
Flat
I'm
Earth's
saying
the
is
topic.
that
We're going to try to
it's
use
going to be.
pilots
I
as
know,
a
but
way to
it's
get back there.
hard to not speak in absolutes.
I
Do you
don't care
understand what
what's
I'm
hard.
saying?
Nope, don't care.
So I'm just talking about. So there's people in this Discord, and I totally respect your guys' worldview. I honestly, I'm very open minded to it. I'm very curious about it. But like that kind of banter for some reason, it turns me off. Like I'm not claiming anything. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm trying to see what the response is. When I'm speaking in absolutes, because your perspective is objectively the minority, what I'm saying is what the science or whatever the airplane industry, right? Pilots, they claim one thing, right? Most, some, whatever you want to say, they claim one thing. You guys claim another.
Not true. No pilot
we
accounts
don't
for a
claim
globe or
anything.
curvature or anything. Yeah, and also, no, he was right. He said we're not claim on that. You're right. We're not making any claims. These pilots speak for themselves. I have pilots in my family, my friend. I've been on hundreds, maybe even over 1,000 fucking flights, bro. I'm 40 years old. You know, you can't just come in here as if you say, well, I've heard some shit and I'm going to assume a few other things. And I've never talked to any pilots about this for real. But
I have talked to pilots. I mean, I've talked to pilots specifically on the flat Earth topic, but they're like, it's not that you're changing altitude because relatively to
no,
the
just
Earth,
ask them,
when
have you
you
ever seen
account-
Earth curvature or not?
Have you ever used? Hey, I got a better one. Have you
How do
ever
you know it's
used an
there?
airplane to measure the Earth?
Yeah, you can't do that.
I have no idea how that is. Like,
Yeah,
how
the
that's
point is you can't do it. So you have to land the aircraft, walk away from the airport, and then go construct a straight line over the Earth to show where the Earth is deviating from. You have to measure the Earth from the Earth. You can't measure it from the air.
Only thing I wanted to do with the pilots thing was to let you and the audience know that pilots have nothing to do with the Earth measuring flat. Do you want to talk about that? That's the topic of the
How
server.
do they not?
Flat
I
Earth.
mean, if pilots are.
Why are you going back to the sky, dude?
What do you mean?
Because
How do
there
they
are a
do
lot of
nothing?
pilots
Did you
that
hear what I just said?
Are you a
Did you
pilot?
just hear what I just said?
This is what.
Why are you bringing up pilots?
I'm a pilot.
Yeah, because you're
The
bringing
reason why
up
I'm bringing
pilot
up pilots
stuff.
is because pilots fly around the world. They
Good
fly
for them.
around
Why are you bringing up pilot stuff? Let's stick with
because
the topic,
they
please.
fly around the world. I don't understand. They would.
That's the sky. We're not talking about
they
the
would
sky,
have to
brother.
account.
They
Why
fly
can't
over
you talk
a
about
flat
the
and
sky?
stationary Earth.
We don't even have to go
Well,
there. When
we're
when
just
did you
talking
measure
about-
the Earth, my friend? Let's get down
Well,
to
I
brass
guess
tacks.
what's difficult. I guess what's difficult is the fact that. So you guys say you don't claim a model, right?
No models.
That makes sense, and I think that's fair. But
good.
if you're so if you're going to talk about now, we can't go to the sky. I guess it's difficult because with other people's understanding of there being a spherical Earth, right? And pilots saying that when they fly, they do account for the curvature.
Who says that?
That's the
And
re-
why do you even have to say something like that when it measures
Yeah.
flat? Who cares what pilots say, my friend? And also,
That's
they're not
what
in the
I'm
room.
saying.
Listen, they're
So-
not in the room with us, so that's secondhand information at best. We'd like to do the empirical scientific thing here. Is that okay with you?
And in 6 years of investigating this, I've yet to hear any.
I mean, I guess, yeah. It's. I respect that. I get
I
that.
want you to
I mean,
put
that's
the
not exactly what we
like
did last
explain.
time. Last time I was here, we did like kind of talk about those things with
I know.
what's his
I know.
name?
Listen, I do like to stay on topic for the sake of the
Indio.
audience because people don't want to
His
waste
name
time listening to
Indio.
that other stuff. Sorry. That's just
Well,
me,
the thing
though.
is, well, listen, no one was talking just now, and he asked me if I wanted to speak. I had something to say, and then you didn't even let him respond. You didn't even let me finish. You just kind of like
I just don't
unmuted.
like people talking about pilots and planes when the Earth measures flat. Does that make sense here in the flat Earth server?
I get it, but
Am I fucking up
wouldn't
here?
the
Is that not
sky
right?
also wouldn't the sky also then, right? If let's say it's a spherical disk or
Why are
something like
you
that, then
looking at the
sky
sky when I tell you the surface of the thing measures flat?
because
Can
the
we move to the
sky
next
the sky would have to
Mutually
correlate with the
exclusive.
surface. No,
Look up the
how?
term mutually exclusive.
I know
kiddo.
what mutually exclusive
Well, good for
means.
you. You
Why
can
are you
barely
calling
say
me?
it.
Hold on a second. Did you guys all get
What?
I'm
introduced
done with
to
this
the new
kid.
people that came in?
Wait, what did I do, guys?
Wait a
I
minute.
didn't.
Hold on.
I didn't.
Well,
I
you're
didn't say
lying,
anything. Why is
and
this
you're
guy?
saying that you know what every pilot says about something. Come
I'm
on,
not
dude.
saying what every. I'm just saying what. If,
You've
for
said it,
instance,
dude.
what they
Rewind
probably
it if you want to hear it. I'm done with this kid.
Yeah,
what
it's
they
okay.
teach
Hold
Yeah,
on,
in.
Trey.
you guys are
Hold on,
going
Trey.
in circles.
Okay.
Hey, what about Tadius?
A
Want
little
to talk to this
admin.
individual?
Hold on, a little admin here. So hold on. I just want everybody to welcome these new people that have just come in. So we have Amrit, Cole, Freon Jaguar, Ghost. I don't know that one.
Omar.
Kirby, Mitchell, Omar, Pi, Sarah, Squiddles, and Trey. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Quite a few new people.
Glad to be here.
Oh wait, I think I understand what Glat Flobe is saying. Is he just saying like you do see like the Earth more as like a thick ass rectangle and like it's like round inside, but like the actual like outside of it is flat? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Rectangle. Where'd you get that?
I don't
We're
know
making
because
a-
I'm lost
we're-
as shit. I'm not gonna
we're-
lie. So wait,
we're
how
make-
can the sky be round but the surface be flat?
We're making no claims to shape of Earth. No one's measured the extremity of it, so you don't know either.
Yeah, no, I
But
know,
we
I
do-
know. I'm curious though because if you say the sky is round, right, or the sky curves, wouldn't you have to say the Earth curves as well?
Who said the sky curves? How can a sky
Oh,
curve?
okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you think the sky does? Oh, okay, all right.
We're not
Nobody's
making claims on the
curve.
shape of the sky. Gases don't have an inherent shape.
Okay.
Nobody said the sky curves, as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Although it sounds like it would be really useful if you're writing like a classic rock song or something.
Okay, interesting.
Any of the other new people have questions?
Hi, yeah. I wanted to know like how gravity works into it. If it's real or like how does it work into the flat Earth theory?
So it's not a theory; it's an observation. We observe the Earth as a stationary plane of existence. So it's not a theory; it's just an observation. Kind of like how we observe the sun moving across the sky. We don't observe the Earth spinning underneath the sun. But yeah,
Sure.
as far as wait, sorry, what was your question again?
No, I was just wondering about gravity, right? So if, for example, my question comes from if Newton was correct and that the center of masses of different objects are attracted to each other, then let's say if you are at the not towards the center of a disc-shaped planet, then you would be pulled sideways essentially. Instead of down.
First thing is that Newton has been superseded about 100 years ago by Einstein's bendy space-time theory, which is what they call gravity or say gravity is today. But both of them are just just nonsense, really. I mean, they're not claims that have been validated by any stretch of the imagination. So there's two things that they claim gravity does.
Hold up. So you said that they haven't been validated at all, but that's I mean, there is evidence. Do you want me to
Well, here, first I'll just breeze through what my standard of evidence is, and then you can say if you have a different standard of evidence. But I'll explain how you could potentially validate these claims, but how they haven't been done with these two things. So first they claim that rocks go down because of gravity, right?
Yeah.
All right. But my question to you is, what would make the helium balloon or hydrogen balloon go up?
Well, that's the buoyant force.
Yeah. But to validate, yeah, and I agree with that. Well, relative density, buoyant force, I think, yeah. Basically, it has to do with relative density. But the point is, in order to validate the claim that gravity made the rock go down, you would have to go through the scientific method to do that. And in order to do that, you would have to find a way to remove gravity from the situation and let the rock float in a specific place without gravity in the situation. And then you'd have to reintroduce gravity to the situation and observe the rock falling down. So if you could do that, then you would validate the claim that gravity made the rock go down. Now, you and I know that we can't do this. So this is a claim that cannot be validated. It essentially cannot be validated. And the second claim that goes with this is that gravity contains gas. So they claim that we have 14 psi at sea level, consistent gas pressure. And they claim that we have this consistent gas pressure without a container. They claim that we're just next to a vast vacuum of space and that there's no gas above us, but somehow the no gas above us presses against the, or no, they claim that gravity holds it down. They don't claim that it presses against it, but they claim that,
You're kind of saying a lot here. Could I address what you said earlier about the scientific method and how gravity? You can't prove that gravity is what makes the rock fall down.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what do you guys have to say about? I guess first off, yeah, sure. There is, footage from the moon where it's observed that objects fall slower. They accelerate slower towards the ground. And the reason why this happens, what the scientists say is, the gravitational force on the moon is less than on Earth, so it would accelerate slower. So how does what is pulling it towards? What is pulling the things toward the ground on the Earth, and why is it different on the moon?
Well, my answer would be it's not different on the moon because it's plainly not happening at all, period, on the moon. As far as I know, the moon and the sun and stars are unverified lights in the sky. You see, the moon is not actually a place you can go to, as far as I know. So all that moon landing footage, they just faked it. That's just all a bunch of fake bullshit. And when you see something falling slowly, they more than likely just slow down the frame rate. They just slow down the footage. That's it.
They slow down the footage. Okay, I see.
And if you were to believe that people done experiments on the moon, then how would you be able to verify?
Well, it's not like you have to verify everything that,
yes, for example, take it on faith is my point.
For example, do you have to have you verified that in order for your kidneys to function, you have to drink water? Have you verified that?
Non sequitur.
That's a red herring. If
if you don't drink water, you'll soon realize that you do need it.
No. My question is that you're saying that you can't believe it because you can't personally verify it.
No, listen. For them to start anything to go anywhere, they need the radius of Earth. When was that measured? A direct measurement of Earth's curvature? And in order to validate the radius claim, because every single thing, including the day-night cycle, seasons, orbital mechanics, everything, the distances to other objects. So when did they validate that with a measurement?
I'm not, exactly. I don't know everything, so I don't know that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's where your homework starts, because we need that as a foundation for anything you're going to talk about. If you're going to talk about space, it needs to be a ball, right? Yes.
What needs to be a ball?
The Earth needs to be a sphere, right? In your paradigm.
If we're following conventional knowledge.
Yeah, it's a ball in space spinning around. I know the whole thing. I know it really well. So, so it has to be a ball first. Everything. Do you know the distance the sun requires on the Earth's radius? It's all determined from that. The distance to every planet, wandering star. All the stars are all based on Earth's diameter. So we need a radius verification. So you should be able to simply just go get it. That would be the one that has a Nobel Prize attached to it for the most amazing event that somebody made a physical direct measurement of Earth's curvature and verified and validated Earth's rotundity. So that would
So
be
are you
that one. Can
saying,
you go
are you
find that
saying
for
the
us?
only way to verify it would be a physical measurement?
Yeah, because it's geometry. It's simple. It's not complicated at all. No science involved at all. It's only a measurement.
So let's assume just assume for a second that the Earth is a sphere.
Let's
You
not
would
assume
be able,
anything. No, first let's not
let's
assume
assume something
anything.
for
We're
for
not
the
in the
purpose of a
we're not in the
hypothetical.
assumption server.
Yeah, we're not
That's
going
for
to
you philosophy
Narnia
people.
imaginary land either. Sorry
Yeah, we're
there,
not going
Sonny.
to imagine. What about what you can prove to me right now that it's for sure 100% a ball that you claim with the radius of 3,959 miles?
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I can't prove that. But
Okay,
could I
so
ask you
just
a
say you don't know then, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't know.
Okay, good. You don't know, so that means
Yeah,
everything you
can
know
I?
about the curvature of Earth
Whoa.
is only a belief. That's it. You have nothing to back it up. Now we can go
Okay.
on to the next one. Do you have any other
Yeah.
claims?
No, I have a question though. So you say that. So what observations support like your belief that the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. It's a measurement, like I told you. So you can go out
What did
yourself.
you
3
measure?
miles
Yeah.
should be 6 feet a drop. 5 miles, 16 feet a drop. 10 miles, 66 feet a drop. 40
Yes, yeah,
miles
okay,
is 600 feet. 100
So
miles
what
is
what happens when
6,000
you
feet.
go out What happens when you go out 3 miles?
You can go with
Why?
your binoculars to a beach side and go look with the binoculars 5 miles down the beach, and look at people dipping their water in the with your P900. You can see them dipping their feet in the water. That should be 16 feet below your physical curve edge. Altitude, elevation drop over distance, right? Your ball. It has to be there. So when we look over water, every observation, there is no drop at those specific sizes. They told us a specific size. Should drop exactly that amount, 16 feet. So that means every single lighthouse in existence is obsolete, not useful. You couldn't even see it because it'd be blocked by a physical curvature of Earth rotundity. This never happens in reality. Earth is flat.
Wait, sorry. You said it was a how many feet drop for 3 miles again?
72 inches, 6 feet. 5 miles is 16 feet. So I can look down the beach. I could do this every day here where I live. I could go look down the beach with binoculars and see waves that are only 3 feet high on average, and see them clearly where the white water is breaking of these small waves that should be 16 feet below. Because if it's round, it has to have a tangent. It's going to be a place where your line of vision, your straight line of vision, is intersecting the physical hump of Earth. So it's never happening.
So what exactly is the reason why, like, you can't see like something like that's like way too far away?
Like a ship going out to sea?
Sure, yeah.
And it disappears?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is happening then when it goes and it disappears? You tell me.
I
What
don't
do you
know.
think's
I'm
happening?
asking the question.
Okay, is it going over a curve edge? Is that the reason why you can't see it? Because it's going past beyond a physical curvature?
That could be a possibility. Sure.
Is that what you think though?
I don't know.
That's what I think.
Okay, fine. Okay, if that's what you think, then guess what? You can go there when it disappears. Bring your zoom camera or your high-powered binoculars or a telescope. Zoom all the way back into the ship, all the way from top to bottom to the water line. So if you can do that, are you zooming in around the edge of a curve?
Well, what about like a mirage?
No, can you just answer the question?
Wait, are you saying that should we be able to see the curve by the binoculars?
No, I'm saying if the ship already disappeared over a physical curve, which is what you just said,
Yeah.
then it's gone, right?
Yeah.
So if I zoom in and all of a sudden the whole entire ship is there, what does that mean?
It's still there.
It means that it's not curved. The surface you're looking for can't be curved if you can zoom in and get the whole entire boat back.
Oh, okay.
It means the ship didn't go over a curve.
You said it went over a physical curve. That means you don't see anything. Everything drops off at that 8 inches per mile square, which is what I told you, in 5 miles, 16 feet. So if you're at the zenith or at the top of the ball, everything after that point is going to drop off 8 inches per mile square. 5 miles, 16 feet. 10 miles, 66 feet. going the other way too. So, therefore, if you can zoom in, you're not zooming in around a curve. That would mean if you had a beach ball, put your finger on top and went around to the front, you're on the other side, then you could zoom into your finger around a beach ball also, is what that is saying. You can't zoom in around a curve.
Yeah.
So Earth is flat.
Yeah. So just to be clear. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I guess. Wait, is something going on? Okay. I guess I know this is hard, but so scientists explain this as like a mirage, right?
Yeah, I don't think you understand what scientist is or what the scientific method is.
Sonny, your mic is, yeah, it's really bad.
Uh-oh.
What the hell do scientists have to do with the geometric shape of the Earth? It's a geometry question.
Well, because what we're assuming here is that life travels in a straight line, right? Because what we're assuming is like the way that our vision, the way that we see things is through light.
Well, wait,
right?
hold on. I got something right there. It's not really an assumption because there is this term called line of sight, and the word line is in the term line of sight, and this involves light traveling after it bounces off an object.
Right.
Hits your eye.
Sorry about that.
But the people, yeah, that's better. So the people who came up with that phrase, I guess I don't really understand like how that's.
Well, it's not the people that came up with that phrase. It's just that
it is like you do see in a line, but you also like with mirages, the way that it works is that light can bend down towards denser air, and so that's why when you're looking over a curvature. And when you zoom in with your with a camera or binoculars, you start to see the ship again, because what's happening is, I think they call it a superior mirage in that case.
A superior mirage is upside down. It has nothing to do with it. No, so you're going to have to provide a citation now for what you just said happens. I need the observational citation with direct readings, the technical data of that observation you just mentioned. I need the citation.
Okay. Well, I'll try to find one. I didn't just read this.
Wait a minute. I've tried to find one. You were saying that you knew this information, and we're spouting it off as if it were fact.
I mean, not necessarily. When we're having conversation, no, because when I'm talking to you, right? I'm not claiming that that's truth. I literally said that's what scientists say, right? And so I'm not claiming. Hold on. So whenever you speak in conversation, everything you say is not claiming truth. You have conversation to get to the truth.
Yeah,
all I'm trying to see is what your perspective is.
Do you have anything verifiably that is contrary to what I said about Earth being flat? Have measurement of curvature of Earth?
Can we stay on what I just said though? Because when we speak,
you said no. That it's only a belief.
I don't know if we always need citations because
yes, you do. Because this is the really
I'm just explaining what my understanding
then you're in the
is.
Wrong
Your
server.
job.
Are you talking about philosophy?
I'm not talking about philosophy.
I thought he was supposed to be on his way to get the citation already.
I'm talking about what I have learned, and I was trying to see what your perspective is on it. The thing is, the last time we did this, it went smoothly and it went fine. People would always give their perspective. I don't really know why you think I'm just claiming truth. I'm not attacking your belief.
Let's just move on. I wasn't taking it. Let's just go ahead. I'm still listening. We're all still listening.
Okay. I don't know. It's a little bit difficult.
A citation for this this mirage thing you're talking about.
I'm going to have to. Yes, I'm going to have to find it.
Find it. And now here's what you're going to have to find specifically. Remember I mentioned the size of Earth, the radius 3,959, and the amount of drop over distance? The distance to the visual physical curve edge horizon should be no further than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So therefore, what we need is the citation where your refraction is lifting up everything you see at 3 miles, 6 feet, 5 miles, 16 feet, 10 miles, 66 feet, and 100 miles, 6,000 feet, because you can see lighthouses at over 100 miles. So I need you to show me every measurement
I
of.
concede.
Wait,
I'm not.
wait,
I'm
wait,
not. I
wait.
concede.
This is your
I'm not
technical
finding. I'm not
This is your
finding a
chance.
citation
This
for
is your
that.
chance. This is your chance to prove me wrong. If you find something that says that refraction is lifting up everything you see at those particular points along in a gradient, like I said, because that's what they're saying. 3 miles, 6 feet of drop. 5 miles, 16 feet of drop. 10 miles, 66 feet of drop. Just do those.
You want me to find specific citations for all those measurements?
Citations for observations, and that would be a measurement because they're stating that this ball is this size, at this distance, there will be this much drop, hidden height. So
I will let you guys.
I want you to go
have
find
that point.
me what is verifying or validating the size of Earth as a curved surface that has to be validated by an observation, a measurement, people writing down data, and they submit that data and publish it as a finding of fact of the natural world.
Okay.
So then I want you to show me that data. It should be printed out. It should be a scientific manual, scientific journals. So it should be easy to find because that's published material. So all I need is that validating measurements for those drops. Or further, they should have everything.
I didn't even write the drops down because I'm not finding a citation that specific.
All you got to
I'm
do
not
is
gonna
have an
even
Earth
try.
curve calculator. They gave it to you. You don't have to know. They even give you you can put your observer height in there too. So that's what we need. That would be empirical data. You know what empirical means, right?
I know. And why do
have
you guys
something to
talk
say.
in a condescending way? Like
Do you
that's
know what
that's
do you know
truly
what
yes. I
empirical
know what
means?
empirical means.
Do you know what empirical? What does it mean then? Tell me.
Why are you asking these kind of questions, dude?
Because you said you knew what it is. So
I have a
now I'm
question.
going to ask
Dude,
you
it's
what.
based. Yes, it's like based. It's based in fact. It's based off an observation, right?
No, it isn't. I said
Yes,
the empiricity.
yes, it is. If you're talking about empirical data, it is based off an observation.
It's not. That's
Would
the
he-
first part. That's the first part of an experiment. I'm not asking you what an experiment is. I'm asking you what being empirical.
Sonny, I'm on your
Being
side here.
empirical.
Sonny, I'm on your side here, but I just looked it up, and it is based off observation.
Empiricism. So it has to have certain fundamentals. What are they? Observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Okay.
That's what it is. So
Okay.
the measurements I'm asking for, you need the repeatable, verifiable, testable.
Why are you still asking for them? I told you I'm not going to go find them.
Okay, cool then.
I concede. I literally said I concede on that point because I'm not going to go out and try to find that.
I know you're not, because you could never find it because it doesn't exist. We've already tried to find it. You're welcome.
I have a question, right? So you said that you made an observation. You can see a lighthouse 100 miles out or whatever, right? And this proves that the Earth is not curved. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it. Is that correct?
That's just one of thousands and thousands. How do navigators travel across the oceans, which we know are horizontal?
Wait, why are you answering his question with another question? He just asked you a simple yes or no question.
So it doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It proves that observation that there's no rotundity. It's not convex in any way.
How do you know they're horizontal?
The required drop.
Okay.
The required
so
drop.
if you say that this,
I don't get to finish. What the fuck? The required drop is not there. The expected amount of drop is not there, not to be seen, could not be measured. So that what that means is that's a fail. It's just one fail. Doesn't mean it's the whole thing. No, there's thousands and thousands. How do you think navigators have been using lighthouses, sextants, coastal navigating with triangulation off of known sightings on land? Man, oh man, what kind of world?
Do you guys?
What the fuck? Oh Jesus!
So Trey, do you know what the alleged radius value of the globe Earth they teach us in school is?
Why am I? Well, first of all, This is just.
I'm not trying to grill
I
you.
have to. No. Sorry. It's just I have to address this. This has been extremely unpleasant. I have no like before. This was a much better experience. Every time you guys speak, it feels like it's in a condescending manner. Why are you guys being like all we're coming in with is perspective, what we've learned in school. Your job is not to bash us on our worldview.
Okay,
Your
so
job
this-
is to
this
educate.
is
Am I wrong?
Okay, so you have a religion. You learned it in school. We did too. We believed all the same things. So can you tell us, do you still believe that Earth is a globe spinning in a vacuum of space?
As far to my understanding, yes.
Okay, so do you have any backing for the claim?
Like I understand what you guys are saying. So you base your I want to understand your worldview just a little bit. So you guys on here base everything under empirical evidence, but things that you can prove, like right now, like things that basically you can go out and see for yourself.
And verifiable things that other people have done that are
Okay.
verifiable.
As opposed to what?
Yeah. Okay, but what about verifiable things? I guess. All right. So you're saying verifiable though, for you, like something you can go and let's say replicate and see.
Verifiable by others. That means the repeatable part.
But there's a lot of things that I guess have
by
been peer reviewed and verifiable that have been
Peer
made by like
review is
NASA.
referred to authority. Peer
Right,
review
but-
does not make something more factual.
But okay, so how does something become more verified for you?
That it's measurable over and over again, repeatable, verifiable.
Okay,
testable,
fair.
falsifiable.
But that means something that you can do, right? Something that you can go
I
out
can
and
do
do.
a measurement myself. I can go look out at the beach, like I
Sure.
said, with binoculars. I can zoom into the shoreline 5 miles away, see things that would not be
Yeah.
visible if the Earth was curved at the rate they said. Period.
Okay.
You can do it too every day. You can do it. all
Just
day
a
long.
general question: are people in here still like the last time we were here? This is like I'm religious myself, but are people? Is there still a good population that's religious on here?
I don't know what you're talking about by
No,
religion.
I'm not religious, man. I don't want to
I'm
hear
just
about religion. I'm
curious.
not religious myself. I'm
I'm just
agnostic.
curious.
But I
You
just
mean like
wanted. No, it's all right. It's all right. But just like, yeah. Well, it's a
Heliocentric
cult, I
religion?
think
You think that
technically.
one?
But
Okay, that's fair.
But Trey, I just wanted to bring you down this line of thinking here. So the reason why I asked you the radius value, I'm guessing you don't know it. I'll just tell you
It's like 4,000
3,000.
miles. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
close to
3,000.
miles.
But it's not really just that. They made it a very specific number. They could have just rounded up to 4,000 miles. But I was taught in school. I remember being taught in school. 3,959 miles. Right. That's a very specific number. That's not a rounded up, rounded down number. Right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the point I'm trying to go with this, the direction I'm trying to go with this is they must have come up with this number by measuring something, some damn thing out there, whether it's the Earth, or some other thing that wouldn't be the Earth, which would get you the wrong number
The
because it wouldn't be the
density
Earth.
of gases
My
in the
point
atmosphere.
is
That's what
to
they
you.
measured. That's what they measured. The density of gas in the atmosphere.
And that's how they came up with the radius value?
Yeah.
Can you post a link to any information about that, a citation to that of some type? In a live stream?
Can you continue?
I'd have to
Yeah.
look it up.
While he's doing that, can you continue?
Well, he's basically going in the direction that I was, which is that you need, what I'm trying to say is we observe, it is an observation that the Earth is flat. So our base axiom is that it's a topographical plane of existence, not a planet. And so the burden of proof is on their side in school. The burden of proof is on them to show me a direct measurement showing this radius value, a direct measurement of an arc segment of this alleged globe Earth. And so what I'm trying to say is, since it's obviously a very specific number, they just round up to 4,000 or round down to 3,900. You got to figure out how they came up with that number. And as far as I know, when you actually go into the hard research and figure out how they came up with that number, as far as I can tell, man, they just made it up. They quite literally just pull it out of their ass. Well, not literally. I mean, you know what I mean. Figuratively, they just pulled it out of their ass.
Interesting. No, yeah. I mean, personally, I actually have no idea how they got that, because I'm not. I mean, I don't like study this stuff, to be honest. If I'm going to be completely honest, yeah. I mean, I accept a lot of these things at I suppose blindly, like I do with a lot of scientific things, because I'm just not at a place where I guess I think that I can measure those things myself. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. Lemon, what was it? Cole, I think. Cole said he like knew why. I really don't know why. That's interesting though.
So
Yeah, he was
Trey.
talking about gas pressure.
So Trey.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to look
agree?
it up, but I'm not invested
I
enough
think I was
to just go
talking.
online and find
I think
it.
I was talking. So
I
don't
mean, you
interrupt.
guys have been
I had already
interrupting, so I
started.
was just
Hey, Trey.
I was just answering what they were asking.
Yeah, but I'm a referee, so I wouldn't fuck around. So anyway, Trey. So what if we would you agree with this? If we falsified the radius claim, would you agree that that whole entire heliocentric spinning space monkey ball religion is completely destroyed?
The reason why
if we falsify it, like, listen, if we falsified it, would you agree that destroys the whole concept? It can't happen if the radius.
No, it would definitely like help, but here's why it wouldn't.
Help. Okay.
I think it's just here's why. It's just naturally you'd be destroying a lot of my worldview, and that's like obviously really hard for anybody,
that's
right?
our job. That's my job.
Right, but it would take time to process and stuff.
Yeah.
Because like I would have to accept also at the same time that the government's lying to me. And
yeah,
like,
why
I
is
have
that
to
hard to
think about
believe?
why
is that hard to
well,
believe?
it's just more obviously they're lying to us about a lot of things, but like
Everything. Everything.
Sure. Okay.
Everything you ever learned in school is mostly all been a lie.
Really?
What they told you about education itself is a lie. What they told you about health is
Can
a
I
lie.
see a citation of this, please?
It's not just a citation, my dear.
My dear, don't
Yeah.
don't talk to me like that. Use my
It's
name.
not just a citation.
What do you Okay.
Yeah, that
That's
is
interesting.
through 30 or 40 years of investigation. So
How do
that's not something.
why would all the or I guess it would just be hard because there's other things you also have to accept because it's not just like the US government, but it would be every government that has scientific research based on the earth and our solar system.
Or
They
it's
would all
collusion.
These programs depend on NASA.
so all of them okay, so you're saying like all of them depend on NASA?
Yes, they all use NASA to get their job done in one way
I
or
see.
another. Either they're borrowing their software.
But I'm sure there's like so if there's like astrophysicists in Russia, right? I mean, I'm sure they're also doing their own calculations and whatnot. And if there's something that was like completely wrong, they wouldn't just blindly use it. No.
Wait, but do you know that astrophysics and astronomy, these are, if they're presented as sciences, they are pseudosciences because they don't actually involve conducting any experiments of any kind. See, if an astronomer was pointing a telescope at a star and then somehow, some way manipulating the star and making the star do something else or maybe be a different color or something, but actually manipulating the star itself, then that would be science because he'd be manipulating something to find a cause and effect relationship in the natural world. That would be a scientific experiment, so that would be a science. But an astronomer, they just make observations. That's all they do is they just look in the sky with telescopes and make observations, pretty lights in the sky and all that. But that's not science, and that's hardly anything relevant, ultimately speaking. It's certainly not relevant to the shape of the Earth. And as far as astrophysics goes, well, that's just...
So I guess I get what you're saying. So you're saying like anyone who's an astronomer, right? In Russia, for instance, because they're gathering information first from NASA, that's how they build their worldview, and then any observations that they make past that, right after that, would be correlated with whatever NASA presents them, because they've built now their understanding of how the universe is and etc. from NASA. Am I getting that right?
Well, that's a valid point too, but that's not even the point I was trying to make, but you just made a valid point about them too. Yeah. I was just saying that they're technically not conducting experiments. So I'm just pointing out to you that if anybody refers to an astrophysicist or refers to an astronomer as a scientist, you make sure to correct them and be like, oh, no, excuse me. No, that's not a scientist. That's somebody staring at lights through a telescope, making observations through a telescope. That's not an experiment. That's not a science. That's not a science experiment. That's not a scientist.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, technically, if making observations was science, then technically watching porn would be science. That's just an observation of a screen.
So I have a question about astrophysics here. So if you remember earlier, we said how Einstein debunked Newton, right? But then you ended up saying that both were nonsense. So, for example, one of the reasons why Einstein debunked Newton was because there was, we don't have to see any of these planets exist, right? Observing the sky, they observed that, I believe it was Mercury's orbit was off by a certain very small amount of degrees, correct? Or that is what it was. So something was incorrect with, the equations Newton had developed, which, by the way, you can test Newton's equations by yourself by literally timing things. So, right? I mean, is that incorrect? You can test Newton's equations by yourself.
Sure, you can test them, but what you said about Mercury in the orbit, that claim hasn't been verified yet or validated yet, because first you got to find the radius value of the Earth and prove that what you're standing on is a sphere. You got to prove that it's rotating and orbiting the sun, and that the other things in the sky are also orbiting the sun.
Let me finish. So Newton's equations were incorrect for some observation.
Wait, hold on a second, Pi. You're missing why he interrupted you. He interrupted you because all of those things he's saying, before you even get to Pluto's orbit, you have to have all of these other proofs first. Right?
Yeah, so before you can even get to making the claim without sounding like a complete idiot, not you as an individual, but the thing you're reading off of, in order to make the claim that Mercury is orbiting the sun, you got to first prove that the Earth is a spherical object orbiting the sun, rotating and orbiting the sun, and that the vacuum of space is even above our heads. And then once you've, validated all these claims, then you can point at Mercury and tell me something about Mercury that might be of some relevance to me, having to do with the alleged orbit of it around the sun. Then that might mean something to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you're right. I really don't know how to counter that. I'm going to ask a separate question. So, what do you have to say about, so if people attach cameras to like a hot air balloon that goes extremely high, there is a point where I'm not sure if it's a hot air balloon, but something that goes up in altitude, there is a point where you can see the curvature of the Earth. So are you saying all of those?
Do you have a citation for that?
I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure I could just go find one.
That's a yes or no question. Do you have a citation for that?
Well, I don't think it'd be a citation.
Don't have it on you.
Yeah, you didn't bring it with you this time.
I don't have it on you.
Well, let me make you an offer you can't refuse. When did you measure the Earth to be spherical?
Okay, how about this? I found a citation.
Oh, good.
For what?
Oh, good.
What was the citation? Hold it.
Let us, please. God, I've been waiting all day.
Sorry, it's been 10 seconds. But
no, I've been here all day because I'm a loser. Remember, I'm a loser flat Earth. Anyway, go ahead.
That's true.
What is the citation on, though? Could you give us an icebreaker?
Well, no. Well, I mean, it's a YouTube video, right? I said it's a video where it goes high enough to where you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Wait, hold on. Let's just cut through this. We've done this 1,000 times. Let's just explain this. So there's this thing called a fisheye lens. I have a GoPro myself. I went and bought a GoPro 8, the most recent one. It's a really nice camera. I swear, I feel like it's more than I even need. But the point is, these GoPros have fisheye lenses. And so if you take a camera like that camera, or another type of camera that has a fisheye lens on it, you can just tilt the bottom of the balloon, the platform that the balloon's attached to, and you can just tilt it downwards towards the Earth a little bit, and you'll make the Earth look like it's curving the other way. And obviously, we're not living inside of a sphere, obviously. So the Earth isn't curving the up way. We're not in a concave Earth. And so what I'm trying to say to you is, all these videos of high altitude showing curvature with the Earth curving downwards. Sometimes they even show it curving the other way. So it's not really proof. It's not really evidence because you can just get the right kind of lens and make it look like there's curvature when in
So-
fact there's not.
Well, what about a person who, he doesn't know if the Earth is round or flat or not, right? And he gets a camera that isn't a fisheye lens, and he, sends it up, and he observes there's curvature. So, and then he uploads it, right? And
What would you say then, man? What would you do about that? Come on, man.
I would ask him if he could go to that
it's
part
a
of the
little weird
Earth
trying
and
to have
measure
a
it
civil
directly from the
conversation.
ground. This is what I would do.
It's a little weird having a civil conversation and having someone just butt in and interrupt for no reason.
Yeah, you gotta understand. You gotta understand
simply try to not do that.
We need, my friend. I'm just being funny. You're gonna
it's
have to
not
deal with
helpful
that.
for
This is how adults sometimes talk. I'm trying to keep it light because you won't provide any evidence for your claims. You want to talk about everything else.
Yeah, and to answer your question directly, though, if I were speaking to that guy who had sent up that hypothetical balloon that went up without a fisheye lens and caught some alleged curvature on the non-fisheye lens camera, I would talk to that individual, ask them where he filmed that so that he and I could go there and go to the ground in that area and directly measure the ground and the water by constructing a straight line and showing that the Earth's deviating from it down the line to verify that there's curvature on that part of the Earth. Because as far as I know, it measures flat everywhere. As far as I know, plenty of people sent up weather balloons that have seen a horizontal flat horizon, more than 100,000 feet up. So what I'm saying is like, oh, well, if you can find the Earth curving in one particular area, yeah, by all means, let's go and measure it and verify that it's curving and not just, the camera or our eyes playing tricks on it.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Wow.
You were not listening? What is wrong with you? Do you not have two ears? What's the problem?
And then he's like, "Why are you guys being dicks? Like you weren't even fucking listening."
Isn't that?
Wow.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
that's just me.
Hey, when you've looked into this more than just at our cursory sort of experience, let us know, would you please? Thanks.
Cursory or a cursive? Are they both? Did they both work?
No.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Incorrect, sir. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Happy New Year, brother.
It's not the new year yet, is it?
Well, it's this week.
Like 2 days. Or...
It's like, around the holidays, you can say, Merry Christmas.
Do you remember 1 year ago, and I know you do, when everybody was saying, oh gosh, thank the good, sweet baby Jesus Lord that 2020's out of here and we can everything can get back to normal.
In the Discord.
I saw bumper stickers that said, fuck 2020.
Where's the ones that say fuck 2021 even harder? Huh?
I want a bumper sticker that says,
anyway, we got some glovers in the house that we should probably finish off with first.
Yeah, my bad. I just had to say hi. Bye.
Yeah. What's up, brother? That's Flat Earth Dude, everybody. His first name starts with a K because he's special.
Dude, what's up, dude?
Nice to meet you.
You too, Kirby. Good to meet you, Kirby. Man, I just usually come in late evening, see what's going on. I just drop in. Go ahead.
He's lying. He comes in and flat smacks the hell out of him.
How about that? But I do. If you got something that can prove gas pressure without a container, man, I'm all ears, man. I'm 100%.
That's a good one. Sure.
We're working on that.
Wait, I have a question. This has nothing to do with like any of like the science. It's more just like for me to understand like the motivation. Like, so what like, I'm not saying they don't gain anything. So what do they gain out of like saying the Earth is round?
Make up anything. Anything could apply.
Knowledge is power, my man. Knowledge is power.
Power. Control.
No, but like what does that mean? So like
control of people behavior. Surveillance of the population. You name it. Why wouldn't they lie? Profit.
Well, I'm saying like, why don't they just tell us the Earth is flat? Like, what's the difference?
Why do actors act?
Well, because that's
Well,
their job. They
hey,
get
let me
paid
propose something.
Because they're good at it. Oh!
So Omar,
How's this for an idea? Maybe they don't benefit at all. Maybe they don't benefit at all. Like you were just saying that, but you're assuming that they benefit. Well, I'm going to say to you, maybe they don't benefit at all. Maybe they're just powerful people with a lot of money, and they just hate
They just do it
people,
for fun.
and that's it.
No clue. Though.
They just want to
That's
control
speculation.
you.
I'm
What if
asking
they-
because usually actions have motivation, right? So
Listen.
curious.
What if they could control people's mind to make them believe that resources are super, super scarce, therefore really, really expensive, incrementally, year by year, decade by decade, 20 years, 30 years, more and more and more expensive and less of it available? What if they controlled all of that because they have control of resources? And tell us any kind of story they want.
well, yeah, that's a direct gain. They they control the resources, right?
So, I mean, there's
And
many
that's just one gain.
What do they gain out of
There's many reasons
saying
they
that they're
gain
not?
everything. You get nothing because
kidding me?
they have more money than you. They
Wait,
could
give me one
possibly
reason.
spend
Give me one
in
reason.
Your whole
I'm
generation.
just asking for a reason.
There's a house, in Malibu overlooking the beach with beach access and no neighbors.
24-hour security cameras
Yeah,
everywhere.
where's citation for that?
10
Where's
homes
citation?
all over the world.
With a wine cellar and a chauffeur and a
With a
helicopter.
yacht.
And a humidor in every bathroom.
Probably got a tunnel going from the ocean down
Just
into the mansion.
A fine selection of cigars in every room. Sorry.
Come out of their
They
fucking
will
back
always have
cave.
the self-satisfaction of been
Submarine.
successfully fooling you.
Listen,
you know.
why I lie to people? Is because I need unicorn meat, and it's the only way I can get it.
Dude, that was good, bro. Oh man.
So my answer, because I'm a dumb shit, is just I have no idea why people lie.
We don't know. Yeah.
I remember I lied because I wanted to get away with some shit, something that I didn't deserve. That's why I used to lie to people.
Okay.
Right. That's
So,
the motivation.
could I tell a
was
little
just asking.
story?
Listen,
Omar.
wait. One thing. Can I just say one thing?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Flob, I didn't call you a dumb shit. I'm genuinely just curious if you guys knew a motivation that I didn't. That's literally all. That's why
I know you
asked the
didn't.
question.
You're being polite. I called myself a dumb shit. I've
Yeah,
killed
that's right.
too many brain cells.
We do that often here. We call ourselves dumb shit.
Yeah, I'm
Every time
self-deprecating
we
because
can't
I'm
do
fishing
that.
for compliments.
If you can't laugh at yourself, if you didn't laugh at yourself today, then you need to start your day over right now.
Yeah, and you know a really good way to do that. Honestly, if you're uncomfortable with it at first, just go stand in front of the mirror and just make a really funny face until you start laughing. And it's great. It's the best way to do it. Anyway, go ahead.
Gawe, you're back. Hold on. I'll be back.
I was going to say something. Now I forgot.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, you've got the floor, Globers.
Thoughts on the president?
What do you
I'm
guys
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What do you guys think about evolution, man?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it just came back. Can I just for a second? I wanted to enlighten you all, whoever's listening here, you new people especially, about here's the situation. About this story is about evidence versus motive. That's the name of it. So you're a detective, new on the scene. You're called. They said, Detective, so you need to get over here. There's been a homicide. So you get to the scene and you come in the doorway, and there on the floor there's a dead body laying there, and there's some evidence laying around. Things are shuffled. So you come in, your first day on the job, first time at a scene, crime scene.
Crime scene.
This is what you waited for. So you're there, and you go. Should I stay here and look at the evidence, or should I go run off and look for motive? So which one would you choose?
I would walk in the room and go immediately and go.
Wait a minute.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Were you talking to me?
Not dude.
Oh, just like in general?
Let the other people answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I was just making sure. Okay.
Yeah, he's talking to you. I just jumped.
Omar.
Omar, go ahead. What are you going to do when you walk into a crime scene? You're going to look at that.
Yeah, just answer it. Would you go look for motive, or stay there and look at the scene because you have evidence there, proof of what's going on is right there on the floor?
I look for evidence.
So wouldn't you stay there with the evidence? Because motive is secondary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? It's not only secondary, it's not allowed in any courtroom. Motive never is present in the decision of a case.
Wait, this
shit!
implies
That
motive.
is a good
Wait,
point.
this
Yeah.
implies the motive is
listen, proof,
evident. I'm not
evidence
saying
overrules.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Omar.
Don't spiral. Evidence overrules any kind of motive. Evidence overrules it.
Wait, no, I agree with you. I never claimed that motivation was
Yeah.
was
No, I
to
just
be
wanna
used as
say that.
evidence.
Yeah.
I'm just
No,
I was
yeah.
just curious, like why are they doing this? You know what I'm saying?
So
That's
so
all.
here's what it's like when you come in and say what is the reason why they lied? You're avoiding the evidence because we actually have evidence here, measurements, observations, but we want to make sure you guys are going to be able to wait and listen to the information first, and it seems like a lot of you are listening and will be able to go through this process. This is what we call, this is kind of like the gauntlet here. If you can get through long enough and you can just not spiral, don't freak out, don't worry about moderation, don't control, because see, those are all little tests. You don't know the method to the madness, our ninja. Like you didn't understand mine. You thought I was coming off as some brash, irresponsible, like, what a fucking jerk, thinks he's too big for his britches. Yeah, that's like, so what? That doesn't...
Wait, I'm sorry. I just... Wait, so if you... So you personally, you don't care about the motivation?
No, because
Okay.
I have proof. I have proof at the crimes. I have the crime scene proof with the measurements myself,
Dude,
and I can do it myself.
I'm not saying to use the
He was just
motivation
curious
as proof.
because he was
I'm
just
just
curious,
asking,
probably.
like,
Right.
even if I like personally was the Earth is flat, right? I would still want to know why they're doing this. I mean,
Well, I
just
I
curiosity is not
speculate
a
it.
sin,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not saying I don't speculate it because I've speculated every single aspect, every single.
Yeah, that's it.
It's just that motive
Yeah,
is
but-
used in
It might make you
connection.
feel bad.
But that's all speculation because asking why someone would lie is an unanswerable question. You can never know. Even if the liar told you why they lied, you still wouldn't know their motivation because they're a liar. They could have changed the motivation. They could have changed it or modified it without your knowing it.
I mean, you're not
Because they're a liar.
wrong. So he was
I was just asking you what you think
because
the motivation is.
motive.
Because I haven't heard much, right? So I was asking you for your perspective.
Okay, I could give you
wasn't-
thousands. I could give you thousands.
Right.
You
What's
got
your
about 4
What's your
hours?
top one? Like just you think that's like the most reasonable?
Control, I think, is the mind control.
Okay.
Yeah. Control of your perception of what reality is. Yeah, that's the number one.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
It would certainly make it easier to convince someone that their senses aren't doing them any good because they tell you the Earth is conforming to the shape of a sphere, but you never see it. Then maybe if they tell you that something else is going on that you can't see, but it's happening, you can trust us. It's happening. You can't see it, but it's happening. You can trust us. You might be more inclined to believe them with that lie if you believe the Earth is a sphere, even though you can't see it. You believe the Earth is spinning on an axis, even though you can't feel it. You believe it's orbiting the sun, even though you can't detect it or feel it or prove it. And you think that vacuum of space is above your head, even though you have no reason to believe that place exists either.
Okay. Right.
So here's like the axiom that we go by here, and I'm gonna sign off for a little while. But the axiom we go by here is that it has to be provable. Like hold on a second.
Wait, I have like one more question.
Okay, hold on. Here's the
Okay,
axiom.
you
I got it.
then.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
brother.
Sometimes I lose it, fade out. So the axiom is you don't sense or see anything that has to do with any kind of curvature, nor could you find any technology in life to where curvature is used. So when we see out in the world, we see a flat stationary plane. Everything is built on that. Sea level. Level is curved. Horizontal. Horizon. Horizontal. So our experience is we don't see curvature. We can't measure it. The second axiom is we know every single motion we're in and every single angle with our head as long as we're conscious or there's no damage to the vestibular system, which is tied in with the eyesight to the octal nerves in our eyes, and also that has fluid and crystals and all kinds of structures in the ear that are basically arranged in these semicircular canals. That's a perfect gyroscope. It's an biological electro gyroscope. in your ears. So you know every single motion that you're happening because that's what it's telling you. You had to have that for survival. If you're leaning out off of a tree and you're trying to grab something, like you're leaning too far, because so you can't. That was created for a reason. So the vestibular system. So our experience is that we're not in motion. Other than an earthquake, we never feel Earth moving at all. Only an earthquake, or the rumbling of a big truck going by. You can feel vibrations.
I got a
Something
question.
like that. But so the second axiom is we don't
Oh.
feel any motion, and we can't find any technology that anywhere from the past ancient times to the present with modern technology that has ever detected axial rotation or motion of Earth. We have quite the contrary. 5 famous scientists who measured and showed that it does not move, that the skies above us are moving. Now, the third one, I'm almost done. The third axiom is gas pressure without a container does not exist. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum in a closed system. Well, we have evidence here of what? A closed system. Why? Because we have gas pressure at sea level 14.7 psi. So therefore, gas pressure requires a physical barrier. That's why it's called pounds per square inch of area of the walls for the molecules of gases to bounce off of. So we're in a contained system.
I disagree.
Really? Then you'd have to show an example or a demonstration of a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So can you show me gas pressure without a container? A practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container that would do the job. That's all we need.
I have a question.
Wait a minute. I'm waiting to see if he's got a demonstration.
He's not going to respond.
Sure,
So
without a
my question is,
Yeah, I don't
like,
think he's gonna
what about
answer.
like sunsets and like sunrises? Cause like you know how like the sun will rise in like New York or something, but it'll still be nighttime in like like California, right? So like theoretically, like would it if the world was like flat, let's say it is, like wouldn't it like rise at the same time, right?
No, because light only attenuates so far. So the air itself, even when there's no fog, even when there's low humidity, and light can travel through the air with great efficiency, even with that great efficiency, even with that great efficiency, the air itself does in fact block light over many hundreds and thousands of miles. So even if it was a lot of clear weather between here and Paris, it would still be noon in Paris when it's probably nighttime over here in the United States. Or, I mean, it would be every time. But the point is, light can only travel so far through a medium, and the air itself is a medium.
Is there
I
a
actually have a-
citation?
Oh.
Okay. Can I have what?
Wait, so do
Wait,
you
wait,
guys
hold on.
do you guys believe in the sun? Like, how far away do you think it is?
We observe it moving across the sky. We can only guess because it's unverified how far away it is. But if you want to guess, I mean, I want to be clear on this. It's just a guess. I'm not saying I know anything. I would guess it's between 3,000 and 4,000 miles above the surface of the flattened stationary Earth, plane of Earth. Certainly not 93 million miles away. That's a BS number. They just pulled that out
Wouldn't
of
we all
thin
like
air.
die if the sun was like close?
Yeah. So how?
Well,
You
we
would
would.
have to
how
assume,
high?
you have to
How high
assume
are
it's the
those?
same
It's a
size.
claim it is.
Not the size that they told us or the
Yeah, right.
temperature they told us. It runs from some kind of energy that has never
So-
been verified. It's
Right.
supernatural. We don't
how
know
does
what
heat
the sun
transfer?
is or
So
the moon.
what am I
How does
looking
heat
at?
transfer
What
through
about
a
nuclear
vacuum?
fusion?
How does heat transfer through a
You're
vacuum?
looking at
You don't know if it's
unverified light in the
fusion.
sky. The
Can plants survive from fusion light? Do you have any evidence of that?
I don't know what
Bro,
that
what?
is.
Can plants thrive with fusion, light from fusion?
what? How did we go on to this?
Or light from, well, because he mentioned the sun. But so what I was going to say is electric light, plants thrive from electric light, but they don't from burning gas light or fire light, no. Or plasma light, no. They don't survive from plasma light. So ruled out.
Wait, so like,
Wait, so
what am
wait,
I
wait,
looking
wait.
at when
survive
I'm
from
out,
ultraviolet, don't
outside
they?
and
What?
like I'll
And
like
I'm
stare
not
at
sure.
the sun and my eyes hurt?
Wait,
It's a
so
light.
is this
It's
just
an
assuming like
electric
the
light.
atmosphere is just like not a thing?
No, the atmos is a thing, yeah, but and it's contained too. It's all inside this. We're in a
So
bubble of some
Okay.
kind.
the sun
I
is
was just going off
contained.
the like
Wait, so
sunlight thing
is the
because
sun contained in the same container as the Earth?
We don't know,
Is it?
even if
That
it's a
would
focus
be
beam.
But
It
you
could
don't
be
know.
unverified.
it could be a focus beam. It could be a projection of something behind it. We don't know. We
Like a
don't know what it is.
projector?
Yeah, but
All we
more
know,
than likely, from
like
what we
a
can tell, it's
projector.
more than
Yeah,
likely on the other side of the container because
yeah,
of
it
gas
could be a
pressure. We
projector.
have no evidence that would lead us to
So
think that it's
you
inside
say
the container.
the air would obstruct light, right?
Yeah, depending
So
on how
what?
thick
So
it
what
is.
is the container made out of that it doesn't obstruct
We
light?
don't know. We don't know because no
So you
one's
don't
been
know.
there. We don't know.
Yeah, it'd be unverified as well. The container, what it's made out of is unverified. The dimensions are unverified. The size is unverified. Where it comes in contact with the ground, although we know that would be somewhere, that's unverified as well.
Yeah, and whether they actually hit it in Project Dominic when they shot hundreds of nukes up into it. You can go look at pictures of Project Dominic with Starfish Prime, and what are the other names? Some of these explosions.
Operation Fishbowl.
Fishbowl and Starfish Prime. So Dominic means of the Lord. Fishbowl. So Starfish of the Fishbowl of God are the names of their missions.
Oh, you're saying that's like
Starfish in the Fishbowl of God.
Okay,
That's their
what
missions.
did that
Blowing up,
mission entail?
shooting
Going.
it. Did you guys know that?
So what did they do in those missions?
What? They shot hundreds of nukes, ICBMs, all the way up. It looks like they're hit something. Like it goes out to the side like lightning. They were probably mapping it. If there is something, they might know. No, they're not telling us. They're not telling you peasants. Hell no. Yeah, they know it's something. They know it's flat.
So wait, they
They
told you
duped
though?
all of us.
They
What?
told you guys?
No, we found out ourselves by
From what?
taking the radius claim and going and measure Earth ourselves over water, over and over and over every single time. Lasers over frozen lakes. Lasers
Wait, so
over
you
not
used
frozen
that to
lakes.
prove that they sent
Lasers on the coast.
ICBMs into the sun?
What?
We're back
You
to
literally just said that they sent ICBMs into the sun.
Not the sun.
No, he
you
did
do.
not.
No, up to the.
That's what we've been
container.
talking
No,
about.
up to the container.
Son, he said
Up to the container.
Yeah, up to whatever the container is. They might have found it. We don't know if they made it
Wait,
or
they
not.
told you?
That's unverifiable. Who knows? They're not going to fucking tell us or you.
I think these are declassified things, really, but I'll be honest, I just don't really give a damn about it because it's like, they could be saying all sorts of shit.
Doesn't prove
It's like
globe.
all
Yeah,
boils down to
that's
what
true.
you can verify. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
if
it
you can't
doesn't prove
verify it,
globe.
who gives a fuck?
You're right. Yeah.
I
we
have
use
a
material.
question.
Guess what?
Squiddles.
We can verify what we live on, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Check that out. You guess what? We live on it, man. Far out. Ain't that cool? All right. Carry on.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We live on the Earth, right?
It's not moving, and it's not curved. It's not curved or moving.
So where's the water go? That's another question I have. Where does the water go?
Water always goes to its level. So when contained, it's level and horizontal.
So what's
When-
containing it?
What's
the
contained?
shorelines?
The same
The
container?
shorelines are
The
containing
shorelines.
all the oceans. Yeah, the shorelines.
Shoreline.
So what do you think like the landscape of Earth is then? That there's a shoreline that obstructs every piece of water.
No, it goes out on a plane, and somewhere out, if you keep going away from the central north area, you're going to end up in where there's ice. And for one, you can't physically go past it, and you'll be stopped by the military if you try to go past 60th parallel. It's south parallel. You can't go that far. They'll stop you. They'll sink you if you don't stop.
Yeah, let me look this up. I've never
Wait,
seen it
I have
before.
a question. Like this.
Yeah.
So to answer your question a little bit further,
Goes
though,
horizontal.
it would be the Antarctic basin that
There's
we
a
live
ra-
in.
there's some
so it'd
kind
be
of
ice
Somewhere, what was
shelf
your
that you
question?
go up onto, and then
Sir, shut up.
southward.
What's it called? The
So
South.
listen, so you live in
It's
the
the South
Antarctic
60th
basin.
parallel. parallel.
We
Yeah.
live in the Antarctic basin.
You
so
all live in the Antarctic basin. Yes, we're in the middle on dry land that's in the middle of this big, huge basin. Around us, for all we know, for as far as you go, there's going to be ice. Whatever direction you go, it's all flat, horizontal. We know the oceans are flat and horizontal. All the way from the Pacific, where I live in California, all the way to Japan. That's all completely horizontal. Just why the
it's
air,
that we live
just the
below
same
sea
way the
level, right?
aircraft fly, just the same way the aircraft fly over all the oceans. Level flight over the ocean, completely level flight, horizontal motion.
Wait, Sonny, I have a question.
You say that.
So like you live near the Pacific, right? Like I don't mean this in like a stupid question. Have you like ever thought about like taking a ship just directly west off like, California and just see where the hell you end up?
No, because what's the purpose of that? You're just, when you go west, you're constantly veering to the right so you can maintain your relationship with north. That's all you're doing.
Wait, so like
circumnavigation is making a big circle on
like
a
around a
flat
dinner
plane.
plate, with the
So the actual-
magnetic being in the
Yeah,
center
okay.
of the plate.
So are you saying that if we go, theoretically, like if we go off the coast of California and we just go straight west, we'll end up north? Like we'll end up like near Antarctica?
You'll end up going around in a big arc because what you're doing is the compass is pointed to north, which is on the center of this plane, is the very center of the plane where the magnetic north is. You don't have magnetic north on a ball because compasses would not work. Because the magnetic part is supposed to be the center of Earth and the core, that means all compasses would point down to the ground.
Wait.
No.
Okay, I have to ask.
yeah.
Do you have a citation on that?
Go check it yourself. You don't have to have a citation, man. It's freaking kindergarten shit.
But you asked for citation.
Trey, I got one better for you than
Well,
that.
if
Trey.
it was that
magnets
disprovable,
lose
I
their-
feel like that would be one of the leading arguments.
How do you think
Trey,
sun
can you hear
dials-
me?
sun
Yeah,
dials-
I can
Can you
hear
hear me, Trey? Listen. So magnets, they lose their magnetivity, their magnetic abilities. They lose them when they become molten. All metal lose its magnetic abilities when it becomes molten. So you've been told a story that there's this giant iron nickel metal core thousands of miles beneath our feet, and that this is somehow generating a magnetic field that makes compasses point north. And so my question is, can you show me molten metal that's conducting that has a magnetic field emanating from it?
Or even go find this. Go find
I
find the existence of a spherical magnet. Go have fun with that. I've done that research myself. But then also go find out if there's such a thing as a plate magnet. Yeah,
Sonny.
guess what? With the north in the center,
Sonny.
speaker magnet.
Sonny, just a quick question. So I'm just wondering because like in school we learned about like the Coriolis effect. You know what that is, correct? I'm just wondering if I have to
Yeah,
explain it or
does
not.
that mean Earth is moving underneath things that are airborne?
Yes, we are all very familiar with it here. Yes.
Okay. So with the flat Earth like effect like that, how would you describe the Coriolis effect? Like
There
how-
is no
how's it-
Coriolis effect.
So we're talking about like
It's not happening.
We're talking about
Doesn't
empirical data
exist.
here, correct?
What?
So Farrell's law, it's a law, and it states that the Coriolis effect deflects winds like that freely move objects to the right in the northern hemisphere. I mean, I know like we talk about like
No, this is only new
Hemisphere. Yeah, go ahead. With how many presuppositions do you got to a hemisphere? You don't have
Well-
curvature measurement, which we already discussed. You don't have axial rotation, so it's not a ball. It's not spinning. It's a completely flat plane,
Well,
not moving,
Coriolis-
and it's contained by a barrier because we have gas pressure. So now go on.
Well,
Hang on
okay,
real
so
quick.
you live in
Coriolis-
the U.S., correct, Sonny?
Coriolis is only
Okay.
apparent depending
So-
on your observation.
If you're claiming motion,
so-
you have to show us that the motion has been detected first.
Yeah. So if you're in the U.S., you're part of like the supposed northern hemisphere. So if you go to your toilet and just flush it, it'll go to the right. Like the water will spin down
that
to the
has
right.
nothing to do with. No, it doesn't. You guys are just so
That has to do with the
kindergarten-like
shape
your
of the bowl.
responses. That's ridiculous. You guys are from 4 years ago.
Well,
That
you're
question
supposed
is
to be
4
anywhere in
years.
the
That
southern
question is
hemisphere,
4 years
it'll be
old. Did you know that it's
moving to
4
the
years
left.
old?
Did you know that
question.
question
Did
is
you know
from
that
4
the
years?
different
Hold on, I want to
manufacturers of
fucking
the
answer.
toilets?
Why
I
don't you
want to
just let
answer
him
the question.
speak?
Hold on.
Like,
Did you
have you ever
know
thought of
that?
that?
Did you know that question was from 4 years ago
I don't know
Who's
what
a
question you're
liberal?
talking about.
about the toilets?
I mean, I just know that if I go to my toilet and I flush it, it spins to the right, and then if a person in Australia or South America flushes the toilet, it spins to the
Did
left.
you know buildings
Well,
in the same building you're in, toilets in the same building you're in, as well as in the same neighborhood, are going to spin the opposite direction too, both ways? So what are you trying to
It's
say?
just
I bet if you
because of
import, hang on real quick,
that's why.
real quick. I bet you if you import that toilet from said Australia, the toilet's going to flush in the opposite direction.
You know what? It's only you
Hey,
know what
that's
it's a
actually genius.
phenomenon in. It's a
That'd be a cool thing
plumbing
to try.
phenomenon.
Yeah, I need to conduct that.
Can I see a citation
yeah,
for that?
I mean, we can conduct that, but just because I haven't brought a toilet from Australia to the U.S. doesn't mean that I can, you know, we can try that out.
And
I'm sure
people order everything else from Amazon, don't they?
Yeah. Does it move like that in South Africa? Does it move like that in Chile?
Want to get spicy with me? I don't know.
Don't you want to be the first guy on your block to have an Australian toilet? You'll be the talk of the town.
That would be
He can't talk because you guys muted him. What?
I muted him because he's being a dick. He's talking over me constantly, and I'm a referee. Okay,
Everyone. Oh.
just
Who's the
relax.
bleeding heart liberal?
I'm one of the nicest people here. I honestly, I really
Nice?
am. Yes.
You're nice?
Wait, Sonny.
No, I don't want to be
Indigo.
nice. Actually, why don't I
Or
take
Sonny,
it back?
just
Wait,
ignore
no,
Sarah.
don't be mean to me. Don't be mean to me. I
I'm
was
not
just
nice
asking, please.
because nice means you're an idiot. So no, I'm not nice. I'm kind though. I'm actually caring. I care about you guys. I do.
Thank you, man.
Yes, I mean,
Appreciate
you
it.
gotta be. You gotta be
I don't
careful with
hurt
that means.
anybody for good.
Wait,
I
Sonny. So,
give him a little preemptive shot across the bow. I'm friendly about it. Okay, there you are, Squiggles. You're back.
wait,
Don't talk
Sonny.
over me though.
Can I ask? So this is like I'm just trying to get a better understanding. So like if I took a compass, right? Like and I look at where it's pointing right now, right? And let's say, I had like infinite energy to walk like straight forever, right? Like what would happen with the compass? Would it just like always point in the same direction?
If you walked in a straight line from anywhere south of the center north, you're going to end up in Antarctica.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you guys have like a model that like gives me like a visual understanding or like
From any place in the north
No.
or south, which is going outward, that's not going down around a ball. When you're going south, you're just going outward on this flat plane of water. It's mostly all water. Earth just means dry land, dirt. That's all Earth means is dirt, dry land. So
okay.
when we go out in the oceans, you're going horizontal. So you're talking south, you're going out horizontal all the way from my place, all the way out across the Pacific, past Hawaii, all the way out to the South Pacific to Australia, is horizontal to my present location, as it is for you as well.
Right.
Every location on Earth is, if I want to point east, northeast to where England is, it's exactly if you're standing up and point to it with your arm, that's the location it's at. It's horizontal to you. Everything is horizontal to each other. That's the way this place is set up. It was created here.
Sonny, I posted the compass meme.
Yeah, you're all very important. More important than you've been given credit for. You haven't been told how unique and special you are. We've been beaten down. So I'm one of these people that was beaten down too, just like you. I just decided, like everybody else here in this chat, on this server, most of us who have decided to go against what our common beliefs used to be and ask for proof like in a court of law and say, I'm going to go recheck this, visit this again. Is this really true what they said or not? And go check it out myself. That's what we did. That's all. That's the only difference. We're not different than anyone else.
Whatever
you
you do,
agree
don't
that-
try to. You can't defend the globe in court either. Lack of evidence.
Yeah, that's true.
There's an actual court case if you want to look it up. Zen Garcia against Thompson, I think. Yeah.
I mean, I think the next step would also be like to convince, or I guess you guys aren't necessarily trying to convince people, but
No.
there are some things that are just like interesting because you guys don't claim a model, which I think is fair and I think that's smart. But then there's also like a bunch of things that we've like or people have brought up in here that you guys kind of said like, oh well, we can't really like understand or prove those things, and that's understandable. It's like trying to explain God, I guess, in some ways maybe, but like how why we can have or like why there's different eclipses of the moon, or how big the sun would have to be, like those things. Since we don't know it, I mean, you can live based off the empirical evidence and what we can prove. But the
Yeah.
only concern is there's a lot of things then like you don't really understand, and I guess that's something you could accept. But I also feel like there should be like hypothetically with kind of like all the understanding that you guys have.
Yeah,
For
but
instance,
see,
like you guys brought up.
there's going to be no consensus on something that is speculation. So we separate it right there. Like if it's speculation, so no, we're not going to come out with a statement like flat earthers think this now. All their speculation, we wrap it into this belief. No, because see, people that just have to have an answer for everything because they're comfortable only if they have an answer for it, then they'll accept any answer that fits that slot at any given time.
Well, it's
So
not that.
we
It's that. It's
refuse
that
to do
like
that.
what people learn, right? They can go out and it's hard. I guess not everything in your guys' case, but like things like the eclipse, why eclipse happens, right? Like why? I mean, it's
Not explainable in
different
the globe.
reflections,
It's not explainable in the globe.
but they
I'll
do
tell you
explain it with the glow. That's what I mean.
Right, and
No,
if
they
they tell you that the Earth is casting a red shadow on the moon, do you really understand anything of that shitty statement? I mean, just listen to what I just said. Does that make any sense to you? That
No,
the
nothing makes
Earth
sense
is
when you say
making a red shadow on the moon?
No, it doesn't make sense.
What the fuck? Like, are you high? How does this make any
Yeah.
sense?
What?
Like
No, it
the
doesn't.
explanations are just a phrase that you in your mind give the meaning of meaningful. They're empty words. There is no explanation. You believe it up to be an explanation.
Alright,
In
alright.
itself, there is no explanation. There's no value in those things.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait,
these scientists
Are you
must be
talking
off
about? Are
acid
you
or
talking
something.
about like so you're talking about like a lunar eclipse?
Right, because you're saying that we do have explanations on the glow model. No, we don't. We just have made up phrases that have no sense.
I mean, the thing is with light's tricky because I guess I don't know. I don't know exactly why it gives off or a reddish glow, but I mean,
But you're going now with a mental process. Go on,
I
keep it up, because you'll get
no,
it.
I totally got you. I guess it's just this is kind of my point though, is that I could probably read up on this and find their reasoning. I don't think they would there's no just blanket statement for that. You can probably go into it why, like what their explanation is. I'm not saying it's truth, but what their explanation is for it. I highly doubt that it's just a blanket statement like, oh, it gives a reddish glow. Accept that at face value. I'm sure there's like some kind of
so you
scientific
talked
thing,
about
the way
eclipses.
different frequency of light, something like that. I have no idea how, or because I haven't studied that specifically. But that's not even what I brought up. So I don't want to get onto that.
So what kind
What
of
I was more
eclipse?
saying is there are things that we could try to just like not understand, but there are a lot of things that the spherical model does explain, and it gets complicated when you guys, I guess, when like the flat Earth model, when there's no claim to a flat Earth model, because it's
But
hard to
listen,
build a
hold
model
on,
around
hold
all
on,
the parameters that you guys give.
Trey.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
appreciate
I'm
what
done.
you're saying. I do. I heard what you said.
Yeah.
But when you say that the globe is explained, it's explained, but it's not proven. Do you see the difference? An
Well, it's not. Yeah.
explanation is
You
not
mean
proof.
proven? So you mean proven? It's not. What was the word you guys used earlier?
But hold up.
No,
when
not
you say
empirical.
prove for you, what does
Because they
proving
have
something
proven
mean?
it. They have proven it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So they have proven it in their community, right?
No, what does it
But
mean to you to prove something scientifically? If I
you on the road, Trey, what do you understand by scientifically proving something? What's that?
Andrew, because he said something that's key. You got to listen to what people say. So you said it's been proven in their community. So let me stop you there.
Well,
Because
I'm like looking at this from your perspective.
Let me finish,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead.
It only takes a second. So things are not proven in a community. Things are proven with the scientific method to prove a cause and effect. Do you think what Earth is a scientific question?
Do I think what Earth is a scientific question?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. No, it is not. Earth is not a scientific... What Earth is not a scientific question. Because science is only concerned with how and why, not what is. What Earth is a geometric question. It's easily measurable with geometry itself. It's not complicated. They just told you that. So you would continue to kneel down at the feet of these people with white coats.
Sure, but they give you, for instance, I mean, like with things that Pi was saying earlier, with like different equations and stuff, right? I mean,
Wait, what Sunny is saying is very smart. He's telling you that if you have a red tie, being asked what color that tie is not science.
Thank you, Andrew. That was genius.
Colorblind.
Actually, don't know.
I'm just trying to put in very simple terms so you
No,
get it.
I know what you're
I get
saying,
it
but I didn't
personally.
quite understand that point.
Don't start thinking that what Earth is or this whole conversation is about science, because it is not. What Earth is not a scientific question at all. It's not even in the realm of science.
But you're asking for like evidence this whole time, so I don't really understand
because
that
evidence
anymore.
evidence can be measurable things that are verifiable. Remember those things? That's verifiable
through
and
what?
testable and falsifiable. That means you can show a circumstance where when you manipulate something that it doesn't cause a change or that it causes the other side of the range.
But they develop equations for certain things, and that's what I mean.
We're not
I
talking
guess
about
can make it.
equations. I'm not talking about
But
equations.
that's what can make it verifiable now.
No, it doesn't. No, equations don't verify it.
Because if they give out the equations and then another physicist goes out and uses those equations, I mean,
equations don't mean
if they
anything
line
if
up.
they don't have reality as a basis, as a measurement, as a foundation. Then it's
I
just
see. So
it's just
they
a head
can-
game. It's just a thought experiment. That's
right,
nothing.
so they can
That's
create those.
You could do anything
Yeah,
you
so
want.
measurement
I mean, the
would
thing is, you do base some of your claims off of experimentation, like the reason why we know, I guess,
No,
pressure can't
mostly-
exist without a container.
That's only the
is
second law.
because-
That's a law.
That's not a
of
claim.
thermodynamics.
Well, it's a law, but the way that they came about was through experimentation.
Yeah,
it was
that's
still
not-
science. It was still through the
Calculations
scientific
don't have
method.
anything to do with science.
It's in nature.
With
What's that?
sciences. Are you saying the
It's a discovery of
calculations have nothing to do with like proving sciences?
That's cosmology, right?
If I measure my waist length, is that science?
Let me ask him. No, let me ask him. So is cosmology a science?
I have no clue what cosmology is. What is it?
You said the constellations. That field of
I didn't
study
say anything
called
about
cosmology.
constellations. What?
Okay, astronomy. You didn't say anything about constellations.
No, that wasn't me, man. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you
Here,
ask?
just ask your question again.
What were you guys talking about?
I think we all had a stoner moment there.
I know. No, it happens to me a lot, but it's okay.
I don't know. It's hard with the.
Oh yeah, no,
without-
it was our. Sorry, Trey.
Go ahead.
It was about if calculations are used at all in like sciences. Like, it sounded like what you guys were saying was that we couldn't use a calculation at all to prove science.
I think you were
No,
asking.
they're
if I believe
mutually
in
exclusive.
calculations or
So-
not.
You can do a scientific experiment with no math involved.
Okay.
Just so you know.
That is true.
Yeah, through observation, which you guys were
Right.
saying wasn't used in science.
You can measure.
It is used in science. I didn't
Yeah,
say
so-
that.
Yeah, you
can
did.
measure
That was a while ago, though.
No,
It's
listen,
only the
listen.
first. It's only the first step.
We said that to find the shape of the Earth that is outside the reach of the scientific method. What does that mean? In the scientific method, you have a hypothesis and then experiments. In an experiment, you manipulate things. There is nothing you can manipulate about the Earth. You can't change its shape. You can't change the rate at which it's spinning. You can't do anything. Thus, it's outside the field of the scientific method. That's what
Sure,
science saying.
if the sun
therefore
comes up from the
gravity-
east and lowers in the west, something must be moving. That's a scientific
Yeah,
experiment.
you look up and
Yeah, the
see it
sun is
moving
moving.
throughout the day for centuries after centuries, and it's moving, and you don't feel yourself moving. So that's the first axiom. You don't feel it moving.
Again, that is outside of the scientific method. You can't
So,
change the rate at which the sun is moving and where it's moving.
So
would
we
make you
created
think
we
that you
created
look up in the
equations
sky,
from
you see
observations,
things
though,
moving, and
right?
you're-
This is
what would make you think you're
equations and
moving?
calculations are used in every single piece of engineering. So
Who's that talking over me?
That is
that's
Cole.
me.
That is
That's
Cole with the
me.
dribble profile picture.
Yeah,
Don't talk over me. You can't hear
I
me. or
mean, you
something?
were trying to intervene in what I was saying. Like you were literally interrupting me.
Okay, well, I apologize if I did. I didn't mean to step on anyone's toes. Can you repeat what you said? Because I didn't catch all of it.
No, I'm not going to repeat it, man.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. Just go on mute for a second. There you go.
It is
So
it
that's
is
all right.
difficult, to accept it honestly without like a model. It is hard because it doesn't completely add up.
No,
Like
Wait, do you-
for instance, like the logo of the Discord
Sounds
is a
like a
model. I've
personal
seen the
problem.
model before. I've seen the I've seen the model before. Like the logo of the Discord is I guess a hypothetical model.
Yeah,
but it
that's
wouldn't
only a
work.
concept. We don't claim a model. That's not a model. That's not something you could. But
Not like
the
Apple
globe
is
doesn't
doing.
have a
That's
model
actually a piece
either.
of
Do you
art.
realize the globe does
Right,
not
right,
have a
right.
model?
It's actually a piece of art.
I'm sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So can you find us the globe model?
Yeah,
What do you
after all, it
mean?
says on the bottom of the globes for decorational purpose only, right?
I mean, we know, for instance, like we know where the countries lie, and like
No. A model means that you know everything millimeter wise in perfect manner, like everything.
Where is the
Jesus
predicted
Christ.
Yeah,
slope?
model would mean that you've mapped out the ceiling
I don't
too.
know.
So are you going to
I
map
don't know
out
if
the
that's
ceiling above our heads?
necessarily true. I think
And
a
then-
model's more of an
Yes.
abstraction.
Then we'll go on to orbital mechanics because you guys need to provide us a 9-body complex linear decelerating predictive bodies in motion for 9 bodies. Just bring us that too.
Huh?
Anyway, that's a long term. That's a long range goal.
Wait,
You
I'm
need,
not
you
sure
need an
about
8 or
that.
9 body solution.
Dog, what did you just say? I'm sorry.
Wait, are you referring to the heliocentric or geocentric? I can't
Yeah,
tell.
the heliocentric. Never mind. Forget what I said.
I thought it was
I
good.
did.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. I don't know. It's
Like Trey, do you believe you have consciousness?
No.
do I believe I have consciousness?
Wait, Omar doesn't believe you have
Can you
consciousness.
mail me all your money?
I
Sorry, I was talking to my
believe I
mother.
have consciousness. Sure.
Right. Have you seen a model of what consciousness looks like?
I've already made this caveat. No, you can't make a model of
Right.
consciousness.
And then why do you think that you have consciousness?
I mean, consciousness is
What do
I
you
don't-
mean?
it's not a
I'm
physical
not saying
thing.
I'm not saying that at all. Like here's the thing: is there is one model that supports more of like what we can also view. Because you guys don't account for things like eclipses. You guys don't.
Have you
account
ever seen a
for
model of your
weather.
car?
You don't
Like,
account
Yeah,
for.
account-
We
giant
do account for
Wait, that doesn't make
eclipses.
sense.
Listen.
Well, hold on. Let him bring something to the table. He thinks that the globe model better describes our world. So bring a few points up.
Okay. I was saying some. Like the eclipses, weather, the share with the sun, the time, right? I mean, with I guess
but
there has to be some
Go with
claims
one
of
at a
a model.
time.
You
Go
see
with
what I mean?
one at
I
a
don't mean.
time.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
at
I got
one
you.
at a time, and we'll break it down. So, Jim, go for this.
Okay. I mean, I'm actually curious about.
Wait. Trey,
guess
can I say
weather,
something? Because
you
they'd
know.
have to
Go
break
ahead,
it
yeah.
down. Like, how do seasons work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
seasons. That's what I
true,
mean.
true.
That's
Yeah,
what I was pointing at, but I don't know.
This can be easily explained. So we observe the sun moving in a circuit above our heads.
Mm.
You know, we see it moving not in a perfect straight line over above our heads, but in
'Cause it
a
curves.
part of a circle because it's going in a circuit above our heads around the north center point. So this circuit gets larger as it becomes winter in the northern parts of the Earth, and it gets smaller in the summertime for the northern parts of the Earth. So it's just a circuit above our heads. It's in transit above our heads, and the circle just gets bigger. The pathway gets bigger, and it gets smaller. And you can see this with one of those things they used to have on the globe. What do they call it? Where they map out the pathway of the sun. It's escaping my mind now. The name of that thing.
Wait, but like
What about?
isn't that a
hold on.
model? Like I don't
It's
know.
called
No,
I just an observation. I just
no, not
described
you,
to
not
you
you.
an observation.
The picture that was posted, because that picture helps me explain about it. I can't treat this picture as absolute truth. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see the meme? Yeah, so that's just a meme, conceptual,
Oh,
but
it's just a
that's
meme,
kind of the idea what we're talking about. And look at that analemma, how the sun does that looping is kind of just showing you exactly. You can't have that unless you're on a stationary flat plane.
Right.
It's not possible.
Yeah. So if you were a planet and a spherical object spinning on an axis and orbiting the sun, that figure 8 looking thing, it would be equal size on both sides. What I'm saying is the top of it and the bottom of it would be identical, not one larger and one smaller. If you were on a sphere on an axis orbiting the sun, but you're not on a sphere orbiting the sun. So it's not the same size.
Okay.
Interesting.
In fact, some people say, I mean, this is just, thoughts or whatever, but I think that they're probably onto something. A lot of people have been pointing out they probably took that off of the globes that they put in classrooms these days, because I think some people were catching on. So you can only find it on old globes, like made, probably before the year 1990 or so.
Wait. What can you find on old globes?
I'm sorry, I just forgot the name of it again. What do you call it, Sonny? You just said the word. The thing that shows
For
the pathway of the
educational
sun.
purposes,
Yeah, the anta what? I'm sorry, it's just
the
can't remember the name right now.
Antolema.
The analemma.
Thank you.
You're saying they just removed it?
Well, yeah, because if you pay attention to it for long enough and realize that, oh, wait, the bottom of it and the top of it are not equal in size, one's larger, one's smaller, then you come to the realization this doesn't work if the Earth is a spinning ball on an axis going around the sun. If it were doing that, then it would have to be exactly the same. With the frictionless vacuum of space that they claim it's in, it would have to be a perfect figure 8, not big on one side and small on the other side. If it was a perfect figure 8, then it would work on a planet in the vacuum of space. But it's not.
Wait, what do you mean by perfect? Like the size of the sun, or you mean just the positions?
So they tell us, they've taught us in school growing up. I heard this 1,000 times as a child, that the reason why we have seasons, winter right now in the north and summer in the south, is because the Earth is a spinning ball, but it's spinning with a tilted axis.
Right.
So it's with this tilted axis and the sun being relatively stationary, as they say, makes it so the angle of the sun against the spherical Earth, alleged spherical Earth, would change. So we'd have, summer at one point in time, one region, and summer at another point in time, another region. So the pathway of the sun between these two seasons, whether it's hot season in the north or hot season in the south, the pathway of this sun, when you map it out on the globe like it is with that little figure 8 thing, it would have to be a perfect figure 8 if it were a planet in the vacuum of space. It was a spinning sphere constantly going through the same pathway with an equal size sphere on the top, equal size half of the sphere on the bottom. It would have to be a perfect figure 8 in order for that to make sense. But it's clearly not a perfect figure 8. One of those, part of the figure 8 is larger than the other. It means that you're not on a spinning ball on a tilted axis in the vacuum of space. It means that's not happening.
Has anyone mentioned the Saros cycle yet?
The Saros cycle.
I'm a cycle?
No, I don't think anyone's mentioned that.
Yeah, someone mentioned the Searle cycles. That would be a good idea. Who wants to do that? Jim Jam, why don't you talk to him about that?
I was hoping someone else would.
Oh, really? No, we want you to talk about it.
It's okay. We could talk about something else. What about
How
stars?
do you? Well, the Searle cycle
Stars don't exist.
is about the predictions of eclipse from flat earthers from
Because if I
thousands of
look out
years
my
ago.
window right now, I see a star right here. Looks like a star to me.
No, you guys can handle it.
It's a light illusion.
Right.
What does
So it's an unverified light in the sky. You have to go up to it and touch it in order to honestly verify what it is.
Wait,
And we
this
don't
also-
have the means to do that, and we may never have the means to do that, because if it's a light that's on the other side of the container that gives us gas pressure, there's a good chance that not with any amount of time or technology will we ever be able to know what a star is. It may just remain an unverified light in the sky until the end of time as we know it.
Wait, Orion, I'm assuming this applies to, like, these so-called planets as well, right?
Well, yeah, because 100 years ago, the definition of planet was wandering star. So yeah, it's just another type of star that just has a different pathway it goes on.
Okay.
Is that why your name is Orion?
No, it's just my middle name.
Oh, okay. It's kind of ironic.
Yeah, I see that ironic. I see that.
That's funny. It's cool.
Orion talking about Orion. What the heck?
By the way, in that model, just curious, right? I know you guys don't claim a model. But I wonder, like, okay, so the sun is like, it's this one, by the way. I would just like try to reply to it. The sun, I'm assuming, still controls like temperature.
That's okay.
and
I got
so-
something interesting about the sun. Maybe you'll think of it. So, did you know that you can take a quarter at arm's length and make the entire sun disappear?
No way.
Did you know
That's
that?
Crazy. Yeah.
Did you know you can do the same exact thing with the moon and it disappears at the same size at arm's length? Quarter. What do you think about
Okay.
that?
I don't know what to think about it.
Yeah. So what does that tell you? The angular size, they're the same size. Guess what else?
we would.
The solar
I mean,
eclipse
like, in my line of
2017
thinking, it just means
was
that
going
the
the wrong.
sun is just a
Isn't-
lot farther away. Sorry, if
yeah,
I'm
the sun's very
interrupting.
far away and it's big. So I don't know. It can be like
If someone's already started talking, I was about to make a point. I was in the middle of my sentence. I don't know if you even realized it. So it's
Yeah,
all right if it happens. I'm not touchy or anything, but just so relax for a second. Let me finish. I'm almost done. So look, in 2017, the solar eclipse,
That was
that's supposed
awesome.
to be the moon going between the earth and the sun, was
Yeah, that
moving
was
the
awesome.
wrong direction. It was going from west to east. And guess what the diameter of the shadow was?
What was it?
70 miles wide.
no, wait, really?
Did you know that a shadow cannot be larger than the, let's see, it cannot be larger than the thing that's creating it, or no, it cannot
It
be
can't be
smaller.
smaller.
Hold on. It can't be smaller than the object creating it. So even at the closest planet, it's going to be at the same size of the object creating the shadow. 70 miles.
Wait, where you have like a citation, like a website where it shows this?
I have a video I did. You could do this yourself.
Video?
at your own home.
I got some tennis balls, man. Check it out.
I'll show
You got a
something.
tennis
Here you go.
ball?
Watch this.
A soccer ball?
Wait.
It's
So
one
you're
of
saying
those.
they have to be the same size? Why?
The
No, he's saying the shadows
Hold on,
can't
I'll
be
explain
smaller
it better
than
with
the
my
object
video.
they're
Hold on. I'll explain it better with my video. You just watch this video. It's a couple minutes long. It was the first video I ever did. This is true. Any shadow cannot be smaller than the object creating it. Any object. So it can never be smaller. So hold on. Here comes my video. Cannot be smaller. So the smallest it could be is the diameter of that object making. There's my video. That was like one of the first videos I ever did.
Not only that, you can experience this with the shadow your body creates as well. You can verify this.
So play that video. It's not very long. It's only
So
4
wait,
minutes,
any
55
shadow
seconds.
cannot be smaller than the object creating.
Yep.
Yeah. So when did
To be
no?
fair,
My
unless
question is,
the
when did
light
they,
source
where,
is big
what
enough.
point was the eclipse at when they measured the shadow? Like, where was the sun
In
in
the
relation to the
Midwest,
moon?
going in the
path of
Midwest, going
totality.
from west to east, which is the wrong way. We're supposed to be going that way. We're supposed to be rotating back. This thing was moving. This thing was moving from west to east, opposite the rotation, like catching up to the rotation. How's that possible?
Yeah, and to bring this into perspective, there was this one video I'd seen of it where they could see the edge of the shadow out of both sides of an airplane following the path of totality. So this 70-mile shadow was so small that outside of both sides of an airplane, you can see the entirety of the shadow cast by the eclipse. Yeah, and to tell you, you want to know what size they taught us in the school of the moon is, the diameter of the moon? It taught us that the diameter of the moon is more than 2,100 miles.
So it's whoever said we didn't want to address eclipses are way wrong about
Wait, so
that.
at what point was this eclipse at though? 'Cause-
Honestly, I haven't been.
Yeah,
I
you're
haven't
saying
been really understanding.
you're saying it's 70 miles wide,
eclipse.
but during an eclipse, like
It was measured
eventually
like
it'll seem
dozens
like
of times
night,
going
pretty
across
much,
the
correct?
Midwest. Going across the Midwest, dozens of times measured. Yep.
Yeah, but at what point, like, of the eclipse? Is this it?
So lost. Wait. So what? So what are you saying is wrong about this?
So what we're saying is wrong is that we were taught in school, told in school, that the sun is 93 million miles away and the moon is 200 and I can't remember 230,000 miles away, right? And we've been
it's
told
like
that
94 million.
Yeah.
It's like millions.
93 million, but whatever, it doesn't matter. They just made the fucking number up. Point I'm trying to make is that we were told this in school, that while that, light in the sky is that distance away and that light in the sky is that distance away, that they have the same angular size. And so that when one would move in front of the other, we haven't even verified that's what's happening. I want to be technical about that, but let's just say it is. Let's say for the argument that it is. They claim, this is their claim after all, that the moon is moving in front of the sun and that they have the same angular size in the sky. That means that the angular the size of the diameter of the shadow cast by the moon would have to be the exact same size as the diameter of the moon. So they told us the diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles. So the shadow cast by it should be 2,160 miles. It's not. It's 70 miles in diameter. You see the problem here?
Yep. So you'll understand a little bit better if you watch my video, because it's the same exact thing.
I watched your video.
Yeah, don't tell
good
people.
video.
Don't let people tell you this thing about umbra penumbra, because see, they've told us specifically how light is supposed to travel, and they said the sun in their paradigm is going parallel light rays, because it has to, because it's 93 million miles away. So they're stuck to this parallel light rays. Well, guess what? Everywhere we look at light rays, none of them are parallel. They're all divergent every single time.
Hey, can you make a shadow smaller than the object itself during high noon?
No.
Well, I'm trying to understand where the shadow is. Are you saying
Yeah.
the shadow, like in the video, around the moon?
No, the actual shadow that hits the Earth from the eclipse is like 62 to 70 miles wide, right?
Yeah, but at that point, right,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
moon
wait,
isn't-
and
moon-
where was this? I'm just curious. Just
It was
where we, like,
20.
No. Like a link or something.
Yeah, we'll find you one. Hold up a second. You could search for it.
I'm
too.
confused
Don't
on
let us
it's
do all the
70
work.
miles wide.
No, I know.
So
It's
at
just
this
like
point of the
we're
eclipse,
doing the
the
thing
sun
here.
isn't covered all the way, correct?
Well, no, it's 100%.
Oh, it is. It is. That's the path of totality we're talking about. The sun is completely covered.
It
Yeah.
lasts about 2 minutes. I saw it myself with my own two eyeballs, man.
Yeah, I was in that path of totality in 2017.
I was in Madras, Oregon.
Here it
What?
is. There's one from up above an aircraft. Look, you can see it down below. Watch this. This is great. Hold on.
I'm not on the right text here.
Sounds
That's
like
great.
music.
There's
that's
a big
awesome.
fisheye lens. Don't let that fool you. But when this plane goes over the totality, you can see the whole shadow down below. Look at that. You can see the whole thing. Look. That's crazy shit, man.
It's
That's
awesome.
your moon, bro. Girls and
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen. A little tiny ball up there of something. We
That's
don't know what the
crazy,
fuck
actually.
it is. Neither does the globe, though. Now look.
Wait, and that's 70 miles?
That's
what?
Watch the video. You can find
That
out.
looks,
I think it's 62
I
miles.
mean,
myself.
70 miles is
But ladies and
big,
gentlemen,
but that looks
can you look
huge.
Can you look at 11 minutes after the hour? You wanted to talk about eclipses. You see the image where it says Ether 9000 eclipse? Says the failing globe theory.
Got it. I got it.
So observations of the lunar eclipse proves Earth does not cast a shadow on the moon. On the globe Earth, the shadow should be cast on the bottom side of the moon, from the bottom up. But what we see is from the top down. See the image, lunar eclipse, January 31st, 2018. The shadow, both sun and moon, are above the horizon. And this, you see the light on the pole, the telephone pole in the background?
Yes, I do.
The sun's up. So is the moon.
Hey, can you tell me where to find the chat for this channel?
It's being eclipsed from the top
it's
down.
called,
Ladies and gentlemen, Glover.
Livestream voice text. Livestream voice text. It's just above.
Here, we'll tag you.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So do you see that those images?
Hold on, man. I do. I'm seeing him. I don't know if he's just getting there. I think.
I'm asking the newcomers. I know you've seen it, bro.
Yeah, I see it.
You've seen this shit like over and over and over again. We've seen it all. We've seen the original videos dozens of times. Anyway, but we're kind of nutty like that. That's why we're here. We're good at this.
You know what I love, Sonny, is knowing what my feet walk on every day.
Yes.
It's a nice thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Isn't it, man? Because
It's
things
beautiful.
all of a sudden you
right?
go, what? What'd you say?
What?
I'm not sure what he said. I'm gonna pass on. I'm gonna pass on that. I gotta take a pass on that one.
I didn't hear it.
All right.
When you're
Anyway,
laying down in bed,
yeah,
when you're laying
cool.
down in bed, you know you're like comforted by the fact that it's not spinning around anywhere. You're comforted.
It's not
it's
spinning
still.
around.
It's
Oh, yeah.
peaceful.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't think I could sleep if there was
It does- yeah. Yeah.
I sleep a lot better knowing that there's going to be no asteroids coming to harm me while I sleep.
That's true.
Exactly. When they sit there and they say, "Oh, Apophis is coming around and just might hit Earth," I'm just like, rest easily. Everybody else sitting there panicking, fucking idiots. Nothing's gonna happen.
Be afraid. Be very, very afraid.
Wait, do you guys think asteroids don't exist?
I'll crack a beer, man.
They're not coming from outer space. We know that much.
Well, listen,
Wait,
better, I
wait,
might
wait.
be telling them. It's
Wait,
a
why?
deception.
Why do
What
you
you're
know
going
that?
to see is a hologram. They're going
Because
to
you guys said yourself
Hold
you
on.
don't know any, like you
Hold
don't
on.
know about space.
Yeah, we know it's
Global
contained
lightning
for a
strike.
fact. We know it's contained. So nothing's coming from outside in because it's a physical container.
Yeah, we
Containing
have
gases.
gas pressure. The reason why we know this, I'm going to answer your question. I'm
They
going
would
to
have to
answer your
be
question.
inside
We
then.
have
Right.
gas pressure. Air pressure is gas pressure. So you cannot have air pressure or any other type of gas pressure without a container.
Okay,
So
that's
there
not what I
is no
said.
vacuum of
There
space.
can be asteroids in the
We
container
know,
already. Is
yeah,
what I'm
we
saying.
know things have fallen out of the sky. We don't know what they are. Have you ever followed one and then found it?
Have you ever
You know,
verified where it came
If I was
from?
Superman, I would.
Has anyone followed one and found a
No,
chunk?
I mean, there's not many that like
You know,
just fall near
Arizona?
me.
They never found one.
Arizona has this place called Meteor Crater, right? And supposedly it's the first confirmed meteorite strike.
Yeah.
The only problem is there's no meteor.